the misery in this life nonetheless, to let those I love know I love them, treat them with as much grace and kindness as I can, to protect them, to speak up for what I believe in, hold to my thoughts and bold and others do the same, help improve the world, to get better at loving myself.
Okay, Nerd Squad, we don't have a delay, which I assume is just indicative of Unit 207's upcoming obstruction, evidence tampering, and further felonies. It is 7:03 p.m. PST, Friday, February 7th, 2025. Latest update, the imbeciles upstairs were planning some more stalking and/or breaking and entering. Again, a new police report was filed yesterday, or rather today, today at 2 o'clock, but I was unaware that while I was filing that and a live stream was indeed recording, as you can see in the preceding live stream in the beginning of it, that they criminally and illegally shut off and then proceeded to do with many subsequent live streams, including going so far as to criminally and illegally cut off over an hour of one recording. So be advised of a couple of things. One, as stated in the February 4th judicial notice at 10 a.m., my front door has been closed since January 2nd, 2025. Per the FBI's instructions, the only exception, even today, is the breaking and entering perpetrated by my disabled teens who are currently still actively kidnapped by the same imbeciles upstairs who now owe me over $200 and something million because of the additional fees and penalties of their live stream attacks. Now, we do need to go over a bunch of things that I've had to hear and go over way too many times. So for that, I'm going to utilize the preceding live stream to do that.
I love that movie so much. Please time it here.
Nothing changes. Fucking Nazi.
Pausing the podcast I was listening to. I don't hear any audio yet on this, and I should. Perhaps Unit 207 is delaying it. Yeah, I definitely tested the audio, and it was working. Perhaps they muted the entire last live stream. Oh, no, there we go. Guess it kicks in at 40 seconds. Unit 207 has been on a rampant crime spree all for the last 24 hours. Something that was already previously reported. Only to then have them literally commit a series of felonies just in the last hour. They're still on it now. Again, now that I've at 7:05 p.m. on the Lenovo ThinkPad, although the recording itself isn't showing anyone is watching, which is something they've been using to criminally and illegally shut off the live streams. It appears they really truly believe they're going to be breaking and entering and perpetrating their domestic terrorism. Charges, which the FBI has been looking for, we're to prosecuting them for. Now, there was a new police report filed at 2 p.m. today. And then just while I was filing that police report, they were busy perpetrating additional felonies, including but not limited to criminally and illegally ending numerous live streams, as well as criminally and illegally tampering with evidence, and criminally and illegally removing over an hour of recordings. So I'll show you what I've already shown a few times that they're hoping will just magically disappear. These are the preceding live streams. This is the current one. You can see it on the left. Here, let me turn on the audio. This is the preceding live stream that you're listening to a recording of. So hop over to the 2/7/3/17 p.m. video and you can visually see this. The one on the right, this is all of the live streams they've criminally and illegally ended today. This one is important. Note this one. The 2/7/129, 80 million billed to North Everett Precinct. It ran for an hour and 27 minutes and 11 seconds. You see that? I can see it. You can see it too.
But then Unit 207 did
Here it
this.
is, in
Now
case
it's opening.
you're wondering.
Still says 127:11 for a second. Oh, then it says 27 minutes and 6 seconds. They criminally and illegally tampered with evidence and obstructed justice, probably because the person they sent to my house to stalk and trespass at 12:50 p.m. at a rate of 10 million times 4 due to their criminal and illegal rejection of valid police reports about them sending stalkers to my door earlier today. Probably because that person was making fraudulent claims and they're probably pretending I should be somewhere during this hour of recording they've magically and illegally erased, knowing that they're going to be convicted for that for years. Just that one criminal act. Then look at the live streams that I attempted to initiate after they did that, still showing us 127:11. But based on their criminal conduct since the start of this month, as you saw when we opened it and it said it's now only 20 minutes long, that will say 20 minutes long sometime tomorrow. Then I started a new one at 2:58 and marked it as a 40 million penalty. This ran for over 3 minutes. Now it reflects as 132. Then they criminally and illegally shut off that one. Then I had to do the same thing at 3:01 because they kept criminally and illegally shutting it off. Then I had to do it again at 3:12. And now this recording at 3:17 p.m. PST, 3:17 p.m. PST, Friday, February 7th, Friday, February 7th.
Pausing this just to reiterate, it's actually 7:09 p.m. PST. I'm just so tired of going over things I had to go over and over again because of the imbeciles directly upstairs that are indeed going to prison unless they've blown the whistle, who currently have plans to come tomorrow, Saturday, or I guess just after midnight, perhaps when I'm asleep, to perpetrate more exterior stalking, breaking and entering, kidnapping, etc. It's my understanding that if they don't follow through with it tomorrow, Sunday, or Monday, that they'll try again next weekend. They're so desperate, you see, because some of the federal disbarment recipients, well, they're aware of something they haven't relayed to all of you that keep following these unlawful and criminal directives, which is why I've been the victim of 250 separate criminal actions because of you idiots without any immunity, is that at the end of this month, you are all going to have additional charges added to your indictment, one of which carries a 20 to 25 minimum mandatory prison sentence. And so again, in an attempt to make you all liable, they are desperate to get me to open my front door, which hasn't happened since January 2nd and is not going to happen until you're detained. Unless, of course, you break and enter again, which will be the third count of that, according to the FBI.
Just 3 hours and 30 minutes after their latest exterior stalking. Just an hour and a half after my latest police report. Just an hour and a half after my latest police report. They perpetrated all of these different felonies at a rate as previously invoiced of 10 million, and that number multiplied by 4 every time they criminally and illegally reject a valid police report to perpetrate these crimes. So this was 40 million. This was 40 million. This was 40 million. And this was 40 million. And if you do it again for this live stream, it'll be 40 million again. You did?
Did I stutter?
Now, the latest police report and addendum was already filed and posted on facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You because of the spirits of material right now. So I will click on this live stream from earlier today at 5:11 a.m. that runs for 7 minutes before they criminally and illegally shut it off, which will provide you with some, actually, no, I won't. What am I talking about? I'm going to click this one that's supposed to run for an hour and 27 minutes that they criminally and illegally made only 26 minutes. This should cover everything that I didn't just cover with you. Oh, and I gotta change the title again.
Because you imbeciles.
Ten-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 1:31 p.m. PST, February 7th.
Again, it's actually 7:13 p.m. PST, February 7th, 2025. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June because so many of your convictions will be hinging on it. You're listening to a recording that was played in the preceding live stream. And during that recording, because of the amount of crimes that the imbeciles upstairs have been perpetrating in their excitement and jubilation over further felonies they intended to perpetrate literally within the next 24 hours. Dumbasses. Anyway, I've had to read through the same things too many times to be comfortable. So I'm playing this preceding live stream's introduction, which I utilize 2 recordings in order to get some information before I read the latest police report from 2 o'clock. There is another police report that is going to need to be filed because they criminally and illegally shut off so many live streams and tampered with so many pieces of evidence and obstructed so many different types of justice today between 1-something p.m. and 3:20 p.m. But I was going to wait until I saw whatever it was they're so excited about for the next 24 hours that the FBI is excited about adding to their indictments.
7/2025, we have some updates, including another $10 million knock that just occurred about 40 minutes ago. Another incident of stalking, harassment, ADA.
That was at 12:50 p.m.
etc. for everyone's indictments that are soon to be unsealed. Beyond that, the other updates that we need to go over, I've written in the description here. 2/7/1:14 p.m. stalking / trespass / harassment at 12:50 via $10 million knocking. 8:48 a.m. more legitimate police reports rejected, i.e. obstruction. 2/7/5 a.m. plans to quote double down, wage a war for Monday and/or Saturday. 2/6/5 p.m. Unit 207 visited by female federal felon just before 4 p.m. She gave directives for when I am, quote, asleep. Now, I am going to play the preceding live stream, especially because Unit 207 continues to be on the little rampage that they've been on. Pay close attention because they've been illegally and criminally shutting off live streams in addition to all of their stalking and obstruction and evidence tampering and witness tampering charges. Remember, that knocking constitutes the Class A felony of witness tampering, just like all 40-something knocks you sent my way illegally without immunity since the first week of August, you dumb fucks. This is a consensual recording. You should say right there. With Mystic Gwen, pursuant to the FBI's instructions. I'm not an employee of the FBI.
This is the recording. So yeah, it's a little bit of reverb. You can deal with it.
Involve your
Besides, believe you me, most people in my situation would either be reading this shit rigorously or they would just say, I don't even legally have to do this. I'm doing it.
Upstairs are laughing and thinking they're smart and sly because of this particular.
I'm doing it because the idiots upstairs don't even realize yet again that all they're doing is going deeper and deeper in the quicksand that they've already fully wedged themselves in since August.
Because they just criminally and illegally shut off.
Everything you're doing has minimum mandatory sentences and millions of dollars you'll be paying me.
Pay attention to these updates. Bars where you input the title and description were half of the height that they should have been. When pushing next, it didn't come to mandatory things that I needed to impute it. So
select, like whether or not to be an age restriction on this video. As a result, I have to restart and reinitiate a second time. That's the issue I've never encountered before. We do have some updates which I'll throw into the description, but in my mind, these updates aren't necessarily the most specific. They just sort of further reflect the imbecilic nature of the federal felons. And those updates are that as of this morning and last night, yesterday, just before 4 p.m., this 80+ years was in the building giving directives.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to pause it there. For the hour of recording they criminally and illegally shaved off, I posted that police report on Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. I served it upon all of you that know you're going to prison and your employers, including Miss 80+ years. And let's not forget, I edited the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office review and added a screenshot of the latest post. That same review the FBI has had me edit repeatedly since January 17th. Unit 207's current plans still include breaking and entering. They're being real slovenly as far as their hackers go. It's all of you that are going to be hit with all of the counts for today's obstruction and evidence tampering. Just in the last 3 hours since you were last sending exterior stalking individuals outside.
And remember, the FBI had me tell
Is it a good
there
thing?
will be no leniency.
Do you want to go to prison?
For those that tamper with evidence and obstruct justice.
Now, which I, again, speculate is largely due to the prosecutors using federal disbarment and any other attorneys involved using federal disbarment. The plan now is for them to double down on their fraudulent and perjury claims. For instance, the quote, fraudulent, demonstrably false claims that they have all been sticking to, that anything and everything they've done has been a reactive measure, considering they have been premeditating and I have been reporting this behavior that they've since made overt and actionable with their conspirators. That's a big one for the FBI, but there is plans upstairs for Monday. Now, I don't know if that's this Monday or the Monday after that. There are also some plans discussed for Saturday. I just speculate that these are to do with the remaining felonies they have yet to perpetrate and or that they're going to add additional counts for, like breaking and entering. Depending on how you count it, it'll be their second or third attempt of that, if that's what their plans for Saturday or Monday. Oh, and they also believe they're going to quote waive the order with me, which is just pretty ironic considering they've been illegally detaining me for over half a year. They have stolen tens of thousands of dollars from me. They currently gladly AMDST and provides further information regarding stuff.
It jumps into another recording there because of Unit 207 or me being sloppy with pressing play. So I'm going to press play. And this is going to read to you the most important police reports. The latest police report today is just about me being a victim. These imbeciles now owing me over $200 million because of criminal actions they perpetrated in the last 24 hours. And the amount literally became double of what it was since I filed the police report at 2 p.m. today. At 2 p.m. today. So pay attention and then go to facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You to read the third police report. These two are far more important from an ethical and moral standard. Today's police report was brought to you by the FBI just to inform you imbeciles of what you already know. Everyone with a law degree already knows. And that is just because of your criminal antics in the last 24 hours, you owe me over $200 million now. Because of your criminal antics in the last 24 hours, you owe me over $200 million now. Because of your criminal antics in the last 24 hours, escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207.
Dun, 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 dun. The precinct of dumbasses. And
I'm 20 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and they're co-conspirators. 1, incorporation of prior filing, all facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025 are hereby incorporated by reference as if only set forth herein. 2, supplemental information subsequent events. The following events transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned formal judicial notice, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, and their continued obstruction of justice. This section details further criminal acts and ongoing conspiracy subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned document on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. Further demonstrating the blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing threat posed by the individuals involved. February 5th, 2025, 11:52 a.m. to 11:58 a.m. PST. Female individual associated with Unit 207 identified as having actively participated in Snohomish and Unit 207 since April 2023 and described as a protege of the woman facing over 80 years in prison, was observed engaging in frantic cellular phone communication. During this period, she actively attempted to prevent me from overhearing her conversation. Based on the context of this ongoing conspiracy, the nature of her actions, and my informed perspective as a designated FBI informant, it is reasonably speculated that this individual was engaged in acts of perjury, further conspiracy to obstruct justice, and or furthering the aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, DCYF. February 5th, 2025, 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m. PST. Male individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in furtive and suspicious behavior, interpreted as an attempt to test the FBI's surveillance capabilities or to provoke a reaction. This behavior is consistent with our ongoing reaction to, quote,
Right there, I'm supposed to pause it. Right there, I'm supposed to pause it. Here's why I'm supposed to pause it.
Here's why.
The FBI would like me to inform you, especially you crooked lady upstairs right now at
Yes, you. She's still up there at 7:25 p.m.
this Friday,
PST this
February
Friday.
7th, 2025.
February 7th.
The FBI would like me to inform you, madame. Madame going to prison. You, yes, you, pay attention. Oh, look, she's sad to stop talking.
Isn't she?
Every time you commit a crime, I'm to send a new police report, invoice, and addendum, lady. Your time is up. Accountability is imminent.
Imminent.
Am I going to write a brand new police report right now at 3:35 to address the crimes you've perpetrated literally since I was last writing and submitting a police report? Yeah, I am, but I'm going to wait for at least 24 hours. Let's see how much you'll owe in the next 24 hours since you already set the bar at over $200 and something million just in the last 24 hours. Remember, everybody, you are personally liable.
Personally
For
liable.
the FBI.
No
For following
immunity.
her unlawful directives, you dumb fucks.
Unlawful
Okay, back to the
directives.
recording.
Catch the FBI, in quotes, as they phrased it, demonstrating a continued disregard for the federal investigation.
And let's make sure this recording is still going.
Regard for the federal investigation.
And let's make sure this recording is still going. It is. That doesn't mean they won't criminally and illegally shut it off later and then cut off over an hour of it, as you have seen in numerous live streams.
Yeah.
A new thing that they've been doing.
Yeah. Verified.
And
You'll be charged for that too.
criminal
Verified.
offenses. Ongoing stalking, hacking, and threats. The individuals associated with Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office continue to actively stalk, hack, and harass me. They have stated as recently as this morning, February 6, 2025, that they are planning to break into my home and detain, arrest, and/or unlawfully commit me. They stated that this will occur either today or by Monday. Premeditated second/third break-in. Individuals in Unit 207 have reiterated their intent to perpetrate a second or third, depending on whether prior attempted entries are included, breaking and entering of my residence. The first instance occurred on January 29, 2025, and involved the exploitation of my disabled sons. The prior attempted illegal entries and stalking, moving of private property to do so, peering into my windows, numbering at least 38 separate instances. The current plans apparently involve the utilization of co-conspirators, including, but not limited to, airtime John Owens and/or Anne Marie Bauer, child abuse and exploitation, the continued involvement of and planned use of my disabled sons in these criminal activities constitutes aggravated child abuse and endangerment. These actions are a direct result of a year-long campaign designed to exploit their disabilities and cause regression and escalation, which has been perpetrated by these individuals and their co-conspirators as outlined in the incorporated documents. They instructed their named co-conspirators Erica Owens and Richard Garcia to perpetrate abuses upon my sons on a weekly basis. To perpetrate abuses upon my sons on a weekly basis, quote, and obstruction. The planned, quote, defenses, end quote, of this criminal enterprise, as articulated in the tort claim filed on August 14, 2024, and incorporated herein, are demonstrably fraudulent and constitute further acts of obstruction of justice. These defenses were conceived prior to many of the overt acts of this conspiracy and are now being pursued in a desperate and illegal attempt to retroactively justify their criminal conduct. They are attempting to make me cooperate with some form of prosecution via coercion of Erica Owens. Their stated motives to the FBI and others continue to be self-serving, protecting their careers, reputations,
And income.
and income has always been a primary concern to them.
A primary concern.
Coordinated, aggravated conspiracy. The entirety of their actions, as detailed, form the basis of a coordinated and aggravated conspiracy to deprive myself and my sons of our civil rights and liberties. 3. Conclusion. The information presented in this addendum, taken in conjunction with the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all previously incorporated documents, paints a damning picture of escalating criminal conduct. The individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrate not only a blatant disregard for the law, but a stubborn commitment to their failing conspiracy.
A stubborn commitment.
Despite clear warnings, despite the weight of evidence accumulating against them.
Accumulating.
And despite the ongoing federal investigation, they persist in their obstruction of justice. Their evidence tampering, their threats, and their unconscionable exploitation of vulnerable children.
Unconscionable.
Their attempts to retroactively fabricate a legal justification for their actions are transparently fraudulent and will not succeed. They continue to dig a deeper hole for themselves. Their recent actions, including the continued plotting, the frantic communications, and the blatant attempts to interfere with this ongoing investigation, are not signs of strength. They are signs of desperation.
Desperation.
The, quote, cycle of subterfuge, end quote, as previously noted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, continues. It is a cycle that is rapidly spiraling toward the inevitable conclusion.
Inevitable.
Full accountability under the law.
Full accountability under the
The
law.
penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Now the FBI wants me to read you the February 4th document that this is an addendum to what I just said. That is significantly longer, so let me scroll down to it. It is now 5:45 a.m. PST. Oh, and you know what? Because of their criminal conduct for the last 24 hours, I need to make sure this is even still recording and that there's audio.
Pausing it there, it's actually 3:44 p.m. PST. I am going to go to the live stream though that has that full report because I was just actually playing one of the prior ones that they tampered with and obstructed earlier today that ran for an hour and 27 minutes and 11 seconds, but that they criminally and illegally cut over an hour off of. Let's see. Here we go. This is the video where the stalking occurred at 12:50. I'm going to fast forward a bit here to try and get to where we just were. And their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings. Oh, I overshot the mark. Let me
And-
rewind it. Also,
Right here?
FYI, it's actually 7:35 p.m. PST, February 7th, 2025.
For this one, I'm going to read it straight off of Facebook, which does
All right,
include,
yep, this is here.
a couple
So
of
it is
sentences.
actually 3:45 p.m.
Just
PST.
kind of
Remember,
letting you know
there
what
was
it
another
is.
police report
Second
that was
police
filed at
report
2.
of 2425 at 10 a.m. Also served on federal felons via email and provided the law clerks at Snohomish Superior Courthouse via email. ADA mandatory filing in any all cases with my legal name, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Law clerks urgent, please and thanks. ADA mandatory file in any all cases with my legal name, please and Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject: aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy. Aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy. Evidence tampering. Child abuse. Child endangerment. Stalking. Harassment. Extortion. Fraud. Civil rights violation. And retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct.
Your actions today constitute
Unit
numerous
2,
counts of the
children.
Class A felony witness tampering
And
according to the
associated
FBI.
individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct. Individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators.
This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents, which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed.
Verified.
Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST. Specifically noting the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum to the declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum in amendment to declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al., 9 days before the second actual kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to evidence regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, acts to obstruct justice such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate the felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025, involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recording. 2. Critical context and ongoing illegal detention. Now I'm reading this verbatim, but I'm actually going to adjust two portions of this part I'm about to read. The date and the length of time I've now been illegally detained. That's the only adjustment I made. As of today's date, Friday, February 7th, 2025, I have been detained within my own homes illegally for 185 days. As of today's date, February 7th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own home for 185 days. Since August 6th, 2024. My front door has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025.
I'm just going to pause it there and say that includes today at 3:51 p.m., Friday, February 7th, 2025. The FBI thinks that part of the reason why they criminally and illegally shut off so many live streams and attempted to criminally and illegally erase an hour, as you saw in many of the superseding live streams, including this live stream, that it was likely to once again obstruct justice in this coordinated, aggravated, no immunity for any of you stupid fucks criminal conspiracy. Verified at 7:42 p.m. Back to the recording.
explicit instructions from the FBI. With the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025, I have not, nor will I, be opening my front door or interacting with anything or anyone illegally left out there or hanging out there to stalk me and to pay me millions of dollars since January 2nd, 2025. It's now February 7th, 2025 at 3:52 p.m. Back to the recording.
It's actually 7:43 p.m. Same thing's true.
Nor will I interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home per FBI directives. 3. Pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and their co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation of my due process rights. It is hereby unequivocally stated that any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, issued in 2024 or 2025, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. Are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. Attempted enforcement part of this criminal. Any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice,
And today, Class
and
A
witness tampering.
witness tampering.
There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders.
Verified.
The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt.
Further evidence of your guilt today, eh?
As previously
Verified.
documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5. Absolute lack of immunity.
Absolute lack.
Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and among all of their co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne-Marie Bauer. There is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me.
Past.
present,
or
or future.
future.
Every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions.
Dude, the Attorney General wants you in prison.
This includes any and all attempts to follow
Unlawful directives.
6. Recent events and further obstruction of justice. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST. The North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29, 2025. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed, and significantly, just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST on that date. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussions suggest it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and/or another co-conspirator, such as Anne-Marie Bauer, for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders with that date. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity.
This is a delusion.
7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date, February 4th, 2025, time 10:08 a.m. PST. And then remember, everybody, today is Friday, February 7th, 2025. It's 5:59 a.m. PST.
It is actually
Remember,
7:50
if this live
p.m.
stream ends for any reason whatsoever without me orally telling you the end time and the commencement of a new live stream in 90 seconds or less, but Unit 207 is responsible, and they've either broken in and kidnapped, unlawfully arrested me, or unlawfully committed me like they've been premeditating and I've been reporting for over a year. And or they decided to add more evidence tampering and obstruction of justice counts to their looming soon-to-be unsealed indictments, something of which they accrued to their looming numerous counts of in the last 94 hours, something of which they accrued to their looming the last 94 hours, something of which they accrued to the image of my living room. Our live streams they criminally and illegally ended. I am only adding selfies of myself going forward from last month to live streams when I personally am ending them. Now let's make sure there is still audio and this is still recording.
That didn't really record properly. It is now 4 p.m. If you look at my YouTube live stream, all of the live stream videos since February 1st and only since February 1st that the imbeciles upstairs have criminally and illegally shut off and begun criminally and illegally erasing over an hour of recording on, as you yourself saw at the beginning of this live stream, will remain with an image of my living room because I didn't end them. From February 1st onward, if I don't end the live stream, you'll know, because not only will I have not told you the end time and that a subsequent live stream will be initiating in 90 seconds or less, but there won't be a picture of me, which will tell you that I don't know the live stream's been cut off at all. And that Unit 207 is either continuing with their premeditated plan to break and enter for an additional count of that to be added to their indictments, and to either kidnap me, illegally and unlawfully arrest me, or illegally and unlawfully commit me
all of which they've been premeditating and I've been reporting for over a year, but which they discussed daily for 19 days before sending my disabled teens they've been abusing for over a year directly and with their co-conspirators who are legally kidnapped to perpetrate that felony in an attempt to circumvent the penalties and to add additional charges like aggravated child abuse and endangerment to all of their indictments.
Verified.
Now, if you missed it, there was another police report filed today. It was served on everybody. It was even served on the Snohomish prosecutor's office via my editing the review from January 17th that's been edited every day since then, that they've required me to file police reports, as well as attaching screenshots of those posts on Facebook. It's also served via email to all of the law clerks. And during that period of time, Unit 207 was busy cutting that live stream and magically erasing an hour of it, and then cutting numerous superseding live streams, all with that same $40 million penalty today. Since today is within 7 days of them rejecting the police reports they rejected this morning before their overt exterior stalking. Now, I did say I believe that I wasn't going to read this, but I am going to read it just so you have it on record. I'm going to read today's police report from 2:27 p.m. PST. That's on Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. But really, the other two are far more important. This one is only important to the people that are members of the bar. They wanted a reaction from the FBI, and the FBI is confident that this reaction will inform them very directly that they are indeed going to prison, and it is indeed the FBI who they've been, quote unquote, fucking with. So here we go. I'm going to read it verbatim as it's written on Facebook.
They know.
2:27 p.m. PST. Oh, let's make sure this recording is still going. 2:27 p.m. PST. Oh, let's make sure this recording is still going. Great. 2:27 p.m. It is currently 4:04 p.m. PST.
It is
So,
currently
per the Facebook
7:55.
2/7/227 p.m. PST. Second addendum to formal
7:55.
judicial notice filed February 7th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST. Original filing, formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violation, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207.
Verified.
And associated individuals, mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. Previous addendum, February 6th, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. 2. Snohomish County Prosecutors, Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors et al. And forwarded to FBI from Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Subject: supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, and incurred penalties. February 7th, 2025. This document serves as a third addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and supplemented on February 6th, 2025. It provides further information regarding subsequent events in the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filings. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and the addendum of February 6th, 2025, and all police reports filed are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events have transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned addenda, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, their continued obstruction of justice, and the accrual of additional financial penalties. A. February 7th, 2025, 12:50 p.m. PST. Individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass by repeatedly and forcefully knocking on my front door. This occurred in the afternoon and was clearly intended to intimidate, harass, and disturb my peace. This action constitutes a renewed and egregious threat, escalating their prior criminal conduct. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the prior rejection of police reports detailing the ongoing conspiracy and threats, this incident incurs a $40 million penalty, as previously invoiced and agreed upon.
Verify.
The February 7th, 2025, 8:48 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct, continuing its brazen and criminal obstruction of justice, rejected two more legitimate police reports. One, the report filed on January 4th, 2025 at 10 a.m. PST. Two, the report filed on February 6th, 2025 at 7 a.m. PST. These rejections are further evidence of the North Everett Precinct's active participation in the criminal conspiracy and their deliberate attempt to shield their officers and co-conspirators from accountability. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the ongoing conspiracy and the subsequent criminal acts documented herein, this act of obstruction incurs a $40 million penalty, as previously invoiced. C. February 7th, 2025, 5 a.m. PST. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing plans to, quote, double down and, quote, wage a war, quote, specifically targeting this coming Monday and or Saturday for further criminal actions against me. This demonstrates a clear and present danger and an escalation of their threats. D. February 6, 2025, just before 4 p.m. PST, a female identified by the FBI as a federal felon visited Unit 207. During this visit, she provided directives to the occupants regarding actions to be taken against me, specifically while I was asleep. This is further evidence of the coordinated nature of the conspiracy and the ongoing planning of criminal acts. E. February 6th and 7th, 2025, multiple live stream terminations. Individuals associated with Unit 207 have on 5 separate occasions since the filing of the first addendum on February 6th, criminally and illegally terminated my YouTube live streams. These acts constitute further evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Each instance of illegal live stream termination incurs a $10 million penalty, as invoiced, without the quadrupling due to the terminations taking place prior to the ongoing obstruction and conspiracy of the North Everett Precinct's deliberate rejection of valid police reports. Keep in mind, this police report was submitted at 2. Since then, they've accrued that fee of $40 million on all of those live streams I showed you at the beginning of this live stream that immediately superseded this one and came directly after their stalking at 12:50. Ongoing pattern of criminality. These recent events are part of a continuous and escalating pattern of criminal behavior that has persisted for over 17 months. The individuals involved have demonstrated a complete disregard for the law, a willingness to exploit vulnerable individuals, including my disabled sons, and a commitment to obstructing justice at every turn. Financial penalties. I reiterate that the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now exceeding 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. 10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. 10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. 10 million per instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. The current actions of the North Everett Precinct in Unit 207, as documented in this report, have incurred an additional 130 million in penalties, 80 million from today's AM and noon crimes, and 50 million for the live stream terminations prior to this report. Conclusion, the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their associated co-conspirators continue to operate with impunity, escalating their criminal activities and demonstrating a blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing federal investigation. Their actions are not only criminal, but also morally reprehensible. This report serves as further documentation of their crimes. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. I demand immediate action to stop the ongoing criminal conspiracy and to hold all those involved accountable for their actions. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 7, 2025, time 1:45 p.m. PST. It is now 4:14 p.m. PST. Nerd Squad, that post is still visible on Facebook as of this moment. Are we still connected to the internet? As of this moment, are we still connected to the internet? We are still connected to the internet, but bear in mind, we now know that the internet we are still connected to the internet. Erase over an hour of footage on all these recordings in an attempt to further obstruct justice, surely to be utilized in their desperate tactics to avoid the looming accountability that is coming their way. They're in the spiral right now. The end of the spiral is full accountability under the law with no immunity for any one of you sacks of shit, aside from the whistleblowers who are themselves a victim.
Verified.
They literally have been assessed to be at risk of retaliation more severe than what I've had to endure, and I've endured everything short of rape and murder and kidnapping of myself.
Verified.
So that tells me there are people whose lives are potentially at risk as far as the FBI is concerned that
Verified.
have blown the whistle.
Verified.
It's 4:15 p.m. I have no intention of ending this live stream until
It is 8:06 p.m. PST, and I did end the preceding live stream, which we were just listening to a recording of, less my updates at the beginning of this live stream. That was per the FBI's instructions. Why did they have me end it and initiate another? I don't know, but I highly suggest that all the imbeciles upstairs stay the fuck away from my door and stop with the live streams.
Nazis.
They were Nazis, dude?
Oh, come on, Donnie. They were threatening castration.
They were Nazis, dude?
Oh, come on, Donnie. They were threatening castration.
They were nihilists, man.
Huh?
They kept saying they believed in nothing.
Nihilists. Fuck me.
I love him so much. Number 2, the man that made the philosophy famous. Friedrich Nietzsche believed that nihilism was a consequence of Christianity's downfall, and if nothing was done to mitigate it, nihilism's corrosive effects would eventually become the greatest crisis in all of human history. And take it easy, drama queen. Number 3, in the 1940s, the philosophy of absurdism was invented by a man named Albert Camus. Camus believed that the paradox between life's innate
Somebody needs to
meaninglessness
tell this guy.
and our ceaseless desire to find meaning in life is what
Camus.
made existence
There's
so
no S.
absurd.
Just keep
And
the
the way
S
we
silent.
cope with that is by facing the absurdity head on and being aware of it at all times. Number 4, around that same time, Jean-Paul Sartre became the first philosopher in history to self-identify as an existentialist. He wrote what is known as the Bible of Existentialism, in which he outlined the main tenets of the philosophy. Life is meaningless, which means we have the freedom to create meaning for ourselves, which in turn also means we are burdened with profound responsibility. Number 5, new info. Recently, existentialism has re-entered mainstream news, specifically as it pertains to increasingly advanced artificial intelligence. Whether or not AI poses an existential crisis to humanity is something everyone seems to be talking about. Question, what's the point in doing anything? Becomes more complicated when it seems like everything you can do, AI can do better, or will be able to do better soon.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
I'm skipping the takeaways because I don't find the takeaways necessary. I get why he does.
Have you played High Five?
He does it for people who are splitting up this podcast and they can't remember what was going on. This podcast, by the way, I said I was going to probably binge it this weekend, and that is my plan as of present. I had sampled at least one episode from this podcast at some point in like the last 2 years, and I wasn't into it. And today I'm into it. So I'm listening to Time Suck with Dan Cummins. It's on Spotify. And that prior episode was episode 420. And this episode is on the Yakuza, the Japanese mafia. They're cool. Good-looking Japanese men, all of whom practice martial arts. And the real ones, you have no idea they're in the Yakuza until you go with them to a bath and they take off their shirt and their pants, and you're like, holy shit, looking at a beautiful mural on their back, shoulders, the backs of their thighs, their buttocks, full body, backside tattoo. Yakuza. Usually beautiful, ornate images that are very traditionally Japanese, like koi and dragons. Anyway, we're going to check out this episode, but I am going to push the fast forward to skip to the next episode to make sure Unit 207 isn't preventing it from moving on to the next episode, because I intend on attempting to get some sleep. And I also think that the imbeciles upstairs have been waiting for that to perpetrate some more crimes or whatever they're doing. I mean, the sheer level of incompetence and willingness to go to prison for a few people that are absolutely going to prison is just truly, it truly is mind-boggling.
Hi-Fi Casino yet? Okay,
so pressing forward.
Have you played Hi-Fi Casino?
Building a business may feel like a big...
Rewinding back to the episode I was on, which was episode 421 on the Yakuza.
Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite Hi-Fi Casino yet? Like Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite live prizes. Hi-Fi Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on Hi-Fi Casino. Best of all, it's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours.
Hey, little federal felons. I'm going to go lay down. Maybe I'll go to sleep. Maybe I won't. I might come back out here because I'll lay back there for like an hour and a half and we'll be able to sleep. Either way, just stop with your bullshit. All you are doing is adding years and years and years to your prison sentences. And for those of you who have blown the whistle, you may be forfeiting your right to immunity. I don't know. If you haven't heard directly from the FBI that you're not, you should assume you are at this point. And then remember, the FBI is expecting more escalation and more felonies from now until the last week of this month. They are expecting that the people that are most excited to put in prison are going to make all of you attempt to join them by perpetrating numerous additional felonies, something you've done a wonderful job of just in the last 24 hours, as whatever you've done today apparently constitutes as a Class A felony of witness tampering. In fact, before I put on this podcast, let's see if we can get any speculation on why that may be. while I was writing that previous police report, Unit 207 criminally and illegally shut off numerous live streams. And then they even went back and retroactively erased an entire hour of recording off of a live stream, which fortunately I was able to get video evidence of in some of the superseding live streams. That being said, the FBI has stated that because of today's and yesterday's antics combined, some of these imbeciles have added Class A witness tampering to their indictments. Can you speculate as to why that would be? Oh, Unit 207 shut it off, all the voice to text, so I'm not going to repeat myself. It doesn't matter. It matters to those of you who are going to prison.
4 hours. Ready to have your own high five moment? Visit high5casino.com. That's high5casino.com. No purchase necessary.
So keep in
Void
mind,
where prohibited by law.
if this
Less than
live
21
stream
years.
ends for any reason without me explicitly telling you the end time and that a new live stream is commencing, that I didn't end it, my door has been closed since January 2nd, aside from the breaking and entering of January 29th, which was recorded because of the 19 days of plotting and premeditating it upstairs. And that I'm either asleep or the recording is still being recorded if they can repeat what they did today, and they're going to criminally and illegally shut it off and erase hours of footage, likely to try and get rid of evidence of what they're trying to pull off still. FYI, if you missed the memo, everything you're trying to pull off, you're going to prison for. This is why you're in this situation, because this is all you've been doing. So why are you all still doing it? That's right. Because those the FBI is most excited to put in prison are so desperate, and you're all so willing to follow unlawful directives.
1 year or older, terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to Nada Yada. Oh, things got heated.
Robin Hood heroes, killer gangsters mafia. It's on their faces or knuckles. Traditional gents, when you see them in Japanese government, calls them boryokudan, meaning violence groups. They call themselves ninkyodantai, meaning chivalrous organizations. And the rest of the world knows them as the Yakuza, the Japanese mafia. At a quick glance, when you see them in public, you can easily mistake most of them for some successful businessmen. Serious-looking dudes wearing designer shoes, tailored suits, stepping out of luxury vehicles. At a closer glance, you might see some scars from innumerable fights on their faces or knuckles. Traditional Japanese tattoos just barely poking out from beneath their sleeves and collar, and a left pinky finger that's a knuckle or two shorter than it's supposed to be. These men are generally successful businessmen, but also they're some of the world's most ruthless and well-organized gangsters, the Yakuza. These organized criminals have been terrorizing Japan for centuries. They're the bane of Japan's national police agency, but also, over their long and storied history, many Japanese have regarded them as champions of common everyday people, people traditionally ignored by Japan's law enforcement, people marginalized in Japan's highly stratified social hierarchy, working class folks whose businesses would have been harassed, their livelihoods destroyed were it not for the Yakuza's protection. Influenced by the ancient honor code of the samurai, the early Yakuza committed crimes against rivals and government enemies, but never the common people. For most of their history, joining the Yakuza meant joining an organization that requires loyalty until death, where punishments are swift and severe, and rivalries frequently turn deadly. Unlike the Italian mafia, the Yakuza operate out in the open. They're even historically registered with the Japanese government as members of what everyone knows is a criminal enterprise. While membership is not outlawed, a lot of what the Yakuza do to make money definitely is. The Yakuza engage in extortion, blackmail, smuggling, sex work, drug trafficking, gambling, loan sharking, arms dealing, and more, and often take that money and launder it through owning legal businesses such as restaurants and bars, trucking and construction companies, talent agencies, taxis, factories, etc., etc. Japanese gang experts have estimated that at its peak in the 1960s, Yakuza membership was around 184,000 people. With stricter laws and increased police crackdowns in recent decades, as well as a shifting perception amongst the younger generation regarding exactly how cool being a member really is, the Yakuza's numbers have declined by more than 50% from their peak, but they're still a very powerful underworld force in Japan and elsewhere. Members are divided up into hundreds of individual gangs, most of which belong to a large crime syndicate or family. The largest family is the Yamaguchi Gumi family, founded in the seaport city of Kobe in 1915. The organization's methods have evolved and adapted over the times, and they will most likely continue to adapt and exist in some capacity for the foreseeable future. This week, we discussed the obscure origins of the Yakuza during Japan's feudal period, how they developed into the gangsters that would eventually infiltrate the highest ranks of Japanese government. We'll also cover their hierarchical structure, initiation, rituals, how they came to be associated with a lot of sweet, sweet tattoos, and more in another organized, true crime, historical, Empire of the Sun edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday and welcome to the Cult of the Curious. I'm Dan Cummins, Suck Wizard, Devil's Lettuce Lover, Spiritual Existentialist, and you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise be to good boy Bojangles, and glory be to Kenny Loggins' wingman and the yacht rock captain himself, Triple M. No announcements today. Let us just learn about some Japanese gangsters. So how are we going to lay out today's information? No idea. After last week's existential episode, I just don't think it matters. Narrative structure? So subjective and arbitrary. It's a social construct. I'm not even sure what language I'll share today's info in. I mean, what even is language, really? Just this collection of sounds we've assigned meaning to, meaning that changes with time. Fucking words, right? What value do they have intrinsically? None. Less true meaning than a fart. At least the sound of a fart is accompanied by a smell that is not subjective. It's going to hit your olfactory senses whether you want it to or not, unless you've lost your sense of smell. Smell affects, regardless of what culture we're a member of, regardless of what language we speak. But is the smell actually objectively bad now that I think about it? Little kids fart, they don't start gagging. No, they're conditioned to believe that farts are bad. If I fart in my dog's face but talk to it in a sweet voice while I do so, it doesn't seem to care. Wags its tail. Fart's positive or negative qualities are merely assigned to it. This crazy reality we construct ourselves. What the fuck am I talking about right now? No, why am I talking at all? Not just smoking weed. Let's just all sit in silence. While I smoke weed, each of us can tell ourselves what we want to know about the Yakuza. Just make it up. Just nothing matters. Kidding, of course. Last week's existential suck did not quite break my mind. I did review some of the footage, and I thought I was talking so much more slowly than I was. It cracks me up that I felt so high. I was useless the rest of the night, but I sounded pretty normal. That's what my friends usually say about me when I'm on something. I had Chris from Big Elixir over at the house a while back. He was sober. He was a DD for his lady. And me and some other people had quite a bit of hallucinogens in our systems. Almost everyone else was acting so weird. And Chris just kept saying to me, how are you still just Dan? He was just disappointed. I don't know. So sorry if the 420 suck was not as different and wild as I thought it would come across as. Hope you loved it, though. I certainly had fun. And we're going to have fun today. And, of course, words do matter, as does the narrative structure. If I want to share what I've learned about the Yakuza with you, which I do, the entire reason I'm here and that you're here. So let's not get too existential this week. Let's fucking focus on Japan's cool-looking, ruthless underworld kings. Start today with an overview of Japan's feudal period, the setting in which the Yakuza first developed, followed by a detailed look at the Yakuza's hierarchical, that word always kills me, hierarchical structure, initiation rituals and other ceremonies, and we'll talk about pinky fingers. Oh boy. The Yakuza are real hard on pinkies. This episode has really made me appreciate still having both my pinky fingers, all the knuckles on. It's nice. Nice not to have to worry about slicing a part of my pinky off if I fuck up at work. After going over all that, we'll head down a timeline of notable events and people in the Yakuza's long storied history. And let's get started, shall we? The legendary samurai once stood alone as the baddest motherfuckers in all of feudal Japan. with the coolest looking armor, I might add. I think samurai armor looks a lot cooler than the earlier armor of Europe's knights. Almost makes a part of me wish I could go back in time and be a samurai, but I'm not so sure I would be a great samurai. I'm pretty sure I would not be one. And if you weren't one of the best samurai, well, you ended up as a dead samurai, missing your head with a great big gash in your gut. And that part doesn't sound cool at all. The samurai started off as provincial warriors, rising to power way back in the 12th century during the beginning of the country's first military dictatorship, which was called a shogunate, and began in 1192 CE. Some sources say 1185 CE, and would last all the way until 1867 or 1868 CE. Sources vary a little bit with those years as well. Samurai means those who serve. Samurai supported the authority of the shogun, Japan's military ruler, and they enabled the shogun to hold power over even the emperor. In this way, the samurai dominated Japanese government and society all the way until the Meiji Restoration of 1868, which ended the country's feudal system. The samurai's honor code, called Bushido, meaning he who smelt it dealt it, still the basic code of conduct for modern Japanese society. I wish Japanese society was based in flatulent ownership, just entirely, but it's not. No, it's based in the way of the warrior. That is Bushido. During Japan's Heian period, which lasted from 794 to 1185 CE, the samurai were armed supporters of wealthy landowners. Many of them left the imperial court in search of better financial prospects after they were prevented from obtaining positions of power by the Fujiwara clan. Fujiwara, they dominated the political scene of the Heian period, many members of this family acting as regents in place of the emperor. During this time, various wealthy landowners exchanged use of their land for military service and loyalty. In the mid-12th century, political power had shifted from the emperor and nobility in Kyoto to the heads of clans on their country estates. The Genpei War, a national civil war which lasted from 1180 to 1185, was fought between the Taira and Minamoto clans, and the war ended with the famous samurai warrior Minamoto no Yoshitsune leading his clan to victory against the Taira. And then Minamoto Yoritomo, the half-brother of Minamoto no Minamoto no Yoshitsune, all these guys have some long-ass names, drove his brother in exile, established a government at Kamokara, a coastal city just south of Tokyo. I feel very confident about Tokyo. This marked the beginning of the Kamakura shogunate. This transition shifted all the political power to the samurai because Yoritomo's authority depended entirely on their strength. Yoritomo elevated warriors devoted to serving him and made the samurai a privileged class in Japan. No one in Japan could call themselves a samurai without his permission. It was an honor he had to bestow, and it was a very great honor. During this new period of the shogunate, military dictators now distributed land to their loyal followers. Estates were supervised by officials called stewards and constables. According to worldhistory.org, unlike in European feudalism, these often hereditary officials, at least initially, did not own land themselves. However, over time, the stewards and constables, operating far from the central government, gained more and more powers, with many of them becoming large landowners, daimyo, in their own right and with their own private armies. They challenged the authority of the shogunate governments. Feudalism as a nationwide system thus broke down, even if the lord-vassal relationship did continue after the medieval period, in the form of samurai offering their services to estate owners. Samurai were influenced by Buddhism, which had been introduced to Japan way back in the 6th century CE. Buddhism appealed to the warriors because of the simple rituals and the belief that salvation comes from within. This was the philosophical background for the Bushido. Bushido emphasizes military skills and fearlessness, as well as frugality, kindness, honesty, and care for family and elders. Samurai also placed great significance on their swords and believed that a man's honor was within his sword. Japan's first shogunate was later weakened by 2 Mongol invasions at the end of the 13th century. Fucking Mongols, disrupting the balance of power all over Asia and much of Europe for centuries. Truly one of history's greatest disruptive forces. Oshigaka Takaoji, a warrior and statesman, used the chaos of these days to launch a massive rebellion. And the Ashikaga shogunate was thus born, based in Kyoto in 1336 CE. For the next 2 centuries, various feudal clans battled for power, sending the country into a state of chaos. After the Owens War of 1467 to 1477, The Ashikaga shogunate was no longer effective, and there was no strong central authority in Japan. That allowed feudal lords and their various samurai warriors to gain more and more power for a long, long time. This period was called the Muromachi period, as the shogunate was based in Kyoto's Muromachi district. Although there was a lot of political chaos, also a golden age for Japanese art. The period of the country at war ended in 1615 then with the unification of Japan under Tokugawa Ieyasu. This marked the beginning of the Tokugawa shogunate, a 250-year period of relative peace and prosperity. The samurai now governed primarily through civil means rather than military force. Tokugawa passed the ordinances for the military houses that required the samurai to train now in both the art of war and Confucian learning. Confucianism was the state's dominant religion during this period. And the principles of Bushido now became the code of conduct, not just for the samurai, but for all of Japanese society. During this time, many samurai laid down their swords, at least more often than they had before, and became bureaucrats or tradesmen instead of paid warriors. But they didn't get rid of their swords entirely. These weapons were still an important symbol of power and honor. Love traditions like that, by the way. A very cool way to fill your life with a lot of meaning. In fact, in 1588, the Japanese government passed laws restricting sword carrying to only the samurai. The samurai had adapted with the times, but were still seen primarily as Japan's finest warriors. And they were now, in a way, honored more than ever before. Their swords and what those swords represented given even more cultural value. But then after a few more centuries, the time of the shogunates collapsed entirely in the mid-19th century for several reasons. One of the main factors in the fall of the shogunate was widespread civil unrest in the peasant class due to famine and poverty. Yep, history has shown us time and time again that when large numbers of the poorest members of society could no longer even afford to eat, the chance for a massive society-shifting revolution is very high, because too many people now have too little to lose. Also in the 19th century, the West is starting to truly and powerfully exert its influence on the once isolated island nation of Japan for the first time. The United States in particular wanted Japan to open up to international trade. And thus Japan signed a treaty with the U.S. in 1858 and soon signed additional treaties with Russia, Britain, France, and Holland as well. This did not set well with many in the traditionally reclusive and isolated nation. It increased dissension towards the shogunate, and now even many loyal samurai called for power to be restored to the emperor. In 1868, the Shoshu and Satsuma clans allied together to overthrow the shogunate, and they announced the restoration of Emperor Meiji, marking the start of the Meiji Restoration. The feudal system was abolished entirely in 1871, and the new army quashed samurai rebellions in the 1870s. And the age of the samurai is now over. During the Meiji Restoration, Shintoism is established as the state religion, and Bushido adopted as the ruling moral code. Shinto is the indigenous religion of Japan, or Shintoism. The name means the way of kami, kami meaning sacred or divine power. It was born in Japan at least as long as 1000 BCE ago. That's a long time ago, my God. Still practiced today by at least 5 million people. The followers of Shintoism believe that spiritual powers exist all throughout the natural world. Shinto is a polytheistic, animistic religion that revolves around supernatural entities called kami. Followers believe that the kami inhabit all things, including forces of nature, prominent landscapes, each river, each tree, each rock, spirit. Kami are worshipped in household shrines and public shrines. Another belief of Shinto is the veneration of ancestors. While there are 2 holy books written in the 8th century CE, books containing myths previously passed down orally, there is no founder, no Bible or Quran or Tanakh equivalent, no strict dogmas. So all of that is the cultural backdrop of Japan. The rise, the fall of the samurai, the establishment of Bushido as the nation's moral code, and out of all that turmoil, out of the turmoil of the age of the samurai ending, but there's still many still wanting to live somewhat like a samurai. Well, now the Yakuza will be born from that. So let's take a look at the structure and activities of the Yakuza now. And a lot of times it's pronounced Yakuza. I like to say Yakuza. Sounds cool to me. Sorry if it's not quite correct. But as I mentioned up top, the official name for the Yakuza used by the police and media is Boryokudan, meaning violent groups. And they're not wrong. They're certainly violent. And as I also mentioned up top, the Yakuza call themselves Ninkyo Dantai, meaning chivalrous organizations. The actual term Yakuza translates to more or less good for nothing. Yakuza can refer to individual people or to an entire group of gangsters. Additionally, the Yakuza engage in operations like gambling, extortion, blackmail. Modern Yakuza also involved in human trafficking, arms smuggling, drug trafficking, loan sharking, sex work. They additionally run a variety of legitimate businesses, again, like restaurants, trucking companies, factories, etc. Generally, these days, the Yakuza have shifted towards white-collar crime and utilize bribes over violence whenever possible. But fuck them over, and you'll very likely see some old-school violence up close and personal. I watched a ton of videos of the Yakuza members where the interviewers will ask them straight up if they've ever killed someone. And when they say they have, like the way they say it, I 100% believe them. One even said that killing someone that you've been ordered to kill is how you move from being an associate of the Yakuza to being, getting an invite to become a full member. Can you kill for them? That's the test of loyalty. The Yakuza consider themselves chivalrous because they have performed innumerable charitable acts throughout their history, like donating and delivering supplies to victims of the 1995 Kobe earthquake, also the Great East Japan earthquake and subsequent tsunami of 2011. But to many, this is like if the mafia, after shaking down small business owners and selling coke to their sons and pimping out their daughters for years and years, then handed out some free bottles of water following a natural disaster. Very much a thank you for the help, but also still go fuck yourself. It's commonly thought that the Yakuza are descended from gangs of Ronin, maskless samurai who became bandits or rogue swords for hire. This is at least partially true. They're also descended from lower-level criminals, from grifters and gamblers from the feudal period. As I mentioned earlier, experts have estimated that at its peak in the 1960s, Yakuza membership was around 184,000. That's so many. By the early 21st century, the numbers decreased to around 80,000, split evenly between full members and associates. Yakuza members are divided up into hundreds of gangs, most of which belong to one of 22 conglomerate groups, also called families. I might refer to these families as clans sometimes as well from time to time. The largest family in the Yakuza is the Yamaguchi Gumi, which was founded in 1915. Other large prominent families include the Inaga Wakai, the Matsubakai, and the Sumi Yoshikai. And these families, widely known to Japanese law enforcement, it is technically not illegal to be a member of the Yakuza, and members do not often try and hide the fact that they are members from authorities. The Yakuza are very open about membership, and until recent years, it was actually normal for their businesses and gang headquarters to have distinct markings or signage letting everyone know, including the police, yeah, this is a Yakuza enterprise. Also, of course, would let random citizens know. Many citizens would not mind at all. They view the Yakuza, still view them oftentimes as a necessary evil, a better alternative than what would rise up, what could rise up in their absence. Violent criminals, yes, but at least for the most part, criminals with a sense of honor, as hypocritical as that might sound. So how are these gangs structured? Well, according to Britannica, similar to that of the Italian mafia, the Yakuza hierarchy is reminiscent of a family. The leader of any gang or conglomerate of Yakuza is known as the Oyuban, boss, literally parent status, or father, and the followers are known as Koban, proteges or apprentices, literally child status. Dad, there's the kids. The rigid hierarchy and discipline are usually matched by a right-wing, ultra-nationalistic ideology. The Oyuban is the godfather of the gang, again, the leader. The Oyuban gives advice, protection, and help, and in return receives the loyalty and service of the Koban, and of course the Koban do whatever he asks them to do to make all of them money. And if you fuck up, he also, of course, can dish out a lot of punishment or even have you killed. This relationship, minus the murder part, based on Japanese tradition. Back in feudal Japan, this Oyuban Koban system was the basis for relationships between teachers and apprentices, or lords and vassals. The Oyuban Koban relationship, also similar to relationships amongst family members in Japan's Uzer patriarchal traditional culture, where the father holds nearly all the authority and has the power to choose both spouses and jobs for his kids. This type of authoritarian father-son dynamic created strong cohesion and devotion in the early days to the Yakuza. A sociologist named Hiroaki Iwai, an expert on criminal groups in Japan, wrote, "New Koban will be expected to act as bullets in fights with other gangs, standing in the front line, facing the guns and swords of the other side, risking his life. On occasion, he will take the blame and go to prison for a crime committed by his Oyuban." Also, just before I even say anything else, how fucking crazy if you were still in like a sword fight today. This still occasionally will happen over Japan. These guys will fucking take a sword out. Like, not often, but like swords will sometimes be used in fights. That's fucking wild. And so, yeah, very much, like how things go down in the mafia or really in any other violent organized criminal syndicate with these relationships. The following, some of the rankings within the Yakuza: president, supreme counselor, chief secretary, rodeo clown, chairman of executive committee, chairman of public morals committee, head of the liaison section, lead vocalist of an AC/DC cover band, head of public relations section, magician's assistant, and chairman of discipline committee. These titles mimic, of course, the Japanese government, but there's also the lead vocalist of an ACD cover band, a magician's assistant, and a rodeo clown, I wish. Obviously, I added those 3 titles, but the rest, legit. Yakuza members typically call each other younger brother or elder brother, equal brother, elder sister, that kind of thing. Elder and younger refers to the order of entering the gang. The members' rank. Each equal brothers have the same rank. An elder sister is a title given to the Oyuban's wife. Underbosses are called wakagoshira. One way to move up in rank is the practice of chigiri, which means killing an individual on the orders of a superior. The killer will then go to prison, usually for 15 to 20 years, sometimes as high as 30 years, and is then granted a high rank when they're released. And that is a hell of a way to get a promotion. According to Kyoto Journal, in structure, ideology, ranking, Oyuban-Koban relationship, and other aspects, the Yakuza society resembles conventional Japanese society. Indeed, it seems to be a crystallized form of a system practiced in a milder way in numerous Japanese organizations and schools of art. The paternalistic structure, the surrogate family, the badges bearing the gang logo, the system of ranking, the business cards, and numerous other signs of belonging are shared by both straight and Yakuza societies. So very much, typical Japanese organization structure. Some Yakuza groups even publish a quarterly magazine that includes a foreword from the Oyuban. Funny. This could be something about the organization's philosophy or an essay about a particular topic like honor or perseverance. The magazine can also include photographs of rituals and parties, a symposium about the group's legitimate businesses, reports on relations with other organizations, nomination certificates, and other articles. Hearing about that for the first time, I immediately imagined some new magazine editor not understanding that this magazine should make the Yakuza look legitimate instead of an honest portrayal. And then he publishes a magazine full of pictures of like dead bodies of gang rivals and various enemies, nude photos of women recently kidnapped, forced into prostitution, stacks of cash, cocaine on a table from recently taking over a rival's drug turf, etc. And there's oh shit, whoops, sorry about that, guys. I forgot that our magazine's actually not supposed to portray things accurately. It's funny to me that they would just publish any kind of magazine. Very different from most organized criminal operations. The Yakuza's openness, part of what makes them distinct from, say, like the Italian mafia. I mean, can you imagine an Italian mafia family putting out a quarterly magazine about just what they've been up to, just on any level? Hey, everybody, it's Polly Breakfast Sausage Spinoli here, bringing you another edition of Forget About It, quarterly quality publication of the Vincenzo crime family. This summer, Tito Birdclaws Albano just got his master's degree in fine arts while waiting to make parole in the Allen Correctional Facility in Pennsylvania. Way to go, Tito! Atta boy! Now, the good news, 4 members of the piece of shit rival Esposito crime family just completely fucking disappeared. Weird. From the Union Drive dockyard in Hoboken, New Jersey. Huh. I wonder what happened to those fucking scumbags. I don't know. But I do know, when you start moving in on Lou Vincenzo's business opportunities, funny things happen. The odds of disappearing increase dramatically. Also heard those guys real scared about whatever happened to them. Maybe ended up in, I don't know, multiple pieces. All chopped up and shit. Stuffed into fucking barrels, dropped into the upper bay somewheres. How did I hear that? Forget about it. Don't even worry about it. Now I really want that publication to exist. Back to the Yakuza. The groups would have signboards called kanban that would bear their name, location, affiliation. The practice of putting up signboards on Yakuza-owned businesses was widely accepted until the late 20th century, when the police began crackdowns on Yakuza activity. When the cops there finally got tired of the gangs blatantly flaunting business assets and often bought with money made from vice. That also just ridiculous to me. Like if you just walking downtown in just any American city, and then there was just a big sign that basically said like, this is the Vincenzo's, fucking accounting, like forget about it, accounting services. Yeah, it's a fucking mob business. What the fuck are you gonna do? Just like blatantly advertising. This is a criminal enterprise. Individual Yakuza members also would carry business cards, may still do until at least 10 years ago they were doing this. That would announce their umbrella organization, direct branch, rank, and office address and phone number. Love that they have offices. Very funny for me to picture some dude who's just, I don't know, beat the fuck out of some bar owner for not paying their protection money the day before, taking a sword to some dude who just killed some guy for roughing up a sex worker who works at an underground Yakuza brothel. And then he's just going in on like Monday morning to some stereotypical office, standing under drop-down fucking ceiling panels with fluorescent lights, filling up his hydro flask at the water cooler, reminding his administrative assistant, would you please stop heating up fish in the microwave, for fuck's sake? It stinks up the entire office. Dealing with the regular mundane shit most of the rest of us deal with. Now let's get some inside direct info on the Yakuza. Last year in 2023, Insider.com interviewed Yoyama Shina, a former Yakuza gang boss. This dude looked like a badass. I watched his old video. He just all of the Yakuza guys I saw interviewed just so poised, very disciplined, very calm energy, which I found odd. Sheena, I guess, maybe it shouldn't be on. They've seen so much shit. Why would they even be slightly nervous about a fucking interview? Like, they've literally killed people. Sheena was arrested 11 times. All his arrests seemed to be gang related. He served 8 years in prison before leaving his Yakuza family. That he joined the Yakuza when he was just 18 years old, left in 2012, current age not given in the interview. He shed some light on Yakuza ceremonies and practices in a video viewed almost 7 million times on YouTube in less than a year and a half. He said, at some point in time, the Yakuza virtues have changed in violence, duty, and status. And today, the condition for getting promoted is only defined by how much money you're making. Yeah, he definitely seemed to feel throughout this interview that like the sense of honor is declining in the Yakuza. He said the Yakuza organization is already in a state of decline. The number of criminals never decreases, but the people who were in the Yakuza up until now quit the organization to then commit other crimes. Thus, having rules is futile. I think it is inevitable that the current young generation has no interest in the Yakuza. In the past, there was a time when the Yakuza was at its peak, had a very cool image. I believe there are people who are doing their best to keep living as a Yakuza, but there are more people who aren't living like a Yakuza. Interesting, same amount of people per capita committing crime, as ever, but not as many wanted to join up with the gang, full of, a lot of rigid tradition and rules. Shinya said he joined the Yakuza because he was working as a carpenter, developed heart and back problems, and I like how he phrases it. Then he wanted to start a career in finance, and so he became a loan shark. I mean, I guess technically that is a career in finance. Robbing banks, could also, I guess, qualify as a financial career. I work in finance, so could money laundering, printing counterfeit money. A lot of ways to work in finance. After starting his finance career, Shinya met his boss, was initiated into a Yakuza gang. In order to be initiated, you must participate in a ceremony, very special old ceremony called Sakazuki. You do this with the boss, where you're given a cup filled with sake. The boss is given a cup filled with a lot more sake. Each drink 3 ceremonial sips, which signifies that you are an official subordinate of that particular boss. You'll be loyal to him and only him for life, or until you are allowed to leave the ways of the Yakuza behind forever, if you're allowed to leave. After your initiation, you must register your name with the organization. This means that the police will know your name, and you are marked as an affiliate in their files. It's so funny to me that at least as recently as a decade ago, when this guy was still in the group, they didn't hide the fact at all that they were in a gang. Literally would register with the authorities. Yep, I'm a gangster. Not going to tell you exactly what type of criminal shit I'm going to get into, other than I work in finance. Wink, wink. Best of luck to you in regards to catching me. Probably not going to happen. Have a nice day. Authors David Kaplan, Alec Dubrow, elaborate on this ritual further in their book Yakuza, Japan's Criminal Underworld, one of the sources for this week's research. David Kaplan is an investigative journalist from Washington, D.C., the former director of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. It's a big deal. He's also the chief investigative correspondent for U.S. News and World Report. Alec Dubrow, on the other hand, is a fucking idiot who can't spell his own name. But he's pretty good at drawing stick figures with crayons, and he is, most importantly, David's wife's little brother. And he was unemployed and needed something to do. No, I don't know. No, Alec wrote for Rolling Stone and other music publications in the 60s. He's also established. He's written hundreds of newspaper, magazine articles since, also scripts, speeches, reports, campaign materials, even comic books. These guys said that this ceremonial exchange of sake cups symbolizes a blood connection between gang members. Ceremony is often performed in front of a Shinto shrine. The amount of sake poured into the cup has significance. If participants are brother and brother, if they're equals, equal amounts are poured into each cup. Maybe if there's a ceremony where multiple people are being inducted at the same time. If the participants are younger brothers and older brothers, the older brother's cup is filled 6/10 full, younger brother's cup 4/10 full. If you're the fucking boss, you have a completely full cup to the brim. According to sociologist Hiroaki Iwai, brought him up earlier, all members of the organization attend the initiation. Rice, whole fish, piles of salt are placed into the Shinto shrine, and the Oyuban and Koban sit in front of the shrine facing each other. Other gang members arrange the fish and fill the drinking cups, adding fish scales and salt to the sake. Oh, yum! Oh, you can't enjoy some sake without some tasty-ass fish scales. That's what I'm always complaining about at home, like with Lindsay's cooking. I'm like, why can't you just fucking throw some more fish scales in this? Yeah, no, it's a fine steak. You could use some fish scales, though. The Koban is told, having drunk from the Oyuban's cup and he from yours, you now owe loyalty to the Ika, the family, and devotion to your Oyuban. Even should your wife and children starve, even at the cost of your life, your duty is now to the Ika and Oyuban, right? Like first and foremost. Another variation of the pledge is, from now on, you have no other occupation until the day you die. The Oyuban is your only parent. Follow him through fire and flood. That's intense. Yeah, traditionally devotion, most important within the Yakuza. Former member Yuyama Shinya made the observation of how funny it is that an organization made up of a bunch of criminals, people who traditionally struggle with structure, obedience, and following rules, end up joining this massive organization built on structure, obedience, and following rules. Jacob Raz wrote in a piece for the Kyoto Journal about joining the Yakuza. Sakazuki, the cup exchange, is the most important ritual in the Yakuza world. Although declining in frequency in recent years, it still most fully expresses the spirit of the Yakuza, the will and determination of the members to strengthen the bonds of the organization, and the complexity of the rank and function of relationship. The ritual is highly theatrical, elaborate, and a symbolic event, somewhat resembling a Shinto wedding ceremony. A great deal of meticulous preparation goes into Sakazuki. It is performed most solemnly, emphasizing religious elements such as purification. All participants use highly stylized language, otherwise unheard in these circles. The ritual is followed with a boisterous, licentious feast. In between, there is a visit to the local hot spring, where elaborate full-body tattoos are exposed to both fellow members and the occasional straight customers, to the great anxiety of the latter. Because there are now police restrictions on this ritual, the time and location are often kept secret to the very last moment. All right, before moving forward, let's talk about tattoos and the Yakuza, since the image of the Yakuza gangster is so closely associated with someone being tattooed everywhere, essentially except for their hands and face. And not just tattooed, but tattooed in the traditional Japanese style. And also, time for today's first of two mid-show sponsor breaks. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Nurturing. Someone who helps take care of the people in their life. Like when Lindsay brought me a splint on our second date because she knew one of my fingers was probably broken. Hardworking and responsible. Someone who takes her job seriously and does it well. I loved hearing about how Lindsay kept getting hired by the same producers over and over for years. They clearly respected her. These are two of many, many green flags I saw when I met my wife. We often hear about the red flags we should avoid, but what if we focus more on looking for green flags in friends and partners? If you're not sure what they look like, therapy can help you identify green flags, actively practice them in your relationships, and embody the green flag energy yourself. Whether you're dating, married, building a friendship, or just working on yourself, it's time to form relationships that love you back. BetterHelp is fully online, making therapy affordable and convenient, serving over 5 million people worldwide. Access a diverse network of more than 30,000 credentialed therapists with a wide range of specialties. Easily switch therapists anytime at no extra cost. Discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/timesuck to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timesuck. Let's talk about jewelry. Do you like yourself some shinies, as my wife Lindsay likes to call them? There's something magical about gold, silver, and jewels, isn't there? Jewelry has enchanted humanity since long before the written word. So many of us for centuries and centuries have loved the way it makes us feel, the memories it holds, the stories it tells. But when it comes to buying jewelry, Stress too often replaces joy. If you want to make buying jewelry feel as good as wearing it, go to BlueNile.com. At Blue Nile, you'll find thousands of independently graded diamonds and fine jewelry pieces at prices below your expectations. Want to learn more about a particular piece? Blue Nile's jewelry experts are ready 24/7 via phone or chat. From tech specs to budget recs, they're here to help you find a piece you'll feel great about yourself or someone else. A friend of mine recently bought their fiance a diamond pendant necklace, and thanks to Blue Nile's option for lab-grown diamonds and using the chat feature on the website, they were able to get a rock without breaking the bank. She actually cried when she got it. She loved it so much. What a special memory for them both. Experience the ease and convenience of shopping Blue Nile, the original online jeweler. Go to BlueNile.com today. That's BlueNile.com. Everyone who's ever done stand-up comedy knows not every joke delivers. I've bombed so hard a few times out on tour over the years that the club owners thought I was actually trying to not be funny. I wasn't. Ouch. Luckily, Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better design shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. Their razors are equipped with German-engineered blades, crafted in their own factory, and designed to stay sharp longer. Harry's has the highest customer satisfaction in the shaving industry, plus a no-risk trial. Don't like your shave? No worries. It's on them. And they make a lot more than razors. I love their antiperspirant, one of the very, very few brands out there that doesn't irritate my skin, but also controls my BO. Try the redwood or the stone scent, my two faves. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/timesuck. That's harrys.com/timesuck for a $3 trial set. Research shows, and you know I love research, that a major challenge for employers is the pressure to hire quickly, especially given how time-consuming it is to find and review candidates. Well, if you're an employer who can relate, here's a question for you. Have you tried ZipRecruiter yet? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, so you don't waste time or money. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. A buddy of mine who runs an insurance agency had a few people quit around the same time, and it left him in a really stressful bind. Luckily, he was able to replace them, and quickly within the week through ZipRecruiter. And it's looking like they'll be even better than the agency lost. So relax, employers, and let ZipRecruiter speed up your hiring. See for yourself. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/timesuck right now and try it for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture-perfect sunset, or a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/timesuck. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Thanks for listening to those ads. If you don't want to hear more, get the entire catalog ad-free and more by signing up to be a Spacer on Patreon for $5 a month. And now let's learn a bit about traditional Japanese tattooing, which ended up being so closely identified with the Yakuza. Irazumi is the Japanese word for tattoo, meaning inserting ink. And in the West, it's used to refer to the traditional Japanese style of tattooing. Irazumi has been around for a long time. Tattooing for spiritual and decorative purposes in Japan is thought by some historians, by many actually, to extend back to at least around 10,000 BCE on the Japanese archipelago. I don't know what I was trying to say there. It's like, the Japanese archipelago. In the Yayoi period, between 300 BCE and 300 CE, tattoo designs were observed and remarked upon by Chinese visitors to the Japanese island of Kyushu. Such designs were thought to have spiritual significance as well as functioning as a status symbol. In the 3rd century CE, one Chinese observer wrote about Japanese tattoos. Men both great and small tattoo their faces and work designs upon their bodies. Sometime between 300 CE and 600 CE, outside of the indigenous Ainu people's culture, an aboriginal population of northernmost Japan, tattoos began to take on a largely negative connotation. Instead of being used for ritual or status purposes, tattoos began to be placed on criminals as a punishment to mark them, like a scarlet letter. So you'd know that if you saw someone with tattoos, oh, buddy, they were a naughty boy or girl who refuses to go pee-pee on the potty, or something like that, mostly. Mostly you'd know they were naughty. Next time you see somebody with a lot of tattoos, if you're worried about them, you're not sure where they stand morally, I think you should ask them. Hey, are you a good boy or girl who goes pee on a potty? You know, are you naughty? They'll love it. Oh, they'll love it. You definitely won't have just made things unnecessarily super weird and awkward. Until the Edo period, from 1603 to 1867 CE, the role of tattoos in Japanese society did fluctuate quite a bit. While tattooed marks were still frequently used as punishments, minor fads for decorative tattoos, some featuring designs that would be completed only when lovers' hands were joined. That's pretty badass. Also came and went out of style. During this period, there was something literally called the Irizumi Kei, the tattoo punishment as well. It was a criminal penalty where the location of the tattoo you would be forced to get was determined by your crime. For example, thieves were tattooed on the arm, murderers on the head, the shape of the tattoo based on where the crime occurred. But it was also during the Edo period when Japanese decorative tattooing began to develop into the advanced and gorgeous art form it is known as today. The impetus for the development of Irizumi into a true art form in Japan was the development of the art of woodblock printing, alongside the release of the popular Chinese novel Suikoden in 1757 in Japan. Though the novel dates back several centuries before this, 1757 marked the release of the first Japanese edition. Suikoden, a tale of rebel courage and manly bravery, was illustrated with lavish woodblock prints showing men in heroic scenes, their bodies decorated with dragons, and other mythical beasts, flowers, ferocious tigers, religious images. The novel was an immediate and massive success, creating a huge demand for the type of tattoos seen in the woodblock illustrations. Thanks largely initially to this novel, there was a rise in the number of woodblock artists in Japan. These artists began to also practice tattooing, since tattooing used many of the same tools used for woodblock printing, such as chisels, gouges, most importantly, a unique type of ink known as Nara ink or Nara black, which turns blue-green under the skin. There is some academic debate over who wore these new elaborate tattoos initially. Some scholars say it was just the lower classes who flaunted these tattoos. Others claim that wealthy merchants, barred by law actually from flaunting their wealth, would wear expensive Irizumi under their clothes. It is known for certain that Irizumi became associated with firemen who would wear them as a form of spiritual protection. That's pretty cool. Then during the early years of the Meiji period, which began in 1868, Japan had now opened its borders to the west. The Japanese government, maybe a little overly worried about its image and desperate to make a good first impression in the face of its new international status, outlawed tattooing in 1872, with Irizumi now becoming more associated with criminality than ever. Nevertheless, many foreigners, fascinated with the unique skills of Japanese tattoo artists, traveled to Japan with the express intention of being tattooed there, and traditional tattooing continued, just went underground, which honestly made it a lot fucking cooler. Gave the artist dishing these out and the clients getting them more street cred. I'm sure people had to pay more for them now. Artists who could get away with it made more. Tattooing wouldn't again become legal in Japan until 1948, when the practice was legalized by Japan's occupational government. By this time in Japan's mainstream culture, tattoos firmly are associated with not just criminals, but with the Yakuza primarily. And a variety of businesses, such as a lot of bathhouses, would not let customers with tattoos in. Did not want to deal with gangsters. Backing up now to firmly connect all this with the Yakuza again, known for tattooing their entire bodies, excluding their hands and faces. By the late 17th century, it was common for various gangsters and gamblers and other criminals to tattoo their entire bodies. This tradition begins. Or again, have tattoos forced on them as a punishment, as I mentioned. Laborers who worked with most of their bodies exposed would also often voluntarily tattoo themselves. Sex workers would often get tattoos to look a little more exotic, a little sexier, a little bit naughty. Hey, Lucifina, sexy woman plus tattoos? Yes, please. My wife Lindsay has several tattoos, but she worries about getting too many. Worries that might make her look trashy or something. I always tell her, I am not going to be upset about it. I wouldn't care if she had literally 90% of her whole body tattooed. It's all about the kinds of tattoos from you mixed in with the person. Some people can pull off being covered, some can't. Some people can pull off face tattoos, some can't. And I'm not sure why, but there's something especially sexy about a woman getting Irizumi tattoos, right? Tattoos of dragons, koi fish, samurais with swords drawn, geisha girls, that kind of shit. Love it. And why are big back and thigh pieces so fucking hot? Now I'm getting distracted. Get out of here, Lucifina. In the early days of the Yakuza, tattooing was considered a test of strength because traditional tattooing involves a tool tipped with small needles that is punched into the skin over and over. Full back tattoo using this process could take up to 100 hours. That is fucking torture. I've been having a full back piece worked on for the past 2 years or so. Very detailed. I'm also covering up several other old back tattoos, so I need a lot of ink. I'm about 20 to 25 hours in, with probably 10 to 15 hours to go, and it fucking sucks. Every time I get a 5 to 6 hour session, it takes a good 2 weeks to fully heal. It's a bit harder to sleep, little flakes of dried ink all over the sheets, feel like I have a cold, wear black shirts for a few days, you know, in case it bleeds. Can't wear second skin for more than a day or two because my back moves too much and won't stay on. And while I'm getting it done, the last hour or so of the session, holy shit, does my back feel tender. And getting hammered with old school traditional needles, from what I understand, hurts a lot more than a modern tattoo gun. And those gangsters oftentimes would have long sessions, 8 to 10 hours at a time. And they would not have, they didn't get like lidocaine numbing cream and sprays, no second skin to help with healing. And all that actually made tattoos more appealing to these gangsters. It was a sign of fucking strength, toughness. Japanese gamblers, gangsters had massive tattoos, show their courage, masculinity, distinguish themselves from the rest of the world. Not only would they get a lot of ink, right? They would make a point to act like it didn't hurt a bit while they're getting it. Real machismo, testosterone, samurai, warrior culture shit. Also, while they do get a lot of ink, they typically would not get their face and hands done. Most Yakuza members keep their tattoos private, so they can't be seen above the collars or cuffs of their nice suits. They still want to be able to blend into respectable society when they wear a nice suit. Which reminds me of Batman randomly, but kind of in reverse. Like if you saw Bruce Wayne during the day, you'd never think he was one of the baddest motherfuckers in Gotham City. Like a real ass kicker. You'd just think he was a wealthy businessman, you know, which he also was. But then he puts on the bat suit, starts laying down the paint on some fools. He's a whole new dude, you know, living with these dual personas. Similarly, if you saw a member of the Yakuza out and about, especially a high-ranking member, you would just think they were a successful and wealthy businessman, pulling up in a Bentley or whatever, wearing a tailored Armani suit. But they take off that suit, they got a different kind of suit on underneath. It's all gangster. Let me remind you, they're not only good with money, they're good with violence. These gangsters do occasionally show their ink off at public baths or beaches. Signifies their membership to everyone around them. That makes a lot of fucking people nervous. 2017, Vice spoke with Yoshiro Nakano, a.k.a. Horiyoshi III, a Yokohama-based full-body tattoo artist and legend in the Japanese tattoo world, and a dude who's done a lot of work on a lot of high-ranking members of the Yakuza. And Horiyoshi said, well, actually a lot of shit that somewhat contradicts what most articles will say on the history of and meaning of traditional Japanese tattoos and their association with the underworld. He said in Japan, these symbols hold deep connotations. Criminality doesn't interest us. Neither does plastic imitation. Neither does plastic intimidation. Not sure what he means by that. We don't get tattoos to show off masculinity. A lot of our designs contain a scene from a story. If you wear the symbol of punishment as a tattoo, it's not cool because it means you got arrested for something small. In the Edo period, if you committed a serious crime, you would have your head cut off. It's weird talking about what's cool when we talk about crime. He also touched on why some people conceal their tattoos, saying tattoo culture in Japan is still taboo. But that's why the culture is beautiful. Fireflies can only be seen at night. Their beauty is only visible at night. It isn't appreciated in daylight. When something becomes a fashion, it isn't fascinating anymore. In Western culture, it might just be fashion or trendy. But in Japan, we appreciate tattoos you can't see. And that's why we think they're beautiful, because it's hidden. Japanese culture is about being in the shadows. That's some dope-ass quotes. I love the line, fireflies can only be seen at night. Maybe that's why I think certain tattoos on certain women are so sexy, right? Not everybody gets to see them. At least not all of them. There's some fun mystery there. Something special about being shown something hidden, beautiful design. Maybe that's part of why I think Yakuza dudes with their tattoos look so badass. There's some fun mystery there with you know, what they're covering up. All right, I think that kind of covers the association between tattoos and the Yakuza well enough. So let's move on. But I do highly suggest just Google like you know, these traditional Japanese tattoos. Oh my gosh, I can't remember now. I've said it a bunch of times. I have to scroll back through my notes to remember the actual word you got to put in there. Oh my God, why is it so far up there in my notes that I said? I started scrolling. I didn't think this would take so long. There we go. Irezumi. It's Irezumi. Just take a little look online on your phone or whatever, and they are just beautiful tattoos. Really, really cool designs, like the traditional style, the artists over in Japan who do them the best. I mean, yeah, they just look fucking incredible. Okay, I think I'm about caught up now with where I was when I tried to jump back there quickly and didn't do that. Referring back to the interview With former member Uyama Sheena, let's learn more about daily interactions between lower-level gangsters and their crime bosses. Sheena said, basically, when meeting the boss, the door to his house is always open. Sometimes you would just walk into the door when you wish, while in other cases you can be summoned to come. Members usually meet with their boss either once a week or once a month to report on different matters. Members are also expected to speak to their supervisors on the phone once in the morning and once in the evening to confirm they haven't been arrested and that they accomplished whatever task they were assigned that day. The head chief then passes his info on to the gang chief. It is unforgivable to disobey the gang chief, but it does happen, and there are punishments that serve as a form of forgiveness and allow a member to maintain their position in the gang. According to Shinya, the boss will occasionally discipline subordinates in a manner of their choosing. His particular boss had a short temper, and he said if he used drugs or he did something else that was forbidden, he would get the shit kicked out of him. The punishment most associated with the Yakuza is a practice called yobitsume. Yeah, yobitsume. A way to redeem oneself by cutting off part of the pinky finger on your left hand. Very specific punishment. If you watch a video of a bunch of Yakuza, or look at photos online of Yakuza, pay attention to their hands, their left hand specifically. See how many of them are missing a part of their pinky finger. It's fucking crazy. This tradition comes from the time when samurai regularly carried katana swords, the pinky, very important for maintaining control of the sword. So removing the pinky represents a loss of control. Shinya carried out yobitsume on himself after he lied to his gang boss. He felt so guilty that he cut off part of his pinky finger. Like, he didn't even get caught. He just did it before he got caught, or in case he got caught. Cut off part of his pinky finger down to the first knuckle, brought in that little bit of his finger to his boss, all wrapped up in cloth as an apology. Only 20 years old at the time. Shinya said there are two types of pain. It hurts when you're told by your superiors to cut it off. But it doesn't hurt when you feel bad about something and cut it off yourself, because there's a lot of adrenaline kicking in from the remorse you feel by having to bring them your finger. I think it would hurt both ways personally. I'm guessing if I did it myself, because I felt bad, it would still hurt. But okay. Shinya said that some bosses keep the severed fingers of the men working for them beneath them in their offices, or like the men working beneath them in their offices. Will keep them in freezers, keep in altars, bury them sometimes under trees near a Shinto shrine. Keeping fucking severed fingertips in the office is wild. Imagine going in for a meeting with your boss and they have a jar of rotting fingertips on their desk. That would add a lot of extra stress to performance reviews. Hey, dude. Just nods over towards the pinky jar. I really need you to step it up on the Remington project. It finishes on time, right? Comprende? Or, just makes a little slicing motion on his pinky with what looks like a very sharp knife. If a member commits another serious infraction, the second joint of the pinky will now need to be amputated. After that, the top of another finger gets cut off. And if you have no fingers left to slice, well, that'll never happen. Because if you have to keep lopping off fingers, you clearly fucking suck. Being a gang member. You see a Yakuza dude missing several fingers, that guy has a hard time not fucking up. That guy's forgetful. He's about to be out of the gang. Yobitsume is the last step before a member is kicked out of the gang. One 1993 survey by the Japanese government found that 45% of Yakuza members at that time had severed finger joints, and that 15% performed the act at least twice. Essentially, half of these dudes had chopped off a part of the finger. Also, big drop from guys who cut off one fingertip to guys who cut off more than that. That goes to show how effective this is, right? You have to cut off part of your finger as opposed to just saying like, oh, sorry about that. Definitely going to be a more effective deterrent towards fucking up again, right? Like you lose your keys, and as punishment, you have to cut off part of your fucking finger. You're probably not going to lose your keys again. Every time you look at your hand, go to grab something, you're like, God damn it, I can't ever lose my keys again. Shit. Sheena also went over some of the rules members have to follow. There's not that many. They sound kind of vague, but I guess they encompass so much. Loyalty is like the most important rule. Yakuza members loyal to their boss and group, forbidden from hiding money from the group, or forbidden from going to police, testifying against a fellow member, like don't ever be a rat. That's a good way to end up dead. You should also not commit petty crimes, such as shoplifting, stealing from regular, everyday people. That's another big rule. Don't commit stupid crimes. Don't commit crimes against this common working man. No drugs is another rule. Not allowed to use drugs until recent decades. When the Yakuza moved into the drug trade, you were also not allowed to sell drugs. Some still adhere to this. Respect, another big rule. Yakuza members to be respectful to all those who do not work against them and those who do not disrespect them. And finally, no infighting. Yakuza members forbidden from disrupting the harmony of the game. Again, not that many rules, but they're broad rules that I'm sure can be interpreted in a lot of ways to cover, so much of what you're not allowed to do. According to authors Kaplan and Dubrow, Yakuza ethics and rules have always been influenced by the Bushido, way of the warrior. They prove their manliness by enduring pain, hunger, and imprisonment, by living with honor, a violent death, a life lost while helping defend one's gang family, viewed as highly honorable. The Yakuza also follow the concept of giri and ninjo, which have a strong impact on Japanese society. More broad, vague terms here, but with a lot of unwritten rules underneath them, I'm sure. Giri means obligation or a strong sense of duty. Ninjo means human feeling or emotion, interpreted as generosity towards the weak and disadvantaged. So how is it possible to live by these ethical, moral codes, but also make your money through crime? Well, I'm not sure it is always possible to do both, but it seems like a lot of these guys do try in certain ways. Yu Yamashina explained some of the ways Yakuza make money. Shinya said that if you ask the Yakuza for help, they will assist you. Then he says, quote, but after that, things become difficult. They start saying that since they helped you at the time, you must pay back for the aid you got. So like with most gifts in life, there are strings attached, heavy strings in this case. Some people will try to disappear without paying the Yakuza back. It doesn't sound like it works out real well for them most of the time. Shinya claimed that in his gang, this one dude who ran away without paying his debts was later found. And then for his punishment, he was sold as a slave for 3 million yen, about 20,000 US dollars, sent to a different country where his master was able to do whatever the fuck he wanted to him. Yikes. Jesus. Yakuza make a lot of their money through security arrangements with clubs and bars. So, protection rackets, just like the Italian mafia in America. Pay us this much money a month. We will protect you from people exactly like us. One little shakedown. Club owners who are protected can call the Yakuza when drunk or rowdy customers are causing trouble, and they'll swing by and fix shit, which is great. But what if the Yakuza themselves are causing the trouble? Then who do you call? This income stream avenue has dried up more in recent years as the police have become more active in protecting small businesses and fighting back against the Yakuza. This is just very recent. The most profitable industry now is trafficking drugs, but some Yakuza gangs still won't do this due to a tradition of staying away from drugs. Another profitable venture is arms smuggling. Guns are illegal for any private citizens to own in Japan, but the Yakuza are able to smuggle them into the country, obviously use them themselves, but also sell them. Shinya explained that most members have multiple streams of income. For example, he said he had some sort of business that involved sex work, so he was some type of pimp, and he made money through blackmail, possibly related to his pimp game. Then he used money from that to fund a legitimate construction business, or at least quasi-legitimate, strongly assuming he laundered a lot of sex work and blackmail money through the construction company. He said he made at least 4 million yen per month, which actually sounds like more than it is. It's the equivalent currently of a little over 14,000 US dollars a month. Not a crazy amount, but he was just one gangster of many in his Yakuza family. And they're all funneling a lot of this money up to the top. In order to keep law enforcement off their backs, the Yakuza bribe public officials, the police, also get their own members hired by the police, or elected or appointed into political positions when possible. All right, now that we know a bit more about how the Yakuza work, let's enter our timeline of their mysterious origins, infamous leaders, and most notable events. Right after today's second of two mid-show sponsor breaks. The big game is almost here, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last football game of the season with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the big game. Prize Picks is also giving away a free pick for the big game, where one of the starting quarterbacks will only need to throw 1 yard to win. If you're correct on at least one more stat projection, you can win real cash. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, and Florida. Join over 10 million members and sign up today. The big game in New Orleans is going to be so big this year. I wish I could be there live for it. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. So many weapons. I'm picking Saquon Barkley for over 113.5 yards rushing. He has been unstoppable this year. And I'm picking Travis Kelce to bounce back from a quiet AFC Championship game and catch for more than 64.5 yards receiving. Who do you have? Download the app today and use code TIMESUP to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup using code TIMESUP. Prize Picks. Run your game. Hey, how good do you smell right now? Like a field of sun-kissed lavender right after a warm spring rain? Like a forest nymph slathered in vanilla-scented lotion sitting inside a ring of cinnamon-scented candles? Or more like a dead skunk next to a pile of burning tires? Or like an old gym sock full of sauerkraut and rotting potatoes? Sure, maybe your armpits smell good. What about the rest of you? What about, well, your special fun bits that have been stewing in a crock pot of sweat and bacteria under your desk for the past 4 hours? How about you do yourself and everyone in sniffing and or gagging range of you a favor and you tackle whole body odor with Dove Men Plus Care Whole Body Deo Spray. Dove Men Whole Body Deo defends against all your odor zones, from pits, privates, to feet. With long-lasting 72-hour odor protection, you'll be covered from morning kickoff through triple overtime. Dove Men Whole Body Deo goes on instantly dry with an aluminum-free vitamin E infused formula. Tighten up defense against those odor zones this season. Find Dove Men Whole Body Deo at Walmart today. Hey, meat sacks, I'm talking about language again. As you set resolutions for 2025, consider how learning a new language can enrich your life. Rosetta Stone has been a leader in language education for over 3 decades, with millions of satisfied users worldwide. With courses in 25 languages, including Spanish, French, German, and more, you can choose a language to learn that unlocks new places, connections, and experiences. Rosetta Stone's immersive approach means no English translations. Learn to think in your new language from day one. Lindsay and I have been working on our Spanish. Y estamos mejorando todo el tiempo, emocionado de hablar español en Costa Rica este año. Start the new year off with a resolution you can reach. Today, Time Suck with Dan Cummins listeners can take advantage of Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/timesuck. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life at rosettastone.com/timesuck today. Thanks for listening to those sponsors. And now, how about I hit that old timeline button?
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time suck timeline.
It is commonly accepted that the Yakuza originated during the early years of the Edo period, a period which began in 1603. The Yakuza evolved from a few groups, small-time outlaws, gamblers, and gangsters in feudal Japan. According to Kaplan and Dubro's book, Yakuza, Japan's criminal underworld, to the commoners of feudal Japan, they were known as Kabuko Mono, the crazy ones. And as early as 1612, they began attracting the attention of local officials. Like rebels of a more recent era, they wore outlandish costumes and strange haircuts. Their behavior was often equally bizarre. At their sides hung remarkably long swords that nearly trailed along the ground as the outlaws swaggered the streets of old Japan. Terrorizing the defenseless townspeople almost at will, these outlaws were not above using them to practice tujigiri, a hideous rite in which a samurai would waylay a passerby just to test out a new blade. Just fucking slicing some unarmed stranger down just to make sure your new sword is sharp enough for battle. That is cold-blooded and ridiculous. And I think we talked about that in the samurai episode I did a while back. Imagine losing your dad that way. Wait, what? How did your dad die? Some guy just testing a new sword out. He's walking by carrying a basket of apples, and dad just got his head chopped off. At least he didn't die in vain, I guess. I heard the guy was, super happy about how sharp his new sword was. The Kabuko Mono were the crime gangs of medieval Japan. They were also called Hatamoto Yako, meaning the servants of the shogun. They called themselves things like the All Gods Gang. They swore loyalty to their group over their own families, right? Very typical gang mentality. In the 17th century, during the peaceful Tokugawa shogunates, up to 500,000 samurai were unemployed and restless. Not a good combo for a samurai. Many of them joined the merchant class, settled in large villages in Osaka, Tokyo, and Nagoya. Many of the Kabuko Mono, the crazy ones, were once samurai. They were caught within a rigid medieval society about to enter a 200-year period of self-imposed isolation, with few opportunities beyond those offered by street fighting, robbery, and terror. Samurai without a job was nothing new. During their heyday, the Ronin faced the same struggle. Before the Tokugawa period, some Ronin became bandits after their lords were defeated in battle. They looted as they traveled the countryside, were normally taken in by another feudal lord's army. Now, outlaw gangs developed during these generally peaceful times for samurai who could not adapt to a regular civilian life. According again to authors Kaplan and Dubrow, the Yakuza are more closely related to the Machiyako, and who were once enemies, of the Hatamoto Yako. Kaplan and Dubrow wrote, these were bands of young townsmen who, as fear and resentment grew, formed to fend off the increasing attacks of the Hatamoto Yako. At times, they sported the same odd habits as their opponents, but their leaders were often of a different stock. Clerks, shopkeepers, innkeepers, artisans. Others were laborers rounded up by local construction bosses, including a good many homeless wanderers and stray samurai. Like the gangs of today, the Machiyako were adept at gambling and developed a close relationship with their leaders that may have well been a precedent for the tightly organized Yakuza. The townspeople supported the Machiyako and were pleased to see them standing up to these roaming, fucking random sword-cutting down people, rebel samurai. Both Yako groups then later disappeared after numerous crackdowns by the shogunate government. For example, a branch of the All Gods gang in Tokyo came to an end in 1868 when officials rounded up 300 members and had them all quickly executed. Shit, that is a very efficient way to get rid of a big gang quick. Kill them all. The Machiyako became folk heroes in Japanese history. Robin Hood associations are mostly due to portrayals from the 18th century, where they were viewed as chivalrous commoners. The Yakuza are also closely associated with two groups of people from this era, the Tekea, street peddlers, and the Bakuto, gamblers. Some members of the Japanese police force still use these terms to classify the Yakuza. The Tekea and Bakuto were often poor, landless people who did not quite fit in with the rest of Japanese society. Each group had an area of control stuck to it, which meant there wasn't much conflict between the two. The Bakuto operated gambling establishments along Japan's highways and in towns, and the Tekea worked in town markets and fairs. Origins of the Tekea pretty obscure. They were first called Yashi, which connotes banditry, meaning it's possible they evolved from the Ronin outlaws of the countryside. The most widely accepted theory is connected to the patron god Shino, Chinese god of agriculture that discovered medicine to help the sick and the poor. According to this legend, the Yashi were groups of medicine peddlers, but the name was applied to different kinds of peddlers then, later on. By the mid-1700s, the Tekea formed gangs for mutual interest and protection. They established control over their booths in the markets outside temples and shrines. For some reason, this all makes me picture gangs forming at a farmer's market, which makes me picture a lot of rampant crime at the farmer's market. And as someone who regularly goes to the farmer's market, that is hilarious to me. Oh God! Oh, those fuckers just ran off with all of Becky's organic, locally harvested lion's mane mushrooms. And they took most of Clint's hand-carved wooden Middle-earth figurines. Oh no! They literally just set fire to the booth that Jim and Wanda's dye and fragrance-free handmade soap share with Rocky's free-range bison sausage. This has to stop. We need guns and swords and to form a gang to kill these motherfuckers that think they can get terrorized the Wednesday afternoon 3rd Street Farmers Market. Kaplan and Dubrow also wrote about the Tekea scam, saying they were men with a well-deserved... Sorry, can't stop fucking thinking about the local Hayden Farmer Market around Coeur d'Alene. Just fucking chaos. Just samurais lopping people's heads off, defending, the sourdough bread that somebody makes down the street, whatever. Kaplan and Dubrow also wrote about the Tekea scam, saying that they were men with a well-deserved reputation for shoddy goods and deceptive salesmanship, a tradition that survives today amongst the nation's thousands of Tekea members. The early peddlers developed a proven repertoire of cheating techniques. They would lie about the quality and origin of a product, act drunk, and make a show of selling items cheaply so customers would believe they didn't know what they were doing, or delude the customer with such enterprising tricks as selling miniature trees, bonsai trees, without roots. What? A scam involving bonsai trees without roots? That is also hilarious to me. That sounds like a scam you would run at a farmer's market. Like instead of just taking so much time to carefully craft a tiny tree, these assholes were just getting a bunch of fucking little twigs, gluing them together, gluing some leaves to the twigs, add maybe a bit of gravel underneath, look like scaled down big rocks under the normal sized tree, and just selling that shit to suckers. And they got me thinking about these bonsai trees. I wasted way too much time on getting the show ready to record on bonsai tree articles and videos after this little thing coming up. Did you know that you can make any tree a bonsai tree? That's what the internet said. I did not know that. I thought there were special kinds of trees that were just miniature. Like they're just little trees out there. Like if you planted them in your yard, you wouldn't have to do a lot. They would just grow to be tiny. You just get like bonsai tree seeds, and you just grow your little tiny tree. It would just look like a miniature version of a bigger tree. No, I guess that's not how it works. It's a lot harder than that. But there's more variety. You can just make a tree tiny. Even I was like, get the fuck out. Even an orange tree. Found videos of this. And then you can eat tiny orange. The oranges themselves get tinier. The shit blew my mind. I watched a whole video of this woman picking and eating tiny oranges of her miniature bonsai orange tree. No idea what she was fucking saying. So her accent was super thick. But she seemed very happy. She seemed to enjoy them. They looked tasty. And now I kind of wish I had a greenhouse full of lots of tiny fruit trees. And then when I want a snack, I just head out to my greenhouse and I just eat a fucking shit ton of little oranges or a bunch of tiny apples or pears, whatever. And I get to feel like a god, like a fucking powerful giant god. They look down on my full-size trees, look tiny to my powerful self. Growing these trees is a lot of work, though, so I'm not going to do that. It was fun to think about. Sorry. Anyway, the Techia organized themselves against, they organized themselves in feudal rankings. The Oyuban, the underboss, the officers, enlisted men, apprentices. The Oyuban's home served as a gang headquarters and the training center for new members who lived in his home to learn the business. The enlisted men were required to sell the boss's goods, little fucking shitty-ass, tricky bonsai tree imposter stuff. They were not admitted as full members until they got the desired results. And the peddlers had to follow the so-called 3 commandments of Techia. Do not touch the wife of another member. This is the first. A rule established because wives were left alone for long periods while their husbands went peddling. Second, do not reveal the secret to the organization of the police. And the third, keep strict loyalty to the Oyuban-Koban relationship. Rules 2 and 3 seem super obvious to me for a criminal organization. Don't rat us out to the police. Yeah, sure. Stay true to the group. Yeah. First rule cracks me up, though. Clearly, a lot of fucking other dudes' wives was a problem. What's going on? That rule to need to be included. Just goddamn it, Takashi, seriously? Now you fuck Sugi's wife and Tetsuya's wife? God damn it. Well, sir, technically, there's no rule against it. Well, now there's a rule. Now I have 3 rules, you fucking idiot. No wife fuck. That's rule number 1 now. God, you're lucky. You're very good at growing lots of tiny plum trees full of delicious grape-sized plums. I'd fucking kill you right now. The Oyuban controlled the allocation of stalls of the markets, the availability of certain goods. They collected rents, protection money, paid the fee to the temple or shrine, kept the difference. Techia also demanded payments from other peddlers to open up stalls. You're not going to sell that sourdough here unless you give me fucking 100 yen, whatever. They stole from or assaulted those who refused to pay. Techia did fight. They would fight over territory, but in general, the different bosses cooperated with one another. The Techia's work, mostly legal, and from 1735 to 1740, feudal authorities granted them official recognition. In an effort to reduce fraud, the government appointed several Oyuban as supervisors, even gave them a surname and 2 swords, which gave them equivalent status to a samurai. Pretty badass. This recognition and the rapid growth of towns in the 18th century allowed Techia to expand. Some of the Techia began organizing their own fairs/festivals, circus sideshows, stands that sell fruit, gifts, other household items. So like a beefed up farmer's market. I fucking love that this is all happening at farmer's markets. They also developed new criminal underworld at the farmers markets. The merchants took in wanted criminals and fugitives, established protection rackets. Joining the Techia provided a way out of poverty for many recently released criminals and some upward mobility for a whole class of people called the Barakumen, which translates to village people who were considered polluted or even non-human because they did dirty jobs like undertaking or working with leather. That's a random example of a filthy job. Oh, you work with leather? Okay, subhuman. Fucking get out of here, you monster. Legal discrimination against Barakumen ended in 1871, but Japanese society's derogatory view of them continues actually to this day. So weird. Let's now shift focus to the Bakuto. The first gambling gangs were recruited by government officials and local bosses under the Tokugawa administration, who were responsible for irrigation and construction. They were required to pay the workers, but in an effort to get some of their money back, they hired outlaws, laborers, and farmers to gamble with those workers. So they would pay the workers, and then, to have some gamblers, hustle their workers to get the money they just paid the workers back. According to Kaplan and Dubrow, the hired gamblers gradually began attracting misfit merchants and artisans, as well as Japanese of higher status, such as samurai and sumo wrestlers. Oh, hell yeah. Good fucking samurai, you got sumo wrestlers, got farmers market people, you got these fucking con artist gamblers all hanging out in the same space. As they organized into disciplined bands, these early gamblers found their niche among the nation's great trunk roads, where their colorful lives formed the basis for countless tales of old Japan. Criminologist Kanehiro Yoshino called the Bakuto the kernel of organized crime groups in Japan. The Bakuto set up gambling houses along the highways, which were often frequented by wealthy noblemen who got their asses hustled. Inside these gambling houses, that the word Yakuza was created. Kaplan and Dubrow discussed the origin of the word Yakuza in their book, writing, according to the most widely held belief, the term derives from the worst possible score in the card game Hanafuda, the flower cards. 3 cards are dealt per player in the game, and the last digit of their total counts as the number of their hand. Therefore, with a hand of 20, the worst score, one's total is 0. Among the losing combinations, a sequence of 8, 9, 3, or in Japanese, Yakuza. The losing combination of Yakuza came to be used widely amongst the early gambling gangs to denote something useless. It was later applied to the gamblers themselves to mean they were useless to society. They were born to lose. I'm a fucking rebel, Dottie. For years, the word was limited to the Bakuto gangs. There are still purists today amongst the Japanese underworld who insist that only true Yakuza are traditional gamblers. As the 20th century progressed, however, the word gradually received wide use by the general public as a name for Bakuto, Tekia, and a host of other organized crime groups in Japan. And before moving forward, I should add that Kaplan and Dubrow fucked up a little bit, but at least one thing. The Hanafuda is a type of playing card, but a bit smaller than Western playing cards with a flowery design on the back. But that's not the game. They're very pretty. The name of the actual Japanese card game from which the word Yakuza comes from is Ochu Kabu. Oichu Kabu. Okay, now that we know the etymology of the word, back to the Bakuto. Like the Tekia, the Bakuto had their own code of conduct, followed the Oyuban Koban system. Promotions within the ranks were based on performances during fights, gambling skills, loyalty to the Oyuban. Those who showed cowardice, disobeyed the rules, or revealed gang secrets were killed or kicked out. Some of the worst offenses a member could commit were rape or petty theft. Weird that those were looked on equally, or at least they seem to be. This one source. Bob, you stole Mrs. Anderson's garden gnomes. And for that serious crime, you are banished, never to return to our gang. And Johnny, you held down Mrs. Anderson and violently raped her, which is just as bad as what Bob did. You too are banished. Once a member was banished, the Oyuban informed other groups that the individual was no longer welcome, which meant he couldn't even join other bands. That tradition is still practiced today. When you're kicked out of the Yakuza, you're generally done with that life forever. No other gang is likely to take you. At least no other gang affiliated with the Yakuza. You have a stain of dishonor upon you. The Bakuto were the ones to introduce Yobitsume, that fucking crazy severing of the top joint of the pinky on the left hand as a penance. As mentioned, Yobitsume made it difficult to grasp a sword for self-defense, which made the member more dependent on their Oyuban for protection. The finger-cutting practice eventually spread over to the Tekia and other criminal groups. Also, the Bakuto took this pinky chopping ritual from the brothels of Edo, where women would voluntarily snip off their pinkies to prove devotion to their true loves. Oof. I bet that sucked to do that. And then the guy's like, oh, shit, this is Akiwaki. Oh man, I don't feel that way about you. Maybe you can glue back on. Don't cry. You can glue back on. I have a cousin who's really good at making fake bonsai trees. They can probably help you. The Bakuto also were the ones to first adopt the tradition of tattooing their bodies, which the Tekia then followed. Now let's get personal. Let's meet one of the most famous Yakuza members of all time, a folk hero in Japan. Arguably Japan's most famous gangster ever, a man named Shimisho no Hirocho. Was born in the early 19th century. Hirocho was the son of a sailor. He was born on a very special day, Japanese 1st, 1820 to be exact, in the seaport of Shimishu, which lies along the Tokaido Highway between Tokyo and Yokohama. His birth date is interesting because in traditional Japanese culture, it was commonly believed for a long time that baby boys born on New Year's Day would grow up to have one of two fates, and only one of two fates. They would either be wildly successful, heroic men, or despicable villains of the worst kind. Nothing in between. Hirocho would kind of grow up to be both, though. Hirocho's father bought into this weird superstitious belief so fully he decided he didn't want to take the risk of having a shameful outlaw for his son, and he gave his son up for adoption to a wealthy, clearly less superstitious relative. Hirocho was reportedly a terror as a boy, but then as a young teen, he calmed down, started learning the family rice business. Then Hirocho's adoptive father died when he was 16, and he inherited the family business. And he worked as a rice merchant until the age of 20. According to legend, one day he discovered a monk standing in his doorway. The monk warned him he was going to die before he turned 26. That's weird. That's a weird thing to happen. There's a lot of weird shit going on in Japan. I wish we had a little more info about this part of the story. Who the fuck is this crazy-ass monk? Why would anyone listen to his weird ass? Did he knock on every door he passed, tell everyone he spoke with when they were going to die? That was just his thing? Would he just say that out the gate? No. Hello, how are you doing? No, can I use your bathroom? No, you just open up the door, and some motherfucker wearing a robe was like, 32! You're dying 32! Ah, fuck! Get out of here, death monk! Go on, get! Yeah! Was anyone keeping track of his predictions, doing any fact-checking? Was he really a monk, or just a lunatic with a monk costume on? Right? Do you know he's out there wandering around, and eventually he's going to come and tell your fate? Can you bargain with him? Can you ask him to extend your life expectancy in exchange for you not killing him on the spot? For whatever reason, Hirocho believed this weirdo, according to legends, and decided that if his life was going to be short, he wanted to make the most of it. He was bored with his career selling rice, wanted to change, which I get. You know, selling rice feels boring. Sounds boring. Sounds like a boring job. Maybe it's lucrative, but probably a little boring. So he joins up with some gamblers in Shimisho. Hirocho eventually leaves his wife and family business behind for good with his new life here. He spends the next 3 years just traveling, just fucking wandering around the country, earning a reputation as a fighter, mediator, leader. When he returns to Shimisho, organizes his own gang now, made up of so-called street toughs, construction workers, and ronin. At his peak, his gang will have 600 members. Hirocho will have influence over 8 coastal stations, from the Fuji River near Tokyo to the Oi River near Kyoto. And during a time of a lot of police corruption, his men act as law enforcement. Hirocho and his gang are regarded as honorable men who protect the common people from the samurai and their feudal lords. The height of Hirocho's power occurs at the end of the Tokugawa shogunate. Nobles and merchants wanted to change. Their displeasure was heightened by the shogun's decision to open up the country to Western trading. On top of this, peasants were rebelling against the oppressive regime. There was a movement on both sides to install the emperor as a head of state once again. Hirocho sided with the nobles and peasants. It was the right decision. He became a powerful leader during the early Meiji Restoration and promoted national improvements in farming, fishing, and city development. Also continued running his gambling operations and established a prison, and had his gangsters keep law and order. He even started one of the first English schools in the country. Hirocho then died in 1893 at the age of 73. Mad Monk was way off. Thousands of people still visit his grave every year, and he reportedly has a Shinto shrine at the base of Mount Fuji. Walking nobly on both sides of the law, Hirocho embodies the old values of the Yakuza. The Yakuza then experienced a major shift in the late 19th century, along with the rest of Japan, during the start of the Meiji Restoration. During the Meiji Restoration, all the pent-up commercial and intellectual power of Japan would be released, and the Japanese would perform their first economic miracle, breaking away the last bonds of feudalism and swiftly transforming their country into an industrial power. By the turn of the 20th century, Japan was a fully modern society with a population of 45 million people. From 1890 to 1914, industrial production doubled, the number of factories tripled. Japan also established its first parliament and political parties and greatly strengthened its military, a military that would damn near help take over the fucking world in World War II. The Yakuza grew and adapted and evolved along with the rest of the country. Gambling was still one of their main sources of income, but the Meiji Restoration brought more police crackdowns on gambling, and many bosses started now to go into legitimate businesses, often as fronts for gambling, and the Yakuza started paying off the police. Gangs also began organizing laborers for construction jobs in large cities, recruiting dock workers in the nation's ports. It's like the mafia in America. The Yakuza would use labor unions for everything from extortion, bribery, and embezzlement to price fixing and kickbacks. You can skim a lot of money off the top of a big construction project. And if you control the ports, it's a hell of a lot easier to import illicit materials like various drugs and guns. In the later 19th and early 20th centuries, Makuto gamblers retreated into underground gambling rings, while the Tekia thrived because their profession was legal. Still running those farmers markets, baby. Growing number of Yakuza families developed close ties with government officials as they knew that working with rather than against the government was the key to success. A spirit of ultra-nationalism amongst the Yakuza began to show itself in the 1880s. The movement originated in Kyushu, southernmost of Japan's 4 major islands. At this time, Kyushu was a poor fishing and coal mining region and also home to a large community of former samurai. Politicians who didn't support the Meiji Restoration appealed to the ex-warriors, discussed with the new regime. The city of Fukuoka, Fukuoka, there we go, was a hotspot for anti-government sentiments at the time and became the center of militarism and patriotism. One legendary Yakuza, an ultra-nationalistic gangster, got his start in Fukuoka, a man named Toyama Mitsuru. He was one of the first in Japan to combine organized crime and politics. Toyama was born in 1855, third son of an obscure poor samurai family. Grew up in poverty, sold sweet potatoes on the streets, described as a street-smart teen who idolized the samurai. He became interested in politics in his early 20s, participated in one of the last samurai uprisings, and was sentenced to 3 years in jail. When he was released, he joined a nationalist group called the Pride and Patriotism Society, where he developed a small following. Kaplan Dubrow wrote about him, saying, Toyama took to the streets and set about organizing the listless toughs of Fukuoka. His men became both a disciplined workforce and a tough fighting force used to keep labor unrest at a minimum in the region's coal mines. Toyama was another Robin Hood figure amongst the Yakuza, known for handing out money in the streets, literally, earned him the nickname Emperor of the Slums, also earned him the respect of local politicians who wanted to capitalize on his popularity with the poor. Toyama used his newfound power to found the Dark Ocean Society, aka Genyosha, in 1881. The Genyosha was a federation of nationalist societies that would be the forerunner of Japan's modern secret societies and patriotic groups. The articles of the group's charter required members to revere the emperor, love and respect the nation, and defend the people's rights. Toyama created a patriotic social order that attracted former samurai. His federation became a paramilitary force for nationalistic politicians, utilizing terror, blackmail, and assassinations to get their way. Toyama's followers worked as bodyguards for government officials and used violent persuasion to influence politicians. At the same time, some members of the Dark Ocean Society worked as skilled laborers and were members of unions affiliated with the society. They believed they were high-class gangsters, different from Tekiya and Bakuto. Genyosha agents were sent to China, Korea, Manchuria as spies. They operated schools to train children in their ultra-nationalistic beliefs. Genyosha agents studied martial arts, language, spying techniques. They later formed the basis of Japan's intelligence network before World War II. Toyama's men were used to subdue political unrest, intimidate political candidates and voters, suppress laborers, and punish citizens. Toyama used the money he earned to start his campaign of terror and assassination aimed at achieving a new social order in Japan. Fuckers were powerful. The Genyosha once threw a bomb into the carriage of a foreign minister, stabbed a liberal politician, and murdered one of the Meiji's best statesmen. When Japan held a national election in 1892, the Genyosha made sure to insert themselves into it heavily. This was the first large-scale cooperation between the right wing and the underworld. Toyama called on a gang leader in Kumamoto, who sent him 300 men as reinforcements. Gangsters joined with the local police, who were mobilized by the Minister of Home Affairs to harass political opponents and dissident voters. As written by Kaplan and Dubrow, the result was the bloodiest election in Japanese history, with scores dead and hundreds wounded. Genyosha, for its part, stated openly in its official account that the purpose of the Fukuoka campaign was to uproot all democratic and liberal organizations in the region. And by uproot, they mean beat and kill enough of these folks for the rest of the people to fall in line. Right? Voter and political intimidation at its finest. The Genyosha even participated in the Japanese invasion of Korea. In 1895, Japan's Minister of War asked the society to create a pretext for soldiers to move into the country. And so a squad of assassins infiltrated the palace, murdered the Korean queen. Following her death, Korea's government was filled now with Japanese loyalists. Ultranationalism became a part of Japan's political landscape, and hundreds of secret societies were now modeled after the Dark Ocean Society. Some societies were supported by wealthy elite, but others used gambling, sex work, protection rackets, street peddling, blackmail, and control of labor recruiting to earn money. The societies adopted the Oyuban Koban tradition, just like the Tekiya and Bakuto. The Tekiya and Bakuto bosses were also attracted to the secret societies, and this blurred the lines between gangsters and ultra-nationalist conservative politicians, or just business people. The Yakuza were similar to nationalist groups in several ways. They valued power, resented foreigners, liberalism and socialism, romanticized the past, followed the beliefs of Shinto, and deified the emperor. Toyama's big achievement was the creation of the first National Federation of Gangsters in 1919, the Great Japan National Essence Society. Over 60,000 gangsters, laborers, and ultra-nationalists joined. The federation was led by Japan's Minister of Home Affairs, Takehiro Tokinami, with Toyama as his chief advisor. They had the support of the Home Ministry, the police, the military. They became the paramilitary arm of Seiyukai, one of two dominant political parties at the time. The second major party, the Minseto Party, organized its own gangster military force called the Yamato Minrokai, which also had Yakuza members amongst its ranks. Right-wing groups were prolific by the 1930s. Japan experienced a period of instability where moderate politicians withdrew from the public or they were assassinated. From 1930 to the end of World War II, there were 29 assassination-related incidents involving the right, including coups by military officers and attacks on politicians and industrialists. Toyama's power grew more in the 1930s. He was regularly invited to dinners at the Imperial Palace, gave addresses at patriotic gatherings. He also introduced the Japanese people to their new prime minister in 1937. Toyama's reign of terror only finally ended when he died in 1944 at the age of 89. A period of repression in the 1930s, when his power was at its height, where there was no true democracy and Japan was a militaristic society, is now called the Dark Valley. Because of all the military expansion during the time, more money was flowing into Japan than ever before, which greatly benefited the Yakuza. The Yakuza organized laborers on the waterfront in the city of Kobe. Gangs gathered groups of unemployable men, sold their labor to firms who needed unskilled workers, so basically they were sold into slavery. This was a lucrative business, and bosses fought over contracts and territories. The Yakuza group that was the most successful was the Yamaguchi Gumi, and they would become the most powerful Yakuza clan ever, by far. One of the most powerful organized crime syndicates in the world. Despite declining membership in recent years, according to Japanese law enforcement, they still bring in billions of dollars a year, billions of US dollars a year from extortion, gambling, prostitution, arms trafficking, drug trafficking, real estate, and construction kickback schemes and more. They've also been involved in stock market manipulation, internet porn, and bullshit bonsai trees. They're just fucking twigs glued together with a couple of grapes somebody painted orange and called fucking oranges. Ugh. No, they don't fuck with that. Fake bonsai trees. The Yamaguchi Gumi family was founded in Kobe in 1915, starting off as a labor brokerage led by a group of dock workers. It quickly turned to criminal enterprises. The Yamaguchi Gumi family is named after its founder, Harukichi Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi was born in 1881, died in 1938. He would actually only serve as leader of the family for its first decade, 1915 to 1925. The Yamaguchi Gumi started off as a small Yakuza organization, but at one point, they had over 10,000 members, divided into around 500 different bands. Noburu Yamaguchi, born in 1902, was the second godfather. Actually, they will have more than that. Early in their, they grew to 10,000, according to this Britannica thing, but finding more recent articles later, sorry, I didn't correct this portion of the notes to update it with later information, but they will actually get bigger than 10,000 members. Noburu Yamaguchi, born in 1902, was the second godfather of the Yamaguchi Gumi family. The son of Harukichi Yamaguchi succeeded his father upon his retirement in 1925. He remained in leadership until his death, October 4th, 1942, and then was succeeded by his protege. This is a very famous Japanese gangster, Kazuo Tauka, who transformed the Yamaguchi Gumi from a small group of local gangsters into a national crime syndicate. Kazuo Tauka, comparable to the U.S. Mafia's Al Capone, took over the gang after World War II ended, would eventually become known as the godfather of all godfathers in Japan. Kazuo Tauka, born in a small village on the island of Shikaku, March 28, 1913. His parents were farmers. But Tauka was orphaned at an early age and then sent to World War II ended, would eventually become known as the godfather of all godfathers of Noburu Yamaguchi's gang. He left school and served as an apprentice for 9 years, running errands, waiting on Yamaguchi, beating the shit out of people. Slowly but surely, he rose to the ranks, managed to keep his fingers intact. He earned a fearsome reputation as a fighter. He was called Kuma, which means bear, because his signature move, I guess, was to claw your fucking eyes out. So scary-ass dude. That's a terrifying signature move. Tauka became a full member in 1936. Leading the Yakuza was not the vision Tauka had for his life. He was once quoted as saying, "I never wanted to be a Yakuza. I used to work at Kawasaki Shipyard, but I got into a fight with my boss and quit the company, so I couldn't go home. 1937, just a year after becoming a full member, Tauka is imprisoned for murder. Spent most of the war years in prison. Then he got released in 1943. Didn't stay too long for murder. Was welcomed back into the gang with open arms. Yamaguchi Gumi's membership had been taken out by an increased number of police crackdowns and, of course, just the war. October of 1946, 33-year-old Tauka assumed control of the family. He only had 25 Koban at this time, but Tauka used his leadership skills and ruthlessness to turn the family into a force to be reckoned with amongst the Yakuza. A friend suggested that underground criminal organizations might be coming to an end. Tauka took his words to heart and decided to start legitimate businesses to protect his family. He founded the Yamaguchi Gumi Construction Company, which became enormous, started taking on local projects, further developed the family's gambling and extortion rackets. In the late 40s, Tauka formed an alliance with the largest Bakuto gang in the area, the Hondakai. And then they soon got into a gang war because of his ambition to control this group, and he would do just that. Tauka took over their gambling rackets, incorporated the Hondakai into the Yamaguchi Gumi, also took control of a Korean mob territory in nearby Osaka as well. Tauka then founded, so random, a talent agency to promote performers from Osaka. Okay, good money laundering scheme, I guess. Or maybe he just really likes singers and actors and such from Osaka. At the same time, he continued to operate in the family's original labor business on the Kobe docks. He also took financial interest in cargo firms, told all his followers they needed to maintain legitimate jobs, allowed members to recruit and maintain their own smaller families, which became quasi-subsidiary families of Yamaguchi Gumi clan. Tauka was suspicious of other Yakuza gangs, refused to join the Kanto Kai, a confederation of gangs within the Yakuza, became more powerful than this confederation. Tauka restored the Yakuza during the post-war period, helped turn the organization into a business that dealt in extortion, racketeering, gambling, sex work, loan sharking, smuggling, chopping people's heads off, other legal and illegal enterprises. Japan's National Police Agency attempted to regulate the family unsuccessfully in 1963. This is the same year that the Yakuza membership across Japan peaked with an estimated 184,100 members. By 1964, Tauka was in charge of 343 gangs under the Yamaguchi Gumi syndicate. By the end of the decade, he had around 10,000 followers. So I guess maybe I confused myself, and that 10,000 is referring to like the numbers under his direct control. In the mid-60s, the Yamaguchi syndicate controlled about 80% of all cargo on Kobe docks. The Tauka had interest in 14 cargo firms that earned him $17 million in 1965 alone. Tauka even had government support during this time. One of his companies, the Association of Harbor Stevedoring, oh my gosh, it's kind of a weird word, promotion. Yeah, Harbor Stevedoring Promotion had financial backing from a right-wing politician and the Minister of Transportation. Tauka was seen as someone who could keep leftist unions trying to do dumb shit like get fair wages and humane working hours and conditions for workers off of the docks. Take the liberal pro-working man bullshit out of here, you assholes. How the fuck am I supposed to become a billionaire? You know, pull this crap. Police were still trying to bring him and his clan down in 1966. Tauka was indicted on 5 counts, including blackmail. He doesn't really get in prison for long. In 1972, Tauka, worried about the growing power of law enforcement, forms an alliance now between the Yamaguchi Gumi and the Inagawa Kai, the third largest Yakuza family. 1978, that July, Tauka survives an assassination attempt when a member of the Matsuda Gumi, a rival gang, shoots him in the neck at a nightclub in Kyoto. Took a fucking shot to the neck at the age of 65 like a champ. Shook that shit off. Tauka survived, and the assassin was found dead in the woods near Kobe weeks later. So you probably had an accident, probably fell down and hurt yourself. Then Kazuo Tauka dies of a heart attack July 30th, 1981, just a month before he was scheduled to be sentenced and very likely imprisoned by the district court in Kobe. Tauka's underboss and chosen successor, Kenichi Yamamoto, was imprisoned at the time of his death in the absence of a selected Oyuban. Tauka's wife, Fumiko, fills the leadership role while the gang waits out Yamamoto's prison sentence. Then Yamamoto dies of liver failure just a few months later, in early 1982. Now the top lieutenants can't come to an immediate decision about the new leader. 1984, a council of 8 bosses chooses a man named Masahisa Takenaka as the new Oyuban. This insults Hiroshi Yamamoto, as he had been the acting boss until the election. He now decides to leave the Yamaguchi Gumi clan. 18 lieutenants, over 3,000 soldiers follow him. Yamamoto forms a gang called the Ichiwakai. The two groups then begin a feud that turns into an all-out gang war January 26, 1985, when the Ichiwakai assassinated the Masachisa. The members of the Ichiwakai assassinate Masahisa Takanaka. Yamamoto sends a team of hitmen now to the home of Takanaka's girlfriend, Takanaka, his underboss, and one other member, shot down while waiting for an elevator. The Yamaichi feud lasts from 1985 to 1989. The new acting boss of the Yamaguchi Gumi, Kazuo Nakanishi, and his underboss, Yoshinori Watanabe, vowed to get revenge. 36 Yakuza members are killed, many more wounded, in approximately 220 gun battles. Some local papers actually kept scorecards with the latest body counts on both sides of the war. In 1985, several members of the Yamaguchi Gumi are arrested in Hawaii for trying to smuggle in 100 pistols, 5 machine guns, and a rocket launcher back to Japan. Fucking rocket launcher, nice! Excellent intimidation weapon. Even if you miss, they're still like, Jesus Christ, they got a rocket launcher? Yamaguchi Gumi technically came out on top in this war, but lost many top leaders in various police crackdowns and just, taking bullets. With the help of the neutral Inagwa Kai family, the two sides finally reach a peace accord in 1989, and the defectors are allowed to rejoin the Yamaguchi Gumi. Hiroshi Yamamoto, former leader of the Ichiwakai, retires at the end of the war. Underboss Yoshinori Watanabe made the 5th boss of the Yamaguchi Gumi. Watanabe now led a faction called the Yamakan Gumi, which had 2,000 members. The Yamakan Gumi, the most powerful faction of the Yamaguchi Gumi until 2005, when another faction called the Kodokai seized power. All this battle. Kodokai, now led by 82-year-old Kenichi Shinoda, aka Tsukasa Shinobu. He's the 6th and current leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi. Shinoda joined the Yakuza in 1962. He was originally part of the Hirota Gumi faction based in Nagoya. After the group disbanded in 1984, he founds the Kodokai. Kodokai grows quickly, establishes branches in 18 prefectures. In 2005, Shinoda began serving a 6-year sentence for gun possession charge he received back in 1997. By the late 20th century, Yakuza membership is now decreasing drastically. 1991, only 63,800 full members, 27,200 quasi-members. The Yakuza were reduced to less than half of their numbers from the 60s. This occurred because of changing sentiments towards the Yakuza and increased policing. In 1992, the Japanese government based the Anti-Bori Yokyudan Act, which is meant to undermine the Yakuza's power. According to Norio Tomura, my God, my tongue is fucking failing me now. According to Norio Tomura, a police officer who investigated Yakuza-related crimes, the anti-Yakuza laws included 15 articles that prevented the Yakuza from harassing businesses. The laws allowed severe penalties for racketeering, loan sharking, and blackmail. Another law now prevented money laundering. Fucking weird. A lot of these laws didn't already exist, but whatever. Once the police detected illegal activity, they could now freeze Yakuza accounts and assets. The authorities were now finally able to hold bosses responsible for their subordinates' actions. Other laws included an order to prohibit, which means the police can arrest members even if they did not commit a crime in an effort to prevent a new crime from occurring. That sounds a little bit scary. Sounds like it's getting a little bit Orwellian, a little step towards the thought police. Residents were also allowed to file complaints about the Yakuza signage outside their offices and businesses. A complaint allowed the police to file a suit against the organization for intimidation. In the documentary Twilight of the Yakuza, a journalist listed only as Mr. X to protect their identity discussed how the Yakuza adapted to these new laws. Explained that the Yakuza was not all bad, that they are still known for being problem solvers and mediators. The so-called economic Yakuza do not rely on traditional income sources like gambling or drugs any longer. Once Japan's economy grew after World War II, the Yakuza targeted ordinary companies. During the bubble economy of the late 80s and early 90s, a period of inflated real estate and stock prices in Japan, at the height of Japan's economic power, the Yakuza inserted themselves into legitimate real estate and finance enterprises. That was when the term economic Yakuza was first used. Yakuza members distinguished themselves for their intelligence, and they studied economic publications on a daily basis. They were adapting. During the 2008 economic crisis, many financial professionals who worked for banks or insurance companies lost their jobs, and the Yakuza would scout for these people, hire them. They would now work for the Yakuza, managing their assets. And they were called Fund Managers of Darkness. That's a pretty sweet-ass job title. What do you do? Oh, me? I'm just a fund manager of darkness. Mr. X explained, in principle, they are doing ordinary legal stock investment work. The only difference is that their resources come from the Yakuza. Their actions appear as sound, healthy economic activity. However, this means that they are contributing to the profits and funds of the Yakuza. Police began to look into the fund managers, but they had to deal with the concept of equality under the law. There was a lot of debate about whether it was right to pass laws against the Yakuza's businesses and financial practices just because they involved Yakuza money. Hard to justify laws that prohibited the Yakuza from conducting legal business. The Yakuza also left behind little to no evidence of any financial crimes, making it hard to track their activities. Police now focused on cutting off the Yakuza's financial resources from gambling and drugs. Because the Yakuza could not conduct their conventional businesses, they had to find new, legitimate sources of income. According to Mr. X, so ironically, one could say that the police drove the Yakuza into the business world. Now the police fear that the Yakuza will take gambling and other illegal activities even further underground, similar to the Italian mafia, which will make them harder to control. The National Police Agency found that in 2012, 1 in 5 Japanese companies now fell victim to Yakuza extortion schemes. 1 in 5. In a nation of tens of thousands of companies. That's a lot of extortion. The Yakuza even became involved in the nuclear industry market and were suspected of infiltrating the Olympic Committee in Japan. In 2012, a tabloid published a photo of Shinzo Abe, Japan's former prime minister, with the Yamaguchi-gumi financier who had been arrested for violating money lending laws. The photo showed the two men speaking with American politician Mike Huckabee. A photo taken in 2008, a year after Abe resigned. Published before his re-election, and Abe denied, of course, having connections to the Yakuza. The recently assassinated Abe, not the only high-profile figure to face a Yakuza scandal in recent years. In early 2015, Japan's Minister of Education heavily scrutinized for receiving political donations from a Yamaguchi-gumi company, and he eventually returned those donations, only because he was exposed. The Yamaguchi-gumi family was shaken up by an attempted rebellion in 2008 when former gang boss Tadamasa Goto led an insurrection after he was dismissed for insubordination. Oyuban Kenichi Shinoda had forbade the sale and use of drugs among the activities he viewed as dishonorable. This, of course, made some members angry, and they were deprived of that income. The Yamaguchi-gumi banished 10 other bosses who sided with Tadamasa Goto and split his organization into 2 groups. That year, news also came out that Goto made a deal with the FBI to get a visa to travel to the U.S. to obtain a liver transplant. Goto and his son traveled to the U.S. May 18, 2001. Goto was in his late 50s at that time, suffering from hepatitis C, worried it would become cancer. Japan had an extreme shortage of organ donors at the time, which led many sick people to travel abroad for treatment. The surgeon who treated Goto was Dr. Ronald W. Bushito. Why am I saying his name? The Japanese pronounce now. My brain is just going on autopilot. Busatil. Dr. Ronald W. Busatil? No, Busatil, executive chairman of UCLA's surgery department. Busatil also performed liver transplants on 3 other men who were banned from entering the U.S. because of criminal records and suspected affiliation with Japanese organized crime. Got a little racket with these guys. Surgeries took place between 2000 and 2004 during the time of organ scarcity. During those years, over 100 patients died awaiting liver transplants in the LA area per the LA Times. Busatil issued a statement saying, "As a surgeon, it is not my role to pass moral judgment on the patients who seek my care. If one of my patients, domestic or international, were in a situation that could be life-threatening, of course I would do everything in my power to assure that they would receive proper care. I consider that to be part of my responsibility and obligation as a physician." But also, how much did they fucking pay you under the table to get that transplant? $1 million? $5 million? 10? 1,000 tiny orange trees? U.S. transplant rules do not prohibit hospitals from performing transplants on foreign patients, for those with criminal histories. I never even thought of that before. If you're like a really good surgeon, like the money you could make under the table, just treating, some, I don't know, fucking warlord from overseas is going to die. He wants to fly over to sneak into your country. It's like, okay, for, I don't know, $10 million, I'll help you. The FBI helped Tadamasa Goto get a visa in exchange for leads on illegal activity in Japan, but the FBI did not arrange the surgery. Apparently, Goto did not provide much useful information to them. After the transplant, he was barred from re-entering the U.S., but he continued to receive medical care from Busatil in Japan. Busatil also evaluated Goto in prison in 2006 when he was arrested for real estate fraud. Oh, this guy's definitely getting paid crazy money to do all this shit. His lawyers worried he was not well enough to be interrogated because of problems with his liver, heart disease, high blood pressure, and diabetes. Goto was acquitted of real estate charges in March 2008. By 2015, the Yakuza's estimated numbers down to just 53,000 now. The Yamaguchi-gumi clan has around half of that. 24,000 members, 72 affiliated gangs. That's the number I was saying earlier when I got hung up on 10,000. I knew they have fucking more than that at one point. In 2015, there was a major schism within the Yamaguchi-gumi clan that resulted in a breakaway faction, similar to the 1984 conflict. Members within the group decided it was time to do away with old traditions. It seems as if the Yamaguchi-gumi and Kobe became a lot more tolerant of drugs, while the larger Yamaguchi-gumi family was not. Some factions also complained about paying too high of dues to the Kodokai faction. There was a rumor that Kenichi Shinoda, aka Tsukasa Shinobu, was going to retire and pass leadership to another Kodokai member. Vice reported in 2015 the Kodokai has been a notably anti-authoritarian faction of the Yamaguchi-gumi, actively challenging both the police and the Japanese government while implementing a set of rules known as the 3 no's. No members should confess to crimes. No cops can visit the offices. No cooperation with the police is allowed. They're a more hardcore branch. Also happens to be a large number of Korean Japanese in the Kodokai faction, which is highly unusual since many Japanese people still hold strong anti-Korean sentiments. Long, deep-rooted tension between those two cultures. In a 2011 interview, Shinoda was quoted as saying, "We provide refuge for those marginalized by Japanese society, the outcasts, the Korean Japanese, those from broken families who face discrimination. We make them strong and stop them from bothering ordinary people." August 27, 2015, the Yamaguchi-gumi holds an emergency meeting, expels 13 bosses and factions from the family. So a lot of shit going on, just like a lot of with Italian, mafia crime families. Japanese police confirmed that powerful factions were breaking away from the Yamaguchi-gumi. The factions were the Yamakin-gumi in Kobe, the Takumi-gumi, I think that's how it's said, in Osaka, and the Kyoyukai. They formed the Kobe Yamaguchi-gumi. This was the first major split within the family since the war with the Ichiwakai in the 80s. In response to the rebellion, the Yamaguchi-gumi issued a statement on their website saying I don't think they have a website also. "It is only a matter of time before the good and bad of those who have mistaken their way is corrected." They got a fucking newsletter. They got a website. They got business cards. Vice reported that the majority of the police support the breakaway group, and the rebels delivered a notice to the police before they split from the family. It's weird how they're all like talking to the police too. Feels like there's a vibe over there of like, well, it's better to have a certain amount of these gangsters because they do have some honor than just let other criminals take over their territory. The police have been after the Kodokai since 2009 when the head of the National Police Agency declared war on this specific gang, saying, "We will obliterate them from public society." That's a great word, by the way, obliterate. Doesn't get used enough. Currently, the Yakuza facing a membership crisis. By 2022, there were only about 11,400 members and 11,000 quasi-members, and within the existing ranks, the population is aging out. The average age, 54.2 years in 2022. Only 5% of members were in their 20s, roughly 30% in their 50s. Almost 12% of the members 70 or older. Over half of the members over 50. The Yamaguchi-gumi Syndicate is still the largest Yakuza family, accounts for around 30% of all membership. They had 3,800 members and 4,300 quasi-members / affiliates as of 2022. Tsukasa Shinobu, still their Oyuban. He is, as I mentioned, 82 years old and has long been missing the top portion of the pinky finger on his left hand. Now let's get out of here.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
The Yakuza, or more properly pronounced, the Yakuza. I hope you learned as much as I did about them today, which was a lot since I didn't know shit before learning all this. They have many names, including Bori Yokyudan, which means violence group, and the Japanese mafia, another term for them. The word Yakuza refers to both individual members and larger groups, and they've been around for centuries, born from petty thieves, undesirables, underserved, marginalized members of Japanese society, and samurai who are no longer needed or even allowed to be samurai properly any longer as Japan's culture modernized and shifted. The Yakuza engaged in crimes such as extortion, blackmail, smuggling, sex work, drug trafficking, gambling, and loan sharking. They also run legal businesses now, such as restaurants and bars, trucking companies, factories, and labor businesses. Experts have estimated that at its peak in the 60s, again, membership around 184,000. By the early 21st century, numbers had decreased to around 80,000, split evenly between members and associates, far less than that now. Yakuza members have long been divided into hundreds of gangs that belong to larger families. The largest family has been the Yamaguchi-gumi family, founded in 1915. They've been the biggest for roughly 2 centuries now. The traditions and structure of the Yakuza based on traditional Japanese culture, Shinto religion, and the samurai code. They follow the Oyuban Koban, or parent-child structure. Koban expected to show complete devotion, total loyalty to their Oyuban. The look of the Yakuza has been shaped by Irezumi, traditional Japanese tattooing, and its centuries-old association with criminality. Today, the Yakuza still continue the tradition of full-body tattoos, and they also practice ritualistic initiation ceremonies and punishments. Although they are known criminals, the Yakuza also still consider themselves to be a chivalrous organization. Not sure the description really applies anymore, but traditionally, they did not steal from the poor. They have and still commit charitable acts. With increased policing, the Yakuza have adapted and transitioned to white-collar crime recently. And while membership is still not legal, laws passed in the past few decades have made it harder for the Yakuza to make money from their traditional income sources, such as gambling and the drug trade. And these laws and changing culture have led to a huge drop in membership. Yakuza membership has decreased by more than half from its peak in the 60s, much more. And many existing members are going to get out soon. They're going to age out soon. Younger criminals in Japan less and less interested in following all the rules and traditions of the old ways of the Yakuza. And many within the Yakuza believe that someday soon the Yakuza will no longer exist in any recognizable form. This might not be a good thing, because what other types of gangs are going to rise in their place? Right? A certain level of crime, is it not inevitable? Will the next gangs to rise to power in Japan even attempt to conduct themselves with any sense of honor? Will they care at all about the way of the warrior? Will you even be able to know who's a gangster, who's not, if the full body tattoos lose their meaning and everybody has both their pinkies? Time now for the takeaways.
Time shot. Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, the Yakuza. Now it feels right to say it that way. Are the Japanese mafia. Similar to the Italian mafia, there's a mob boss, godfather called the Oyuban, and subordinates called Koban. Yakuza combine criminal enterprise with ancient traditions and rituals, the Shinto religion, and the samurai code of honor. It is believed that the Yakuza originated from feudal peddlers and gamblers called Tekiya, and Bakuto, respectively. Number 2, the Yakuza, known for tattooing their entire bodies except for their hands and faces. Tattoos are an ancient art form in Japan, Irezumi, and they signify a member's loyalty to his gang, his masculinity, and his toughness. Although most people choose to cover their tattoos at almost all times in public, that whole fireflies can only be seen at night, they are still a great source of pride amongst the Yakuza. Number 3, one of the punishments utilized by the Yakuza is the practice of yobitsume, severing of the pinky finger on the left hand as a penance for disobedience. One survey found, again, that 45% of Yakuza members in 1993 had severed fingers. Number 4, one of the most well-known Yakuza bosses is Kazuo Taoka, who took over the Yamaguchi Gumi family in 1946. He transformed the Yamaguchi Gumi from a small gang of 25 to 30 followers into the largest crime family in Japan. The Yamaguchi Gumi control the majority of Yakuza business, both legal and illegal, and are the most powerful and ruthless of all the families. Kazuo Taoka was one of the first to start investing in illegal businesses in addition to gambling rings. And number 5, new info. Recently, for the very first time in modern Japan, at least, a Yakuza member has been sentenced to death. In August of 2021, a court in Western Japan sentenced to death Nomura Satoru, the head of the Kurokai faction. Nomura, convicted of orchestrating murders and attacks against 4 civilians. In 2023, it was reported that Nomura had a nurse killed over, and I did not see this coming, a botched penis enlargement surgery. Nomura targeted the nurse because she reportedly mocked him after the procedure and dismissed his pain. She allegedly said, "This can't possibly hurt as much as getting one of those Yakuza tattoos." At his 2017 trial, it was revealed that he told his hitmen to carry out an organized retaliation because he unjustifiably resented the failed surgery. This dude might die because he couldn't make peace with his tiny dick. He should have just had like a tattoo of a bigger dick placed on his dick. And I know that doesn't make any sense. Also, not a very honorable attack to kill a nurse for not feeling sorry enough for you, making the dumb decision to try and stretch your dick out. Nomura and his second command were convicted of murder, 3 counts of attempted murder, other charges, sentenced to death and life in prison, respectively. There was no direct proof Satoru ordered this attack, or these attacks, making the death sentence particularly shocking to many. Before he was escorted out of court, he told the judge, "I asked for a fair decision. You will regret this for the rest of your life." So that guy's fucking nervous. And then there are 3 other murders he's said to have been involved in. In 1998, 7-year-old Kunihiro Kachiwara, the head of a fishing co-op, shot 4 times, died in the street in Kitakyushu City. In April of 2012, the former police captain of the Fukuoka Prefectural Police shot multiple times in the street in the same Kitakyushu City. In May of 2014, a male dentist stabbed in the leg and stomach in a parking lot, a relative of a former fishery co-op leader. And in January of 2013, that nurse who assisted with the penis enlargement procedure, maybe laughed at him, stabbed in the head, died from a fucking stab to the head on the street in Fukuoka. That's a tough way to go. Kachiwara's case was cold until 2014 when the police reviewed records, decided to reopen the investigation, discovered that his successor and younger brother, Tadayoshi Yuno, was threatened after he took over the fishing co-op. He received a threatening phone call. The caller was later arrested for extortion. Someone once shot at both his and his nephew's homes as well. Yuno was shot to death in December of 2013, and his murder remains unsolved. Miura, currently 77 years old, appealed his death sentence. I imagine him not doing very well in prison, between his age and him wondering every time he hears somebody snicker if they're laughing about his tiny dick.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Yakuza, Japan's tattooed gangsters have been sucked. I know I still don't get these pronunciations perfect, but if you listened to like the first Japanese themed fucking topic I did right back in 17, I feel like I've improved quite a bit. I'm happy with some progress. Maybe you were like, don't ever fucking talk about Japanese topics again. But I feel like I did a decent job. Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team for all the help in making Time Suck, starting with Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins. She took great care of me. I'm curious at all after last week's recording. Some tasty ass Frosties from Wendy's, which I love. I was still fucking high, and I ate a bunch of chicken nuggets as well. Thanks also to Logan Keith helping to publish this episode, designing merch for the store at badmagicproductions.com. Thank you to Olivia Lee, for doing the research on this one. Also, thank you to the All Seen Eyes moderators. Still moderating the Culture of the Curious private Facebook page. Mod Squad, still making sure Discord keeps running smooth. And everyone over on the Time Suck subreddit and Bad Magic subreddits. And now, the updates.
Updates? Get your Time Sucker updates.
Got some great updates this week. First one comes in from a little buttfucker. And I'm sharing it just because it made me laugh. Silly Sack Scott Fouts wrote it with the subject line of "My mom called us little butterfucos." Hey Dan the Man and Bad Magic Brand. Oh my God. Hey Dan the Man and Bad Magic Band. There we go. I haven't heard or thought about the fun nickname my mom would address me and my brothers until this episode with Joey thinks with his wrench, Butterfuco. You made the connection that I was missing with my little boy brain of Butterfuco, what it might mean, buttfucker. Now that I have a big boy brain, I had to call and ask my mom if she was secretly calling us little buttfuckers when we got into a little bit of trouble, or was she referring to us as scumbags like Joey? After a very fun call, I'm glad to report she was not being malicious and calling us scumbags. She was, in fact, just calling us little buttfuckers. Anyway, thank you for the help getting to the bottom of this trivial matter by reminding me of this awesome name, Butterfuco. P.S. If you read this in the updates, please give a shout out to a cool meat sack of a coworker, Tyler Bird. And from what I can tell, there is no relation between him and the very true and infamous Richard Bird, although I didn't do too much looking into it. Thank you all at Bad Magic for the fun in my ear holes. Scott Bounce. Well, Scott, first off, change the legal spelling of your name. The P at the front is silent and therefore unnecessary. Please remove it. Next, thanks for making me laugh, you silly little buttfucker. That's pretty clever of your mom. Not sure what it says about me, but I love a parent who calls her kids a code word for buttfuckers. That's very funny to me. Next time Kyler is home from college and he and Monroe in the same room, I really hope I remember to say something along the lines of, "What's up, you goofy little buttfuckers?" And yeah, Tyler Bird, thanks for being Scotty Buttfucker's buddy. I hope you two buttfuckers enjoy this message. I hope you're not related to the infamous and very real Dick Bird. Next up, disgusting sucker Sal Soto sends more torture our way after the history of torture son. Sending in a message with the subject of the Swedish drink, the torture method you've never heard of. And I had never heard of this. This is horrific. Hey, Dan, long-time listener, first-time caller. I love learning about the darker side of human history. So when I saw this episode pop up on my feed, I was excited to listen. I wanted to inform you about a torture method used by Swedish troops during the 30 Years' War in the 1600s called the Swedish drink. Basically, the Swedish drink, also called Swedentrunk by its victims, is a mixture of foul liquids such as shit, piss, mud, animal shit, piss, etc., that the victims would be forced to swallow through a funnel while being tied down and restrained. Oh my God. The method inflicted intense gastric pain and bacterial infections. And because the drink was difficult to compress, the stomach and bowels would expand, causing even more pain. The torturer would often press wooden boards on the bloated victim's belly, causing vomiting, even more pain, hemorrhaging. This method was used on peasants, townsfolk to hand over money, food, animals, etc. Hope you find this method as distasteful as I did. If you happen to read this on the podcast, I just want to let you know you're a bitch. JK, I love you and time suck. And without you, my 12-hour shifts would be a lot more boring. Not sorry for the long email. 3 out of 5 stars. Wouldn't change a thing. Keep doing what you're doing, Sal. P.S. I have a topic suggestion for you, whether it be for a full episode or a short suck. You should take a trip back to medieval times and cover the peasants' revolt of 1381. It's pretty much about the little guy standing up to the big guy and lopping their heads off. Sal, holy shit. I thought you made this up at first. No, the Swedish drink, very, very real. Schwedentrunk, yeah, the German name for it, since apparently its victims were Germans. Torturers were Swedish mercenaries. And yeah, like you said, they came up with this torture method to try and get their victims to tell them where they hid money, jewels, etc. Man, I just feel like if you can think of some terrible shit you could do to somebody else, no matter how horrible it is, some version of what you're thinking about has already been done to someone. Yeah, thanks for sending the topic suggestion as well. And as a reminder, if anyone listening has a topic suggestion or an update, you can send either to bojangles@timesuckpodcast.com. Next up, more info from the torture episode. Smart Sack Thomas Smith writes in with the subject line of crucifixion correction. Hi, Dan and Co. There is actually another definite crucifixion victim that has been found. This was in Cambridgeshire, England in 2017. It's been the subject of a lot of research. In Britain, local authorities are responsible for much archaeology, and so it is. The remains are in the care of the Cambridgeshire County Council. Cambridge University is, of course, very well known. I gotta back up for a second. Cambridgeshire. You know what? I don't like it. I know it's such a great place. I just don't like the way that rolls off the tongue. I can't talk right now. I said too many Japanese words today. Like Cambridge, I like. Cambridgeshire. It's a little mushy. And that's from me, a mushy mouth person. Anyway, Cambridge University is of course very well known. They've been involved in studying the skeleton. They have been studied with some of the best techniques, including facial reconstruction. Like many others, I actually got to see it on display at the British Museum as part of the Legion Life in the Roman Army exhibition. I did Latin and classics at school and historical archaeology at university, so I knew a lot of the artifacts from studying them. However, this was found after I graduated in 2013, and with it being on display at Easter, it was really quite something to behold an actual victim of crucifixion. Mentioned in some of the articles, a bunch of sources below, is made of using the nails as amulets. There is some mention in sources of the crucifixion nail being a good luck charm. Not guaranteed ghost summoning material. Superstition isn't new, but I don't think any in the English-speaking world are that gruesome. As well as the sources, I've included for you some of my photos from the exhibition. A white card circle was placed under the nailed bone to make it easier to find. If you had 5 stars, wouldn't change a thing. I will add, it would be epic to go around the British Museum with you and see what blows your mind most. The room where Karl Marx, Oscar Wilde, Lenin, Bram Stoker, Mark Twain, and Gandhi, and lots of others studied. The reading room has just been reopened. While there's a good chunk of the collection that is controversial, it is an incredibly fascinating place where you can see an Egyptian mummy, an Easter Island statue, African bronzes, ancient Chinese jade and porcelain, Indian statues, Canadian First Nation carvings, Viking weaponry, Roman weapons, Assyrian carvings, all in one visit. There's probably few other collections that can rival it in variety, and admission is free. Although the security checks are annoying, still quite recently, you could just stroll in off the street through any door and start exploring, which was mind-blowing when you could just pop out from the office to see some 10,000-year-old artifacts. One of the new acquisitions is something from Star Car, which one of my professors dug up when I was a first year. I could go on and on, but I do promise I know enough to be sure when I dare correct Suckmaster. Thomas, thank you for the update. Yeah, I didn't realize there was a second crucifixion victim where a nail was found. I think it was just 2 folks. I'm looking for remains from the Holy Land, specifically, but the Roman Empire, in the 1st century CE, as I'm sure you know, time of Christ's crucifixion is stretched from Britain in the west all the way to the Holy Land in the east. I love that was just found in 2017. Makes me wonder what other discoveries will be just around the corner. I would love for an entirely new ancient civilization to be rediscovered in the next few years. Complete with some amazing ruins that just totally change how we understand the history of human civilization. And life is a lot of things, but it's never boring. Thanks again. And I would love to go back to the British Museum. I haven't been in so many years. But I went there. I studied in England for 1 semester as a student in London, and spent a lot of time there and at the Tate Gallery. I'm just pulling this out of memory now, and the National Gallery, I believe. And it was just so fun, especially as a broke student. God, what amazing places. Finally, a submission from Batman, kind of. You'll see. Batman sends in a message with the subject line of Casey Anthony update. Hey, Bad Magic crew. Just wanted to let you guys know that disgusting bitch Casey Anthony just recently moved into an apartment complex about a mile from me in Murfreesboro. Murfrees. It's like Murphy, but with an R. Murfreesboro. Why are there so many like level 10 fucking words in this episode? Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Fuck that town's name. Dating a man whose family she destroyed. He also destroyed his family. She currently drives a white Mini Cooper, lives at Scouts Landing off of Veterans Parkway in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Fuck you, Murphys. Just call yourself Murfreesboro, God damn it. Or Borough. And works at Crunch Fitness on Broad Street. Choose what you do with this info, as this can be found in local Facebook groups. So, seems reasonable to spread the word that a child killer is in our midst. May Nimrod drive this evil succubus from our shores. Thanks again. Love what you guys do. 3 out of 5 stars. Anonymous Batman. You sent this message in almost a week before the story broke in the news, so well played. Right as I sat down to record, I looked into this, and the UK's Daily Mail just published an article. Here's quite a bit of it. Anthony, now 38, has been photographed moving in with her new married lover, Tyson Rhodes, just days after the relationship was revealed. The pair collected belongings from her apartment in, fuck that place, Tennessee, Murfreesboro, in Rhodes' pickup truck before heading to the house that he briefly shared with his devastated wife of 22 years. And the timing couldn't have been tighter. Just 90 minutes earlier, Rhodes' blindsided ex, Sandy, was at the house carting off belongings herself and putting them into a white Jeep Renegade to complete moving out. Rhodes, an engineer at an aerospace company, stood in the front doorway as she forlornly carried boxes and other containers while wearing denim shorts and Seminoles hoodie. After she left, he headed over to New Flame Casey's digs to help his notorious new love set up home with him. Anthony, dressed in tight dark shorts, a green t-shirt with the words, "I need a huge margarita," and a black cap, shifted boxes and furniture from her apartment and into Rhodes' black Dodge Ram. Her 48-year-old married lover, a father of 2 young adults, helped lug the boxes and modest items. The pair were snapped days after claims that Rhodes was accused by 2 other women of using the dating app Hinge to hook up with them. Anthony and her new love are reported to have met in January this year through a gym where they worked out while both living in South Florida. Rhodes then moved the same month to Tennessee with 45-year-old Sandy, but reportedly dropped a bombshell shortly afterwards saying he wanted a divorce. Meanwhile, Anthony followed him to the volunteer estate and rented a luxury apartment near the now estranged married couple's new home. Even before that, it didn't take them long to hook up publicly, according to one report. When Sandy went back to South Florida to visit relatives in January, Anthony dashed up to Tennessee to be with Rhodes. They were spotted being touchy-feely in a local restaurant and a bar, according to the outlet, who quoted an onlooker saying they were holding hands and kissing, even touched her butt. She got up to order a drink, and they noticed people staring, and he said to her, "Bring that innocent ass over here." Didn't care. Anthony, who was working as a researcher for an investigator in Florida, is reportedly unconcerned that her new lover is married. A friend said she doesn't care if he's married or not. Sounds about right. That's his business. All she knows is that he makes her feel good, and she likes that. She was willing to follow him to Tennessee. She sees a future with him. Pushed by the pal over the marriage issue, she reportedly hit back with, "Shut up, I'm living the life I want." Rhodes is reportedly still married to Sandy, has yet to file divorce paperwork. His estranged wife is said to have had no suspicions about his new relationship before he revealed he was dumping her. However, Anthony's hopes for domestic bliss with him were rocked this week by claims he's already trying to cheat on her. Ah, Jesus. 2 women independently alleged he wanted to hook up with them, reportedly saying on the dating app Hinge that he's single and looking for love. One of the women said, so he is still married, and he's dating Casey Anthony on the side, and he's still on dating apps. Man, this guy does not seem at quick glance to be a great dude. Casey still seems crazy and toxic. Maybe they're made for each other. Maybe they're a perfect couple. Can you imagine being his kids? Seriously, Dad? You fucking moved in with Casey Anthony? Man, some people, of all the people you could date, at least he doesn't have any toddlers you can kill. Who knows? Maybe they'll get pregnant together. And that's enough gossip. But thank you for that update. I am curious about what the fuck she's up to. I'm waiting for something terrible to happen. Thank you for the messages, everybody. Hope I get some updates about the Yakuza, other than pronunciation updates. I did my best. God damn it.
suckers. I needed that. We all did.
Well, thank you for listening to another Bad Magic Productions podcast, Scared to Death, Time Suck each week, Short Sucks, and Nightmare Fuel on the Time Suck and Scared to Death podcast feed some weeks. Maybe don't join a gang this week that requires you to lop off part of a finger if you fuck up. Just join a less serious gang. Maybe join like a bonsai tree gang. I mean, it's probably more of like a group or a club. You can call yourself a gang. And you can really decompress. And you can relax, work on those little ass trees. And if you need something to listen to while you harvest your tiny oranges, you can keep on sucking.
And Magic Productions.
Hey, you want to grow a lot for yourself? But you think you can't because you live in an apartment or somewhere else without any actual land? Hey, don't sell yourself short. You can do this. If you let us sell you short. Short bonsai fruit trees, that is. Right now, at bobsbountifulbonsaifruit.biz, you can buy, aren't you adorable, little orange trees, tiny little lemon trees, precious little peach trees, itty bitty pear trees. We even have cute little coconuts. Yeah. And more than fruit, get some tiny ass almond trees. I'm pretty sure we can even sell you shrunken blueberry bushes and tiny little whatever huckleberries grow on, and microscopic strawberry flowers. I'm not fucking sure what strawberries grow on. We can get you a tiny version of whatever that is, I promise. So stop making excuses and grow your little goddamn fruit. Go to bobsbountifulbonsaifruit.biz right now. Move your big ass, get small. I'm not fucking around. My trees are small, but my dick is huge. I'll fucking bend you over and fuck you to death if you don't want to spend $500 on some nice pint-sized succulent nectarine, you fucking ding-dong. bobsbountifulbonsaifruit.biz. 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 I'm not just gluing twigs together, goddammit! I'm making tiny trees! So you can suck my tiny fruit! Bob's Bountiful Bonsai-fruit.biz! God damn it! Get a tiny fruit! Thank you.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any MetroFlex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Work management platforms. Ugh, endless onboarding, IT bottlenecks, admin requests. But what if things were different?
We found love in an open space.
Monday.com is different. No lengthy onboarding. Beautiful reports in minutes. Custom workflows you can build on your own. Easy to use, prompt-free AI. Turns out you can love a work management platform. Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
Have you played Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. Hi-Fi Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on Hi-Fi Casino. Best of all, it's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours. Ready to have your own high-five moment? Visit hi5casino.com. That's the number 5, casino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. Must be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any MetroFlex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Welcome to this edition of Time Suck Short Sucks. I'm Dan Cummins. Today I'll be talking about the day the Martians invaded Earth. Or, more accurately, the day a lot of people thought that Martians, hostile Martians no less, truly invaded Earth and some pandemonium ensued. On the evening of October 30th, 1938, the CBS radio network broadcasted a live adaptation of the 1897 H.G. Wells classic, groundbreaking sci-fi novel, The War of the Worlds. Though some folks tuned in that night and knew what they were listening to, they knew it was pure theater and fiction, others, thousands and thousands of others, did not. They didn't think they were listening to a dramatic telling of a fictional work. They thought they were listening to honest-to-God news coverage of a large-scale extraterrestrial attack. And they couldn't hop on the internet or check Facebook to find out what the truth was or to see if anyone else was freaking out. No, they just panicked and prepared to fight, hide, or die. When these listeners heard breaking news bulletins about New Jersey being overrun with seemingly invincible, hyper-intelligent, blood-sucking, laser gun-wielding aliens, they freaked the fuck out. It was maybe the best accidental practical joke of all time, if it was indeed an accident. The morning after it aired, the director and narrator of the program, Orson Welles, awoke to discover he was the most hated man in all of America. Newspapers around the nation were flooded with reports of mass hysteria, stampedes, theft, suicides, even murders, all committed by those who had believed the radio broadcast was real and that humanity had finally met its inescapable and horrific end. Today, we will examine not only this fascinating moment in time, but also ask the question, did Orson Welles want to create mass hysteria?
Words and ideas can change the world.
Haters, but I wanted to love my mom.
I have a dream.
I'll plead not guilty right now.
Your only chance is to leave with us.
All right, let's begin our examination of the infamous The War of the Worlds radio broadcast. Who recorded it? Who believed it? Why would they believe it? And was the chaos and panic it caused unanticipated and unintentional, or part of the plan all along?
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars. The battle which took place tonight at Grover Mills has ended in one of the most startling defeats ever suffered by an army in modern times. 7,000 men armed with rifles and machine guns pitted against the single fighting machine of the invaders from Mars. 120 known survivors. The rest strewn over the battle area from Grover's Mill to Plainsboro, crushed and trampled to death under the metal feet of the monster, or burned to cinders by its heat ray. The monster is now in control of the middle section of New Jersey and has effectively cut the state to its center. Communication lines are down from Pennsylvania to the Atlantic Ocean. Railroad tracks are torn and service from New York to Philadelphia discontinued, except routing some of the trains through Allerton and Phoenixville. Highways to the north, south, and west are clogged with frantic human traffic.
God.
Police and army reserves are unable to control the mad flight. By morning, the fugitives will have swelled Philadelphia, Camden, and Trenton. It is estimated to twice their normal population. Martial law prevails throughout New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania.
My God, that is what people all across America, they heard they were told on a national radio broadcast on October 30th, 1938, that an extraterrestrial vessel had crash landed in New Jersey, and from it, an army of aliens were descending upon the stage armed with some fucking heat rays that had already incinerated approximately 8,000 victims. Like I said in the intro, many people listening to the radio that evening were delighted by the news of the alien invasion because they knew it was all made up. It was a very well done, dramatic telling of this novel. They heard the very beginning of the program when it was announced that it was a theatrical presentation of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, a fiction author. But others missed that part and started shitting their pants. The broadcast that terrified the nation began the night before Halloween at 8 p.m. Eastern Time from a small recording studio at the CBS headquarters in New York City. Dan Seymour kicked off the live show with an announcement. The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. At the time, Orson Welles, no relation to the author H.G. Wells, was 23 years old and crushing it in the world of theater. He was a prodigy. After a few years of directing high-profile plays in New York City, including an adaptation of Macbeth with an all-black cast, in 1936, 21-year-old Orson, so young, founded his own independent theater company called the Mercury Theater. And under Orson's command, the Mercury Theater performed multiple productions on Broadway from 1936 to 1941, its final year coinciding with the release of Orson's first feature film. You may have heard of it, Citizen Kane, which he both wrote and directed, a film that failed commercially at the time, but now is considered one of the best, most important films literally ever made. But before that, in 1938, Orson decided to bring his theater company to the radio. At the time, entertainment radio was still a very novel invention, just on the cusp of becoming a definitive pillar of modern American life. From July 11th, 1938 to December 4th, 1938, Orson directed and starred in the limited series, The Mercury Theater on the Air. Each week, the cast performed a live adaptation of a different literary classic, some of which included Dracula by Bram Stoker, Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens, Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte, Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne, and of course, The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. I know I already said it, but I feel the need to say it again. It's confusing, even though they share the same last name. Slightly different spelling, though. No relation between Orson Welles, the director, and H.G. Wells, the author. Okay, now before we get into the War of the Worlds broadcast and its cataclysmic fallout, it's so fucking good. Let's take a quick look at the book that inspired it. The War of the Worlds was written in 1897 by Herbert George Wells. I see why he went by H.G. Sorry, Herbert's out there. It was released in full as a novel. Before that, it was first published in America in weekly installments by Cosmopolitan magazine. Yeah, Cosmo. Pretty funny, right? Long before they were printing articles on stuff like sex moves to blow his mind in bed, or what Emma Roberts' skincare regimen is, or must-have fall fashion accessories for 2024. They're publishing stuff like sci-fi. They've been around since 1886. Been based in New York City the whole time, and they've adapted their focus just slightly over the years. Anyway, H.G. Wells' story is told through the eyes of an unnamed male narrator as he struggles to find his family during an alien invasion in the UK. The novel begins with a falling star that lands in a nature preserve near where the narrator lives in Woking, England, a beautiful town just over 20 miles from the center of London. The narrator visits the crash site, which has drawn a small crowd of locals, and discovers what the news said was a meteor is actually a large metal cylinder. And then suddenly, the cylinder opens. I think everyone expected to see a man emerge, possibly something a little unlike us terrestrial men, but in all essentials a man. No, I did, says the narrator. But instead of a humanoid creature, what crawls out of the extraterrestrial vessel is more like an octopus. Tentacles, slithering, viscid, like some sort of Lovecraftian cosmic horror creature. But this novel was written when H.P. Lovecraft was still in grade school. The Martians in the War of the Worlds do not have bodies. They have gigantic round heads with 2 damp eyes and a beak-like mouth that drips with saliva. From around the mouth, if you can call it that, 8 long tentacles gleaming like wet leather protrude and wriggle around. The narrator continues his description of the alien, saying, "Those who have never seen a living Martian can scarcely imagine the strange horror of its appearance. There was something fungoid in the oily brown skin, something in the clumsy deliberation of the tedious movements unspeakably nasty. Even at this first encounter, this first glimpse, I was overcome with disgust and dread." Terrified at the sight of the alien, the narrator runs from the crash site, seeks refuge in nearby woods. From his hiding spot, watches a small group of men approach the cylinder waving a white flag. And they are immediately incinerated. Yeah, that bodiless head can fuck you up, buddy. Who needs a body when you got alien robotic armor and incredibly advanced weapon tech? Armed with their heat ray, laser rocket type of and other superpowered weaponry, the Martians then began to calmly and methodically invade Earth and butcher just about every human they encounter. As they go on their rampage, it becomes clear they're profoundly superior species, and that humans to Martians are like insects to us, inconsequential, lesser in every way. However, humans do have one thing Martians don't. Our immune systems have evolved to protect us from the Earth's indigenous disease bacteria. Martians do not share this immunity. So in the end, it is bacteria, some of the smallest, most insignificant organisms in the world, that defeat the Martians. 15 days after they land on Earth, every single one of the alien invaders is dead from the common cold. As soon as the War of the Worlds came out, both British and American audiences went fucking nuts for it. Which makes sense. The book is completely action-packed. The premise is terrifying and was super novel, super unique when it was published, and the characters are very compelling. There had literally never been anything quite like it. Its originality cannot be overstated. What made the book such a massive success in the late 1800s was the fact that no one had read anything like it ever before. The War of the Worlds was the first book about alien invasion that humanity had ever come across. Hard to imagine that nowadays because we're so inundated with the trope, but back then, the concept of going to war with an extraterrestrial fucking Independence Day, let's go, right? This extraterrestrial race, completely and utterly novel. Sci-fi literally didn't really exist before H.G. Wells, which is why he rightly shares the nickname the father of science fiction, along with Jules Verne and Hugo Gernsback. Frankenstein author Mary Shelley is also credited with being one of a handful of authors and publishers who invented and established the genre. So it's not like no one had written anything at all, but specifically like alien sci-fi was new, right? Movies like Inception, Alien, Body Snatchers, Back to the Future, Interstellar, so many good movies. District 9, Arrival, Blade Runner, 2001, A Space Odyssey, The Matrix, Ex Machina, Dune, Star Wars, even E.T. They wouldn't exist if it had not been for H.G. Wells and a handful of others. Before he was an author, Wells was actually a scientist. He studied biology at what is now called the Royal College of Science under none other than T.H. Huxley, the accomplished biologist who earned the nickname Darwin's Bulldog for his outspoken support of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. 29 years old, Ol Herbert wrote his debut novel, The Time Machine, in which he both invented the terms time machine and time traveler, as well as incorporated what he knew about evolution, biology, and genetics to imagine what the distant future of human anatomy and behavior might look like. If you've read the book or seen the movie, you know that Wells thought things probably wouldn't turn out so good for our species. Throughout all of his work, H.G. Wells continued to rely on his background as a biologist in order to create pieces of fiction that were rooted in scientific reality, hence the merging of science and fiction. Amazing Stories editor Hugo Gernsback will later be credited for coining the term science fiction, what we now consider to be many of the pillars of sci-fi, things like space exploration, rampant and scientific advancement, intergalactic war, alien invasion, biological engineering, hyper-weaponized futures, all first introduced by H.G. Wells, or he was close to being the first to introduce them. While writing about the future, H.G. Wells also ended up accurately predicting a lot of what would come, or at least a lot of what humanity would begin to worry was to come. For example, in his 1913 fiction novel, The World Set Free, Wells wrote about the apocalypse being caused by the invention of nuclear-powered weapons, specifically the atomic bomb. Crazy. He even wrote about how upon detonation, the atomic bomb produced a mushroom cloud and toxic radiation in its wake, doing this way ahead of when these things were actually happening. The atomic bomb invented 3 decades later. Long before they became a reality, H.G. Wells wrote about cell phones, voicemail, military tanks, genetic engineering, automatic doors, audiobooks, everybody. He was a visionary like Leonardo da Vinci, just a crazy mind. But most shockingly, in his 1933 book, The Shape of Things to Come, Wells described a fictional war to end all wars that begins in January of 1940 and is incited by a conflict between Germany and Poland. As we know, in September of 1939, Germany would invade Poland and World War II would begin. Okay, so now we know a bit more about the author who inspired all this. Let's get back to the infamous War of the Worlds radio broadcast. For the Halloween episode of the Mercury Theater on air, the other Wells, Orson, well, he wanted to try something new. He didn't want to just adapt a novel into a play that was fit for radio. He wanted to adapt a novel into radio itself. In 1960 court deposition, he stated, "I had conceived the idea of doing a radio broadcast in such a manner that a crisis would actually seem to be happening and would be broadcast in such a dramatized form as to appear to be a real event taking place at the time rather than a mere radio play." Well, mission accomplished, buddy. Alongside his producer, John Houseman, and his co-director, Paul Stewart, Orson set about converting the War of the Worlds into, for lack of a better phrase, fake news. The broadcast, which you can listen to in its entirety on YouTube, begins with Orson, or you can go to wellsnet.com, and then they have audio, all kinds of Orson Welles audio on there, these full broadcasts. It begins with Orson reciting a slightly altered version of the novel's opening paragraph. "We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man's and yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacence, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over the small spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf, minds that are to our minds as ours are to the beasts in the jungle, intellects vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. In the 39th year of the 20th century came the Great Disillusionment. Near the end of October, business was better. The war scare was over. More men were back at work. Sales were picking up. On this particular evening, October 30th, the Crossley service estimated that 32 million people were listening in on radios. When Orson finishes this opening monologue, announcer number one's voice fades in a haughty transatlantic accent. He gives the day's forecast from the Government Weather Bureau and states, "We now take you to the Meridian Room in the Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you'll be entertained by the music of Ramon Raquello and his orchestra." And then, and I think this is fucking brilliant, for the next 3 minutes, the Mercury Theater's orchestra just plays live from inside the CBS studio. How many thousands of people tuned in a bit late and just heard some music playing, right before what sounded like all hell breaking loose. The music is cut off by the first fake news bulletin. It sounds exactly like a real news bulletin would have at the time. In an equally haughty and transatlantic voice, announcer number two tells listeners that he's interrupting the dance music program to bring them a special bulletin from Intercontinental Radio News. He shares that just 20 minutes earlier, a report came in from an astronomer at Mount Jennings Observatory in Chicago that he had observed, quote, several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving towards the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun, end quote. We now return you to the music of Ramon Raquello, playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel, situated in downtown New York. And then the orchestra just starts playing again. I fucking love it. Oh my God, the addition of the orchestra, chef's kiss. Oh, such a good touch. Makes it seem so real. It's just brilliant. And imagine hearing that some shit just got launched on the surface of Mars, hearing it back when people truly did wonder if a race of advanced extraterrestrials were living on Mars. And then it just cuts to some fucking swing music. They knew they would be building so much tension, so much anxiety for the listeners. While the music plays, heated discussions are breaking out all around America. Dad, what are they talking about? What do you think just happened on Mars? I don't know, Johnny. I'm sure it's nothing. Probably just random gas exploding or something. Meanwhile, Johnny's dad is really thinking, oh, fuck. Oh, God. Don't panic. Don't let the boy see you panic. This is it. The Martians are coming. Oh, God, we're all going to die. After another few minutes of live music, the second bulletin comes in. Announcer number two now declares the station has arranged an interview with Professor Pearson at Princeton University's Observatory in New Jersey. During this interview, journalist Carl Phillips, voiced by actor Frank Reddick, asked Professor Pearson, voiced by Orson Welles, what the astronomer thinks about the gas eruptions on Mars. Pearson responds that he cannot account for them, but he knows indisputably it cannot be due to any intelligent force, because as we know, there is no life on Mars. Phew! Oh, big wave of relief for the listening audience at home. Oh, see, Johnny, I told you, son. Nothing to worry about. Now Johnny's dad is thinking, well, just gas, you idiot. Not to freak out. Let's scare the boy. Don't be such a fool. Then, Professor Pearson receives notice of a strange meteorite. It was crashed 20 miles from Princeton in Grover's Mill, New Jersey. And the two men leave to go check it out. Now Johnny and his dad are both anxious as shit again. Broadcast now returns to the New York studio, and once again, audiences are invited to listen to some live dance music. So further updates can be given. Building more tension, baby. Build more suspense. A few minutes later, the music abruptly ends. Listeners are brought to the farm in Grover's Mill, New Jersey, where Phillips and Professor Pearson are now reporting from the crash site. Yeah, they did drive incredibly fast together. Over a pretty convincing cacophony of what sounds like a small crowd outside and some police sirens, Phillips describes the chaos unfolding around the extraterrestrial mass. He reports that the thing that fell from the sky does not look at all like a meteorite, but appears more like a metal vessel. Oh, shit. Oh, Johnny's terrified now. He's looking to his dad to see how scared he is. Johnny's dad's trying to play cool. His heart's fucking pounding faster and faster. A little trickle of sweat running down the crack of his ass. Oh, please, God, don't let the aliens be powerful killers. According to the Smithsonian, to prepare for this role, Frank Reddick, the actor playing Carl Phillips, listened to a recording of the live Hindenburg disaster radio broadcast. Listen to it on repeat in order to emulate the reporter's cadence and tone as he watched this horrific tragedy unfold before his eyes. That all sounds very real. Now let's listen to the moment in the broadcast when the alien spaceship first opens up and the Martians make their big debut. Just leave, let's listen to this right now. Okay, here we go.
You can see it, Linda.
Nothing's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, it's terrific.
This end of the thing is beginning to flake off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw, and this thing must be hollow. Keep those things back. Take off! The top blue! Ladies and gentlemen, this is all terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Wait a minute. Something I can see stuck out of that black hole through luminous discs. The eyes, this might be a face, might be almost of heaven. Something looking out of the shadow like a gray snake. Now it's another one, and another one, and another one. They look like tentacles to me. I can see things spotting. Now it's large as a bear. It's different, like wet weather. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, to describe it, I can hardly force myself to keep looking at it. It's so awful. Its eyes are black and they gleam like a serpent in the mouth. It's kind of V-shaped with saliva dripping from its glimmering lips. The shape of quiver and pulsate and monster, whatever it is, can hardly move. It's weighed down by possibly gravity or something. The thing's rising up now, and the crowd falls back. It's deep sweaty. Of course, it's not very strange, ladies and gentlemen. I can't find words. Well, put this microphone with me as I talk. I'll have to stop the description until I can take a new position. Hold on, will you please? I'll be right back in a minute.
Just leaving everybody hanging. A little more music from the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel. Johnny's got to be near tears now. His dad's thinking about what ammo he has for his guns. If he should buy more. He's wondering if they should get in the car, drive out into the woods, try and hide her, out in the woods, or maybe hunker down in the basement. He's taking Johnny's mom aside, just telling her that, he's got to go around and grab a bunch of canned box food, the long shelf life, so he can hide inside for an extended period of time. I mean, think about if you were around in 1938. You happen to catch this news bulletin while flipping through the radio channels or just turning your radio on. I mean, would you think it's real? Or would you automatically assume it's some sort of prank? I mean, I doubt you probably would think it was a prank because people weren't doing pranks like that back then. Remember, at this point in time, the only way to get up-to-date information about current events was through the radio or the newspaper. And the next newspaper, right, is hours and hours away, next morning. The first regularly scheduled news broadcast on American television won't air for a year and a half, not until March 1940. These poor bastards are over half a century away from being able to Google, are the Martians invading right now? Or like, what the fuck is going on in New Jersey? No one has a cell phone to text all their friends to see if any of them know what's happening. You can use a landline if you have one, but, the few people don't know anything either. Then, you're shit out of luck. There's not a ton of landlines. The population of the U.S. in 1938, roughly 130 million. Only about 20 million phones. So a lot of families don't have a phone. Eventually, the broadcast returns to Carl Phillips reporting live as the Martians attack with their heat ray for the first time. And before I share another snippet of Orson's original broadcast, time for today's mid-show sponsor break. If you don't want to hear these ads, you can sign up on our Patreon, become a Space Lizard for $5 a month, get the entire catalog, ad-free, and thousands of hours of extra content. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Nurturing. Someone who helps take care of the people in their life. Like when Lindsay brought me a splint on our second date because she knew one of my fingers was probably broken. Hardworking and responsible. Someone who takes their job seriously and does it well. I loved hearing about how Lindsay kept getting hired by the same producers over and over for years. They clearly respected her. These are two of many, many green flags I saw when I met my wife. We often hear about the red flags we should avoid, but what if we focus more on looking for green flags in friends and partners? If you're not sure what they look like, therapy can help you identify green flags, actively practice them in your relationships, and embody the green flag energy yourself. Whether you're dating, married, building a friendship, or just working on yourself, it's time to form relationships that love you back. BetterHelp is fully online, making therapy affordable and convenient, serving over 5 million people worldwide. Access a diverse network of more than 30,000 credentialed therapists with a wide range of specialties. Easily switch therapists anytime at no extra cost. Discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/timesuck to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timesuck. Everyone who's ever done stand-up comedy knows not every joke delivers. I've bombed so hard a few times out on tour over the years that the club owners thought I was actually trying to not be funny. I wasn't. Ouch. Luckily, Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. better design shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. Their razors are equipped with German-engineered blades, crafted in their own factory, and designed to stay sharp longer. Harry's has the highest customer satisfaction in the shaving industry, plus a no-risk trial. Don't like your shave? No worries. It's on them. And they make a lot more than razors. I love their antiperspirant, one of the very, very few brands out there that doesn't irritate my skin, but also controls my BO. Try the redwood or the stone scent, my two faves. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/timesuck. That's harrys.com/timesuck for a $3 trial set. Research shows, and you know I love research, that a major challenge for employers is the pressure to hire quickly, especially given how time-consuming it is to find and review candidates. Well, if you're an employer who can relate, here's a question for you. Have you tried ZipRecruiter yet? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, so you don't waste time or money. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. A buddy of mine who runs an insurance agency had a few people quit around the same time, and it left him in a really stressful bind. Luckily, he was able to replace them, and quickly within the week through ZipRecruiter. And it's looking like they'll be even better than the agency lost. So relax, employers, and let ZipRecruiter speed up your hiring. See for yourself. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/timesuck right now and try it for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture-perfect sunset, or a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/timesuck. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And I'm back, and it's time to hear the part of Orson's broadcast when the Martians start to kill with their heat ray.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmot Farm, Groversville, New Jersey.
Uh-oh. I love the music. Everyone's like, come on, what's going on there? Come on, what the hell?
We now return you to Carl Phillips at Grover's Mill. Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, back of the stone wall that joins Mr. Wilmot's garden. From here, I get a sweep of the whole scene. I'll give you every detail as long as I can talk and as long as I can see. More state police will arrive. They're drawing up a cordon in front of the pit. About 30 of them. No need to push the crowd back now. They're willing to keep their distance. The captain, conferring with someone, can't quite see who. Ah, yes, I believe it's Professor Pearson. Yes, it is. Now they've parted, and the professor moves around one side, studying the object while the captain and 2 policemen advance with something in their hands. I can see it now. It's a white handkerchief tied to a pole. Flag of truce. Those creatures know what that means, what anything means. Wait a minute, something's happening.
Uh-oh.
Some shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against the mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springs in the mirror and it strikes these nasty men. It strikes them head on. Oh, they're turning into flames. By the woods of fire, the gang tanks, tanks, and the automobiles spreading everywhere. Coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
Just cuts off. Oh my God, Johnny is running around the house just screaming right now. Johnny's dad's rushing over to the store for dry goods and ammo. Johnny's mom's just crying, setting up in the basement, so it can be a place where they won't need to leave for a few months. The fake news bulletin on the broadcast now cuts to a supposed message from the Secretary of the Interior, who urges all Americans to remain calm and collected in spite of this dire attack, and emphasizes the importance of preserving human supremacy on Earth. As the broadcast continues, listeners are informed that New York and Virginia are now also being invaded. There's multiple ships. And that in addition to the heat rays, the Martian infantry also have some kind of lethal black smoke that our gas masks are completely useless against. At one point, announcer number 1 reports from the top of the broadcasting building in New York City as the metropolis is fucking decimated before his very eyes. In the background, the distant sound of church bells, screaming, sirens, and explosions are ringing out. The announcer states that the poisonous black smoke is getting closer and closer to his spot on the roof, until the bulletin ends with the dull sound of his body falling onto the floor just over 30 minutes into this broadcast. Holy shit. They went balls to the walls on this one. Just over 35 minutes into the 51-plus minute performance, the audience is reminded that this is a dramatic presentation of a book. And then there's another roughly 15 minutes of insanity. Then Orson closes out the program with, "This is Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen, out of character to assure you that the War of the Worlds has no further significance than as the holiday offering it was intended to be. The Mercury Theater's own radio version of dressing up in a sheet and jumping out of a bush and saying boo. Starting now, we couldn't soap all your windows and steal all your garden gates by tomorrow night. So we did the next thing. We annihilated the world before your very ears and utterly destroyed the CBS. You will be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it, and that both institutions are still open for business. So goodbye, everybody, and remember the terrible lesson you learned tonight. That grinning, glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the pumpkin patch, and if your doorbell rings and nobody's there, that was no Martian. It's Halloween." Next morning, Monday, October 31st, the front page of the New York Times reads, "Radio listeners in panic, taking war drama as fact." It stated that upon hearing the live broadcast, thousands began to evacuate New York City and New Jersey to escape the Martians, which in turn caused tremendous bumper-to-bumper traffic jams and multiple accidents. On one block in Newark, I love this so much, at least 20 different families fled their homes, just on this one block, all at once, carrying a few precious belongings and holding wet towels over their faces to protect themselves from the extraterrestrials' poisonous black smoke. Oh my God, I would be down on the floor with laughter if I was Orson Welles reading that. Holy shit, I'd be so fucking proud of myself. At least 20 families on one block fleeing in terror. How pissed were they when they found out it was all bullshit? Just felt like idiots. And how hard are you laughing if you also lived on that block, but had paid attention to the whole thing and knew it was a joke? And now you're just like, oh, look at Mrs. Smolinski go. Man, she can still move fast for being almost 80 years old. That is fantastic. Article also claimed that at the time of publication, a score of adults required medical treatment for shock and hysteria. In New York City alone, within a single hour since the broadcast started, the police received thousands of phone calls from terrified citizens frantically inquiring if the broadcast was real, requesting assistance, evacuating their loved ones, and asking where they should go to seek shelter, seek refuge from alien bombs, a heat ray, and the poisonous gas ray. The influx of phone calls severely impacted the police's ability to attend to real emergencies happening in the city. One patrolman named John Morrison was on duty working the switchboard at the Bronx police headquarters when the broadcast and the panic began. The first of the hundreds of phone calls he received that evening was from a terrified citizen who screamed at him through the phone, "They're bombing New Jersey!" Morrison asked, "How do you know?" To which the caller responded, "I heard it on the radio. Then I went to the roof and I could see the smoke from the bombs drifting over towards New York. What should I do?" The New York Times headquarters was also bombarded with phone calls about the broadcast, 875 to be exact. One man from Dayton, Ohio asked, "At what time will it be the end of the world?" Like in all seriousness. And I gotta say, that's a super weird way to phrase that question. It's also just a super weird question to ask. How would anyone working there know exactly when these aliens who just landed will be finished destroying everything? And why the fuck would you stay at work answering the phone if you knew the end of the world was imminent? I love my job. I truly do. But if I know the world is going to be ending in the next few hours or days, guess who no longer gives a shit about podcasting? Get the fuck out of here. I don't have a big end of the world party, spend as much time as I got left with Lindsay and the kids, dogs, and I don't know, maybe do a lot of drugs. In Harlem, multiple churches' evening services were interrupted by terrified parishioners barging through the doors, seeking spiritual consolation and guidance from the heavens on how to navigate a Martian invasion. These evening services morphed into end-of-the-world prayer meetings with everyone crowded inside the ground floor of a brownstone house, praying, crying, wailing, preparing to meet their maker. Similar situations were reported in churches across Alabama, Tennessee, and Indiana. Reportedly, one Indianapolis woman ran into St. Paul's Episcopal Church, a church she did not attend, by the way, screaming, "New York is destroyed! It's the end of the world! You might as well go home and die!" I just heard it on the radio. Less than an hour, Orson Welles pranked more people than the cast of Punk'd, The Impractical Jokers, and every other prank show that's ever been combined. A hospital in Newark received phone calls from multiple parents whose children were receiving treatment there, demanding their child be discharged so they could evacuate the city with their family. Similarly, another newspaper reported that a patient at a hospital in Macon, Georgia, who had just received an operation, tore his surgical stitches loose and bolted from his bed upon hearing the fake news. Oh my God. According to the New York Times and other sources, part of the reason the panic became so widespread was actually something good. was because people were just really looking out for each other. One terrified listener would call his mom, who would tell her neighbors, who would tell their friends, who would then tell everybody who listened that they needed to evacuate right now. The streets of New York were flooded with people fleeing their homes to escape the end of the world, and the majority of them probably never heard the broadcast. Although the Mercury Theater on air did have a dedicated following, it wasn't massively popular amongst the masses. There were many other radio shows, far more popular. So it was more by word of mouth that the hysteria spread. The potent work of the rumor mill and mob mentality. Upon hearing the news that the East Coast was being invaded by extraterrestrials, one woman from New Orleans immediately got on a flight to New York City to go save her daughter, who was going to a university there. The article doesn't say, but I wonder what her reaction was when she landed at JFK and there were no Martians anywhere to be found. She cried the whole flight, only to land and find out it was a bunch of bullshit. But also, what a badass mom. A similar badass in San Francisco reportedly called the police station multiple times, asking where he could volunteer his services to help defeat the alien invaders. Unfortunately, not every story was as entertaining or heroic. One poor bastard in Pittsburgh returned home from work in the middle of the broadcast to find his wife in their bathtub with a bottle of poison in her hand, screaming, "I'd rather die this way than like that." Oh my God. The article does not say what happened to the woman. Hopefully she survived. Also, man, how quick to completely panic was she? I'd be worried that my wife Lindsay might do something similar. She's so afraid of aliens. I feel like if this happened to her, I would have to stay so vigilant to make sure she didn't try and take herself out rather than be murdered by fictitious aliens. November 3rd, 1983, a Pennsylvania newspaper called the Harrisburg Telegraph ran a story about how some of the locals reacted to the fake broadcast. According to the article, after hearing the news of the Martian invasion, one local man emptied his safe, ran out in the street, and just started giving his cash away to strangers. And then even better, after discovering the world wasn't actually going to end, he then got his rifle and ran around town with his rifle, threatening random people at gunpoint to give him his money back or else. Incredible. On Halloween afternoon, the Columbia Broadcasting System issued a statement saying that the Mercury Theater's adaptation of The War of the Worlds stayed mostly true to the original story, but with a few details changed to make it more entertaining for American audiences. The statement also pointed out that the fact that the broadcast was fictional was announced 4 times throughout the episode and had previously been advertised prior to the actual recordings being fictional. Nevertheless, the statement continued, the program apparently was produced with such vividness that some listeners who may have heard only fragments of the broadcast thought it was fact, not fiction. Naturally, it was neither CBS's nor the Mercury Theater's intention to mislead anyone. The same day, the Federal Communication Commission began an investigation into CBS and the Mercury Theater for, quote, the terror and fright they caused across the nation. Pissed off members of the public and concerned government officials alike demanded CBS and Orson Welles be punished. One state senator in Des Moines, Iowa, named Clyde Herring, issued a press release stating he would introduce a bill in the forthcoming session of Congress that would force radio stations to adhere to much stricter federal regulations and censorship. After this, Senator Herring became the spokesperson for radio censorship. He called the War of the Worlds broadcast, quote, the Halloween boogeyman, and was quoted in a Missouri newspaper saying that radio has no more right to present programs like that than someone has the right to come knocking on our door and screaming. But actually, is it illegal to knock on someone's door and then just start screaming when they answer? It's fucking weird, concerning. I don't know if it's illegal. He also stated that bedtime stories which involved murder and violence needed to be stopped. I imagine Senator Herring now be the biggest fan of this show or scared to death. Others had a vastly different takeaway. Legendary journalist Dorothy Thompson, for example, believed that the real issue the broadcast revealed was not a lack of censorship in American radio, but lack of intelligence amongst the American populace. Good for her. Instead of scolding Orson Welles for tricking Americans into believing Earth was under attack by extraterrestrials, Dorothy Thompson criticized Americans for being too fucking stupid. They should have been smart enough to not believe it. The War of the Worlds broadcast proved how easily the general populace was convinced of things, even if what they were being convinced of was outright ridiculous, like heat ray welding Martians destroying New Jersey. Wielding Martians. The broadcast, she believed, effectively demonstrated how quickly mass mania is spread, and she wrote, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater have cast a brilliant and cruel light upon the failure of popular education. They have exposed the incredible stupidity, lack of nerve, and ignorance of thousands. They have proved how easy it is to start mass delusion. They are uncovered the primeval fears lying under the thinnest surface of the so-called civilized man. Mr. Orson Welles ought to be given a congressional medal and a national prize Mr. Orson Welles and his theater have made a greater contribution to an understanding of Hitlerism, Mussolinism, Stalinism, anti-Semitism, and all other terrorisms of our times than all the words about them have been written by reasonable men. They have made the reductio ad absurdum of mass manias. And how bad were people feeling now who fell for it? Orson Welles made them panic when they thought the broadcast was real. Now Dorothy Thompson is telling them that they're fucking idiots. Also, what would Dorothy Thompson think about people falling for outlandish conspiracy theories and idiotic propaganda today? Guessing she wouldn't think the QAnon crowd was much smarter than those who thought Orson's broadcast was real. After receiving some backlash himself at 71 years old, the author of The War of the Worlds, Herbert George Wells, was prompted to comment on the situation. From his home in London, the author stated that when he sold the broadcasting rights of his novel to CBS, quote, "It was implicit in the agreement that it was to be used as fiction and not news. I gave no permission whatsoever for alteration that might lead to belief that it was real news." More than that, old Herbert, or the Columbia Broadcasting Company, or the cast of the Mercury Theater, the person that received the brunt of the masses' anger was, of course, Orson Welles. To the public and the press, Orson was profusely apologetic and professed to be embarrassed by the chaos his show caused. He and other members of his theater company repeatedly assured interviewers that the outcome of their show was completely unforeseen. Although they did work diligently to write natural and effective dialogue and produce convincing sound effects, the plot itself was still so outlandish they never thought anyone would actually believe it was real. And this, it seems, is kind of true. Up until mere hours before the live broadcast was scheduled to begin, everything was a shit show for Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater. Orson and his co-writers, John Houseman, Paul Stewart, and Howard Koch, could not agree on how the script should go, and Orson himself was absent for the majority of the prep. He was too busy working on his stage production of the play Danton's Death, which was failing dramatically. Since Orson first decided he wanted to do an episode based on the War of the Worlds, Howard Koch, who was tasked with writing the fake news bulletins and the script, had little faith in the project. When he read the book, which was something he claimed Orson did not do, Koch found it dull and boring. And the more he tried to convert it into a script, the more he hated it. 5 days before the broadcast, Koch called his co-writer, Houseman, told him the adaptation was hopeless. Houseman promised that he would ask their director if they could try adapting a different novel instead. But despite his many attempts, he could not get a hold of Orson. They were running out of time, so Houseman just decided to lie to Koch, told him that Orson refused to do any other novel except War of the Worlds, so they better get to writing. The next day, the actors, minus Orson, received the first draft of the script to rehearse. It was a complete and utter disaster. That same day, one of the actors was asked by radio critic Ben Gross what the cast had in store for their upcoming broadcasts. And the actor told him, just between us, it's lousy. It'll probably bore you to death. On October 30th, the day of the broadcast, Orson arrived to the studio for one last-minute rehearsal. When he read the script, he almost immediately lost his shit. He started admonishing his cast and crew for their inadequacy, which, according to many former coworkers, was something he did before almost every broadcast. According to an article at the SmithsonianMag.com, Welles routinely berated his collaborators, calling them lazy, ignorant, and incompetent, many other insults, all while complaining of the mess they'd given him to clean up. Have to be a genius. He delighted in making his cast and crew scramble by radically revising the show at the last minute, adding new things and taking others out. Out of the chaos came a much stronger show. This episode was no exception. Over the next few hours, Orson made huge changes to everything about the script, from the pacing to the characters to the plot itself. Orson worked best under pressure when time was running out and too much was at stake. That day, he and his crew put their blood, sweat, and tears into turning the disaster of a script into something monumental. By 8 p.m. that evening, the revisions were complete and the show began. The adaptation that the Mercury Theater performed on October 30th, 1938, was vastly different to what they started the day with. And because of that, it was like, as the Smithsonian calls it, a magnificent fluke. So did Orson and his Mercury Theater cast plan on deceiving their listeners? Probably both yes and no. They did make adjustments to the script to make it more believable. But based on the shitstorm, it began as no one was sure how successful it would be. But what about Orson Welles? Was he really mortified by the panic it caused? Did he really regret, doing or causing it like he said he did? Most people, including myself, would say absolutely not. In the aftermath of the broadcast, he was quoted multiple times saying, "If I'd planned to wreck my career, I couldn't have gone about it better." But it didn't wreck his career. It launched him to stardom, and he knew that. Director of An American Werewolf in London and friend of Orson's, John Landis, said that Orson milked all the publicity surrounding the pandemonium he caused for all it was worth. That when he appeared before cameras and journalists, sullen and contrite, that was all an act. Orson did later admit that the morning after the broadcast, he had to work hard to conceal his extreme delight at the impact of his work. Yeah, of course. I mean, how could you not be proud of producing and starring in a dramatic retelling of a work of fiction and do such a good job? Thousands and thousands and thousands of people thought it was absolutely real. However, it's important to note that at the time, the impact was likely overstated and exaggerated. While it is true that newspapers across the nation reported stories of things like suicide, murder, much more likely that the hysteria was confined to overly packed churches, panicked phone calls to the police, a few traffic jams, general confusion, and some mass exoduses, mostly in New York and New Jersey. The evacuations ended fairly quickly when the refugees looked at the sky, found it shockingly void of any alien invaders from Mars. Still, people were running out of their homes down the street. People were jumping into cars, fleeing cities. Some people were hopping on planes to rescue loved ones. And what about some random people living alone with their radios out in the sticks? What a wild night some of them must have had. A lot of those people lived in Concrete, Washington. I love this. In the little 800-person-ish town of Concrete, Washington, 90 minutes north of Seattle, phone lines and electricity suffered a short circuit at the Superior Portland Cement Company substation just as listeners heard New York being destroyed by aliens. What are the odds? Residents were now unable to call neighbors, family, or friends to have them calm their fears. And this was happening during a heavy thunderstorm. During this heavy thunderstorm, panicked residents literally running, screaming, crying down the streets. And the pandemonium there lasted for hours. Hours when an entire town truly thought aliens had just destroyed New York and were taking over the country. Here I thought my Dick Bird prank was a good one. Actually, I still do. It's one of my finest achievements. But I don't have shit on Orson Welles. The infamous 1938 War of the Worlds broadcast. I found this so entertaining. I hope you enjoyed learning about it at least half as much as I did. And I hope somebody told Johnny and his dad and his mom that they didn't need to hide down in the basement for several months living in terror, afraid of being eviscerated by murderous Martians in their heat rays at any moment. And that is it for this edition of Time Suck Short Sucks. Short Sucks, my God. I think this is my favorite one. If you enjoyed the story, check out the rest of the Bad Magic catalog. Beefier episodes of Time Suck every Monday at noon Pacific time. New episodes of the now long-running paranormal podcast, Scared to Death, every Tuesday at midnight. And the new horror series within the Scared to Death feed, Nightmare Fuel, 2 Fridays a month. Please check it out if you haven't already. Thank you to Molly Jean Box for the initial research, and to Logan Keats for sweetening up the sound on today's episode. Please go to badmagicproductions.com for all your bad magic needs, and have a great weekend before the world is destroyed by the Martians.
Bad Magic Productions.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Okay, business leaders, are you here to play or are you playing to win? If you're in it to win, meet your next MVP. NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is your full business management system in one convenient suite. With NetSuite, you're running your accounting, your finance, your HR, your e-commerce, and more, all from your online dashboard. Upgrade your playbook and make the switch to NetSuite, the #1 cloud ERP.
Get the CFO's guide to AI and machine learning at netsuite.com/podcast25. netsuite.com/podcast25.
Business may feel like a big jump, but OnDeck Small Business Loans can help keep you afloat. With lines of credit up to $100,000 and term loans up to $250,000, OnDeck lets you choose the loan that's right for your business. As a top-rated online small business lender, OnDeck's team of loan advisors can help you find the right business loan to fit your needs. Visit OnDeck.com for more information. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank. OnDeck does not lend in North Dakota. All loans and amounts subject to lender approval.
Have you played High Five Casino yet? High Five Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. High Five Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on High Five Casino. Best of all, it's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours. Ready to have your own High Five moment? Visit highfivecasino.com. That's the number 5, casino.com. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited by law. Must be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply. John Justin Bunting was a vigilante pedophile hunter. Or rather, that's what he told himself. And that's what his band of murderous friends believed. The Snowtown murders killers all lived in the suburbs north of Adelaide, Australia, in highly impoverished neighborhoods where crime was rampant, dysfunction was everywhere. They had tragic pasts full of so much sexual abuse, which is why they were initially so passionate about stopping sexual predators. They identified their targets, attacked them, tortured them to death in ritualistic fashion, and then stuffed their dismembered bodies into barrels or buried them. And they got away with murder after murder after murder for 7 years. Which is pretty surprising, considering they didn't seem that smart, and all the victims were connected to the killers in some way, often closely. Romantic partners, spouse, best friends, even siblings. Not a good way to avoid being caught. The Snowtown murders, also known as the bodies in barrels murders, were a series of murders committed by 4 men. The ringleader, John Justin Bunting, and his lackeys, Robert Joe Wagner, Jamie Vlasakis, and Mark Hayden. And they all occurred in the state of South Australia. This is considered Australia's worst serial murder case, and the trial was one of the longest in Australian history. The police believe there were 12 victims killed in total. 8 of their bodies were found in barrels in an abandoned bank vault in Snowtown, about 87 miles north of Adelaide. But only one victim, the last one, was actually killed in Snowtown. They initially targeted known or suspected pedophiles, but then began to rationalize killing anyone John disliked. If John Bunting thought somebody was dirty or weak, they just weren't safe. They needed to be taken to the clinic and cured, a code for murder. John created a rock spider wall in his home, an interconnected web of names of people he suspected were pedophiles or who deserved to be punished on his terms. Rock spider, slang for a pedophile born out of Australia's prison culture. After the murders, efforts were made to steal the victims' identities, social security payments, and access their bank accounts. The killers were finally caught May 20th, 1999, an infamous day in Australian history when the police opened a bank vault in Snowtown and found barrels full of bodies. I got a wild one for you this week. So much just, what the fuck was going on in South Australia in the 90s? Coming your way on another true crime, serial killing, so much this is going to feel like I'm making it up because it is so unbelievably outrageous edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Well, happy Monday and welcome to the Cult of the Curious. I'm Dan Cummins, sucked him his prime, guy with quite a few tattoos at this point, but both pinkies, so you know I'm not Yakuza, or I'm a really good Yakuza. Angel investor in Bob's Bountiful Bonsai Fruit.biz, and you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise be to good boy Bojangles, and glory be to Triple M. No real announcements today, other than I'm just very excited about Nightmare Fuel, fictional horror short stories I've been writing this year. Up to 16 installments now on the Scared to Death feed. Just me narrating stories I've written. Logan Keats scoring them as if they're standalone little horror movies. The most recent story, as I record this now, is called The Wishing Box. A man named Doug Burns stumbles into a strange little antique shop in downtown Santa Monica, California, called Relics and Curiosities, where he purchases the wishing box as a birthday gift for his wife, Olivia. And he quickly learns the box truly does grant wishes. But will those wishes be worth the terrible price he must pay for them? So check it out, right? Load up on some spooky stories as we head into October and Halloween. And that's it. And now it's time to get started. This is truly one of the craziest fucking stories I've ever come across. Lindsay was just like, what are you doing? So much during the research, because I kept just laughing at just the dark absurdity of all of it. I was like, how is this their lives? So many characters who are so colossally fucked up. Almost no character in this, actually no character I can think of this moment, this story has like a concept of what like normal should look like in life. So buckle up. Shit is going to get so weird. Starting off today with a brief introduction to the state of South Australia, where the murders took place, followed by a full timeline of the Snowtown / Bodies and Barrels murders. So to know our setting. If it even is a real place, not just a conspiracy, like a small band of smooth brains somehow able to type thoughts out and put them on the internet, seem to believe. If real, Australia has 6 states and 2 internal territories. States are South Australia, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia, and Tasmania. And the internal territories are the Northern Territory and the Australian Capital Territory. The Australian Capital Territory isn't a state because it's home to Australia's federal government. It seems very similar to the District of Columbia here in the States to me. And the Northern Territory is in the state because it is a barren fucking wasteland. Maybe wasteland is harsh, but despite its massive size, has very, very few people. It doesn't seem like a place that's built for a lot of towns. It is a little bit of a wasteland in most parts. It's over 520,000 square miles in size, has a total population of just under 250,000 people. To compare that to the U.S., it is roughly twice the size of Texas, but Texas has over 120 times as many people. And it's hot as fuck. Temperatures soar over 100 degrees Fahrenheit every single month of the year except July, in the middle of the Australian winter, when it really cools off, and the heat has only ever reached 99.5 degrees. Over half the people in the territory live in the small city of Darwin, which has just over 127,000 people, a city that has almost been entirely rebuilt 4 times in the last 130 years, following 3 devastating cyclones and Japanese air raids during World War II. Cyclone Tracy in 1974 hit poor Darwin on Christmas Day, destroyed over 70% of all the city's buildings, including over 80% of all the homes, all the residences. But on a positive note, houses are pretty cheap there. Much more cheap than a lot of places in Australia. About 1/3 of what they cost in Sydney. So, if you're willing to live there, that's good. Second biggest town is Alice Springs, just under 26,000 people. Then it drops way off, down to less than 6,000 for the town of Catherine. And I know we're not here to talk about Australia's Northwest Territory. I just had no idea it was that just beaten down and kind of desolate. We're here to focus on South Australia, the only state in Australia not completely overrun with criminals and descendants of criminals. Kind of kidding. The British Empire did choose Australia to be the site of a penal colony, and many of the first European inhabitants of Australia were criminals transported from Britain and Ireland primarily. However, the state of South Australia, that's where the good Australians settle. You need to be nervous, very nervous, everywhere else in Australia, not in South Australia. Kidding again. But I say that because South Australia was actually intentionally created to be a colony of free men who would bring good to Australian society. South Australia, the only Australian state to have never received any British convicts to aid in the original settlement. Ironically, the idea for a criminal-free Australian state was dreamt up by a criminal in the 1830s. Edward Gibbon Wakefield, he thought of this while he was a prisoner in London's Newgate prison. Wakefield would become a key figure in the colonization of South Australia. He was in prison because he had raped several kangaroos during his first trip to Australia. Or he actually never went to Australia and was convicted of something still gross but less outrageous. He abducted a 15-year-old heiress, a girl half his age, from her school, took her to France to wed her. The marriage, never consummated, was annulled, and he was convicted of a misdemeanor and sentenced to 3 years in jail. Wakefield turned his attention while in prison to colonial subjects and considered the main causes of the slow progress of the Australian colonies in the enormous size of the landed estates, the reckless manner in which land was dished out or doled out, given away, whatever, the absence of all systematic effort at colonization, and the consequent discouragement of immigration and not enough labor. He proposed to remedy this state of things by the sale of land in small quantities at a sufficient price and the employment of the proceeds as a fund for promoting immigration. These views were expressed in his letter from Sydney, published in 1829 under a false name while he was still in prison in London, but often quoted as if it was written in Sydney, a city he never visited. He had additional pamphlets published while he was still in prison, including one titled Sketch of a Proposal for Colonizing Australia, and they actually drummed up a lot of interest. The National Colonization Society was created in 1830 once Wakefield was released in order to advocate for the type of systematic colonization set out in Letter from Sydney, based on 3 principles: careful selection of immigrants, the concentration of settlers, and the sale of land at a fixed, uniform, sufficient price to provide funding for new settlers. Wakefield was a founding member of this group. Interestingly, while his ideas spurred on its colonization, it seems Wakefield never made it to South Australia. He ended up moving on to focus on New Zealand. First ships of settlers would arrive in South Australia in 1836, and the city of Adelaide was established in 1837 as the state's capital. Remains the state's largest city with almost 1.5 million people. The state has as a whole, has only a little over 1.8 million. Outside of Adelaide and surrounding suburbs, it is like most of Australia. Once you get away from the coastline, pretty sparsely populated. Adelaide known for having architecture and attitudes that are overwhelmingly British. The 5th largest city in all of Australia, for years was considered more conservative, quieter than the nation's other major cities. It seems to have really thrived in recent decades, gotten pretty artsy. It looks absolutely gorgeous now, based on YouTube videos. Architectural Digest just ranked Adelaide as the most beautiful city in the world earlier this year. Talk about high praise. Most beautiful city on earth. Never been, but it does look gorgeous. It has an amazing park system, super modern high-rises and art installations, tons of institutions of higher learning. There are 3 public universities, 1 private university in Adelaide, as well as 3 satellite campuses for foreign universities, numerous research centers, like a lot of them, art galleries, a bunch of museums, botanical gardens, loads of festivals, live music venues, 2 Australian rules football teams, great public transport, and so much more. Apparently, though, when the Snowtown murders were occurring, it was a lot less cool. When author Salman Rushdie visited in the 1980s, he wrote, "Adelaide is the perfect setting for a Stephen King novel or horror film." And Adelaide had a reputation for being a bit more murdery than other Australian cities, even though the homicide rate is actually below the national average. Still has that reputation. Some criminologists argue that South Australia had for years been unfairly described as being more dangerous than other areas of Australia because it just happens to have had more exceptionally deviant or newsworthy murders than other states. According to author Debbie Marshall, who wrote the 2006 book, Killing for Pleasure, the definitive story of the Snowtown serial murders, one of the main sources we used in the upcoming timeline, South Australia has a social atmosphere that is distinctly its own. In this, it is very like Christchurch in New Zealand, which is also a Wakefield designed city, flat and ordered, and which also has a higher percentage of deviant bizarre crime. There is a sense of correctness, politeness, conformity in both places, a social hierarchy, and that the pioneering families who go back generations hold the prestige and those who don't aren't in the same league. The social atmosphere of a city or state contributes to the crime rate. Where people hold on to their feelings, are repressed and uptight, you might expect that some will develop deviant behaviors that will explode in violence. There is a sense of isolation in South Australia, and that can also help to give rise to antisocial or psychopathic behavior. Interesting. Not sure she's correct, but interesting. Some of the particularly deviant crimes that have occurred in South Wales over the years were the 1976 and 1977 Truro murders, when 2 men fresh out of prison for rape convictions, Christopher Worrell and James Miller, raped and killed 7 girls and young women between the ages of 15 and 26. There were also the family murders. 5 murders speculated to have been committed by a loosely connected group of individuals who came to be known as the family. The group was believed to be involved in the kidnapping and sexual abuse of a number of teenage boys and young men, as well as the torture and murder of 5 young men aged between 14 and 25 in Adelaide in the 70s and 80s. And there was the Rowe family killings, when 20-year-old Jason Downey, sexually obsessed with 16-year-old Chantel Rowe, parked his car around the corner of her family's home on the night of November 8, 2010, then climbed through a bathroom window, sexually assaulted Chantel while stabbing her at least 33 times. Downey then stripped the girl of her bloody clothes and redressed her. The body of Chantel's father, Andrew, found in the kitchen, 29 stab wounds. His wife, Rose, found nearby, stabbed at least 50 times in 2 separate attacks. The second wave of attacks likely occurring while she was crawling to get away from her killer on her hands and knees. Pieces of the knife were found in the bodies of the victims, which speaks to how much aggression Downey used to stab them. And there are many other shocking crimes to have come out of South Australia specifically over the years, but none as shocking as the Snowtown murders. And now, let's dive into a full timeline of South Australia's most infamous and deviant murder case and learn all about them.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time-suck timeline.
As I mentioned, one of our main sources for this timeline is the 2006 book, Killing for Pleasure. The definitive story of the Snowtown serial murders by Debbie Marshall. Debbie's a freelance journalist and author who traveled to Snowtown and studied the case extensively. And one more quick note. Most of the murders in this case took place in the northern suburbs of Adelaide. The perpetrators and their families moved around a lot, so we'll see a lot of location shifts in the timeline. And due to the nature of the kidnappings and the guilty parties not confessing to the full details of their crimes, we don't have exact dates for several murders, just kind of a date range. And the date ranges in the timeline come from the appendix of Marshall's book. Now, no more disclaimers and explanations. Here we go. John Justin Bunting, born September 4th, 1966, in Inala, Queensland. Inala has been described as an impoverished southwestern suburb of Brisbane. In 1950, Inala was sold to the Queensland Housing Commission and was developed to house veterans and their families. Many residents were migrants from Europe and the UK. In the subsequent decades, not that the UK is not in Europe, but I should have said the UK and the rest of Europe would have been better. In the subsequent decades, Inala developed a high crime and unemployment rate, and John grew up there as an only child. His mother, Jan, has been described as upright and immaculate, so very morally rigid. Certainly not the worst way to be. Certainly not cause to blame her, for John's killings. Of course, I grew up to be a murderer. My mom was exceptionally good. You try being raised in that shadow. His father, Tom, did not wear the pants in the family, was no match for her domineering personality. John's parents, both hard workers, law-abiding people, both held steady jobs. None of this would rub off on their boy. Jan was an office secretary. Tom worked in a printing factory. Tom's passion was playing guitar, but not very good. Had a wee bit of trouble playing the guitar after parts of several fingers were severed off in a freak accident. Some sort of guillotine-looking blade in a print factory. Lots of fingers. Getting lost between last week's Yakuza episode and Tom here. It's been a fucking hard 2 weeks for fingers here in the suburbs. The Bunting family mostly kept to themselves. They weren't known for being very chatty with their neighbors. They were private. John's sloppy habits made his mother irritable as she valued keeping a tidy home. John felt like his mother continually invaded his privacy. But she looked to his things and cleaned up after him. Well, maybe don't be such a fucking slob, Johnny boy. John had a passion for collecting things as a kid. Enjoyed science, especially chemistry. At home, he learned how to make things like rockets and stink bombs. Oh, stink bombs. Those ever get exploded in classrooms anymore? I remember kids bring those to school and really pissing off teachers and a lot of their fellow classmates with the stink bombs. Not sure if they're still a thing. My kids have certainly never talked about it. One of John's favorite things to do growing up was to experiment with chemicals like nitric acid, brake fluid, and chlorine. He was a fucking weird kid. He also enjoyed drowning and otherwise torturing spiders and a lot of these chemicals. Those spiders would soon get their revenge. John claimed that when he was 8 years old, he was raped by the older brother of his school friend who locked the two boys in his room and strapped them to the bed. Some spiders had talked him into it, and they would supervise the abuse. No, that's insane. I'm pretty sure spiders had nothing to do with this, but that would be a particularly scary spider. One that does not bite you, instead talks people into raping you. I'm a little scared of a brown recluse, and like a black widow. I would be very scared of a sweet-talking rape spider. Those kind of spiders were to exist anywhere in the world, they would probably exist in Australia. Gotta be the world's creepy spider capital. Anyway, the brother had apparently been raping his younger brother John's friend for years. I say apparently, you'll see why in a second. I don't believe this story. But John said, the teen, his older brother, punched John in the mouth when he cried out. Then when it was over, John said he bragged about what he had done to his friends, who came over and then took turns raping the boys. The boys were also beaten and burned with cigarettes. Then they were interrupted by the friend's father, who shouted at the teens to let the boys go and help untie them. And he helped untie them. I am so skeptical when sadistic murderers talk about what happened to them when they were kids. I mean, it certainly could have happened. But very odd to me that the dad would just yell at his teen son to stop burning his little brother and his little brother's friends with cigarettes and beating them after tying them to a bed. Just, oi, hey, knock it off. How many times have I told you? Stop tying your brother up, burning him. Or what if the dad interrupted them mid-rape? Oi, how many times have I told you to stop rooting your brother, his friends? Stop buggering his friend's butthole, for fuck's sake. No more burning them, I'm serious. I mean, I guess his dad could have been that much of a psycho, but this detail is weird to me. And the story gets, there's other problems as it goes on. John said when he got home, his mom scolded him for being late before she noticed the bruises on his face. John then told her he fell off his bike. He said he was too ashamed to tell her the truth. John didn't talk about what happened for many years. When he finally did, he just called the rape his accident. He told people that the attacker left his house to avoid his parents and then drove off on the main attacker the older brother, left his house to avoid his parents, drove off on his motorcycle, and then crashed into a bus and was killed. But he said earlier that the attacker attacked him at somebody else's house, his friend's house. So why is the attacker now fleeing from his house? Right? The story doesn't add up. John said the other teen attackers followed him for months, shouting obscenities, chasing him through parks, once running him off the road while he was on his bike. Also dragged him into their car and threatened, if we get a hold of you again, you're dead. And that doesn't make any sense. Why would these kids go through the trouble of chasing him for months? And then they finally catch him, just to tell him that the next time they catch him, that's when they're going to kill him. And if they raped him before, why didn't they try and do anything this time? John said he was angry and afraid, but still told no one. And did I mention that John will gain a reputation for being a notorious, outrageous liar? Yes, he will. However, something may have happened to him, as we'll see throughout the timeline. Many people involved in this case were truly sexually abused as children. John, though, I'm skeptical of anything John says. At the age of 13, John maybe met a man named Benny, who was in his 40s. And growing up, Benny apparently suffered extreme physical abuse at the hands of his father. John asked Benny to help with his problem, with these kids chasing him. And Benny promised him protection from those kids. But in exchange, he asked John to play bait for him. Benny had John wait on street corners to lure child predators. When they asked John if he wanted to go with them and do something sexual, John would say yes, but he had to go tell his older brother first. He would then, this is what he's saying. He said he would then lead the men around the corner where Benny would just lie in wait, and he would just beat the fuck out of these guys with John's help, this 13-year-old's help. No way. I wish that story was true, but no way. At the age of 17, John said he got a job. This is my favorite line of his. At the age of 17, John said he got a job putting up handball nets all around Australia, but most of the work was based in Brisbane. Fuck out of here. No one is going to hire a 17-year-old to put up handball nets all around a continent. It's not like it's a highly specialized job. I'm pretty sure you can find a lot of people in any of the cities you're going to, in Perth, wherever, just to put a fucking net up, rather than pay to fly Johnny Netmaster all over the country. I feel like in this bullshit story, he's being sent everywhere in a private jet to being driven to the handball court in a limo. Whoa, who's getting out of that limo? Oh, that's the handball net wizard. I didn't even know if he's real. No one can ever put up a handball net like the handball net wizard. John said he later reunited with his friend Benny in Queensland after making all his handball net fortune. Mm-hmm. According to future conspirator Jamie Blasakis, he and Benny did a few murders. Benny taught him what to do. And I'm sure that's what John, told Jamie. No one else other than John was ever able to find this Benny fella or any record of him. John's only other friend he talked about having grown up was a boy named Charles, who he said died by suicide as a teenager. And I'm not sure if he's real either. John said he kept another huge secret from his parents, in addition to the, for sure, very real secret about the kid who tied him up and raped him until his dad untied him. And then that kid somehow ran out of John's house when John's parents got home, even though the rape occurred at the friend's house, and then sped off on a motorcycle and drove into a bus and died. But then the other kids who were also raping him, I guess just didn't leave the house, just stayed there and were like, "Oi, hey, John's parents. John tells you that we took turns raping, burning him today. He's lying. Just want you to know that. Have a great rest of your day." This new secret was that when John was 17 years old, he got a girl named Lisa pregnant. And she had a little girl, and their daughter was named Tammy. And he and Lisa split up before the baby was born, according to John's now deceased romantic partner, Elizabeth Harvey. John didn't tell his mom about the baby because she didn't want grandchildren. She didn't want to be called grandma. John said he would take care of Tammy for short periods while she would go on dates with a new boyfriend. And then Tammy told her boyfriend, that Tammy told her boyfriend that the baby was his, the boyfriend's baby, and that he didn't find out the truth until Tammy was 2. And then he was so enraged that the baby wasn't his, this new guy, that he started to physically and sexually abuse the baby. I don't think that's how it usually works. I don't think that one suddenly out of nowhere decides to sexually assault a toddler. Like somebody is super sweet to a toddler for 2 years. And they're like, "What? This baby's mine?" And then they just start beating and fucking the baby. I don't think that's how it usually happens. I guess it could happen, but I haven't heard of an instance like that. John's baby mama, Lisa, then asked young John to buy 2 plane tickets with all that, sweet handball net cash she had, so that she could move to England to live with the man she planned to marry and take, John's baby so he'd never see his baby. And John just did that. He just bought him the tickets. And Lisa and Timmy just never returned to Australia. That totally happened. Then John and his imaginary vigilante friend Benny continued their violent escapades. John said that they now started breaking into the homes of pedophiles, known or suspected, and ransacked their houses, would shit in their beds, would kill their pets, and would write slurs on the walls with their own shit. What? Why would you kill a pedophile's dog? Okay, the dog didn't diddle anybody. And why now do this instead of beating the shit out of them like you were doing earlier? It just seems like a weird step backwards in their vigilantism. John said that Benny became like family to him, but then poor Benny developed an aggressive throat cancer and died before John turned 18. Oh, no, Benny, no! Rest in peace, Benny! Oh, we'll all miss you, buddy. Then you write more slurs with your own shit on the walls of Peto's homes in the life after this one. Or it would have been cool if you did that if you were real. In 1985, when John was 18, he decided he wanted to travel. And his roommate, Mark Day, I don't know how he got his roommate all of a sudden, but whatever, he agreed to go with him. And they just traveled and shit. Where? Who knows? Dipshit never said. He did say that the next year, though, in February of 1986, when John is now 19, he and a group of 9 friends of his piled into 2 cars and just headed west for Perth. And the real reason he was traveling? Well, John told his friends the coppers, they were running him out of Queensland. Why? He never said. Probably just because he was such a naughty boy who refused to go pee on the potty. Probably because he was wanted for committing so many daring, courageous rock spider murders. On the way to Perth, John said that they had some car trouble, so they rented a spot in a caravan park in Adelaide's northern suburbs, like a trailer park. And then John just stayed. Got a job painting a concrete floor at a motor museum, kind of random. First, he's Australia's premier handball net installer. Now he's painting concrete floor. Why couldn't he just work at a grocery store in the story? Why couldn't he just work at Red Rooster, hand out some of those delicious pineapple fritters? Later, John was offered a job by the South Australian Meat Corporation. This seems to be something that is actually true. He said he loved doing this, loved working at the butcher's place, loved working with all that meat. Also said in his spare time, he collected guns and read about how to make poisons, blowtorches, and Molotov cocktails. That tracks. Guns would not become legal in Australia until 1996. He also said he once practiced target shooting on some unfortunate dog and hung the animal in his shed for a few days before putting the body in a garbage bag and tossing it into the street, which he bragged about to his friends. I do sadly believe that. He is, as you will see, a complete soulless fucking psychopath. Bojangles would like him to try that shit with him. Bojangles would tear his nuts off before he could squeeze the trigger. Go ahead, try and squeeze the trigger. 1989, within 2 months of moving in with his friends Kevin and Michelle, who made the journey with him from Brisbane, he met his future wife, Veronica. 18-year-old Veronica Tripp, described as being a naive teenager with a noticeable intellectual disability, who abandoned school at year 8. Veronica was born with a severe hearing disability on top of cognitive impairment. It went undiagnosed till she was 8. Also born completely blind in one eye. She was dealing with some shit. She fell behind in school, had difficulty learning to read or write, but she was pretty good at drawing stuff. John was 21 when they met at a welding course in Torrensville, a suburb of Adelaide. Started sitting next to her on the bus, eating lunch with her. And at the time, John was living in Paraka, another Adelaide suburb, with his friends Kevin and Michelle. Veronica visited him as often as she could, which was pretty often since this relationship progressed real quick. In an interview with the Sun Herald after the murders, Veronica revealed she and John were married 2 weeks after they met. When John proposed, Veronica said she thought about it for about 10 seconds. And then she said, quote, okay, yep. How romantic. I picture her shrugging her shoulders when she said that too. You want to marry me? Okay. Yep. Fuck it, why not? I don't have a lot going on. She moved in with John after the proposal, and a short time later, he drove her to Brisbane to meet his parents for the first time. Quick little 22-hour drive. The same welding class where he met his bride. John also met a young man named Mark Hayden, 8 years older than him, and the two would become fast friends. I'm guessing Mark, one of his future murderous accomplices, would come to regret this friendship very much. And now, before we get to know a bit about Mark, one of the Snowtown Murders killers, time for today's first of 2 mid-show sponsor breaks. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Nurturing. Someone who helps take care of the people in their life. Like when Lindsay brought me a splint on our second date because she knew one of my fingers was probably broken. Hardworking and responsible. Someone who takes her job seriously and does it well. I loved hearing about how Lindsay kept getting hired by the same producers over and over for years. They clearly respected her. These are 2 of many, many green flags I saw when I met my wife. We often hear about the red flags we should avoid, but what if we focus more on looking for green flags in friends and partners? If you're not sure what they look like, therapy can help you identify green flags, actively practice them in your relationships, and embody the green flag energy yourself. Whether you're dating, married, building a friendship, or just working on yourself, it's time to form relationships that love you back. BetterHelp is fully online, making therapy affordable and convenient, serving over 5 million people worldwide. Access a diverse network of more than 30,000 credentialed therapists with a wide range of specialties. Easily switch therapists anytime at no extra cost. Discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/timesuck to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timesuck. It's always nice to keep your money where you can see it, isn't it? Unfortunately, traditional big wireless carriers also seem to like keeping your money. Can you blame them? No. But you can leave them. If you're tired of crazy high wireless bills, bogus fees, and quote-unquote free perks that actually cost more in the long run, switch to Mint Mobile. Mint Mobile offers premium plans starting at $15 per month with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network. Plus, you can keep your phone and number along with all your contacts. So easy. I've been saving over $50 a month for a few years now, a couple $1,000s saved, and I gave up nothing. Same unlimited data, same coverage. Same phone with all the same contacts. Mint Mobile has made it so easy for me to just save money month after month after month. If you like your money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/timesuck. That's mintmobile.com/timesuck. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month 5GB plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. Everyone who's ever done stand-up comedy knows, not every joke delivers. I've bombed so hard a few times out on tour over the years that the club owners thought I was actually trying to not be funny. I wasn't. Ouch. Luckily, Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better design shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. Their razors are equipped with German-engineered blades, crafted in their own factory, and designed to stay sharp longer. Harry's has the highest customer satisfaction in the shaving industry, plus a no-risk trial. Don't like your shave? No worries. It's on them. And they make a lot more than razors. I love their antiperspirant, one of the very, very few brands out there that doesn't irritate my skin, but also controls my BO. Try the redwood or the stone scent, my two faves. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/timesuck. That's harrys.com/timesuck for a $3 trial set. Research shows, and you know I love research, that a major challenge for employers is the pressure to hire quickly, especially given how time-consuming it is to find and review candidates. Well, if you're an employer who can relate, here's a question for you. Have you tried ZipRecruiter yet? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, so you don't waste time or money. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. A buddy of mine who runs an insurance agency had a few people quit around the same time, and it left him in a really stressful bind. Luckily, he was able to replace them, and quickly within the week through ZipRecruiter. And it's looking like they'll be even better than the agency lost. So relax, employers, and let ZipRecruiter speed up your hiring. See for yourself. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/timesuck right now and try it for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture-perfect sunset, or a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/timesuck. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Thanks for listening to those ads. If you don't want to hear any more, get the entire catalog ad-free and more by signing up to be a space listener on Patreon for $5 a month. And now let's meet one of John Bunting's oldest buds, Mark Ray Hayden. Mark Ray Hayden was born December 4th, 1958. It was written by Debbie Marshall. Barely educated, he is often described by people who know him as backwards, slow, monosyllabic when he speaks at all, but most of the time he is silent. John has a type. John prefers people who are mentally impaired enough to buy his bullshit, or people who have been so abused, neglected, marginalized, mistreated, that they'll be so desperate to have, friends that they will overlook his bullshit. Or both. He wants people he can use, manipulate, and control. Mark grew up as an only child after his brother died in a car accident. He enjoyed working with cars in his free time. He lived with his dad in Elizabeth East, yet another suburb of Adelaide. Mark's mom was diagnosed with schizophrenia, in and out of mental institutions for a few more years until she died in 1996, and then Mark would receive a pension for being his dad's primary caretaker. Mark had a Toyota Land Cruiser, and he and John enjoyed going out for drives in rural areas outside Adelaide or driving through junkyards to strip parts from abandoned cars. Once they completed their course, they started working together at a welding factory an hour north of Adelaide. John liked his job, but soon the factory would close down, and he would have to start killing people. He had to! He can't live on that handball net fortune money forever. Something like that. December of 1991, John and Veronica moved into their first home together at 203 Waterloo Corner Road in Salisbury North, a South Australian housing trust neighborhood an hour north of Adelaide. This address and this community will be a central location to today's story. The South Australian Housing Trust was established in 1936 to build housing to respond to migration and a population boom after World War II. The trust built thousands of new homes for low-income families. Many people living here were unemployed, on government assistance, and they were people with a lot of problems. So many problems, as you will see. Not sure exactly what it is now, but in the 90s, fucking terrible neighborhood, terrible place to live. The Age, a well-known newspaper based in Melbourne, it's been around since 1854, described Salisbury North in a May 1999 article. Dreams fade fast and hearts break hard in Salisbury. You can see it in sad eyes and sullen faces damaged early by booze and cigarettes. For many, hope is gone as they live out their lives in little brick houses the government rents out for the cut rate of $95 a fortnight. Here, kids chuck in school early and go to work in supermarkets, stack boxes in Adelaide's fruit and vegetable markets, or more likely, walk the streets, watch videos, and wait for the dole. Youth unemployment in Adelaide's northern suburbs runs at 36%, among the nation's highest levels. Salisbury is among the most deprived of the city's northern suburbs. But back in the 1950s and 1960s, times were better as migrants from the United Kingdom happily migrated to secure jobs in local industry. But the jobs for the working class have leached away, and federal politicians speak of Rust Belt Adelaide with the same despair as they do of Tasmania. Doesn't sound exactly delightful and full of hope, does it? Veronica would say that John, bad-tempered throughout their marriage, became lazy and cranky after they moved there. Frequently out of a job, spent hours hanging out with his new friends every day, 20-year-old Robert Wagner and 36-year-old Vanessa Lane, who lived a few doors down. Well, he's friends with Robert. He didn't care for Vanessa. Let's meet Robert now, another one of the other Snowtown murders killers. Then we'll meet Vanessa, a big character in the story as well. Robert Joe Wagner, so Bobby Joe, but not Bobby Wheeler, was born November 28th, 1971 in Parramatta, New South Wales. Robert's father would abandon the family when he was 9 months old. At the age of 3, Robert's mom and sister would move from New South Wales to Adelaide. They settled in a housing trust area in Elizabeth West, next to Salisbury North. Robert didn't do well in school, primarily because he was dyslexic, and he never learned how to read or write. Robert was physically abused by his mother's boyfriend, and shortly before his 8th birthday, he was sexually abused by the teenage son of one of his mom's friends, who was staying with them and occasionally babysat him. Damn. Robert didn't tell anybody what happened, but was so upset about the abuse, the poor bastard attempted suicide by overdosing on drugs he found in his home's bathroom. After his suicide attempt, his learning difficulties worsened. Robert didn't tell his mom when he stopped attending school as a teenager. He left each morning with his backpack, returned home when all the other neighborhood kids did. Got away with this until a truancy officer came to his house, but it appears he still would not graduate. This guy is just John's type, right? As an adult, Robert lacked direction, seemed incapable of holding down a steady job. He was in a committed relationship, though, when John met him with Vanessa Lane, a.k.a. Barry Lane, a.k.a. Barry Venables. Vanessa, biologically a male, but identified as a female sometimes. Sometimes he would dress as a male, identify as Barry. Most sources identify him as Barry. Seems that for most of his relationship with Robert, he did primarily identify as Vanessa. Guessing if he was alive today, they would identify as by gender. Barry was born in the little town of Snowtown in South Australia, August 1955, but he'd been living in Salisbury North for years. Snowtown, a 90-minute drive north of Salisbury North. Lies along the main road between Adelaide and Perth. very small farming town, only about 350 people. A bunch of grain silos, railroad tracks. There's been a massive wind farm west of town since 2008. Barry grew up there, the fourth of 11 children, raised primarily by his grandmother. His father was a violent alcoholic who regularly beat his mother, Sylvia, even when she was pregnant. His dad died of a stroke before he was a teenager. Sounds like it was too bad he didn't die sooner. Author Debbie Marshall writes, his two younger sisters, Suzanne and Gillian, coped with the unrelenting, grinding poverty of their childhood by trying to fit in. But Barry doesn't ever fit in, never tries to. It quickly works out that the best way to escape reality is by pretending he is someone else. Inwardly, he is Barry Lane from a destitute family. Outwardly, from the age of 9, he metamorphoses into a female incarnation who he calls Vanessa. At first, Barry would only put on women's clothing when he was alone in his room. After about 2 years, he considered going outside. By the age of 15, he would often go out wearing women's clothing and makeup and identifying as Vanessa, but again, not consistently. Excuse me. In 1980, 25-year-old Barry was sentenced to 4 months in prison for sexually assaulting 2 12-year-old boys. 4 months. That seems so light. The victims would still be 12 when he got out. How insulting to his victims and their families, and any other kids living in his vicinity. Barry blamed his family for the assaults because they prevented him from living his life how he wanted. He said, if I had done such a foolish thing again, I'd rather be chucked away for life and the keys chucked away. In prison, other inmates would spit on his food and threaten him. Good. Pedos, rock spiders. Not popular in prisons with a lot of violent inmates who were sadly often molested themselves as kids. After he was released, Barry was regularly seen around Salisbury North trying to speak to young boys. Of course, right? Pedos don't seem to change their stripes. Once a molester, always a molester, from what I've observed. Or at the very least, always someone who is, one opportunity away from being a molester. Being a molester again, I guess. Barry was disliked by his neighbors, of course he was, who sometimes threw rocks at him, spoke negatively towards him when he was seen outside. I guess especially if they had kids, they didn't care for him. As a sex offender. At one point, Barry joined the Salvation Army, visited several churches, trying to better himself, but he would not get better. He will remain a scumbag. He gets into a relationship with Robert Wagner, who he was 16 years older than. They met at a party. Barry later told people that he asked Robert to suck his dick at this party. Sounds like some party. Let's go to a fair amount of parties. I don't remember, asking other partygoers if they could suck my dick. That wasn't a socially acceptable option at the parties I went to. Also, when they met at this party, Robert was 13 and Barry was 29. So Pedo Bear immediately tried to molest Robert. Not a fan of Pedo Bear. Robert's mother eventually found out he was spending time with Pedo Bear instead of going to school, and she wasn't, as you can imagine, thrilled. Robert wanted his mom to meet Barry, though, and when she did, she was deeply upset by the relationship because Barry was way fucking older than him. She also didn't like that he dressed like a woman. So he's a pedophile, and she doesn't care for him. She tries to get her son to come back home, but he refuses. She has the police try and bring him back, but he continues just to run away. He won't tell the police what Barry and him are doing. Eventually, the school tells her that Robert should drop out because he's never there anyway. He does. He leaves town 2 months after he turns 14 with Barry, who he normally will introduce as Vanessa and also as his fiance, although they will never marry. 14, so young, so messed up. Robert's mom won't see her son for about 4 more years. By the time Robert is 18, he and Barry end up in Adelaide, and he tells his mom he will only see her if Vanessa can see her too. Carol Wagner, Robert's mom, fucking hates Barry/Vanessa, but wants to see her son. Also at this time, Robert and Barry are both living on disability pensions. Barry because of back pain, Robert because of his learning disability. Robert and Barry's neighbors thought the couple were very weird. Their house was apparently disgusting because they never cleaned up after themselves, never cleaned up after their many animals, had a bunch of pets. And Robert would constantly disturb the peace by playing some sort of funeral music for all to hear. That's how they describe it, funeral music. But they don't say exactly what kind of funeral music he played. Like, was it this? Kind of like traditional funeral music here in the States. Just can't imagine cranking that in the neighborhood. Or maybe this is the kind of music he was playing. I mean, you could technically play this at a funeral. Play it long enough, it'll make other people want to die. Or, dang it. Or maybe he was playing, oh my God, what's going on here? What is going on? There we go. hit some weird button on the computer and couldn't get it. How about this? I mean, that's music that makes me want to have my own funeral. Oh, Yoko. There was also talk in the neighborhood that Robert and Barry committed acts of bestiality with their dogs. They allegedly even told a neighbor about it once. The same neighbor said that they would often invite themselves into his house and talk about the weird sex life. I hope this neighbor is lying. I don't think they are, though. Just after getting through all this information before I sat down here to record, I think they probably were dog fuckers. How do you bring that up to your neighbor? Excuse me, do you have a bottle of olive oil? You borrow. What are we cooking? Nothing. Why? No, we just keep trying to fuck Max, but there's very little chocolate starfish. It's so fucking tight, you know? Dogs, am I right? So fun to own, but so hard to fuck. Robert and Vanessa were also physically abusive to each other, get into heated fights and arguments often. In addition to all of this craziness, Robert, quote, worshipped Hitler. So that's interesting. So much so that one of their dogs was named Adolf. And he wanted it, and he tried several times to get a swastika tattooed onto his fucking forehead, but could not find a tattoo artist in the area willing to do it. There's, like I said, there's some characters in this tale. Robert would later get involved with a right-wing hate group called National Action, described by author Debbie Marshall as bully boys with extreme reactionary neo-Nazi views who preach racial purity and employ terror tactics similar to the Ku Klux Klan. What a fun group. How do you feel superior to anyone else in any way when you are a dirty dog fucker? Robert would only be a member for a year and a half, or about a year and a half, and then get kicked out for being too radical. I picture him constantly trying to steer their racist agenda into bestiality and means. What are we here for? White power! And who is our enemy? Mostly the Jews, but also a lot of other people. And what do the Jews want to do with our dogs? Not sure, honestly. Didn't expect that question. They want to fuck them. And why won't we let them? What's happening? Getting more uncomfortable with the direction this meeting's taking by the second. We won't let them fuck them because no one fucks our dogs but us. White power. Robert Skews. John Bunty's neighbor at 205 Waterloo Corner Road already knew Robert Wagner and Barry Lane. And then Robert, Barry, and Skews would all meet John and Veronica the day they moved in. Robert, Joe, Barry, and Mark Hayden will now spend a lot of time hanging around the Bunting household. And sometimes Skews will as well. Very minor character, though, Skews. Fuck Skews. Don't even worry about Skews. They all have the tendency to visit each other's houses just anytime they please. People want in each other's houses. Sometimes they live with the other people, and then they swap around, and then these people are now living with those people. It's all very strange. Robert Joe Wagner, Bobby Joe, and John get along very well. Robert admires John, but John hates Barry and calls him a freak. Yet, John and Barry will spend a lot of time together. They're hanging around the same group of people all the time. A very dysfunctional little crew. Since none of these people almost worked, since almost none of these people worked, just rarely worked, Bobby Joe and Barry were able to spend a lot of time in their neighbors' homes. And in 1991, they became friends with 17-year-old Clinton Tresspasas. There we go. Tresspasas, who's first murder victim. Bobby Joe is 19 at this time. Barry is 35. Clinton was born in December of 1973. His parents divorced when he was 3 years old, and then neither one would raise him for many years, and he would grow up primarily in foster care. But now his parents are visiting him weekly. Clinton is now seeking security and attention. Another troubled character with another shit childhood in this tale. By mid-1991, he's living in an apartment in the northern suburbs of Adelaide. Barry and Robert will bring Clinton into their friend group, and Pedo Bear starts fucking him because he's a predator who loves underage boys. John Bunting immediately despises Clinton because he's letting Barry fuck him. He's gay. He doesn't like gay people. According to a 1999 article from The Age, that newspaper based in Melbourne, Clinton was in a sexual relationship with creepy Barry during his relationship with Wagner. Yeah, okay. So we got a little tryst going on here. In the summer of 1992, Clinton Tresspasas, now 18 years old, is murdered in John Bunting's living room between July 9th and August 31st. Why was he killed? Not sure with this one. We know more details about the other murders than we do with this one. But he was bashed to death with a shovel in John Bunting's living room after being invited inside for a little social visit. John had accused Clinton of being a pedophile and referred to him in conversations after his murder as Happy Pants. Not sure why he called him Happy Pants. It seems Robert Joe Wagner and Barry were also present when John killed Clinton. Doesn't seem anybody else was. Eventually, people in the neighborhood noticed that Clinton has disappeared. When asked about him, Robert Wagner will say, he's a drifter, could be anywhere. Barry spoke to Clinton's sister Sherry shortly after he was murdered, and Bobby Joe interrupted their conversation, screaming, "What have you been saying? Get back inside!" Not suspicious at all. By August of 1992, Sherry is very worried about Clinton. She's trying to call him constantly. Obviously, can't get a hold of him. That September, she and her dad go to his apartment again to try and see if he has showed up at home, but the housing trust informs them that his tenancy has been terminated, and they are given a key to his flat. They go inside. There's no signs of life. The flat is dirty with rotten smell, permeating the air. Then after Clinton disappears, Barry goes to Veronica and asks her not to tell John what he was about to share with her. Barry tells her that John killed one of their friends, but won't say who, and that he helped get rid of the body. Veronica brings all this up to John once he comes home. John denies it, reminds Veronica that Barry is a liar. But Veronica has to know that John is also a liar at this point. A month later, Barry tells Veronica the same story, but with more details this time. He says John snuck up behind the victim in the living room of their home, hit him in the head with a shovel, and that they then buried his body in Lower Light. It's a little community about 20 miles from Salisbury North. He said all this occurred on a night that they left her alone with the cats for a few hours at his house. Barry pleaded with her not to tell John, saying he'll come after me if he knows I've told someone. But Veronica does bring it up to John again, and this time when Veronica confronts him, he admits, yeah, I killed him. I killed Clinton. Also didn't seem bothered at all by what he had done, and he was angry, though, that Barry had told her that. Veronica was now warned to keep quiet or else. John told her, quote, "Say anything to anyone and you'll end up like the person at Lower Light. So shut the fuck up." Lower Light, where they buried Clinton. John and Veronica had been living at 203 Waterloo Corner Road for almost a year now, by late 1992. And around this time, John starts digging a big old hole in the backyard. Veronica once asked John what the hole was for, and he said it was for an underground bunker or TV room. And after that, she said she just didn't ask too many questions. That's probably because she knew John was a psychopath. She's afraid of John. And also, she didn't know that John loved to dig holes, seriously. Apparently, as a kid, he would get in trouble for digging holes in the yard, like he was just a dog or something. Imagine having a grown friend who just loves to dig big holes in the yard. "Oi, John, what are you doing there, buddy?" "I was digging big of a hole." "What for?" "For fun, silly." "Well, why else do people dig big old holes in the yard?" John now gets a job at a slaughterhouse in the northern suburbs. Perfect job for this guy. He's back butchering, killing, good at it. He gains reputation amongst his coworkers for having exceptional knife skills and cutting up carcasses in record time. Great skill set for a murderer. Over dinner, he will speak obsessively about cutting into carcasses and how much he enjoys watching animals die. That's some fun dinner table talk for him and Veronica. "How was your day?" "Oh, so good. So good. I got to kill about a dozen cows today. Oh, I was supposed to use the bolt gun, but they let me have at him with a knife. Oh, shit, it was awesome. Should have seen it. That broke the blade. Punch stabbing those motherfuckers. Fucking bovine pieces of shit. Keep passing gravy." John smelled terrible when he'd come home from work each day, which was not a problem for him, because another fun fact about John, doesn't have a sense of smell, born without one. That'll come in handy for him down the road. What a ghoul. Just a dude who can't smell, who loves to hurt animals, loves to kill shit, bash people in the head with shovels, dig holes in the yard. After a few months working on his giant backyard hole, it is like huge. I couldn't find a picture of the hole, but I found a picture of the crime scene later when they're like looking into the hole, and it basically takes up the entire backyard. So weird. After a few months of working on it, John enlists Mark Hayden to help him also work on the hole. Now we got two weirdos just digging this big old hole in the backyard, just for fucking months. Soon they get Robert Wagner, Bobby Joe, to start digging with him. Just three murderous weirdos, shovels, digging a hole in the yard. Also, Bobby Joe was supposed to be too disabled to get a job, but not too disabled to dig a murder hole in the backyard. Barry becomes jealous that Bobby Joe is spending too much time digging with John and Mark. John's wife, Veronica, she's getting annoyed with John and all his digging. Also, he started to bring some random young people into their home, mostly teens struggling with addiction. He'll allow them to sleep at the home, give them advice. What kind of advice was that loon dishing out? "I've learned a few things in my day. If you don't like your boss, you just quit. You can always find another job. Better yet, you get money from the government. So fuck jobs, Also, you don't like someone, well, you kill them. As long as you bury the body before the cops find it, you don't get in trouble, do you? Most importantly, you dig a hole in your backyard, big one. Turn into a TV room, hide bodies, might find buried treasure. A lot of benefits to holes. John is also getting frustrated with Veronica because he wants to have kids and she does not. He needs someone to help him with more help. He needs more labor for his goddamn hole, Veronica. Just think of how big this hole could be if you had a bunch of kids working on it. At some point in the mid-90s, sources don't say exactly when, John stops working in the slaughterhouse after breaking his arm in a motorcycle accident. Good, give him more time to focus on his hole. After his arm heals up, he does get a job with Mark at a local foundry. John loved the work there, but hated the fact that he had to cut his long hair for the job. He resigned 8 months later due to a back injury, and he goes on disability, but is able to keep digging his hole. I love that everybody's on disability in this. These fuckers just cannot hold down a job, right? Why work? It's not fun. Why work when you can get the government to pay you to stay home, dig holes, advise wayward teens, fuck dogs, murder people? With all his new spare time, John continues bringing many people into the house. Robert, Mark, and Barry continue to be his most frequent visitors. Also continues digging his hole. Soon, old Johnny Gravedigger somehow meet a new love interest because there really is something for everybody, or someone for everybody. Even if you're a pathologically lying, no-smelling, homophobic, that spends a lot of time with homosexuals, won't work, but will dig all the time in the backyard, already married piece of shit like John Bunting. Let's now take a moment to introduce the newest character in the story, Elizabeth Harvey. She'll at the very least be present for one of the murders and assault the murdered victim. Elizabeth Harvey was a single mom who struggled with severe mental issues. So she was just John's type. Born in September of 1953, she had an extremely difficult childhood. Her father was distant. Her mom was an abusive alcoholic. They divorced by the time she was 6. And then Elizabeth's mom, Joyce, would often leave the kids at home, go out for long periods, while she would party, get fucked up. Joyce hated her daughter, Elizabeth, because she had tried to abort her unsuccessfully while pregnant. She had literally thrown herself off of a wardrobe when she found out she was pregnant. She was fucking body slammed herself, but was unsuccessful in terminating the pregnancy. Shortly after Elizabeth's dad left the picture, she met a man named George, real piece of shit. He moves in. George not only physically abuses Joyce, he begins to sexually abuse Elizabeth when she is just 7. And when Elizabeth tells her mom at the age of 7, Joyce slaps her and calls her a slut. Fuck. The sexual abuse escalates over the years. George will rape Elizabeth and her sisters often for many years. The abuse continues until they're teenagers. Joyce was aware George was fucking her daughters for years, and she would get mad at them for being abused. She believed her daughters were, quote, after her man. She is insane and a piece of shit. And to get some revenge on her daughter, Elizabeth, for having the balls to keep getting raped by her husband or boyfriend, doesn't say if they ever got married, George, she fucks Elizabeth's 16-year-old boyfriend at one point. Do you ever think when you hear shit like this how incredibly lucky so many of us have been just to not have been born into a living hell of a home like this? With a monster for a mom, another monster for a stepdad, a dad who's not in the picture. I am so thankful that neither one of my parents ever tried to fuck me. Seriously. Or brought home somebody who fucked me. Or neglected me to a criminal level, or just physically abused me to a criminal level. I did have a terrible stepmom for all of high school who was pretty cruel and insane. For sure, psychologically and emotionally abusive, but nothing like this. Not even in the ballpark. I was very lucky. If you did grow up in a home anything remotely like this, I am so sorry that you had to experience this. And if you are functioning on any level at all, if you're able to hold down a job, put the work in of going to therapy, if you are able to have a family of your own and not treat them like you were treated, you're a fucking legend. You're a hero. I try to grade everyone on a curve because we all start off in so many different situations in life, some of which prepare us for a healthy, normal life, so much more than others. And if you're living an A+ life in my book, after you've overcome this bullshit, oh my God, be so proud of yourself. Okay, at the age of 17, Elizabeth attempted to end her life. Her mom at least took her to the hospital so she wouldn't die. Maybe the one good thing her mom ever did. Elizabeth had her first child then when she was 23. Her son, Troy Eude, born in 1976. Elizabeth sadly still lived in her mom's house of horrors. Wants to get away from her controlling mom. So when Troy turns 2, she answers an ad to be a housekeeper in Broken Hill, New South Wales, a mining town of about 25,000 people, 680 miles west of Sydney and surrounded by desert, once known as the Silver City. The ad was placed by a restaurateur named Spiros Lasakis, who was 17 years Elizabeth's senior. Spiros was born in Egypt, came from a wealthy family. He was once married to a Dutch woman who wanted to move to Australia to save their marriage. That didn't work out, but he did end up staying in Australia. Elizabeth did not end up working as his housekeeper, at least not for very long. She and Spiros became involved in a sexual relationship, even though she noticed that he spent a weird amount of time around young gay men and seemed hyper-focused on her young son, Troy. They married only 3 months after they met. Yeah, you can see where this is going. And almost immediately after getting married, Spiros becomes physically abusive. The cycle continues. Elizabeth becomes pregnant with her son James, who will be called Jamie, after she said Spiros raped her. James Spiridon Vlasakis, who again will go by Jamie, will be born December 24th, 1979, Christmas Eve. Elizabeth and Spiros already sleeping in separate rooms by this point, by the time he's born, and they get into a court battle over their son, over custody. One day, Spiros breaks into her room, rapes her. Elizabeth becomes pregnant again. She moves out in 1981, but she loses the baby, later moves back in with Spiros, and she will stay with him for years. Then at the age of 3, backing up a little bit, Jamie becomes sick. Doctors thought he had leukemia for a little while. Whatever he really had, took months for him to recover. By the age of 5, Elizabeth was noticing significant delays in Jamie's speech. He couldn't form coherent sentences. Doctors said he was just a late bloomer. He will struggle all through school. Finally will be diagnosed with epilepsy when he's 15. By then it was too late for him to get special education. And he will be labeled as being borderline intellectually impaired. Also, Jamie and his older brother Troy do not get along. They fight frequently, at times pretty violently. Troy once threatened Jamie with a knife. Elizabeth, meanwhile, struggles with severe depression, is heavily medicated. Because of her mental health issues, Elizabeth will later claim she didn't realize her husband Spiros had begun to sexually abuse their child Jamie. Jamie said he was 7 when it started. Fuck. Lasted until his early teens. He would struggle to cope with the trauma for the rest of his life. Spiros Vlasakis dies June 13th, 1986, at the age of 49. Elizabeth becomes further depressed after her husband's death, despite him being a piece of shit who is physically and sexually abusive. Troy learns that Spiros is not his biological father at the funeral. After that, he starts using Elizabeth's maiden name, Yude. So I think some sources said that he was Troy's dad, and then some said these sources weren't. It's all so fucking messy. Months after Spiros dies, Elizabeth starts seeing a man named Marcus Johnson. They'll have an on-again, off-again relationship, get married in 1992, but Elizabeth's not really in love with him. Marcus's son, David, from his previous marriage, moves in with them. David's 15 at the time, 4 years older than Jamie. They're a blended family consisting of Elizabeth, Marcus, Jamie, Troy, David, maybe some other kids. Some sources say Elizabeth had 2 other sons. Some sources say she had numerous other kids. Most sources did not mention them, and none that we could find actually named them. So who knows if they even exist? We can just disregard these stupid fake-ass kids. David hadn't actually lived with Marcus until he was a teen. He hadn't lived with his mom. Then when he was 14, he started to ask questions about his biological dad, we had not seen in years. Right? None of the families are doing well. And then he decides to live with Marcus. David dislikes his new stepmom, Elizabeth, because he feels that she treats him as an asset that brings money into the home in the form of government assistance as opposed to a child that she cares about. Elizabeth will say she found it impossible to get along with David, found him dangerous. So he once lunged at one of her kids with a Stanley knife. Everybody's fucking going after everybody in the story. Later in life, Elizabeth will be diagnosed with bipolar disorder with signs of obsessive compulsive disorder. She has taken a lot of antidepressants and other drugs, which she will also hand out to her kids. Around this time, she's also spending long periods of time crying or watching TV without really processing what is going on around her. And she said that she had no idea that Troy has begun to regularly rape his half-brother, Jamie. Is anyone not getting sexually abused in the story? Jamie will tell no one what's happening. Meanwhile, the family is now moving around constantly. By the age of 18, Jamie will say he had moved 23 different times. Fuck. Roughly twice a year. 1990, oh my God. It's not roughly twice a year. I don't know why I said that. The math is we're roughly 3 times every 2 years. That's better, I think. In 1991, the family moved into a housing trust home in Elizabeth Park, about 5.5 miles from Salisbury North. Elizabeth's mom is then diagnosed with cancer the following year, 1992. She becomes her caretaker. She'll spend the final years of her life sick with terminal cancer, being unsupervised for long periods of time while she takes care of her sick mom. Elizabeth's boys are free to wander the neighborhood. And they soon meet a neighbor named Jeffrey Payne, who would often sit outside his house, not working, looking for kids to molest. Did I mention that approximately 90% of Australian males are pedos? It's almost nothing but rock spiders over there. Sydney was originally called Uncle Secrets. That was the name of the town. Melbourne is the mashup of 2 Aboriginal words, Mel, which means adult-sized penis, and burn, which means child-sized hole. In Adelaide, you actually aren't allowed to live there unless you've molested at least 1 kid. And of course I'm kidding, but goddamn, there's a lot of horrible shit happening to everybody in the story. We barely touched on the murdering. Again, Elizabeth will say she was struggling so much with her mental problems that she didn't notice Jeffrey Payne now was doing some molesting. Jeffrey Payne was inviting young boys into his home. Payne told Marcus Johnson, Elizabeth's husband, that the boys were welcome to spend the night with him. And Marcus agrees. Marcus agrees to let his kids have a sleepover with a single man because he is also a fucking idiot. No one is smart in this story either. No one. Once Jamie was in Jeffrey's home, he shows Jamie pornography and molest him. He threatens to do the same to his brothers if he won't cooperate. Payne will later anally rape Jamie and threaten to kill his mom if he tells. Meanwhile, Jamie's brother Troy tries to end his life when he's 14 because he's now paranoid from chronic drug use, doing shit like heroin. By late 1993, Jamie is constantly missing school. He can no longer function because of all the trauma he is suffering. He's spending hours in the shower, scrubbing himself until he bleeds. He's drawing images of hell. He's abusing drugs to self-medicate. And now let's reconnect with another rock spider, Barry, a.k.a. Vanessa Lane. Right after today's second of two mid-show sponsor breaks. The big game is almost here, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last football game of the season with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the big game. Prize Picks is also giving away a free pick for the big game, where one of the starting quarterbacks will only need to throw 1 yard to win. If you're correct on at least one more stat projection, you can win real cash. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, and Florida. Join over 10 million members and sign up today. The big game in New Orleans is going to be so big this year. I wish I could be there live for it. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. So many weapons. I'm picking Saquon Barkley for over 113.5 yards rushing. He has been unstoppable this year. And I'm picking Travis Kelce to bounce back from a quiet AFC Championship game and catch for more than 64.5 yards receiving. Who do you have? Download the app today and use code TIMESUP to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup using code TIMESUP. Prize Picks. Run your game. Let's talk about jewelry. Do you like yourself some shinies, as my wife Lindsay likes to call them? There's something magical about gold, silver, and jewels, isn't there? Jewelry has enchanted humanity since long before the written word. So many of us for centuries and centuries have loved the way it makes us feel, the memories it holds, the stories it tells. But when it comes to buying jewelry, stress too often replaces joy. If you want to make buying jewelry feel as good as wearing it, go to BlueNile.com. At Blue Nile, you'll find thousands of independently graded diamonds and fine jewelry pieces at prices below your expectations. Want to learn more about a particular piece? Blue Nile's jewelry experts are ready 24/7 via phone or chat. From tech specs to budget recs, they're here to help you find a piece you'll feel great about yourself or someone else. A friend of mine recently bought their fiance a diamond pendant necklace, and thanks to Blue Nile's option for lab-grown diamonds and using the chat feature on the website, they were able to get a rock without breaking the bank. She actually cried when she got it. She loved it so much. What a special memory for them both. Experience the ease and convenience of shopping Blue Nile, the original online jeweler. Go to BlueNile.com today. That's BlueNile.com. Are you ready for Valentine's Day? More importantly, are you ready for Valentine's night? Every Valentine's Day needs a Valentine's night, and MeUndies is your perfect thirst trap to get the mood right. Choose from tons of awesome Valentine's Day prints and styles, and match undies with your special someone for an extra special holiday treat. From all black classics to fun, expressive prints, MeUndies has a look for everyone, and their signature fabric is as soft as a warm hug from your favorite sweater. It's breathable, stretchy, oh so comfy, making it ideal for all-day wear. Want to be my MeUndies buddy? I just got the Love You a Latte print. It makes me feel good, so soft, and it makes Lindsay laugh because it's adorable. Sometimes what starts off as laughter leads to an even better kind of fun. This Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/timesuck. Enter promo code TIMESUCK. That's MeUndies.com/timesuck, code TIMESUCK for 20% off plus free shipping. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. Thank you for listening to those sponsors. Now let's see what Barry Rock Spider Lane is up to. Old Pedo Bear knows fellow neighborhood pedo Jeffrey Payne. Of course he does. 2 pedos in a pedo pod. They're buds. And he's legitimately angry that Payne is not sharing young boys with him. So to get back at him, he decides to tell Elizabeth that Jeffrey's been molesting her son, Jamie. Elizabeth will soon come to hate Barry, but right now she thinks that Barry can help her convince the police to arrest Jeffrey. And she goes to the police. A report is filed in early 1994, but Jamie has trouble talking to the police 8 weeks later when he's interviewed. When authorities finally act on the tip, he's ashamed, doesn't provide a lot of sexual assault details. For those 8 weeks, Jeffrey Payne watches the family from his doorsteps and will sometimes sneak in and walk around their house at night because apparently they're just not locking their door ever. Oh my God. During these 8 weeks, Marcus Johnson takes his stepson Jamie to see a social worker 3 separate times, so at least that's kind of good. Social worker writes in one report, it is critical that Jamie have some peers who will confirm that he is a good person worthy of friendship and trust. Jamie presents as a pleasant, well-spoken, caring teenage boy. A child sexual abuse expert later writes, the disorganized and disrupted life which Mr. Jamie Vlasakis experienced throughout his childhood and early adolescence is clearly a result in large part of his mother's disturbances. He was exposed to an inconsistent, constantly changing, and ineffectively caring environment, leaving him vulnerable, dependent, and really with very little strength of character. Jeffrey Payne finally will be arrested in early March of 1994, but will be released on bail. Now, John Bunting shows up at Elizabeth's home with Robert Wagner. Pedo Bear had told John about Pedo Jeffrey. Some pedo infighting, some pedo backstabbing going on here. John now warns Elizabeth that Barry is no better than Jeffrey, he's a rock spider too, and that he could also be coming for her boys. He also tells her, that's why we're here. We are people who take care of these types of people. Elizabeth immediately is drawn to John. She views him as a savior of sorts. And of course, John likes Elizabeth, right? She's again just his type, someone from a severely abused background who is also mentally ill. That's got a lot of stuff going on. John now comes over to the house daily to watch over her and the kids and keep them safe from Jeffrey Payne. And this doesn't set well with Elizabeth's husband, Marcus, who hates John, and he soon quietly slips away and just leaves his marriage. Have you ever seen The Trailer Park Boys? It's a Canadian mockumentary, right? Ricky, Julian, Bubbles, Randy, Mr. Leahy. Ran for 12 seasons between 2001 and 2018. This story reminds me of a much darker version of life in that fictional trailer park. Or maybe a darker version of Shameless. Soon Elizabeth's kitchen now becomes home base for pedophile vigilante meetings. John is the ringleader of these vigilantes. Back at his house, apparently he's got his massive backyard hole finally finished, at least for now. John now has time to create a detailed wall of pictures and info on local pedophiles, which he calls his rock spider wall. Literally has pictures of alleged pedophiles stuck to the wall with thumbtacks. And there's pieces of yarn connecting these various pictures. Like the classic conspiracy basement map, where someone's trying to figure out, like, what does it all mean? Or like a war room for task force homicide detectives trying to catch a serial killer. Except instead of task force members, every member of this group is cognitively impaired and or mentally ill and or physically disabled and or has been severely abused their entire lives. None of them have jobs. And at least one member of this vigilante posse dedicated to catching pedos is a pedo, one of the worst ones in the neighborhood. Most of this info, of the info John gets for his rock spider wall comes from rock spider Barry Lane. John, Mark, James, Barry, Robert, later Jamie, will sit around discussing who the dirties are in their community. And I picture when John is asking, like, who's the daddies? Who are the daddies around here? Mark, James, Robert, and Jamie all do that thing when you're trying to hide your hand from the person you're pointing at. Like you put your hand on the opposite side of your head from them, and then you just point your finger without moving your arm, just back and forth towards that person. And they're all pointing at Pedo Bear. Also, maybe give a little head tilt, like, right on, he's right over here. He's right there. He's right. It's Barry. Barry is the dirty. He's a dirty rock spider. But for real, how the fuck does he end up on this committee? John now also professes that if a woman is aware of sexual abuse going on in her home and does nothing about it, she is also a pedophile. And you know what? I don't agree, but I don't hate that. I know there should be exceptions when the woman is scared because she's also being horribly abused, but also number one duty of a parent, father or mother, protect the kids. John now indoctrinates Elizabeth Harvey into this belief system, the woman he is sleeping with outside of his marriage to Veronica, which is problematic since by his definition, she is now also a pedophile. It's also messy. Elizabeth will later say, what was I to do with all this anger and hate? The stories John told me about pedophiles and what they do to kids, it was horrific. We used to sit around the kitchen table and just feed each other hate about what we're going to do. If I get a hold of Jeffrey Payne, went on for months. Veronica, of course, now notices how much time John is spending with Elizabeth. She feels there's nothing she can do to save her marriage as John is drifting away. Months later, Jeffrey Payne will be convicted and sentenced to 4 years in prison. But then, in typical pedo fashion, paroled after 2 years. Come on, Australia. It's about as bad as the U.S. with this shit, right? Lock those rock spiders out. Jamie is deeply upset by Jeffrey's early parole. Of course he is. And he feels deeply abandoned by the adults in his life, the police, the court system. He also blames himself, thinks that if he would have admitted he was raped as opposed to being fondled, Payne would have spent more time in prison. Like his mom, Jamie is also drawn to John Bunting. He admires his hatred of pedos, sees him as a father figure. And he will become one of his new dad's fellow murderers. At one point during all this turmoil, Elizabeth practically moves in with John at his North Salisbury home, which of course, angers his estranged wife, Veronica, who is still living there. I'm not sure who was in the master bedroom. The first crack in this group's criminal operations appears in 1994. August 16th of that year, the skeletal remains of John's first murder victim, Clinton Tresspasas, found in Lower Light, South Australia, 2 years after he's murdered. Lower Light, again, little rural township. It's only got about 200 people. Farmers are spraying weeds on their property when they find some human-looking bones scattered by wildlife. Forensic pathologist determines that the bones belong to a white male around 17 years old. There was a hole in the back of the skull that indicates traumatic brain damage and a probable cause of death. Authorities do some facial reconstruction, which is forwarded to the media, and a $100,000 reward is offered for information. The remains are not, unfortunately, linked to anyone in police records, and no one comes forward. Clinton Tresspasas' remains will not be identified for the next 5 years. Clinton Tresspasas' mom finally reports him missing in 1995. No idea why she waited 3 fucking years to do this. Everyone is making just terrible decisions in this episode. We are not again dealing with the pack of geniuses. Sorry if this sounds harsh, but we are dealing with people trapped in cycles of multi-generational poverty and ignorance, and the decisions they make so reflect that. 3 years. She told the police she hadn't seen her son in 3 years, and that the reason she hadn't already reached out because Clinton was a drifter. He normally didn't reach out to his family, but over 2 years was an extraordinarily long amount of time. He was 19 when he went missing, lady, not 40. Fuck you for not doing more to track him down. Realize he was truly missing. Fuck you for not reporting him a drifter or not. How was he drifting so much in his teen year? What are you doing? The police had records indicating that in July of 1992, Clinton went to a community services office for some financial assistance for his monthly check, but that he had not accessed his disability pension since then. Now, John kicks his wife, Veronica, out of their house mid-1995, which allows him to strengthen his romantic relationship with Elizabeth Harvey. His bond with Jamie will also grow. Jamie's following John everywhere now and asks soon if he can also move in with him. A social worker will later write about Jamie's relationship with John. So at a time when Jamie Velasquez needed appropriate peer support and he needed trusted adults that would never betray him, he came into the most dangerous relationship of his life. Around this time, John, now 28, said he experienced a personal tragedy. He didn't, but he said he did. Another very weird lie coming from John in 3, 2, 1. He said his now 15-year-old daughter, Tammy, right? The girl he supposedly fathered when he was 17. So the math doesn't even work in this story, because he would have had to father her when he was 13 for her to be 15 now. He said that she had just ended her life after she was diagnosed with AIDS. As quoted later by Elizabeth, John told me the school teacher had sexually molested Tammy and her girlfriend, locked them in a classroom and raped them. And they got arrested and everything for all that. So then Tammy was having tests because her kidneys started to act up. And that's when they found out she had HIV and she committed suicide. And she died with her father's photo in her hand. Why would she die with her father's photo in her hand? The father she literally never knew, because he and her mom split up before she was born. The man who bought her mom and her tickets to England to go live with some guy who wanted to marry her mom, the man she never saw once. Why does she have his photo in her hand? She doesn't. Tammy's not real. Now let's meet another sad character joining the story. Who is real? Another troubled Elizabeth. John's buddy Mark Hayden, the guy described by people who know him as backwards and slow, the guy described as mostly silent but monosyllabic when he does speak. He gets involved in a relationship with a 33-year-old woman named Elizabeth Sinclair now. This Elizabeth has 7 kids, lives in poverty, and is almost always unemployed. In her childhood, only a little better than the other Elizabeth. This Elizabeth, born Verna Audrey Sinclair, August 29th, 1961. Her father survived a heart attack the year after her birth, barely, but now couldn't work. No one can fucking work in this story. And her mom, Pat, who also rarely worked, struggled to make ends meet. Pat would leave home for up to 2 weeks at a time to go party. You can't work, but you can party. Isn't that how it goes oftentimes? And her kids would have to beg or steal food to fend for themselves. Pat once attempted suicide by taking pills in front of her children, and she also once shot at her husband's car while her children were in it. Jesus Christ. Despite all that, Pat will gain custody of the kids in 1969, which shows you how much of a fuck-up Elizabeth's dad was. Speaking of this Elizabeth's dad, unnamed in sources, he died of a combination of lung cancer and heart disease at the age of 48. And following his death, Elizabeth will form a close bond with her shit-for-brains, worthless mom. Elizabeth will then become pregnant for the first time at the age of 14, but her brother will then push her off of a bicycle. And I'm not talking about my kind of bicycle. This isn't her body. She's on an actual, honest to God, bicycle. And her brother pushes her off of it, and the impact of the fall aborts the baby. How is all of this real? She gets pregnant again by the age of 17. Baby's dad wants her to end this pregnancy, and when she refuses, he literally throws her down the stairs, hoping it will cause a miscarriage, but it doesn't. That baby will survive, and Elizabeth will give birth. But she doesn't have any idea how to be a mom, and despite not being interested in learning, she will continue to have kids. Elizabeth will give some of her kids to relatives. Others will end up in orphanages. She'll have 3 kids by the age of 21. Then she has a son with a family friend named Gary Gray, who had previously been married to her sister Gail. There's no healthy boundaries in this son. At the age of 22, Elizabeth has another son, marries the baby's father, but the marriage only lasts 5 months. Elizabeth's sister Christine now takes her oldest 2 kids and will raise them. Next year, Elizabeth has another son. She and her mom now moved to New Zealand with some of the kids. I think she has some more. It's fucking confusing. To start a better life. Her last son is born in New Zealand, but then shit doesn't work out there. They can't afford to live there anymore. And I don't think they were working. And they returned to Australia, and they settled near Elizabeth in the northern suburbs of Adelaide. Elizabeth, the city. Again, the suburb of Adelaide. Too many Elizabeths in the story. There's another suburb called Elizabeth South, another one called Elizabeth North, and Elizabeth East, and Elizabeth Park, and Elizabeth Downs. We fucking get it, Australia. You loved Queen Elizabeth. Now stop sucking her dead tits and spice up your names already. Sorry, it's just absurd how much Elizabeth has been crammed into this one story. Okay, so this Elizabeth Sinclair, living in Elizabeth. Here's how she was introduced to John Bunting and his crew. When she first met them all, she wanted to hook up with the alpha male, John Bunting, but he doesn't like her. He somehow found out that she had some kind of STI. Not sure which one. I'm gonna guess herpes. Because it's easiest to detect, right? Somebody has cold sores. And he starts calling her degrading names, stuff like slut, I think, because he's a classy gentleman. Elizabeth now pivots away from this John, who's with another Elizabeth, right? She's still with the other Elizabeth. And she focuses her attention on his quiet sidekick, Mark Hayden. So now John and his sidekick can both have an Elizabeth in their life. And she starts blatantly take advantage of this Mark by doing shit like dropping off her kids at his house and then just going out and partying. I think it might have just been best to literally drop a bomb on these people's neighborhood. Just kill them all, just so we can start over. Oh boy, Elizabeth and her 2 youngest boys. Eventually will move in with Mark and Mark's dad, who Mark is still taking care of, kind of. Mark, apparently a glutton for punishment, will suggest getting married 2 years later. Elizabeth was in some ways pretty easygoing, I guess. She could deal with Mark's mood swings and the constant drop-ins from all of Mark's pedo hunter friends. Then these two kind of become Mormon. Plot twist. They were nowhere near devout, but Mormon enough to get married to the local LDS church. After the wedding, Elizabeth wants to move to Queensland, and they do, but they don't have room in the car for Mark's elderly dad, who's completely dependent on them to live, and they just leave him at the house. They don't tell anybody they're leaving him. They don't organize any care for him. I don't even think they told him that they were leaving him, and they don't leave food in the house. They just straight up abandon this sick, elderly, feeble man. It takes a week for Mark's aunt to find Mark's dad lying on the floor, moaning with a broken hip, dehydrated, and starving. Are you even surprised that shit like this is happening anymore? Oh my God. Mark and Elizabeth out in Queensland, they run up their credits. They don't work. They run out of money, accrue a lot of debt, and fucking come back to this shithole north of Adelaide. And they move back in without apologizing to Mark's dad. What a pair. Now Mark treats Elizabeth's children like they're nuisances. He'll do shit like lock them in their room at night, won't allow them to come out even use the bathroom. They'll be forced to go to school without being able to take a shower or bath. He also on occasion will do stuff like pick up one of the boys by their ear or hit him with a belt. How fun. Mama Elizabeth Sinclair does nothing about any of this. Neither of these people ever clean their home, and the children live in, quote, almost indescribable squalor, according to a lawyer later. Mark's dad ends up signing the house over to him. Probably fucking made him like sign the house over or they wouldn't feed him or something. And then he'll sell it to a developer for the grand total of $22,000. Says a lot about what kind of house this was. Then in September of 1998, Mark is somehow able to purchase another house in nearby Smithfield Plains. Okay, so now let's check in with another. I know there's a lot of characters, but it's also fascinating. Horrible. Now let's check in with another character and see how they have their shit together or not. And they won't. Yeah, they won't, but let's just see how bad it is. Around this time, Jamie Villasakis, so desperate to belong, asked John to be his dad. He's already kind of been a father figure for a while, but now it's like, will you be my dad? John says yes. And under John's guiding fatherly influence, Jamie starts using meth. Oh, God. He's also dropping acid, snorting coke, popping pills like benzos and Valium. He's essentially high all the time, and he can't hold a job. And he's relying on a youth allowance from the government, and he's getting by running scams to buy drugs. While living with John, Jamie's subjected to his constant rants about pedophiles and gay people. John does not differentiate between these two wildly different groups, calls them all a waste. Also makes Jamie believe that there are pedophiles everywhere. And to be fair, based on the characters we've met in the story, it does kind of seem like there were pedophiles everywhere in the suburbs of Adelaide. Slowly but surely, John brainwashes Jamie into his belief system, just like he did with Jamie's mother, Elizabeth Harvey. Meanwhile, speaking of pedophiles, old fucking Barry Lane, old fucking Pedo Bear, still sending John information about other local pedophiles, which he then adds to his wall of rock spiders. And then John shares everything he knows with Jamie. John starts bringing Jamie out on nighttime outings where they will attack alleged pedophiles and vandalize their property now, just like John supposedly used to do with his corrupt and almost certainly fictitious mentor Benny as a teen. Meanwhile, Jamie continues to experience major trauma. At the age of 16, Jamie shoots up heroin for the first time, and even though he's a member of a pedophile vigilante group, he gets raped again by an acquaintance of his stepfather, Marcus Johnson. After a party at Marcus's home, this man invites Jamie to a local park to do some drugs. Once Jamie is high, he rapes him, and Jamie tells no one. Fucking Jamie cannot win. He's surrounded by monsters. Now let's check in with some other misfits, this ragtag crew. Robert Joe Wagner and Barry's terrible relationship is starting to deteriorate further and further. Barry is furious about how much time Bobby Joe is spending with John. And John tells Elizabeth Harvey that Barry Lane has touched her son inappropriately now. She ends up slapping Barry in the mouth. Robert punches him. John doesn't do anything yet. Then Robert continues punching Barry here and there for a few weeks afterward, though. And good. Fuck that chicken hawk. The police now advise Barry to move out for his safety, marking the end of his 8-year relationship. Robert Joe now moves in with John and Elizabeth for a while, later moves into his own place in the suburb of Elizabeth. He also starts dating women in an attempt to prove he's not gay. And this very confused young gay man starts going out with John and Jamie to beat the shit out of other gay people. This is a fucking fever dream of an episode. Now we're almost ready to talk about some murders again. At the end of 1995, John calls his estranged wife, Veronica, whom he had previously kicked out of the house, and tells her that he's going to move to a house. He's moving out of the house in Salisbury North, and he wants her to move in so he doesn't have to rent it to anyone else. I guess she's just like, yep, okay, fine. John, Elizabeth, and Jamie, now they move to an isolated farmhouse out in the country about 2 hours from Adelaide. Veronica moves back in Salisbury North by January of 1996, and at Elizabeth Harvey's encouragement, her estranged husband, Marcus Johnson, and her son, Troy Ute, now move in with her. So it's like a weird fucking family swap. Elizabeth Harvey is now with Veronica's husband, John, and Veronica is with Elizabeth's estranged husband, Marcus. John and Elizabeth will not last long out in the country. They'll return to Waterloo Corner Road in early 1996, where they won't stay long again, because John will then decide to move to Murray Bridge, a cute little city of about 18,000 people, about an hour outside of Adelaide. But just before all that, the group killed their second victim at the end of 1995, over 3 years after Clinton Tresize was murdered. And now going forward, the killings will increase greatly in frequency. 26-year-old Ray Allen Peter Davies is murdered on Christmas Day, December 25th, 1995. Right? Don't feel bad for him. He's a piece of shit. This episode is so weird where a lot of the victims are scumbags and many of the murderers are also victims. Ray Davies was in a relationship with a local woman named Suzanne Allen, who had previously pursued John Bunting romantically. No idea why all of these women were going after John. Look him up. He's not a looker. He is not a handsome man by any stretch of the imagination. Suzanne, born in June of 1949, grows up in Mildura, Victoria. She left home at age 14, hoping to make a better life for herself. She didn't. Of course she didn't. She's a character in this story. By the age of 24, she'd already been married and divorced twice and had 4 kids. She settled in Salisbury North, just 600 feet from John's home at Waterloo Corner Road, which is how she met him. Suzanne fell in love with John, often wrote him letters expressing her feelings for him. Oh boy. Also tries to see him every day. But John does not feel the same way about her. He is irritated by Suzanne, but also interested in keeping her around in some fashion because he thinks she can be easily controlled and manipulated. So even though he doesn't like her, John, Robert, and Barry also start visiting her frequently. Do you think that John was fucking her? I do, actually. Sources don't say that, but I feel like John was fucking a lot of the characters in the story. Perhaps some of the men as well. The story's like a soap opera, but one with no beautiful people. Just nothing but troubled, dysfunctional, very damaged outcasts. It's a soap opera set in hell. Okay, now circling back to Suzanne's boyfriend, Ray Davies. Ray, born in June of 1969. He ended up being raised by his aunts. Neither mom nor dad were in the picture, and he has a troubled childhood. And when he's 13 years old, his aunt catches him fucking the family dog. Yes. He's not even the first dog fucker to show up in this story. I'm not going to lie. I want to go to Adelaide now. And not because I'm a dog fucker. I'm not. I just need to visit the suburbs. And I gotta look at where these clowns lived. It just doesn't feel like a real place. Ray will later get in trouble again with the police for more dog fucking. And for theft and assault. Jesus Christ. I should add, he's described as intellectually disabled in some sources. This dog fucker is not playing with full deck. I mean, I doubt many dog fuckers are. As an adult, Ray lived in a caravan park, so again, a trailer park. In 1989, this dog dick and son of a bitch moved to the northern suburbs of Adelaide. Soon meets Barry and Robert Joe, who offers to help move his trailer. Suzanne Allen allows him to park it in her backyard. That's how he becomes connected with this group. She and Ray will then soon get engaged for a short time, but will live separately. Inside his trailer, Ray apparently continues to fuck dogs. Is this episode starting to feel like another Dick Bird story? It's not. I promise it's not. I have backed off. I'm not doing my normal little fucking tangents on this episode because there's so much shit going on and the whole thing feels like a lot. It's so over the top. How the fuck did I not know how completely crazy this story was? It is insane. Have we ever covered another story with this many characters who are so fucked up? Reminds me a bit of the episode on England's Fred and Rose West, but with even more fucked up characters, just not quite as much incest. Anyway, in addition to supposedly fucking God knows how many neighborhood dogs, Ray also starts trying to lure young neighborhood children into his trailer. Oh, and not done, he frequently openly beats off in front of everybody in the neighborhood. Oh yeah, what a neighborhood. Oh, so much fun. Yeah, it's a party. It's a party. Okay. Dude would just stand in the window, or he would just walk out in the yard, cock out, stroking it, while shamelessly making eye contact. Did he grow up in Florence, Italy? Doesn't say so, but I wonder. Ray soon became physically abusive towards Suzanne, and she obtains a restraining order against her fiancé. But he's still living in the trailer in her yard. But not for long, because Ray will disappear forever. After Suzanne's grown daughter, Annette Cannon, tells John that Davies had just sexually molested some of Annette's young children. So Suzanne's grandchildren. And I gotta wonder, did literally any kid growing up near these people in the 90s did they not get molested growing up? Okay, now let's return to Christmas Day. December 25th, 1995. John and Robert Joe invite Ray, who they normally don't have shit to do with, out for a little drive. A dead giveaway that something bad is going to happen. Every day. Okay, John. I haven't hit that button. It's been too long since I did it. John drove while Robert sat with Ray in the back. Doesn't sound like it was a comfortable trip for Ray, because Ray was constantly getting punched by Robert as they drove out to John's farmhouse in the country. A rural area called Macara, to be exact. Elizabeth and her kids are in the city for Christmas, so John is home alone. Once they make it to the farmhouse, Ray's taken into the bathroom, forced into the tub, stabbed in the groin repeatedly with some kind of big metal pole. John and Robert are screaming at him while they stab him, calling him all sorts of degrading names. Then they force him back into the car and take him to the house on Waterloo Corner Road. The following information regarding what happens there comes from Elizabeth Harvey. She recalls that John disappeared without any explanation. John returned later, told her he had a surprise for her. John and Robert then force Ray Davies into the bathroom there. She then listens while they torture him for a while, doing shit like hooking his balls up to a car battery with jumper cables. Then they move Davies to a mattress in a spare room, invite Elizabeth to join them. In that room, she stabs Davies, helps strangle him with some jumper cables. Now he's dead at the age of 26. And I'm not mad that this woman-beaten, dog-fucking, public-beaten-off rock spider met a violent end. Once Ray is dead, John throws his body into that massive hole behind his house. Oh, finally we get to use it. Elizabeth, now she knows she has to keep quiet for her own safety. Next day, Suzanne's daughter, Annette, asks where Davies has gone. She is told he has been dropped off in the scrub, right? Dropped off out in the booties, forced to walk home, but he's never seen again. And then Suzanne now helps John clean out Ray's caravan. By May of 1996, John and Suzanne's friendship has deteriorated, though. He's sick of her obsessiveness. John eventually tells Annette Cannon that he can't take it anymore. Asks her to tell her mom, Suzanne, to back off. Suzanne is heartbroken when she hears, but she won't back off. She continues writing to John. Then her daughter Annette gets pregnant, and one of Suzanne's ex-boyfriends is the father. The fucking soap opera continues. All these people should have been sterilized. Suzanne now is telling people she was going to overdose and kill herself. After making these statements, Suzanne disappears in November of 1996. It's assumed that she has killed herself, but she didn't leave a suicide note or tell anybody where she had gone. Some neighbors noticed that Suzanne's car is gone, and a group of men had moved furniture out of her house in the middle of the night, which is just a wee bit suspicious. Suzanne's brother reports her missing in November of 1996. Her daughter, Annette, reaches out to Centrelink, Australia's social security program, for information. She is told that they can't share anything with her for privacy reasons. Annette also goes to the cops, and the police are able to access Suzanne's records and see that her bank account is still active. She is receiving a pension check every 2 weeks, which is withdrawn from the account. Also had changed her mailing address before she disappeared to a house in Murray Bridge, leased by one John Bunting. Dun, dun, dun. When the police spoke to John, he said he knew Suzanne had stayed. She'd stayed with him for a while, but she moved out to live with some dude no one had heard of named Andy. John also is now telling anyone who will listen that Suzanne is a pedophile. Because she didn't do anything about Ray Davies molesting her grandkids. Then John confesses to Elizabeth Harvey that he and Robert Joe Wagner broke into Suzanne's home to rob her, found her slumped over in the bathtub, believed she died of an overdose or a heart attack or suicide, knows he will get in trouble for breaking in the house and for moving Suzanne's body, so they decide to get rid of her. He said they cut off her arms and legs in her own bathtub and then, quote, defleshed her. And that's a creepier term than skinned. Do you need any help skinning that deer?
No, I'd like to deflesh it alone.
John said they put her remains in garbage bags and took her to John's home on Waterloo Corner Road, where they then threw her into that big hole on top of the body of Ray Davies. God, John's digging, really paying off now. Elizabeth believed him when he said he didn't kill Suzanne because she's an idiot, but she didn't understand why he felt the need to dismember and deflesh her. John now moved out most of Suzanne's property into their house at Murray Bridge and sold her TV and other belongings. He also asked Elizabeth to go to the bank and pretend to be Suzanne to get a new card. Elizabeth did that and will now collect Suzanne's pension for the next year. Eventually, the guilt will get to her, and she will tell John they have to cancel it. He agrees. He says, yeah, it's wrong. We have to stop. And then he gives Suzanne's bank card to Elizabeth Hayden's sister, Gail Sinclair, who now pretends to be Suzanne and keeps cashing the checks. Veronica Bunting, remember her? John's estranged wife. What's she up to? Well, she moved out of the Waterloo Corner house by Christmas of 1996, so moves out again. Soon after, John shows up, begins filling in the massive backyard hole of his with concrete, bricks, and soil, and enlisting the help of Veronica. I guess she helps him before she leaves. Robert Joe, and his neighbor Robert Skews to do so. Glad we have some closure, finally, and literally, on that big old murder hole. Are you wondering right now what rock spider Barry Lane is up to? Is that pedo bear still alive? He is. Not for long, but he is. By April of 1997, now 41-year-old Barry Lane is in a new relationship with just turned 18-year-old Thomas Trevelyan. And Thomas has just moved in with Barry. Thomas was born in 1979, suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. Of course he did. Of course. We can't meet a single person in the story. who is not suffering from severe mental illness or cognitive impairment, or isn't being preyed upon by pedophiles, or isn't fucking dogs, or murdering people, or digging weird holes in the yards, or fucking defleshing somebody. Thomas did not take his medication regularly, which caused him to experience frequent and intense hallucinations. He met Barry at after Christmas of 1996 when he was 17, and after a doctor assessed him at a hospital and wrote that he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. And we will now reconnect with this couple very soon. But first, time to introduce even more people to this timeline. Some new friends of Snowtown murderer Jamie Lasakis. Nicole Zarita and Maxine Cole are cousins who were extremely close with one another. Like way too many people in today's story, Nicole was a victim of childhood sexual abuse. Her first child was born in 1991 when she was 23. She had her second kid the following year. Nicole moved to the suburbs of Adelaide in 1992, hoping for a fresh start. But instead, she settled into the center of the rock spider web, aka Salisbury North, Pedo Central, the world's fucking pedo capital. Maxine also moved to the area, briefly lived with Nicole before she got her own place. Maxine started dating a man named Peter Gardner, who had a brother named Michael, who's now going by the name of Michelle. I feel like a lot of you, I picture a lot of you listening right now having your own war room boards. Just like a lot of pictures, you know, or names at least, a lot of names with thumbtacks put in them, and then just a piece of yarn connected. Like, wait, who's connected to who now? Michelle wanted the sex change but couldn't afford one, so she's dressed in women's clothing but is not physically transitioned. Nicole liked Michelle, and Michelle moves into Nicole's home in July of 1997. Meanwhile, Nicole's cousin Maxine Cole and her man Peter Gardner break up. Now she moves onto the same street as Jamie Lasakis, one of the people on the fucking pedo team. Maxine's sister Iris, also living in the shithole of all shitholes of a neighborhood, introduces her to Jamie. Turns out the two have some history. Jamie once tried to burn down Maxine's house when her kids were still inside, which she didn't care for, and she doesn't like him. Makes sense. But yeah, sure, why not? However, because no one in this story is in the ballpark of healthy or normal, Maxine still introduces this guy, Jamie, to Nicole and Michelle. And immediately Jamie dislikes and ridicules Michelle for being transgender, which he equates to homosexuality, which he then equates to pedophilia, thanks to John's bullshit. And this classification, as you can imagine, will not bode well for Michelle's safety and well-being near this crew. In early 1997, Robert Joe Wagner asks Maxine Cole out on a date. And soon they start splitting time between each other's homes. And Maxine is introduced to all of Robert's friends, including murderers Mark Hayden and John Bunty. Maxine soon becomes pregnant with Robert's child. They move in into a house in Elizabeth, the town, not the person, not one of the Elizabeths. And John, Mark, and Jamie are always stopping by and discussing something. Robert tells her it's men's business. The less she knows is the better. Maxine also never asked Robert about his previous relationship with Barry Lane because he becomes extremely angry if it's brought up. 19-year-old Michelle Gardner, Maxine's ex-boyfriend's cousin and Maxine's cousin Nicole Zarita's roommate, disappears in September of 1997. Before she disappears, Michelle was spotted playing with Robert Joe Wagner's children and putting her hand over one of the kids' mouths. Wagner saw that, became enraged. When he told his crew, they were ready to act. All of them already hated Michelle because she was transgender. Nicole Zarita, now, she had left home for a couple of weeks in September of 1997. To do what? I'm not sure. Probably to go fuck some dogs or molest some kids somewhere. God knows with these people. 10 days after she left, her friend called her, told her to come home immediately because the house had been burglarized and now Michelle was missing. Initially, Nicole was mad at Michelle. She suspected Michelle was behind the burglary because there was no signs of forced entry, and the only other person who had a key to her home was Maxine. Nicole asked Robert and John where Michelle went. Robert told her he saw Michelle talking to some gay men at a service station. He also said she drove off with him when he called her a thief. Jamie would later admit that he was the one who stole Nicole's property, which he said he then sold to buy drugs. After Michelle had been missing for a week, Nicole found her wallet under the bed with her ID in it, as well as a thank you note for letting her stay in the house. This made her think Michelle did not run away, of course. Maxine Cole then received a message supposedly from Michelle on her answer machine, but she didn't sound right. She said, "I'm sorry about your stuff, but I need the money. If you go to the cops, I'll go to the tax department." When Nicole got to Maxine's home, not sure the tax department, they're probably running some fucking scam. Probably scamming the government, some kind of disability scam, who God knows. When Nicole got to Maxine's home to retrieve the tape, the message had been erased. Nicole now started receiving phone calls from a friend of Michelle's who said she needed her ID and asked her to meet up at a park. She also heard Michelle's voice on one of the calls saying into the phone, "This is Michael. I just want to tell you your kids taste nice." The fuck? Why would Michelle/Michael say that? Well, because she had been forced to. John had now started to record his murder victims saying things while they were being tortured so he could play the recordings over the phone later to make people think they were still alive. Nicole knows something is not right. Over time, the messages become threatening. She receives one message from Michelle where Michelle says, "I don't appreciate you mucking me around, and I'm probably going to have to come and gut you myself." Nicole and Jamie now create a poorly devised plan where Jamie will break into a business and leave Michelle's wallet behind so the cops can get involved. She has no idea. Jamie already knows that Michelle is dead. After she'd been forced to make a bunch of voice recordings, right, she'd been murdered. Michelle had been lured out of Nicole's home, driven to John's home in Murray Bridge, where she was taken into a shed and tortured. Over the course of several days, Michelle's skin and genitals will be burned black in places with cigarettes and with a machine that delivers a powerful electric current. It's hooked up to her genitals, biologically his genitals. So Michelle has her cock and balls cooked up for a few days. Holy shit. Finally, Robert Wagner has strangled Michelle before she was forced to stand. And then a rope was then tied around her neck, attached to an overhead beam. Jamie later said about John's reaction to her death, he was laughing his head off about how he murdered Michael. When John Bunting said to Michael to stand up, Michael stood up until basically he couldn't. And then he, gets hanged. That was a big joke to John. The fact that Michael, tried to stand up, but fell down and died. Some joke. Michelle's body now stored in a barrel in John's shed for months. They had to cut off one of her feet to fit her in. The next murder will occur just a month later. Barry Lane, a.k.a. Vanessa Lane, is finally murdered by John Bunting, Robert Wagner, and Barry's new boyfriend, Thomas Trevelyan, October 17th, 1997. Before he died, Barry told his mom, Sylvia Lane, that he had helped dispose of Clinton Trezis's body in 1992. She had told him to go to the police if that was true. He didn't. December of 1996, Barry had met a woman named Michelle Behet at a Salvation Army meeting. Great, another Michelle, not confusing at all. Within a month, Pedo Bear and Michelle were talking about getting married. Also, he started to become violently, physically abusive towards her. The local welfare department was concerned about the relationship because Michelle had 3 minor sons, and Barry was a convicted pedophile. He was legally required to have supervision during visits, but that didn't always happen. Fuck's sake, Michelle, why are you letting a convicted pedophile near your boys, let alone thinking of marrying this guy? Also, he is gay. Barry was still living with Thomas Trevelyan while seeing Michelle and still fucking him. The dark, twisted soap opera continues. When Barry didn't show up for a scheduled visit with Michelle and her kids one day, Thomas calls Michelle, tells her that he and Barry had went to Clare, South Australia, a little town of just over 3,000 people, about a 90-minute drive north of Adelaide, and that they didn't know when they'd be back. Barry also called, told her he loved her, asked Michelle to collect his mail and feed his dogs. But when she went over to the house and saw that his car was gone, she noticed that the back door had been forced open and that the air conditioner had been stolen. She wondered if Barry had gone to Clare voluntarily. Barry last spoke to his mom, Sylvia Lane, October 17th, 1997, called her in the middle of the night, spoke calmly at first, then began shouting verbal abuse, saying she was not his mom, he didn't want shit to do with her, told her he was moving to Queensland, go fuck herself, and then the phone goes dead. During the call, Sylvia heard someone in the background that sounded a lot like Thomas Trevelyan, his boyfriend. After the call, Barry Lane is tortured more than he had already been tortured and then murdered. According to author Debbie Marshall, a big bandage was put across his mouth, his gag. Tape was wound around his head and mouth as well. Then his toes were crushed one by one with a pair of pliers. While torturing him, John demanded that Pedo Bear give over his bank cards and PIN numbers, forced him to call his mom, tell her that he was moving. Thomas Trevelyan was ordered to join in, but he hesitated, and Robert Wagner now strangles his ex-boyfriend to death. They then wrapped Barry's dead body up in tape, put him in a garbage bag, and rolled him into some carpet. Michelle reported Barry missing October 27, 1997. John now told others that Barry had gone on a long holiday. Barry's boyfriend and one of the people present at his murder, Thomas Trevelyan, will now be the next to die. Another person involved in some of the murders becomes the next murder victim. After Barry disappeared, Trevelyan stayed with Maxine Cole and Robert Wagner for several weeks. Then on November 4th, 1997, Maxine Cole's son was playing with the dog when Thomas tried to kill the dog with a knife in front of the kid. Dog's having a rough episode. That afternoon, John Bunting told others that Thomas was starting to go mental and was becoming a liability. Later that same day, Thomas got into the car with John and Robert to go, in theory, for a country drive. but then they returned without him. John told Maxine that Thomas had gone to Gawler, a small city just north of Adelaide. Maxine didn't ask any more questions. What really happened was that John and Robert drove Thomas out to Kersbrook, town about 22 miles from Adelaide and just 13 miles from Gawler. There, they prodded Thomas with a sharp stick, forced him to walk to an embankment. They stood him on a crate, tied a rope to his neck, which was then tied to the embankment. While they were doing that, I guess an elderly couple driving by saw John's vehicle, looked down the embankment to ask if they needed help. They could only see John and Robert. John said they were fine. The couple moves on. Once the couple leave, John and Robert kick the crate out from underneath Thomas, and John leaves a few dollars in his pocket to trick the police into thinking it was a suicide. A truck driver will later find his body. Robert appeared to be shocked when the police called and told him what had happened. Maxine, not sure what to think. A week before he died, Thomas had told his cousin Lenore Penner that he had helped 2 other people kill Barry Lane, dispose of his body, and access his account with the Social Security PIN. He said they were sharing the money and trying to make it seem like Barry was still alive. Also said he believed these men that he'd helped kill Barry with were out to get him. Lenore assumed that Thomas was having a psychotic episode due to his paranoid schizophrenia. But when he turned up dead, she called the police in October of 1997, and they took her statement. But a detective reassured her that they believed Barry was alive and well in Queensland. Not sure why the officer believed it. When Thomas's body was found, a pathologist determined that his death was not suspicious and declared it a suicide. His diagnosed paranoid schizophrenia made that determination easier. And speaking of paranoid schizophrenia, 29-year-old Gavin Allen Porter, a friend of Jamie Blasakis, had also been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and has spent several years in mental institutions. After his mom had died in 1997, he moved from Victoria to Adelaide. There he met Blasakis, moved in, and the two took up shooting heroin together. A little while later, in late 1997, Porter moved with John Bunting, Elizabeth Harvey, and her kids, and Jamie Blasakis out to Murray Bridge. And one day in late 1997, Bunting was pricked by a used heroin needle that Porter had left lying on the living room couch. So he decided that Porter needed to die. Some sources say he stepped on the needle in the bathroom. Either way, John Bunting says that Porter is a waste, a dead giveaway that his days are numbered.
Big giveaway. Big giveaway. My never got big testicles because we see this dude
Every day. Shortly after this incident, Porter was sleeping in his parked car on the property when this decision was made, and he was now attacked by Bunting and Wagner. He manages to stab Bunting in the hand with a screwdriver before he's overpowered, dragged out of the car with a rope. Elizabeth is sitting in her kitchen during this attack, later claims she didn't see or hear anything. That is bullshit. John strangles Gavin to death in his shed. Then he shows Jamie his friend's body when he comes home. Also shows him the barrel that contained the bodies of Barry Lane and Michelle Gardner. Gavin's body will now not be found for almost 2 more years, not until May 20th, 1999. Jamie will later testify. John pointed to me and said, "That's Barry's arse. And it is ugly, all shriveled, and the stench is disgusting. The shed reeked of the smell. It was horrible. I went outside and spewed my guts up." Jamie and Robert now drove Gavin's car to Robert's home. 2 days later, John asked Jamie to go to his car, bring a new barrel to the shed, put Gavin's body in it, and the barrel was transferred to Wagner's house. John gave Jamie access to his friend's Social Security benefits now. Jesus. Jamie is tasked with watching over Gavin's barrel. When explaining why Gavin needed to be killed, John told Jamie he needed to go to the clinic, just like the others. They are the disease. We are the cure. Okay? John would not allow anyone into his shed except for Jamie and Robert at this point. Elizabeth Harvey will later become defensive when asked why she didn't question him about the shed, saying, "Why would I question him if he wants to keep the shed locked? It's his business. I was on medication, and everything was too big. And if I started asking questions, well, then John made sure chaos was always around. People crashing into my Social Security file, letters in the mail, Jamie getting broken into, things missing out of the house, wheels coming off my car. Looking back, it was all John. He staged managed all of it." But also, Elizabeth, you made it easy for him not to get caught. In July of 1998, Australia's Most Wanted features a story about the skeleton found at Lower Light back in 1994. John was watching TV with Elizabeth and Jamie when it came on, and he told them, "That's my handiwork." But she doesn't know what's going on. Home life was tense for John at this point, as Elizabeth's son Troy is not fond of John. They disagreed on many topics, but especially when it came to the LGBTQIA+ community. Troy thought they had the right to live, the lives they wanted. John thought they should all die. This disagreement will not work out well for Troy. Another dead giveaway. But before we get into that, let's meet Gail Sinclair, another sad sack who will fall in with this sorry lot and have their life upended. May of 1998, Elizabeth Hayden's sister, Gail Sinclair, and her 17-year-old son, Fred Brooks, are living with Mark and Elizabeth at their home in Smithfield Plains. Days after moving in, Gail meets John Bunting and is smitten. Gail is easily manipulated. John, of course, likes that. However, he is disgusted by Gail's obesity. Gail's son, Fred, doesn't like John because John is a dick to his mom about her weight. Gail's son, Fred Brooks, born March of 1991, he spent years in foster care because his parents separated when he was a toddler, and for years his mom had nothing to do with him, but then he becomes Gail's primary caregiver due to her fragile mental health, for fuck's sake. Fred, as I said, didn't care for John. John also hated Fred because he was Elizabeth Hayden's nephew, and John hated that Elizabeth. Fred also recently had touched Jamie's leg in John's presence to steady himself when he's about to fall, a very normal thing. And in John's batshit crazy mind, that made him a pedophile who needed to die. He was trying to grab his dick or something. Fred now tries to get away from this fucking crew by joining the Air Force cadets, but they won't take it. Who knows why they rejected him? Maybe his bones were made out of balsa wood. Maybe he only had half a spine. Or one leg was 2 feet shorter than the other one. Or his brain was actually just a brainstem. Or he admitted to fucking dogs while high on meth. Who the fuck knows with these motley characters? Troy Yude, Elizabeth's 21-year-old son, who disagreed with John Bunting about homosexuals deserving to die, is killed by John and his murder crew between August 25th and September 8th, 1998. No one knows the exact date, according to author Debbie Marshall. Jamie was just 18 years old when he now directly participated in his first murder, the torture and strangulation of his half-brother. At the time of the murder, Robert and Mark were visiting John and Murray Bridge. Elizabeth Harvey and her younger kids were away from the house. John woke Jamie up in the middle of the night, took him into Troy's room where Robert and Mark were waiting outside, armed with jack handles. They gave Jamie the leg of a piece of furniture. Gave him like a couch, chair leg, whatever, and a pair of handcuffs. Jamie thought Troy deserved a beating because of the sexual abuse he suffered at the hands of his brother, but later said he didn't think they were going to kill him. The four of them sneak into Troy's bedroom. Troy is first hit on the head with one of those jack handles. He cries out to Jamie as he is beaten, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Jamie hits Troy. John handcuffs him. Troy is forced into the bathroom, forced to speak phrases into a voice recorder. Troy was forced to say 20 different phrases, including, leave me the fuck alone. I've had enough. I've had enough. Mom, I can't handle it in this house no more. It's all around me. I'm going to see the earth before there's none left. Wish me luck. That's a weird phrase. John punched Troy in the testicles repeatedly in the bathtub, forced him to call the members of the group Lord, Sir, God, Chief Inspector, and Master. His toes were crushed one by one with a pair of pliers, strangled for a while with some rope by Robert Wagner. During the struggle, Jamie accidentally broke Robert's hand by hitting him with a club. After all this, Troy's still not dead. Jamie wanted it to end, so he tightened the rope, started to finish him off, but then he's interrupted mid-murder, and some of Troy's friends stop by, ask about him. While Jamie is talking to Troy's friends, Troy dies in the tub from his injuries. Men now have to dispose of his body before Elizabeth gets home. Mark and Jamie drive to a store to buy gloves and trash bags. Troy's body put into John's shed, kept there for 2 days until Robert and Mark purchased another barrel, according to Jamie's later testimony. Bunting and Wagner started cutting up Troy. They chopped off his legs and that. Robert cut off all the muscles and all that. So it was down to the bone and threw that into the other barrel. My God. John asked Jamie what he thought about his first murder. Jamie said he enjoyed it. But in reality, he said later, I kept the lie going for him because, I thought, well, if he could do that to my brother, he could do it to me. Afterwards, they used Troy's cards to withdraw his Social Security benefits. When Elizabeth comes home, John tells her that Troy had been picked up by the cops after getting into a fight. In order to de-stress, Elizabeth now takes a bath in the same tub where her son has just been murdered and dismembered. She didn't understand why Troy hadn't contacted her after a few days, but John and Jamie reassure her that they just ran into him. They said Troy had a job, a new relationship, he's doing great. And Elizabeth, because she's Elizabeth, just accepts that. John and Elizabeth now move a few houses down the street after this murder. John felt it was too risky to leave the barrels in the shed, so Mark Hayden now takes custody of these barrels. Now let's reconnect with Fred Brooks, right? Gail Sinclair's son, who was another victim. Gail said she last saw Fred September 17th, 1998. He said he was going out to a party, but he never made it there. Fred was in front of the house talking to John, Robert, and Mark before he left. Suspicious. About 50 minutes later, the three men told Gail they would be away for a few days doing a job, and they tricked Fred into joining them under the pretense of breaking into a computer warehouse. Instead, he's taken to John's home out in Murray Bridge, and John has Jamie come out to meet them. John asked Jamie to help him move some goodies. Jamie assumed he meant stolen goods, but he was horrified to find it was Fred Brooks instead. Jamie put a set of hand and thumb cuffs on his wrists, encouraged Fred to do the same, made it seem like they were just playing a weird game, and before Fred knew it, he had handcuffed himself and was fucked, and Jamie was free. Now he was forced into John's bathtub. There, his clothes are removed. He is forced to listen to the recordings of Troy Yude being previously tortured and killed. How fucking scary is that? To be tied up in a bathroom, surrounded by several crazy maniacs. These dudes, one of whom is playing a recording of somebody they've already tortured and killed. That's horror movie shit. Brooks is punched in the groin repeatedly by John. John loved to push his fists into people's balls. John gay? I wonder. Is that where some of his weird anger comes from about homosexuals? Brooks is also forced to repeat phrases into the recorder. Brooks is forced to say he didn't want to see his mom again. He's moving to Perth, that kind of thing. Also burned with a cigarette lighter, and a machine used to induce electric shocks is attached to his balls, and an alligator clip after he refuses to admit he molested some young girl. Even worse, and this is fucking bad. Of all the bad things said in this episode, this is the one that made me cringe the most. The guys light a sparkler up, and they jam the sparkler into his dick. Oh my God. Which means that somebody else was holding his dick still. Probably John. John's at least bisexual, right? Yeah. After that first sparkler is done burning, they pull it out of Fred's dick. Can't imagine that pain. Light another one and jam that one into the penis as well. They also put some cigarettes out on his arm, shove other cigarettes up his nose, put some out on his forehead, shove them in his ears. His toes are crushed one by one with pliers again, right? Fucking ball shock some more, beaten with the jack handle, falls in and out of consciousness until he dies. All of that because he touched Jamie's leg in John's presence to steady himself when he was falling. All because John just didn't like him. His body's put in garbage bags, stored in the trunk of a car until Mark tows it away. Gail will report her son missing the next night. A few days later, John and Mark tell Gail that they saw Fred, who was, quote, off his face and aggro, right? He's drunk and out of control, and they gave him $5 to call home, but I guess he didn't. But then he does call, then Gail does call her son's mobile phone, and, quote unquote, he answers. She hears some recordings. His voice sounds off to her. He says, I don't know why you're fucking ringing me. Fuck off and leave me the fuck alone. Days later, Elizabeth Hayden also receives an abusive call from Fred. They're playing again those messages. She's at least relieved he's alive in her mind. She calls the police. Now they put a note, no longer active, on his missing persons case file. Shit. Fred had been receiving a youth training allowance from the government, but John wanted more money than that. He knew they could get a homeless rate allowance that was higher. So Jamie now begins to impersonate Fred, showing up to appointments at the local Centerlink office. They also were able to arrange for his benefits to be redirected from the joint account he shared with Gail Sinclair into Gavin Porter's bank account. These killings, all organized by John Bunting, continue to escalate through late 1998. The next victim is John's poor neighbor, 29-year-old Gary Dwyer, or Gary O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer was mentally disabled. John repeatedly called him gay slurs. I don't even think he was gay. Maybe, who cares? Gary O'Dwyer, born in 1969, he was underweight, suffered from severe epilepsy. He was adopted by a couple who could not have kids of their own. Starting at the age of 15, though, he's homeless. He's wandering around Adelaide, drinking, using drugs, committing petty crimes, and then eventually lands some state housing. Christmas Day, 1994, Gary sustained serious brain damage after he was left to die in a hit and run. My God, the amount of sadness in this episode. 1998, he was living a few doors down from John Bunting and Murray Bridge. John wanted to murder Gary by the end of October 1998. He tasked Jamie with finding out whether Gary was on a pension or not, whether he had any pending court cases. Jamie was instructed to tell Gary they wanted to stop by his place for a drink. And then when they do, John, Robert, and Jamie, they show up and attack him. Robert hooks Gary around the neck, throws him onto a mattress in the kitchen floor. Gary is stunned, asking what he did wrong. He goes into convulsions before he's even tortured. Then he is tortured with that electric shock machine attached to his fucking balls and his stomach. Toes, again, crushed with that damn pair of pliers. These sick fucks clearly really enjoying repeating these torture methods. Or at least John, the ringleader, is enjoying it. Jamie punches Gary repeatedly, later testifies, all these murders and stuff, I just could not handle it anymore. I did it to reassure John that I was still playing, still doing what he was doing. I was still with him that way, but I wasn't a threat to him, to reassure that he wouldn't murder me. While Gary was still alive, Jamie left the house to go to a party. What? Yeah, sure, why not? Go have some beers, yuck it up. Directly after watching a guy get his toes crushed with pliers, his nuts shocked, electricity, punched into a bloody mess. John and Robert stay behind. They force Gary, as they like to do, to repeat phrases into that tape recorder. Gary said stuff like, I'm Gary O'Dwyer, I'm a pedophile. Now I'm finally really happy I've had treatment. Bunting spoke into the recorder and asked him, do you like the treatment you got? No, O'Dwyer said. Bunting asked, does it hurt? O'Dwyer responded, yes, it hurts a lot. Bunting asked, are you ever going to fuck another little boy or girl? You know you'll get hurt, don't you? O'Dwyer answered, no, I'm not. I know I will get hurt if I hurt someone else. But again, this poor bastard, I don't think he was a pedophile. I don't think he had hurt any kids. They just wanted his money. After Gary died from a torture session, his body is taken to Mark Hayden's home and put into a barrel. Now let's backtrack. Discuss the investigation into these murders a bit. By this point, the police are starting to suspect that something's going on amongst Robert Joe Wagner and his associates. In November of 1997, detectives began investigating the disappearance of Barry Lane. It had been 4 months since they did a routine review of missing person cases in the area, including the disappearance of Clinton Forsyth. Robert Wagner was under suspicion in Clinton's case because Clinton previously lived with Barry Lane. Now, Robert is coming up again in connection to Barry's disappearance. Missing Persons submitted a request to access Barry's banking records and learned that money was being taken out of his account. They set up video surveillance at an ATM in July of 1998 and see Robert making withdrawals from that account. Robert is now followed by a surveillance team for the next 6 months. Then 4 months after the surveillance begins, Mark's wife, Elizabeth Hayden, she turns up missing. A dead giveaway that she's dead? Maybe. 37-year-old Elizabeth Hayden murdered November 21st, 1998. Shortly before she was killed, Mark confessed to John that he told Elizabeth about the body at lower light. John then told Jamie that this Elizabeth had become a problem. And that was her dead giveaway moment.
Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. My neighbor got big testicles because we see this dude every day.
Every day. Robert Wagner agreed. She's a problem. He said he considered Elizabeth to be a whore and a lowlife. On November 21st, 1998, John and Robert sneak into Elizabeth's home when Mark and the kids are gone for the night. Now these fucking pedo hunters are killing one of their task force members' wife. They drag Elizabeth into their bathroom where they torture and kill her. Elizabeth pled for her life as John and Robert restrained her, forced her into the tub. Bunting forced her again to speak into the tape recorder. She is strangled to death after being tortured. Elizabeth's body was put into some trash bags, dragged into a pit under the garage of her home, and her remains would have to be moved again later. John wrote a journal entry so he wouldn't forget any details about this, and part of it read, "The routine of confession that has to be got through. That has to be got through. The groveling on the floor and the screaming for mercy, the crack of broken bones, the smashed teeth and bloody clots of hair. My God." Mark, of course, found out what happened and helped cover up the disappearance. Neighbor later reported that there had been a terrible row between Mark and Elizabeth in November of 1998 because Elizabeth disliked how Mark was showing romantic attention to her sister, Gail. Elizabeth's friend Sharon Ball called her 4 days after she went missing. She said that Elizabeth, or a recording of Elizabeth, told her, "Leave me alone, I'm all right." The line then went dead. Sharon cried again. This time, what was likely recording, called her a dirty fucking slut. Sharon called a third time, now heard a man's voice say, and then the call abruptly ended. When Sharon called Gail, she learned that Elizabeth had been drinking, was dressed to go out the night she was last seen, and Gail didn't know where her sister went. Mark continued to collect Elizabeth's welfare checks, did not report her as missing. Elizabeth's brother, Gary and Sinclair, last saw her when she dropped off her 2 sons for babysitting. She said that she and Mark were going to a restaurant. Well, after a few days of her not being heard from, Gary knows something's wrong when Elizabeth has not contacted her kids, which was not like her. At first, Mark told Gary that Elizabeth was sleeping. Hours later, he had a different story. He said Elizabeth came home drunk, packed up, and left with some other guy. And while Mark refused to report her missing, Gary does. And on November 25th, 1998, Detective Greg Stone sees the missing person report filed by Gary. He thinks it's strange that her husband wasn't the one to file the report. So Detective Stone calls Mark, asks if he and Gail can come to the station. In his statement at the station, Mark writes that Elizabeth made a pass at his friend John Bunting that wasn't well received, which his friend Robert Wagner witnessed. Gail's story is the same because they collaborated on the story. Well, this statement links Robert Wagner to 3 missing persons cases now. 3 days later, when John shows up for his meeting with the detective, he tells the same story. As the heat on them is now turning up, the four murderous conspirators know they needed to move the barrels somewhere else. They put them in a Toyota Land Cruiser parked at Mark's house. The vehicle unregistered. They didn't want to attract attention, so they decided to tow it on a trailer attached to Robert's car. They began moving the barrels at midnight, asked Gail to be their lookout. Gail will later recall, I thought they might have stolen property or something. They had stuff they had to move, right? And they took some stuff out of the manhole in this house, and they wrapped stuff in a whole heap of old blankets and put that into the Land Cruiser. Well, the cruiser could only fit 4 barrels, so the 5th was stored in a car at the Murray Bridge home until it could be moved later. John asked his friend Darren Freeman to store the Land Cruiser in barrels at his property in Hoyleton, 2 hours north of Adelaide now. And the barrels will stay there from November of 1998 to January of 1999, the heat of the Australian summer. Freeman's partner Angela complained about the terrible stench. She demanded to know what the fuck was in the barrels. Was told they contained kangaroo carcasses. She wanted the barrels gone, but John said it was too risky because kangaroos that were shot with an illegal weapon that belonged to Mark. 5 days after Elizabeth's missing person report is filed, the police obtained a warrant and searched Mark Hayden's house in Smithfield Plains. Didn't see anything unusual, but noticed a foul odor. Police would later believe that if they had acted sooner, they would have found 6 plastic barrels containing bodies of 6 men and a freshly dismembered body of Elizabeth, which were stored on Mark's property before they were moved. Okay, December of 1998 and January 1999, the investigators still searching for Elizabeth Hayden. They now believe foul play was involved because her documents, purse, bank card, rings were found. Mark said he didn't know why she would leave all that behind. In early January 1999, detectives back at Mark's home in Smithfield Plains. They went into Mark's back shed, found a big open pit, which he said was used to work under cars. It definitely wasn't a big murder hole that he and John had dug. They didn't do that. They don't dig murder holes. Detectives noticed immediately that the smell was horrific, and the detectives felt sure a body had recently been there. There was maggot casings in the pit, which indicated they'd been feeding on something. Investigators were back on January 13th after a neighbor reported that she saw a man loading bags into a Land Cruiser, which had since disappeared. Investigators now sprayed luminol in the laundry room of Mark's house, found blood. Mark and Gail Sinclair said it was used as a dog whelping room, and that the couple, and that could explain the blood. For a bunch of idiots, I'm surprised they're able to make up these plausible lies and still haven't been caught. Also kind of surprised they didn't say it was just like a dog raping room. That's where we rape the dogs there. That's sometimes gets a little bloody. Also in January of 1999, John's friends Darren Freeman and Angela moved to Snowtown, about 45 kilometers, a little over 20 miles from Hoyleton. Finally, we have made it to Snowtown, and the Snowtown murders suck. Angela is angry when the Land Cruiser is towed to their property. Snowtown, again, located in the mid-north region of South Australia, about 90 miles north of Adelaide. The town is settled by non-Indigenous Australians, was settled in the mid-19th century, and developed around a railway station. It is part of South Australia's so-called wheat belt, economy mostly based on agriculture, livestock, and salt mining. And again, there's now that windfall farm I mentioned. Fun fact, it has literally never snowed once in Snowtown. The governor of South Australia named the town after his secretary, Thomas Snow, back in 1878. Okay, Mark and John approached Rosemary Michael to ask about renting the former state bank building she and her husband owned in Snowtown. John said he wanted to use it to store equipment for repairing cars and motorcycles. Asked if it would be okay to store drums of acid inside the vault. You need a lot of acid to work on these motorcycles. A rental agreement was signed by John Bunting and Mark Lawrence, which is Hayden's real surname. The Snowtown branch of the state bank closed in 1995. The bank was used as a craft shop for a little while afterwards, but that business failed and it was sitting unoccupied. Meanwhile, John and Jamie are still trying to get victim Fred Brooks benefits, as all of their other security schemes had now dried up. Social security schemes. Jamie appeared for a medical appointment, convinced the doctor he was Fred Brooks, said he could not fill out his forms due to schizophrenia. He was permitted to file his forms every 3 months. Okay, Jamie then opened a bank account in Fred's name. Again, for a bunch of idiots. They're not complete idiots when it comes to crime. Jamie leaves John to live on his own in late December of 1998. Then in March of 1999, he's arrested for riding an unregistered motorcycle and non-payment of fines. After his arrest, he's living back with John again. February of 1999, investigators were given permission to monitor phone calls between Bunting, Wagner, and Hayden. They would record more than 5,800 hours of conversations. God, these guys talked a lot. I'm sure they heard a lot of riveting, highbrow intellectual stuff. You ever fuck a dog, like a very small dog? Is how do you recommend holding a small dog to go about fucking that compared to like a Labrador? Just hours of like fucking stupid, horrible conversations. Additional surveillance operations were conducted 25 times from February to May of 1999. Crew's final victim will be killed that last month, May 9th, 1999. 24-year-old David Johnson, Jamie's stepbrother. My God. Has lost a half-brother and a stepbrother now. John Bunting disliked David because he felt like he cared too much about his appearance. And that obviously made him gay, which made him a pedophile. Seriously, that was his reasoning. That was his death sentence dead giveaway. The bar keeps getting lower when it comes to who qualifies for getting murdered. Every day. Every day there's something crazy going on in the story. John Bunting talked about getting David and suggested that Jamie find a way to bring him to the bank in Snowtown. On Mother's Day, 1999, Jamie drives David to Snowtown under the guise of helping him purchase a secondhand computer. Before David's killed, the police listened to disturbing phone calls that indicated the group was planning to kill him, but they didn't know where or when, so they were not able to save him. On the night of the murder, the police intercepted a call at 6:40 p.m. "Where are you?" asked Robert Wagner. Jamie answered, "I'm just at my mom's house now, taking the car home. Then we're leaving." "Right. So you've got Pusshead with you?" "Yeah, he's just behind me." 16 minutes later, Jamie received another call from John, who said, "This is the voice of happiness." Jamie said they were on their way up to the bank, and John said, "Just walk straight in." Later that night at 10:40 p.m., John asked Jamie over the phone, "How is it?" Jamie answered, "Not authorized. Canceled." John said, "Oh, in other words, there's no money." They were discussing how Jamie attempted to access David's account after he was dead, but found it empty. Let's now discuss how David died. Poor bastard. According to Jamie, David thanked him for bringing him to Snowtown. Bunting and Wagner ushered him into the manager's office of the old bank to look at this computer, supposedly. But then David is grabbed from behind and handcuffed. John tells David he can go home once he hands over his wallet and PIN number. David is then forced to speak into a microphone attached to a computer and say some names, numbers, and words, which John will then manipulate with some kind of SoundForge computer program. Once David's jeans and shirt are removed, tape is put over his mouth, and he's kicked in the genitals repeatedly. He is then forced to listen to what John is now calling his voices of death. This is this compilation of the previous recordings of victims being tortured and murdered. Jamie leaves during the attack to go to the bank to see if David had given the correct PIN number. David is dead when he returned, with his belt wrapped around his neck. All because John felt he dressed in kind of a gay way, but really because John just wanted his money, which he didn't even have. David's body then dismembered and shoved into a barrel in the vault. During the dismemberment, Darren Freeman arrived at his home in Snowtown, found a note on his door asking him to call Wagner. John answered the phone. Freeman was feeling curious and used his key to enter the bank. Jamie and Robert walked out wearing gloves and overalls, and Darren felt like he had just walked in on something. After it was over, the men went to Freeman's home to shower, and at some point that night, Bunting and Wagner fried and ate a piece of David's flesh. Yeah, why not? Why not throw some cannibalism into this shit show of an episode? Jamie and Robert then spread a story that David ran away with a 13-year-old girl he was molesting, even though they also said he was gay, and he was now hiding from the police. John and Jamie then filed a form to claim David's Social Security benefits, and they sold his car to Gail Sinclair. Gail told David's father, Marcus Johnson, that David had asked us to collect his belongings when she was caught going through his things. At the time of his death, David was engaged to a woman named Linda Proboscis. Linda was upset to hear that he had gotten another girl pregnant. He didn't, just another lie, the crew said about David. But she warned Robert and Jamie that if she didn't hear from him soon, she was going to call the police. Linda then receives a call from dead David using John's voice manipulation software, and they had Gail pretend to be David's new girlfriend. God, how are they so fucking dumb and smart at the same time? May 20th, 1999, the remains of 8 victims are finally found in 6 plastic barrels inside the Snowtown Bank vault. Earlier that day, John had called Adelaide Auto Records about a spare part for a car, Turbo Exa, some type of car David Johnson drove. The police were still looking for the Land Cruiser that had disappeared from Mark's property, and Darren Freeman agreed to speak to the police about the vehicle on his property, believed to be connected to the disappearance of Elizabeth Hayden. He explained that John and Robert brought it because it smelled bad. Also mentioned some black barrels, which were moved into a bank. That led the police heading in the Snowtown Bank, making a horrifying discovery. The smell inside the vault was so bad the police needed breathing gear to continue with their investigation. Inside the barrels, investigators found the bodies of Michelle, aka Michael Gardner, Barry, aka Vanessa Lane, Gavin Porter, Troy Yude, Fred Brooks, Gary O'Dwyer, and Elizabeth Hayden and David Johnson. Before the bodies were identified, the police counted 15 feet included, because they're pretty good at math. That must mean there's 8 people. 1 foot's missing. Also inside the vault, the police discovered knives, handcuffs, clothing, rubber gloves, and a machine that administered those electric shocks. John Bunting, Robert Wagner, and Mark Hayden are arrested the next day, May 21st, 1999. They made a brief appearance in court and were initially charged with the murder of a person unknown between August 1st, 1993 and May 20th, 1999. That same day, Jamie visited his friend Wally Fitzgerald, told him everything, including where additional bodies were buried in John's backyard. Fitzgerald then called Crime Stoppers the next day, March 22nd. Good man. Before he called, the police spoke to Jamie on May 21st. Not a suspect at the time. Within 24 hours, though, Jamie spoke to a lawyer who then called the police and informed them his client had info about bodies at Snowtown. Elizabeth Harvey was interviewed immediately after John was arrested, admitted she had not seen her son Troy for 8 months. She denied knowing anything about the murders and could not explain why she had a letter addressed to Suzanne Allen in her handbag. Elizabeth changed her mind while driving home, went back to the station, told the police now that John found Suzanne dead in her tub when he and Wagner went to rob her, and that John and some other shitheads buried her so that they would not be arrested for robbery, and that she had been impersonating Suzanne to get benefits for the next 12 months. Elizabeth is now charged with fraud, but allowed to return home. The remains of 47-year-old Suzanne Allen are now found at John Bunting's home on Waterloo Corner Road, May 23rd, 1999. Using ground-penetrating radar, investigators discovered human remains buried in that giant backyard hole of John's. Suzanne's dismembered remains wrapped up in 11 different trash bags. Investigators were later determined that Bunting and Elizabeth Harvey stole $17,000 of pensions meant for Suzanne. Elizabeth and Jamie now decide they have to talk to Marcus Johnson. Elizabeth tells him, "We believe that David is up there," pointing towards the sky. Jamie agreed with her and added, "I'm sorry, Marcus." David was Marcus's son. Elizabeth told Marcus that Troy's body was also in the barrels. Jamie even showed Marcus the bank cards that belonged to David and other victims. Elizabeth was still having a hard time accepting everything and asked Jamie if it was all true, and he tells her, "Sorry, Mom, it's true." Elizabeth and Marcus now go to a pub where she decides she's going to call the police to tell them about her son, Troy Yude. And then Jamie is arrested and taken in for questioning. His lawyer lands a deal for him. He's going to share info from Elizabeth about the location of 2 more bodies in return for assurance that Jamie's statements could not be used against his mom. Jamie's 6-day-long interview, holy shit, will start May 24th, 1999. He was told that immunity could be on the table if he cooperated, but then his request for immunity will be denied 10 months later. While at the station, Jamie attempted to kill himself by overdosing on heroin, but is revived. In a call to his mom, Jamie said, "If I go to jail, I will do myself in. I don't care. It's hard enough sleeping at night now without sleeping in a 4x4 cell. After tomorrow, I might be in jail. I might have to put John in for everything. Then I might have to say he did a couple of others, unfound bodies that were found and stuff." On May 26, 1999, the police used ground-penetrating radar and discovered skeletal remains in the hole in John's backyard. It was the body of the missing dog-fucking pedo shit-stain Ray Davies, killed Christmas Day, 1995. Second body buried directly underneath Suzanne Allen's body. June 2nd, 1999, Jamie Vlasakis is arrested and charged with the murder of David Johnson the next day. At the hearing, the judge agrees to lift the suppression of Jamie's name, location of the offense, and the date. Jamie starts a second round of interviews that will end in the Australian spring. His final statement will be almost 2,000 pages long. The names of most of the victims were released to the public June 11th, 1999. Almost 5 years later, the public learned that the body of Clinton Resides had been found in Lower Light. On July 2nd, John Bunting, Robert Joe Wagner, and Mark Hayden jointly charged with 10 murders. They were accused of killing Clinton Resides, sorry, his name is just a little tricky for me, Suzanne Allen, Barry Lane, Michael Gardner, Troy Yude, Gavin Porter, Gary O'Dwyer, Elizabeth Hayden, Frederick Brooks, and David Johnson, who was not yet officially identified. This was the beginning of a lengthy and expensive legal process. At the end of April 2000, Jamie is charged with 4 more murders. The middle stage will start December 11th, 2000 in Australia before a serious criminal matter is transferred to a higher court. It goes to what's called a committal process in the local court. During that stage, police will send attorneys and the accused the evidence that they've gathered in their investigation called a brief. A pathologist who conducted 4 autopsies was one of the first witnesses. Pathologist Dr. John Gilbert told the court that the putrefied state of the 4 bodies made identifying the cause and date of death difficult. The cause of death could only be identified in 5 cases. Gilbert described the dismemberment as crude and said it occurred after death. Chief forensic pathologist Ross James conducted 5 autopsies. He testified that Elizabeth Hayden was 8 weeks pregnant when she was killed. Damn. The skin of several victims was blackened in places from electrical and fire burns. He testified as well. The court heard that John Bunting forced some of the victims to make statements from a prepared script so he could record them, replay the tapes later to trick relatives into thinking they were still alive. Police also found a notebook that contained a script that some of the victims were forced to say into the recorder. The script was in Bunting's handwriting, but all 4 of the accused fingerprints were on it. Phrases said by David Johnson were recorded on a computer, and those same phrases were found in the notebook. A recording of Elizabeth Hayden was found in the ceiling of Bunting's home after he was arrested. The prosecution did not describe a specific motive, but said there was evidence of financial fraud. 8 out of the 10 victims' bank accounts have been accessed after they died. After victims died, the accused accessed their Social Security benefits by falsely assuming their identities. Gail Sinclair, now going by the name of Jody Elliott. Why do so many characters have to keep fucking changing their names in the story? Also a witness in the committal hearings. She was offered immunity from prosecution in exchange for testimony. Gail admitted to trying to obtain payments on behalf of Suzanne Allen. She said John asked her to call Social Security and pretend to be Suzanne so she could tell them she was no longer missing. Gail tried calling, but was told she had to come to the office, and she refused to do that. Gail and John also tried to rent a house in Suzanne's name, but that deal fell through. Robert's girlfriend, Maxine Cole, testified that Gavin Porter's car was registered in her name after he disappeared. She testified that John and his friends liked to brag about how they destroyed others' property, and John disliked multiple people, including Michael Gardner, David Johnson, and Troy Ude. Maxine also spoke about a so-called hit list, which Jamie told her about after Robert, Mark, and John were arrested. Jamie's stepfather, Marcus Johnson, was on that hit list, as well as Mark Hayden. John would have killed his whole fucking group of friends if he had enough time to do so. Elizabeth Harvey died from cancer February 6, 2001, which was a huge blow to the prosecution because she did not testify at the committal hearing. Before she died, though, she spoke to a journalist, said she never figured out why John killed so many people, but perhaps he did it just because he could do it. At one point, Jamie and John were put in the same prison. That must have been fun. When Jamie asked John, his adoptive father figure basically, if he was going to kill him, John replied, "I can't believe you'd fucking ask me that question because you know I'd do anything to get out of here." So I guess that meant he would have killed him if he thought that would help him walk free. John finally being truthful here. February 19, 2001, the court hears from Raylene Brown, whose former fiance was friends with John Bunting. She said that John talked about skinning people, putting salt in their wounds, that kind of shit. Also discussed the way you could blow up houses and torture people and hurt people. Which I guess is just more of the skinning stuff. Some of the stuff he said was about razor blading people, skinning people. John's the one who said about putting stuff through the air conditioning and getting rid of people that way. You can take him seriously until the bodies were found. Man, so glad I don't have any friends who come over to the house and brag about torturing and killing people. June 21st, 2001, court is back in session for Jamie's surprise arraignment. He pleads guilty to the murders of Troy Ude, Fred Brooks, Gary O'Dwyer, and David Johnson, and is sentenced to life in prison for each count. The 5th murder charge against him for Gavin Porter was dropped. July 4, 2001, Bunting, Hayden, and Wagner officially committed for trial. August 13, 2001, the 3 defendants pleaded not guilty to 10 counts of murder before the South Australia Supreme Court. Submissions for Jamie's sentencing delayed until October 2001. 2 psychiatrists had determined that Bunting was able to control Jamie because of Jamie's wildly unstable, highly abusive childhood. He was diagnosed with both depression and PTSD. One of the psychiatrists said about Jamie, "In my opinion, one of the many tragedies in this case is that a vulnerable, immature, and dependent adolescent, desperately seeking adult love, care, and concern, fell under the influence of John Bunting." Yeah, well said, actually. Experts were of the opinion that Jamie could one day be reintegrated into society. And in court, Jamie said, "I hate myself for the fact I have done these degraded crimes. I have to live with the pain and suffering I have caused to the victims, families, and friends, and it sickens me to think that I could even be involved in taking away precious lives from their loved ones. When I lie in bed at night, I think I don't know myself anymore. In the mornings, I wake up and think, why? And when I look in the mirror and look at my face, I think, this is not me. How did I end up in this position? I could kill myself tomorrow, but then I think this would be the easy way out. And then I realize the choices I have made are the ones that will affect my life forever. Now is the time to face up to my mistakes and own up to my responsibilities. I am so sorry for what I've done, and I could never forgive myself. I would like to say to the loved ones of the victims, I know that nothing I have said today, nor anything else, would ever make up for the pain I have caused you. I know the damage I have done to your lives and the suffering you will have to experience, and I know you can never forgive me, but I am sorry. And you know what? I mean, for an apology statement for crimes of serious disease, that might be the best one I've ever heard. No passing the buck. No attempting at garnering sympathy. I do feel bad for Jamie. And talk about being dealt a shit hand in life. May 21st, 2002, John Bunting charged with 2 more murders for the deaths of Clinton Trezise and Thomas Trevelyan. Mark Hayden also charged with the murder of Clinton Trezise, but his murder charges overall reduced to 3, including the murders of Elizabeth Hayden and Troy Youth. The judge determined that Mark's trial would be separate from John and Robert's trials. Jamie Vlasakis, formally sentenced to life in prison with a non-parole period of 26 years, July 10th, 2002. The judge said that the most horrific murder Jamie participated in was the murder of 18-year-old Frederick Brooks. He was subjected to electric shocks and his flesh was scorched with a cigarette lighter. His right toe was crushed with a pair of pliers. You said that you did not play a part in this torture, but you were present. September 27, 2002. Robert Wagner now pleads guilty to 3 counts of murder for the deaths of Barry Lane, Fred Brooks, and David Johnson. John Bunting and Robert Joe Wagner's trial officially starts October 16, 2002. Bunting will plead not guilty to a 12 counts of murder. Wagner will plead not guilty to 8 counts. The defendants were also charged for stealing a total of $95,000 from the victims. According to the Guardian's coverage of the trial, investigators could not determine a motive at first and thought the deaths were connected to a pedophile ring. They then decided that the victims had been tortured to extract Social Security details. Only later did they consider that the killings might be all but motiveless. The jury heard that the murders were ritualistic and humiliating. Several were forced to confess to being pedophiles before they were killed, even if they weren't. Prosecution portrayed John as the ringleader, because he was. He killed people on a whim. He hated pedophiles, wanted to kill them as a form of vigilante justice, but he also hated people who were gay, transgender, obese, had learning disabilities, or just annoyed him. Jamie Vlasakis took the stand in February of 2003, who testified for a full 32 days. That's a lot. Jamie would say about the motive, they were a disease and we were the cure. They had to be gone to the clinic to be cured, to make them good. His accomplices referred to murders as playing. When they were talking about the murders, it's like, when you go to a shop with a young kid and, you buy them a toy and the kid gets really excited. It was like that. He testified about Bunting's tools of torture and mutilation that were found in the Snowtown bank. One of those items was a variac machine, normally used for nickel plating. And that's the machine that was emitting that strong electrical current. After they went to that machine after they started off with a car battery, it seemed. According to Vlasakis, Bunting attached this machine to victim Fred Brooks, asked him to rate his pain on a scale of 1 to 10 after he was shocked. After a few seconds, Brooks said the pain was a 10. After being shocked again for longer, he said it was 100. My God. Evidence was completed July 10th, 2003. The defense's argument lasted less than 2 hours because they had no defense. September 8th, 2003, John Bunting found guilty of 11 of the 12 counts of murder. Robert Wagner convicted of 7 counts of murder. The 4 women informed the judge they could not reach a verdict on the murder of Suzanne Allen. The judge sentenced them to 11 and 10 life sentences, respectively. He couldn't, under Australian law, sentence them to life without any possibility of parole, but he didn't list in their sentencing when they could become eligible for parole. So a little bit of a loophole there. In total, the trial lasted for 11 months. 227 witnesses testified, and the proceedings cost $15 million. December 19, 2004, Mark is convicted of 5 counts of assisting offenders. The jury deadlocked on his participation in the murders of Troy Youth, Elizabeth Hayden, and David Johnson. Senior prosecutor Wendy Abram indicated she would seek a retrial on those charges. September 16, 2005, the prosecution agreed to drop the murder charges if Mark would plead guilty to assisting with the disposal of 2 more bodies, and he does. And he is then sentenced to 25 years in prison, eligible for parole after 18 years. May 6, 2007, prosecutors formally dropped the final outstanding murder charge against John Bunting and Robert Wagner regarding the death of Suzanne Allen. Prosecutors said it would be not in the public's interest to go through with a retrial. In March of 2019, Robert Joe Wagner seeks a parole date that could enable him to be released from prison. Under South Australia law, a prisoner without any eligibility for parole can apply to set a parole date. The court can decline to give it, though, if the court believes it would be inappropriate for reasons including the gravity of the offense. And a judge told Wagner, I cannot make an order that you are never to be released. If I had the power to make an order that you are never to be released, I would unhesitatingly make that order. He's never getting out. Wagner's application for a non-parole period formally denied May 9th, 2019. Part of the judgment said, I firmly consider that the bodies in the Barrows murders are the worst crimes ever to be detected in South Australia. The judge also noted that Wagner showed pleasure in inflicting pain and boasted and joked about his involvement in some of the killings. The applicant also personally dismembered several of the victims after death and treated the bodies with an appalling lack of respect and dignity. After the murders, the little burg of Snowtown experienced an economic boost from some true crime tourism, but it came at a cost. Residents, as you can imagine, don't love that their town is mostly known for being associated with the worst string of murders in South Australia history, especially because only one of the murders actually occurred there. At one point, the community considered changing their name to Rosetown, but never went through with it. Rob Vanderveen and his partner Chris Black purchased the bank building where the final murder occurred in 2012. The bank came with a 4-bed attached house, and the combination of the house and the bank sold for $200,000. Vanderveen put a plaque above the bank vault that reads, in memory of those taken by evil, greed, and ignorance. And he told The Guardian in 2024, the town is not a scary place. It's nice and quiet. We don't have peak hours like rush hour, and we've got everything here. He also said that tourists still visit every day, mostly because of the murders. As of 2024, Snowtown is still a tiny little community with a population of just over 400. There's a pub, a few shops in town, and that's it. The bank is open on weekends and public holidays to sell random bric-a-brac. And that is the quiet ending to this noisy, fucking crazy story.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Man, what a wild mess of a tale. Before I share some final thoughts, how about one more sponsor? A sponsor just really perfect for this particular episode. Oi! Today's Time Suck is brought to you by the Salisbury North Mayor's Office. I'm Reggie Jones, Mayor of the District of Salisbury. You can call me Elizabeth, and you should move right now to Salisbury North. Everyone's welcome here, and I truly mean everyone. Sick of judgy neighbors? Calling the coppers for your root and your beagle? Come to Salisbury North. You'll be one of many beagle buggerers here. Want to dig a massive hole in your yard but can't get the necessary permit? Come to Salisbury North. We don't do permits. We just let you live. Dig your hole. Throw some ankle biters in there. Doesn't matter. You like drugs? We have them all. Meth, heroin, all kinds of pills. Fun stuff, Ripper. You don't like to work? Forget about it. Almost no one works here in Salisbury North. Recording this commercial is the first time I've worked in 2 years. Are you a rock spider? Well, me too. Almost everyone here in Salisbury North fucks kids. No judgment, mate. There's lots of kids here, which is kind of crazy. But I'm not complaining. So come to Salisbury North. Do whatever you want. Beat off at the playground. Beat off in my face. Get drunk. Fuck a retriever. Kill a drifter. Throw him in a backyard grave pit. There's no rules, mate. No laws. Salisbury North, South Australia, where the only thing we take seriously is freedom. That was a crazy commercial, but it felt accurate. So much abuse and dysfunction today. My God, so many tragic, just highly damaged characters. So much partner swapping, molesting, raping, incest, grifting, dog fucking, hole digging, just overall insanity. Absolutely no one in the story even remotely had their shit together. Not even in the ballpark of having their shit together. I truly cannot imagine what it was like to live, at or near 203 Waterloo Corner Road in Salisbury North in the 90s, where all of your neighbors, or at least most of them it seems, are just so colossally fucked up, where everyone's house is filthy, where sexual abuse is commonplace, where dudes just fuck dogs in trailers or stand in their window and beat off, where no one ever seems to, hold a steady job, where people just disappear on a regular basis, where people just rotate from home to home, partner to partner on the same street, all fucking the same people, no one with any direction or purpose in life. We just talked about purpose a few weeks ago, the existential suck. So many of these characters, so purposeless, just drifting in the worst ways through their lives. Not John, though. John Bunting had a purpose. He was a pedo hunter, in his mind at least. He was the cure for the disease of pedophilia. And he led his ragtag crew of misfits to believe they were doing something noble as well. I guess he gave them purpose that way. But they weren't doing something noble. At least not normally. Some of the people they took out, certainly fucking scumbags. I'm glad that they got taken out, truly. But others weren't. Right? Those guys weren't cleaning up the neighborhood. They were running a welfare benefit scam. And it sure seems like John truly enjoyed just torturing the fuck out of people, whether they were bad people or not. Man, I did not expect this topic to have this much craziness. My head is still spinning. Let's move along to the takeaways. Get the hell out of here.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, John Bunting was the leader of the group of killers who committed the Snowtown murders. Men who considered themselves to be pedophile vigilantes. Several of them were sexually abused as children, which motivated them to seek revenge against child predators. But then they started killing people who weren't pedophiles, people whose money they wanted. In the end, they became even worse than the rock spiders, than the daddies they were killing. Number 2, John Bunting turned young Jamie Lasakis into a killer. Jamie was the son of John's romantic partner, Elizabeth Harvey, one of so many fucking Elizabeths, and he suffered significant trauma as a child and young adult and was desperate for belonging, acceptance, and a father figure. John gave him all of that, but at a terrible price, as he indoctrinated Jamie into his terrible murderous belief system. Number 3, in the murder of David Johnson, the last of the Snowtown murders, 2 of the killers engaged in an act of cannibalism by frying and consuming a piece of his flesh. How the hell did that have anything to do with pedophile vigilantism? Number 4, John Bunting and Robert Wagner's murder trial lasted 11 months, making it one of the longest in Australian history. In the end, they received multiple life sentences and a non-parole period that has still not been set, meaning there's a good chance that they'll never qualify for parole, and they will die in prison as they should. Number 5, new info, prisoner release updates. Mark Hayden first became eligible for parole in 2017, but his first application was denied. He applied again in 2021, also denied. January of 2024, South Australian government said it was seeking legal advice on whether new laws could be used to keep Hayden in jail. For example, in 2022, Australia created a standalone offense that criminalizes concealing or interfering with human remains. But they would not be able to use that new law to keep Mark incarcerated. His 25-year non-parole period ended this past April, and he was released to an undisclosed location. He's 65 years old, and if you live near Adelaide, he might be your neighbor. Jamie Lasakis scheduled for release next year in 2025 when he'll be only 46, and I'm glad, actually, that he will be set free. None of the murders were his idea, right? He had one of the worst men in fucking Australian history take him under his dark wing after being repeatedly sexually abused and neglected by so many people growing up. No one ever really looked out for him. He was another victim, in my mind, of John Bunting.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Whew, Snowtown murder, 7 years of insanity in South Australia has been sucked. Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team for all the help in making Time Suck, starting with the Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins, for having to listen to me talk about this subject so much the past few days. Thanks also to Logan Keith helping to publish this episode, designing merch for the store at badmagicproductions.com. Thanks to Olivia Lee again for doing the research on this one. Also, thanks to the All Seeing Eyes moderating the Culturally Curious private Facebook page, the Mod Squad making sure Discord keeps running smooth, and everyone over on the Time Suck subreddit and Bad Magic subreddits. And now, updates.
Updates? Get your Time Sucker updates.
First up today, a meat sack Marine. Clinton Bowers writes in with the subject line of, I'm a triple M myself, Dan, regarding episode 420. Hello, Dan, Lordeth of the Sucketh. Well played. Listening to episode 420, and I got to the part about Jean-Paul Sartre being a military meteorologist. I, too, was a motherfucking military meteorologist, triple M, in the Marine Corps. Almost like a quadruple M there. To answer your question, military meteorology in World War II was very accurate, actually. Normandy invasion, or D-Day as we call it, the date of June 4th for the invasion was specifically chosen due to certain weather conditions that were going to exist at the time that would allow for the concealed movement of ships and equipment. The weather was supposed to break at a certain time on June 4th. The American military meteorologist at the time, who was not near France, had gotten the weather all wrong, and if it wasn't for a British forecaster, the invasion probably would have been a complete failure. Being able to accurately predict meteorological conditions on the battlefield has been a vital part of fighting wars for a long time. Even Sun Tzu spoke to its importance in battlefield planning. Part of war, right? I think that's what he wrote. Yes, technology has gotten better, and I can say without breaking any kind of intelligence protocols that Marine Corps meteorologists have to maintain a 98% accuracy rating just to be certified to deliver forecasts. Couple that with a lot of scientific knowledge on how the weather affects weapon systems, manpower, and it's quite a lot of responsibility for, say, an E4 who's low in the totem pole in the chain of command. There were a couple times in my career that a corporal or a sergeant I had to tell some very when I was a couple times in my career as a corporal or a sergeant, I had to tell very high-ranking individuals certain weather information that made a huge impact on base and wartime operations. Whenever I tell people that I was a meteorologist in the military, the number one answer that I get is, I didn't know they had that. Especially being a Marine, it's crazy how many people don't even know that job exists. I wasn't very fond of my job because it wasn't very glamorous and I wanted to fight, but it was pretty rewarding. It had some very cool aspects to it. I took my job very seriously because it was iterated constantly that our job could have a massive impact on Marine safety and efficiency on and off the battlefield. I did it the majority of the time that I was in. I supported airfield operations, but part of my time was also the support of battlefield operations. I can say that in the entire time I was in, which was 7 years and some change, that I only got about 2 forecasts wrong. By wrong, I mean I didn't exactly calculate the correct information. They were close, but not 100%. With that being said, I did maintain a 99% accuracy rating on my forecast. Good for you. I'm actually really happy that I got to learn meteorology because now I have a better understanding of how it works in my daily life. And it's actually a huge impact on my outdoor activities like hunting, fishing, riding dirt bikes. Our friends find it really weird that I can just look up at the sky, tell them what the weather is going to do based off the color of the sunrise and the sunset. That's awesome. One thing a lot of people don't know is when you go through meteorology training in the military, you actually get close to an associate's meteorology degree with only 17 months of training. It's one of the longer MOS schools in the military for every branch of the military except the Army. The Air Force is the branch that supports the Army with weather information. Every meteorologist in the military attends training by the Air Force. After your initial training of 17 months, there's also auxiliary schools to go to that include space, weather, tropical weather, a bunch of other specialized weather info, where you can learn more about the stuff that takes additional time to recruit towards your degree. If you're actually to participate in all of the meteorology training that all the military has to offer, you'd be close to having a bachelor's degree in less than 2 years. My peers went on to get their degrees in environmental sciences or meteorology or earth sciences. Due to this, they gave themselves the opportunity to become officers. Like I said, it's not a very glamorous job, but it's very specialized and highly important. I thought it was very cool to hear somebody that was important in history actually being a military meteorologist. It's a very unheard of job. Not very often that I get to relate to this subject of a Time Suck episode, except I nerded out on this one and had the right to tell you a little bit about military meteorologists. I could literally talk for hours on the subject just to give a brief overview of the cool stuff that meteorologists and military do. That would be a Time Suck worthy, like your whole Time Suck itself. Thank you for everything you guys do over at Bad Maddie. You guys have been a huge part of my life and one of 5 podcasts I listen to regularly and the first podcast I ever started listening to. You and Lindsay have inspired me to do much and be a better person. Thank you, even though we've never met. I feel like I'm part of your family as well. You guys stay classy. Keep sucking. Make death earn it. Respectfully, Clint Bowers. Oh, shit, Clint. Thanks for a great message, man. And for the kind words. Make death earn it. I love that. And 98%, that is wow. I honestly didn't know you could be that accurate with weather predictions. I'm joking about weather forecasters too much, I guess. Thanks for the D-Day info. That's super cool. It does make a lot of sense once you lay it out like you did. I hope you keep listening. You stay part of the fam. And yeah, thanks for being awesome. Next up, Z. And Z, you did not ask me to take out your name, but I'm going to be careful and do so anyway. Z sends in a message with the subject line of Hero Pothead Saves Suicidal Teacher. What up, Cummins? And they write in it, I'm a first-year public school teacher, and even though I should definitely be climbing my mountain of paperwork right now, I got to pause to write it. I want to thank you. Your suck on existentialism was the wake-up call I didn't know I needed. So I've just started my first real grown-up music teaching job, and dude, it is hard as fuck. I could have taught anywhere, but I made the, let's say, interesting choice to take a job in one of Chicago's roughest schools. I thought I was prepared to teach these kids. I am not. I have been insulted on a daily basis, injured frequently, and spent more time breaking up fights than I have teaching music. Every day has broken my heart a little. Many of my students come from poor, neglectful, even violent households. Oh man, this episode must have been great for you. And they don't give a single shit about the little white lady begging them not to break her pianos. And yeah, race is a big part of it. I've been told over and over by my bosses that many of the kids are racist against white people. I was too naive to believe that at first, but by Nimrod, they sure are. I feel like I need to read a whole library's worth of books on race and the needs of black students, but who has the fucking time? 4 weeks into my dream job, I found myself sinking fast into depression. Now and then I'll imagine killing myself, then immediately follow it by saying, why the hell did I think that? Shouldn't I be happy? These kids need music. My whole purpose in life is to teach music and play music. No one told me this would be easy, so why aren't I happy? Your high existential ass just answered that question for me. Of course I'm unhappy. I've convinced myself that this is my purpose, my sole purpose. And why? Because I'm a good teacher, because I love music, because I just dumped 3 years, half my sanity and all of my savings into a low-rent graduate program so I could make it here? Bullshit. I have no set purpose. Rather, I have a series of choices each day. How do I want to feel? What do I want to do? What do I want to put out into the world? That's it. No one is making me live for this. And living for a job this hard is only going to hurt me. I'm damn thankful that I listened to the suck before teaching today. When I realized the amount of pressure I was putting on myself, I let it go. And you know what? Today went a lot better because I didn't try to be perfect. I cared only about the social contract. I'm here to help these kids and to help them learn to be good to each other. All the rest is noise. We had a relatively calm and productive day, hopefully the first of many. So thank you, Dan, for reminding me this new teacher to drink some Whipple Chill. It's hard not to get caught up in the great lie of purpose, a lie shoved down our throats every day. Like you said, we're on this earth to mess around. I have an important job, and I'll do the best I can. But I'm also going to keep reminding myself that I'm not Robin Williams in Dead Poets Society. Like you said, doesn't make me less worthy. If I choose any purpose, it'll be to live a good life, and maybe to get hit with fewer, pencils. Oh, sorry, not sorry for the long, hard message, because you can take it like a man. Keep going this life, Dan and Lindsay and the rest of the Time Suck crew. You make teaching so much easier. Keep smoking that sweet ganja, my man. Z. Well, what a great message, Z. I really love when you wrote, today went a lot better because I didn't try to be perfect. I cared only about the social contract. I'm here to help these kids and to help them learn to be good to each other. All the rest is noise, right? Oh, man, I did the same shit to myself. For a while, honestly, I started to hate podcasting because I was only focusing on my fuck-ups. In spite of podcasting being so good to me, or on the odd negative review, or just like, I don't know, the time some weeks it took. You know, because I wanted each episode to be perfect, just like you talk about pressure, but all this pressure myself. God, why can't I say that word? Why is my tongue fuck up here? Why did I get this thing wrong? Why didn't people like this episode as much as I liked it? Blah, 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 blah. Stupid shit. And, you know, and I had to remind myself, I chose all this. And that I'm not perfect, and neither is anyone else. And I owe no one perfection. And that I don't need to make everyone happy. And when I took on this mindset of just do your best, enjoy it, have fun with it, hope others enjoy it, and then let it the fuck go. Ironically, when I started to care a little less, the end product got a little better. And much more importantly, I'm happier. And life is too short to suck the fun out of it. Right? Suck the fun out of a job by having the wrong shitty perspective. What if the next 5 years you make, Z, just one big positive impact on a student's life, just one out of thousands of students, just one student, you really make that impact. Won't it be worth it? Or what if you just make some small impacts on a few students that won't even ever realize how much you helped them or appreciate music, won't ever tell you, won't ever give you that gratitude? That's also worth it. Or what if you just fucking try your best and you do the best you can, and if they don't receive it, well, that's on them. That's also okay. You know, maybe you'll be helping just by showing them that not all white people are who they think they are, and they'll become a little bit less racist. And that'll be thanks to you, just being you. That's also amazing. There's so many ways to make it amazing. So just keep being amazing, Z. And one more today from an anonymous professional bookworm. Another amazing MESAC. This sweet bibliophile writes in with a subject line of censorship sucks, and we should be mad about it. Dear Time Suck crew, this is going to be a long one. Sorry, not sorry. I've been pondering for a while now about suggesting book banning and censorship as a topic. As a longtime, almost 30 years library professional and library director, this is a topic that is near to me, but I don't know if anyone else would care that much. Then I found this article this morning and decided I couldn't wait. Thank you for the link. Summary of the article. Post Falls, Idaho Library, which is, I don't know, about 10 minutes from me, is proposing measures to restrict access to adult material and require ID to use adult collections, which will literally be locked behind closed doors. The use of this area will be recorded by cameras and a log kept of who goes in and out. This is so egregiously against everything that libraries stand for, it makes me sad and angry. All of this is in the name of keeping harmful materials, quote unquote, away from children. But what defines harmful materials is very debatable. I have literally been asked to remove all puberty, body, and sex education books from my children's section. And I've had several people tell me that we shouldn't have any LGBTQ plus books or representations at all. I could tell more horror stories, but it would be a novel. While this particular restriction is worse than I have seen, it is by no means an isolated incident. Here in Indiana, a school librarian can face felony charges if they give a kid a book that someone considers harmful. Public librarians narrowly avoided being included in that legislation. This is all being led by shady groups like Purple for Parents and Moms for Liberty that have extreme political and social agendas. I often wish that more people outside the library bubble knew that these things were happening. I truly believe that there are more good people out there who support libraries, but the agenda is being controlled by the few who show up and complain. Good people need to get involved and actively fight for the right to access information. I could go on, but I've got to work to continue my nefarious plot to corrupt the children. Thanks for everything you do to spread knowledge to the world. Sincerely, a loyal spacer. Spaces are, yes, great suggestion. Maybe it could be a short suck. At the very least, I'm addressing it now with some thoughts and letting people hear your thoughts. You know, before I push pause on stand-up comedy touring, to focus on podcasting, just be home more with family and friends and rest more, I was joking about this very subject. It was my favorite bit I was working on. It is scary. It's scary mainly because, as you wrote, what defines harmful materials is very debatable, wildly subjective. I watched a clip online by the Good Liars. Oh, they're so funny. Where at a protest over harmful books in schools, a man asked this woman, one of the hosts, asked this lady who's protesting, she's wanting to ban books. He asked her if kids should be able to access a book in their library that condones slavery, genocide, and rape. And this woman gets all fired up. Oh, absolutely not. Oh, God, no. That book needs to be banned now. Then she's told by this guy that the book he's referencing is the Bible. Exodus chapter 21, verses 20 and 21 explicitly state that a slave owner may beat their slave within an inch of their life. Deuteronomy chapter 20, verses 16 to 17, as God ordering the Hebrews to commit 6 complete and total genocides. Deuteronomy chapter 22, verses 20 and 29 lay out the means by which an incel may rape a virgin, pay off her father, and marry her. Nothing says she has a right to say no. I doubt a single person in favor of banning books in schools would be okay with banning the Bible. And I don't do this to pick on Christians. I don't point this out, truly. I do it to illustrate how when you open a door like this, odds are it's going to slam back and hit you in the fucking face in a way you did not expect. There is not, and there has never been, actual fucking porn, like Hustler, Penthouse, porn in school libraries. That's not what people are trying to ban. That is bullshit propaganda. They're just trying to ban books that don't align with their highly subjective worldview. And when you do that, you open the door to then have books you hold near and dear in your worldview also be banned, which is why I am very against censorship. You want to monitor what your kids read? You should. You should build a relationship with your kids where they feel comfortable sharing what they read with you. You should be checking in with them a lot. And you can tell them why you don't want them to read such and such a book. But to punish a librarian with a felony because they let a 10-year-old read a book about, say, someone's transgender experience, get the fuck out of here. Keep your subjective moral decisions to your family and your kids and not mine, right? Fuck censorship is where I strongly stand on this issue. Let parents monitor their own kids, not ask the government to monitor other people's kids when it comes to library books. You don't want your kids reading those books, you fucking keep your kids out of the library. And hail Nimrod.
Next time, suckers, I needed that.
We all did. Woo! Last message had me fired up. Blood's boiling a little bit right now. Thanks for listening to another Bad Magic Productions podcast. Scared to Death and Time Suck each week. Short Sucks and Nightmare Fuel on the Time Suck Scared to Death podcast feed some weeks. Please don't move into a neighborhood full of nothing but rock spiders, deadbeat parents, chronically unemployed, openly masturbating dog fuckers, and a gang of idiots who will torture and murder you for your government welfare checks this week. There's got to be some other place you can live that's also very affordable, right? But just not full of so many outrageous dirtbags. Find some place you can live safely, and where you can safely keep on sucking.
Bad Magic Productions.
I checked to see if things had improved in recent years in the gang's old neighborhood on Waterloo Road, Salisbury North. It's looking quite a bit safer. Let's check in with our news.
Can you help police find a man responsible for a terrifying attack which has left another man scarred for life? The victim received a cut to the head and across his back after being slashed on Waterloo Corner Road at Salisbury North in November.
It's disturbing and frightening for members of the public to be involved in incidents like this, especially when there are random attacks.
The man has been left with a 45-centimetre scar across his back. This security vision shows the suspect, a Caucasian man in his 20s or 30s with blonde hair, and a woman he was with. It was filmed nearby shortly after the confrontation.
Any assault, especially in this case involving a weapon, is very suspicious.
If you recognise these people, call Crime Stoppers on 1-800-333-000.
Crime Stoppers SA, Police Credit Union, and 9 leaders supporting.
Yeah, sure, someone got randomly stabbed and slashed, but doesn't sound like their dog got fucked. And the suspect didn't rape them or molest their kids. So good on you, Salisbury North. Good on you.
Building a business may feel like a big jump, but OnDeck Small Business Loans can help keep you afloat. With lines of credit up to $100,000 and term loans up to $250,000, OnDeck lets you choose the loan that's right for your business. As a top-rated online small business lender, OnDeck's team of loan advisors can help you find the right business loan to fit your needs. Visit OnDeck.com for more information. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank. OnDeck does not lend in North Dakota. All loans and amounts subject to lender approval.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Call or visit ComcastBusiness.com to learn more.
Have you played Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. Hi-Fi Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on Hi-Fi Casino. Best of all, it's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours. Ready to have your own Hi-Fi moment? Visit hi5casino.com. That's hi5casino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. Must be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply.
If you like the words food, football, and 40% off, then Instacart has the perfect big game deal for you. Right now on the Instacart app, you can get $10 off a $25 order of eligible game day essentials like chips, dips, sips, and chicken strips. So what are you waiting for? Free snacks with your order? Because, yeah, Instacart has those too. Fees, taxes, and terms apply. Eligible items only while supplies last. Expires on February 9th.
In my lifetime, I have murdered 21 human beings. I've committed thousands of burglaries, robberies, larcenies, arsons, and last but not least, I've committed sodomy on more than 1,000 human beings. For all of these things, I am not the least bit sorry. I have no conscience. So that does not worry me. I don't believe in man, God, nor devil. I hate the whole damned human race, including myself. These are the words of Carl Panzram, an early 20th century American serial killer, rapist, arsonist, and thief. And I do believe he believed what he wrote there. Unlike the majority of serial killers we have covered here, Carl was extremely self-aware. And unless he was trying to swindle a parole board into an early release or trick someone into doing something so he could escape from prison or rob, rape, or kill them, he wasn't afraid to tell you exactly who he was. He didn't try and deceive himself into thinking he was somehow the good guy. He knew he wasn't. He knew he was bad. He'd known it since he was a child. And he never seemed to show or express any interest in reforming. He hated humanity, all of it, including himself. For him, life was not only not sacred, it was best to end it in nearly any and all situations. Despite Carl confessing to 21 murders, he's suspected of killing well over 100 boys and men in the United States, a dozen or more in Angola, and God knows how many other murders in any number of the many nations he visited. He committed countless acts of rape against people of all ages, including children, so many he literally lost count. Carl spent more than 2 decades of a less than 4-decade life in prison. His longest stretch of freedom as an adult would last just 5 years. 5 very criminally active years. Carl lived an extremely transient lifestyle, making his way across the country by train jumping, illegally hopping on freight trains that took him around the nation, where he committed countless crimes everywhere he went. He bought a yacht with some stolen money, got a real taste for life at sea. He brought his mayhem around the world, ultimately traveling to 31 different countries and committing God knows how many crimes in each and every one of them. And how about I don't give away any more than that? One of his final acts was to document his life story and many of his crimes, which he shared with one prison guard he felt showed him some kindness. Were it not for what he wrote, the world would have never known how truly horrific he was. He's been called by many the most evil serial killer the world has ever seen, and the meanest. I don't think that's true. As bad as he was, I feel like we've covered several other serial killers like Robert Kraft, Bob Berdella, Joseph Duncan, and many others who were more sexually sadistic, who seemed to relish the suffering of their victims more than Carl did. I do think, though, that Carl may have been the toughest, most formidable serial killer we've ever covered, and the most singularly focused. There was no real compartmentalization. He didn't have a wife and kids and pretend to be a good family man while choking the life out of strangers when no one was looking. No, he seemingly lived primarily to bring about pain, destruction, and mayhem. The most he could. Dude was a one-man wrecking crew who dreamt of killing millions. So let's meet him. Carl Panzram, the man who grew up in Minnesota, a state known for a culture of being so damn nice. And yet Carl was filled with almost nothing but rage. Another true crime serial killer episode coming your way on this October, let's get scary again, edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Well, happy Monday and welcome back to the Cult of the Curious. I'm Dan Cummins, the Suckinator, official spokesman for the Salisbury North Mayor's Office. Possible future rock spider exterminator. Fingers crossed. Fraud investigator looking into claims brought against Bob's Bountiful Bonsai Fruit.biz. And you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise be to good boy Bojangles, and glory be to Triple M. Real quick before we get started, I'm doing a live virtual show later this month if you want to watch and be a part of it. It is Lindsay and I's 4th annual Scared to Death live show, Haunted Halloween, True Tales of Hallows Eve Horror. We'll be recording from New Orleans for the first time this year. And also for the first time, in addition to Lindsay's fan-submitted true horror stories, I will be sharing a new nightmare fuel that will not be released on the regular Scared to Death podcast feed. You can go to moment.co/scared to death to get a ticket. Again, it's Thursday, October 24th, 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time, and then you can rewatch it all the way through Halloween. Again, go to moment.co/scared to death for tickets, and it'll be interactive. You know, we'll be taking comments from those who are watching. You'll be able to interact with other people watching. It's going to be a lot of fun. And one more thing, many of you have heard of or even met the guys from Black Thip Creative, Elliot and Jamie, who've been working on a documentary about bad magic for the past 5 years. And while they don't have a release date for our project yet, their newest feature-length documentary, Rhythm in the Darkness, premieres on YouTube tomorrow night, October 8th, 9 p.m. Central. The film follows 3 Nashville-based professional musicians, including current The Voice contestant Brad Sample, Katy Perry bassist Kyle Whalum, and as they struggle to balance career and family while also attempting the Pinhoti 100, a grueling 100-mile ultra marathon through Alabama's Talladega National Forest. So be sure to subscribe to their channel at youtube.com/@Blackflip Creative. That's @Blackflip Creative to watch the free premiere and support a couple fellow meat sacks doing something really cool, creative, and some quality stuff. And now for today's show. I will start things off by introducing the man who first exposed Carl's story to a wider audience, followed by a full timeline of Carl's fascinating life and crimes. If it weren't for all the crimes he committed, Carl's travels around the world could be seen as inspirational. I mean, he led a very adventurous life, saw much more of the world than most of us ever will, Too bad he had to bring so much pain with him everywhere he went. In 1938, renowned American psychiatrist Dr. Carl Menninger published the book Man Against Himself, a case study of a self-destructive man he named John Smith. It was an alias. John Smith was actually serial killer Carl Panzram. Menninger passed away July 18, 1990, at the age of 96. In the city he was born in, Topeka, Kansas, the city he worked out of. He was considered one of the foremost practitioners and advocates of psychiatry in the U.S. for decades. According to the New York Times, Menninger was considered a crusader for abused children, prisoners, indigenous people, and wildlife. One of the first physicians in the U.S. to receive psychoanalytic training. He believed that psychiatric treatment was helpful for almost every emotionally disturbed person, and that a lack of parental love caused most individual destructiveness and mental illness. He thought crime in general was a stage of mental or emotional sickness, and felt that imprisonment without treatment was useless in preventing antisocial behavior. But I don't think even Menninger, I don't think any therapist on earth could have cured or reformed Panzram towards the end of his life. Menninger became aware of Panzram through another psychologist who was an associate of a man named Henry Lesser, prison guard at the district jail in Washington, D.C. A guard who had grown somewhat close to Panzram, may have been the closest thing to a real friend that Carl ever had. Menninger was eventually able to meet Panzram thanks to the request of a federal official he was friendly with in Topeka, Kansas. Didn't go well. Panzram wasn't a big fan of, well, almost anyone, but it happened. Years later, Menninger wrote a letter to James O. Long, author of the book Panzram, A Journal of Murder, one of the main sources for this week's info. And in part of that letter, he wrote, "Without hesitation, he told me of murder after murder that he had committed. And then he went on in further diatribe about the incurable evilness of mankind, justifying complete extinction, including himself." After his final arrest for burglary in 1928, Carl chose to be extremely open about his criminal history and was willing to go into great detail to describe various brutal murders and sexual violence. He no longer seemed to care about trying to be free again. Or maybe he just wanted prison officials to think he no longer cared. Pull off another escape. He started writing his life story in the district jail in the fall of 1928, gave a few pages at a time to Henry Lesser, a young guard. Their friendship, if you can call it that, began directly after Carl was caught loosening the window bars of his cell and was tortured as punishment. He encountered Lesser when he returned to his cell, and the guard gave him some pocket money to buy some cigarettes with. Carl would later write to Lesser, "You are one of the very few people I do not wish to harm." That's all it took to get on this killer's good side. Some sympathy, a bit of money for some smokes. Today's timeline is based primarily off of Carl's own words, the research of authors James O. Long and Thomas E. Gaddis, and also a whole bunch of old newspaper articles. Dr. Menninger would describe Carl's manuscript as an unflinching self-analysis, in which the prisoner spares neither himself nor society. No one can read this manuscript in its entirety without an emotional thrill. Carl wrote a confession approximately 20,000 words long. Details of the murders he described were later confirmed by authorities. He also provided his opinions on the criminal justice system and how one's environment shapes them from a young age. If only every serial killer could be so honest and descriptive, then we might now have better rehabilitative options for criminals in general. Social workers and the like might be able to identify certain hallmarks of future violence earlier with more accuracy, and use that info to create legislation to get children out of dangerous environments quicker, get them more effective treatment to keep them from growing up and becoming someone like Carl Panzram. In the introduction to their book, Panzram, A Journal of Murder, Gaddis and Long wrote, "Though the body count he tallied outnumbers those of most serial killers, Panzram seems cut from a different psychopathic cloth. The picture that emerges in these pages is not of a squalid little creature in the grip of a grotesque sexual compulsion, but of a one-man apocalypse, an implacable human engine of destruction and retribution, bent on wreaking havoc on a contemptible world." Oh yeah, I would agree. I've become very familiar with Carl's life's work, lack of a better phrase. Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment. He did seem to be cut from a different psychopathic cloth than any other serial killer I can think of. I don't think Carl would have liked any of the other serial killers we've ever covered. Given the chance, I don't doubt he would have, he wouldn't hesitate in killing them. I think he would have rather strangled them than to share any sense of camaraderie. So let's meet Carl now. Carl Panzram, our one-man apocalypse in today's timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time-suck timeline.
Quick note before we get started on our main timeline sources. One is Panzram, Butchering Humanity, Carl Panzram, the autobiography. From the book's official description, this book collects and represents the confessional statements of convicted and executed American serial killer Carl Panzram. These writings were created by Panzram whilst in prison, serving a sentence towards the end of his life. And the other book is Panzram, A Journal of Murder, by Thomas E. Gaddis and James O. Long, published in 1970. Before passing away in 1982, Gaddis was an author, director. He had worked as a California probation officer for a while. He was also a professor at Reed College in Portland, Oregon, and a practicing psychologist who founded Project Newgate to establish college educational programs inside prisons. James O. Long, still a reporter for the Oregonian in Portland, the veteran journalist, covered the prison system and the death penalty extensively, has covered them, and has won numerous awards for his work. And now it's Carl the Clock. Charles Carl Panzram was born on June 28, 1891 on a homestead farm near East Grand Forks, Minnesota, son of East Prussian immigrants. East Prussia is a former German province that was divided between the Soviet Union and Poland following World War II, up near where Lithuania is now. Carl's father, John Panzram, was a veteran, having fought in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 and 1871. After his service, John had had enough of Europe's continual fighting, and he left for the U.S. in hopes of earning a better living out in the frontier than he'd be able to achieve in East Prussia. However, good homesteading opportunities were few and far between by the time he arrived. John didn't want to live on the East Coast, where the best land had already been divided up amongst previous waves of European immigration. So he moved to the upper Midwest, where he and his family joined a German community in Sauk Center, Minnesota, a little town of about 4,500 now, about 1,200 back then in the late 1870s. And he got a job there as a farm laborer. In 1878, he married another German immigrant named Matilda Elizabeth Bolden, odd spelling for Matilda, who went by the nickname of Lizzie. And Lizzie may have been John's second wife. Some sources list him as having been married to a woman named Bertha from 1871 to 1877, with whom he had 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. Lizzie was originally from Berlin, moved to America with her parents when she was 13. And she is described as self-reliant, industrious, and passionately devoted to the Lutheran Church. Soon after getting married, the young couple moved 200 miles away to Marshall County, Minnesota, in the northwest corner of the state near the Canadian border, and made a down payment on a farm. John was enthusiastic about how they might prosper until they experienced their first drought and nearly lost everything. He now started to spend long periods away from home, leaving Lizzie alone to do all the work while he visited the town of Warren, the county seat. While around 1,600 live in Warren today, only about 100 people lived there in 1880. Like every other part of Minnesota, Warren and the surrounding area gets cold in the winter, like negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit cold. Just please God, get it over with and fucking kill me now cold. Record low is negative 43, and that is without wind chill. Imagine that temperature back when you couldn't buy modern winter gear, little hand warmers you could keep in your pockets and shake up and use when needed. Back when doctors knew almost nothing about how to effectively treat frostbite. Back when roughly 1 out of every 10 Minnesota men would become a eunuch by the age of 50 due to literally freezing their balls off. Yeah, the first appendage to get frostbite and detach from the body in extreme cold weather is the testicles. Anyway, John had hopes of homesteading even further north in Canada, but his wife didn't want to. He and Lizzie fought about the move frequently, and then it would never happen because they found out she was pregnant. And I should say now that I did make up the freezing your balls stuff off, just before I forget to disclaim that. If it was easy to literally freeze your balls off in the winter, I would be recording this podcast from Florida or Costa Rica or somewhere. Their first child together was a son named Paul, who was followed by Albert, then Louis, who would be Lizzie's favorite. And their father John was moody and resentful of his kids. They stood in the way of his dreams of finding a better farm in Canada. John had to get a job at a local sawmill to supplement the income, their income, which made him further resentful of the kids. But then they did move, just not to Canada. Lizzie was pregnant with their daughter Louise when they decided to move to a different farm in Minnesota. Carl's parents and siblings arrived in East Grand Forks, Minnesota in 1888. Town on the border of North Dakota. Across the Red River lay the North Dakotan town of Grand Forks. A lot more people in this area. About 700 people lived in East Grand Forks at the time, with another 1,700 right across the river. And although a bit farther south than Marshall, just as fucking unbearably cold. In October of 1888, John and Lizzie took out a mortgage on a house and 2.5 acres of farmland along the Red River. And this farm didn't seem to treat them any better than the last farm. John became depressed, forlorn, struggled with alcoholism, spent most of his wages on drinks instead of on his growing family. They fell behind on payments quickly, and then the farm was put up for auction just 2 years after they got it, in August of 1890. Fortunately, John would be able to buy the farm back the following summer, July of 1891. Carl would be the couple's last child. Lizzie was in her 40s when he was born, and she suffered from high blood pressure and dizzy spells, but still worked every day on the farm while she was pregnant. John continued to drink too much. Family barely scraped by. And then John straight up abandoned the family when Carl was either 7 or 8 years old. Tough age for Dad to leave. Maybe Dad finally made it to Canada after all, started a new family. How many times have fucking dads abandoning their families come up in true crime episodes? You want your kid to become a serial killer? Well, if you're the dad, abandon them. And you'll be giving them a solid push in that direction. There are actually a whole bunch of studies out there that have examined the correlation between incarceration and growing up without a father in the home. And that correlation is positively undeniable. According to many, many studies, a significant portion of violent criminals, often cited as between 70 and 85%, 85% grew up without a father in the home, indicating a very powerful correlation between father absence and later criminal behavior. Kids need dads to help raise them. Single moms obviously definitely can raise great, well-adjusted kids, do so all the time, unfortunately. So many dads are fucking shit and just bounce, but it sure helps a kid's development to have a good dad around. Carl didn't have that fatherly influence. Maybe if he had, maybe if he'd had not just a present dad, but a good dad, we wouldn't be talking about him today. After Carl's dad bounced, his older brothers, Albert, Paul, and Louis, helped their mom with the farm work and child care for Louise and young Carl. In his autobiography, Carl would describe his parents as hardworking, ignorant, and poor. Carl wrote that he had 5 brothers and 1 sister. Death records, however, suggest that he had 2 brothers and 1 sister, plus 2 half-brothers and 2 half-sisters. Maybe he didn't feel all of them were worth counting or remembering. Also, some were so much older than him, he likely never knew them. They were grown and out of the house, never to return by the time he was walking around forming memories. According to Carl, all my family are as the average human beings are. They are honest and hardworking people, all except myself. I have been a human animal ever since I was born. When I was very young, at 5 or 6 years of age, I was a thief and a liar, and a mean, despicable one at that. The older I got, the meaner I got. And I gotta wonder if that's true. Carl will later say he wasn't that bad until he went to reform school later. And then he will again later say he wasn't that bad after reform school until he went to prison. Carl seems to have always definitely taken the nature side of the nature versus nurture argument regarding the root of his criminality. But if he'd had a good, firm father who showed him love, discipline, but not abuse, wasn't a drunken mess, then would he have still turned into, somebody just hell-bent on destruction? Maybe. We've certainly come across sadistic killers who grew up in loving, nurturing homes, but also, again, maybe his behavior could have been corrected. As Carl's brothers grew up, they left the farm one by one. Eventually, it was just Carl, his sister, 1 older brother, and his mom, Lizzie, living together. Carl and his little sister, or young sister, would go to school in the day and then spend their evenings working in the fields. His mom and older brother worked from sunrise to sunset on many days. And his older siblings and mom may have been pretty quick to give Carl a smack, or at least that was Carl's perception. Carl described some of the abuse he experienced in childhood, writing, "My portion of pay consisted of plenty of work and a good sound beating every time I looked cockeyed or done anything that displeased anyone who was older and stronger, and able to catch me and kick me around whenever they felt like it." Carl was a sickly child, but he was able to attend school, and he was smart enough to learn to read and write. Carl had his first run-in with the police when he was just 8. He was charged in juvenile court for being drunk and disorderly at the age of 8. That's fucking wild. "Your hands off of me, officers. I am half drunk. If I was drunk, you'd be in trouble." Hops on a small kid's bike, tries pedaling off into the distance. Then in 1903, at the age of 12, Carl serves little time in the East Forks Grand County Jail for incorrigibility and burglary. Incorrigibility is pretty funny. That essentially was the label for a kid who just refused to obey their parents or guardians or just authority in general. They were incorrigible. It was literally illegal for kids not to obey their parents. Pretty sure that's no longer an actual crime. Feels kind of subjective, right? It's like charging somebody with being an asshole or being just annoying. What are you in prison for? being annoying, 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 being annoying. Guards, you need to charge us full again. He's still very fucking annoying. Carl wrote that shortly before this, around the time he turned 11, he realized the way he was being treated was wrong. He started to learn about other places in the world, people who had good lives, lives he wanted, lives where they weren't abused, weren't working themselves to death. Carl decided he wanted to leave home, but before he left at the age of 12, he noticed that one of his neighbors, quote, had too much. So he decided to break into the neighbor's home, steal anything that caught his eye, including apples, cake, and a pistol. Very much what a 12-year-old boy would steal, cake and a gun. Very much a 12-year-old's rationale for committing crime, right? Why did I do it? Because they had too much. They needed to get some shit stole. Walked to the railroad yards, boarded a freight train afterwards, had visions of being a cowboy out west, but he missed his connection. Got caught, got brought home, got beat, and then he got sent to jail as punishment. In October of 1903, Carl's mom now sent him to the Minnesota State Training School, the boys' reform school, for stealing money from her purse and for still being completely incorrigible. Before we learn about that reform school, that reformed Carl right into being a future rapist and murderer, time for today's first of two mid-show sponsor breaks. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Nurturing. Someone who helps take care of the people in their life. Like when Lindsay brought me a splint on our second date because she knew one of my fingers was probably broken. Hardworking and responsible. Someone who takes her job seriously and does it well. I loved hearing about how Lindsay kept getting hired by the same producers over and over for years. They clearly respected her. These are two of many, many green flags I saw when I met my wife. We often hear about the red flags we should avoid, but what if we focus more on looking for green flags in friends and partners? If you're not sure what they look like, therapy can help you identify green flags, actively practice them in your relationships, and embody the green flag energy yourself. Whether you're dating, married, building a friendship, or just working on yourself, it's time to form relationships that love you back. BetterHelp is fully online, making therapy affordable and convenient, serving over 5 million people worldwide. Access a diverse network of more than 30,000 credentialed therapists with a wide range of specialties. Easily switch therapists anytime at no extra cost. Discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/timesuck to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timesuck. It's always nice to keep your money where you can see it, isn't it? Unfortunately, traditional big wireless carriers also seem to like keeping your money. Can you blame them? No. But you can leave them. If you're tired of crazy high wireless bills, bogus fees, and quote-unquote free perks that actually cost more in the long run, switch to Mint Mobile. Mint Mobile offers premium plans starting at $15 per month with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network. Plus, you can keep your phone and number along with all your contacts. So easy. I've been saving over $50 a month for a few years now, a couple $1,000s saved, and I gave up nothing. Same unlimited data, same coverage. Same phone with all the same contacts. Mint Mobile has made it so easy for me to just save money month after month after month. If you like your money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/timesuck. That's mintmobile.com/timesuck. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month 5-gigabyte plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. Everyone who's ever done stand-up comedy knows not every joke delivers. I've bombed so hard a few times out on tour over the years that the club owners thought I was actually trying to not be funny. I wasn't. Ouch. Luckily, Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better design shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. Their razors are equipped with German-engineered blades, crafted in their own factory, and designed to stay sharp longer. Harry's has the highest customer satisfaction in the shaving industry, plus a no-risk trial. Don't like your shave? No worries. It's on them. And they make a lot more than razors. I love their antiperspirant, one of the very, very few brands out there that doesn't irritate my skin, but also controls my BO. Try the redwood or the stone scent, my two faves. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/timesuck. That's harrys.com/timesuck for a $3 trial set. Research shows, and you know I love research, that a major challenge for employers is the pressure to hire quickly, especially given how time-consuming it is to find and review candidates. Well, if you're an employer who can relate, here's a question for you. Have you tried ZipRecruiter yet? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, so you don't waste time or money. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. A buddy of mine who runs an insurance agency had a few people quit around the same time, and it left him in a really stressful bind. Luckily, he was able to replace them, and quickly within the week through ZipRecruiter. And it's looking like they'll be even better than the agency lost. So relax, employers, and let ZipRecruiter speed up your hiring. See for yourself. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/timesuck right now and try it for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture-perfect sunset, or a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/timesuck. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Thanks for listening to those ads. If you don't want to hear any more, get the entire catalog ad-free and more by signing up to be a Space Wizard on Patreon for $5 a month. Now let's learn about this Minnesota State Training School. The school was located in Red Wing, Minnesota, about 370 miles east from his home in East Grand Forks. And Carl would spend almost 2 full years there. And obviously he was not reformed. Carl committed many infractions during his time there, and he'd be punished for all of them. His first offense, failure to fold a napkin properly. My God, those fuckers were militant. Other infractions were for the very serious crimes of bad work, calling another boy a snitch, kicking another boy, filling his hat with sugar from the dining room. I love that one. Well, kid doesn't want a hat full of sugar. Not telling that he was short of cups in the dining room, but letting the officers wait without them, using impudent and bad language, breaking 2 dishes, whistling and amusing himself instead of practicing his music lessons, and attempted escape. Carl's final terrible, unforgivable, and evil act of misconduct was reported on October 2nd, 1905. Whispering in school. Not gonna lie, I expected his infractions to be far more serious than these. We knew he'd grow up to become a ruthless rapist and killer when we kept catching him whispering and whistling. He was a true bastion of incorrigibility. As light as these infractions were, Carl was punished as if they were much more serious transgressions. According to a journal of murder authors, Gaddis and Long, 2/3 of the boys in the training school in 1904 were immigrant children, many of whom spoke English poorly or not at all. The anti-foreign feeling of the native staff found a ready outlet in punishment of the ruffian-like, unappreciative children of, quote, foreigners. Carl later wrote in his autobiography that he was beaten, tortured, even raped by various staff members. It's believed he was raped by some students as well. Wouldn't name who raped him, and Gwen just said that they did. Also said that when he first arrived, he was healthy, mischievous, innocent, and ignorant, which doesn't align with what he said earlier about his even younger self. I guess he was just trying to communicate the fact that while he may have been a troubled kid when he showed up to reform school, instead of being reformed, that school turned him into a monster, even though the main stated purpose of the school was to teach boys to become good Christians. Carl wrote, "They started me off by trying to beat the Christian religion into me, and the consequence was that the more they beat and whipped me, the more I hated them and their damn religion. They beat me and whipped me for doing this and not doing that. Everything I seemed to do was wrong. Just at that time, I was 11, 12, or 13 years old. I was just learning to think for myself. I first began to think that I was being unjustly imposed upon. Then I began to hate those who abused me." Sounds like it was a pretty hateable place. Does beating religion into a kid really ever truly work? Does it really help him? Carl began to fantasize about getting revenge. I mean, who wouldn't? And he decided if he couldn't hurt those who were abusing him, he'd go on to hurt someone else. And although it will still take a while for him to seemingly go damn near full evil, this seemed to be his primary line of thinking from this point on. Carl would go on to spend about 20 years of his life in prison. And by the end of his life, he intensely hated the entire human race, including himself, and he no longer had any desire to live. At this school, Carl said he experienced all types of punishment, such as the whip, the paddle, the hose, the jacket, chained up frontwards, backwards, bucked and gagged, spread-eagled, water-cured, starved, beaten, thrown into sweat boxes and half-cooked, thrown into ice-cold dungeons and half-frozen. And reminds me of the torture of terrorist suspects in recent decades by the CIA. Except these are just some unruly kids. Carl described various prison torture methods in detail in his autobiography. The following are some excerpts. A dose of salts. I guess, I say prison, but this is for this school here. A dose of salts. This may be a fine remedy for anyone who is constipated and looking for relief. This is a sure remedy for that ailment. Believe me, I know. If you don't think so, just try it. The punishment is usually tried out right on the job while the men are working. When the boss man decides that someone is in need of a physic, he calls another screw who pulls his gun to back up the other boss. The first one will take his number 4 strap from his saddle or kit and then call 3 or 4 of the other prisoners to grab the sucker that is about to be whipped. I never saw any of them ever hesitate. They grab the chump, throw him down on his belly, pull his pants down and his shirt up. One will hold one leg and one the other. A couple will hold his arms and sit on his head. Then the boss man does his stuff. After about 15 whacks with his number 4, there is no one around there that is constipated anymore. The hummingbird. This bird was made of steel, water, wire, a sponge, and a little electricity. First, an ordinary steel bathtub, in which was 4 or 5 inches of ice-cold water. The victim is laid down in that, and they're chained hand and foot. Then the chief torturer enters the scene. In his hands, he holds a common sponge. This sponge is connected to an electric battery by wires. The switch is turned on, and the torturer advances on his victim. He first begins on the soles of the feet by gently rubbing the charged sponge there, and then gradually works his way up the body to the head. The sensation of the victim is that there seems to be millions of red-hot needles sticking into them. The agony is intense. 2 or 3 minutes, and the victim is ready for the grave or the madhouse. Yet there is not a single mark or bruise on his whole body. What the hell's going on in this school? Man, sadly, it was just one of many schools operating in this way back then. Back in the good old days, when government regulatory agencies didn't exist yet to regulate abuse at places like a reform school or prisons, right? When they were around in theory, they didn't actually enforce regulation in practice. And when so many adults would beat the shit out of kids, like it was just a fucking way to work out or some acceptable kind of hobby. According to Carl, there were about 250 boys at the school, ranging in age from 7 to 8 all the way to 21. They were divided into 5 cottages as far as where they would sleep each night. Each cottage was supervised by a manager and a matron. Carl was put in cottage number 2, managed by George Mann. The matron was a woman named Miss Martin. When he arrived, George Mann laid out the rules for Carl, then called him into his room for an oral and physical exam for the school's records. He asked Carl his name, his family's names, school history, about his home life, etc. He was asked if his dad was insane, a drunk, lazy, or industrious. He was asked if his mom was a prostitute, a drunk, educated, or uneducated. The man then made Carl strip naked and examined his body for any signs of sickness, then allegedly examined Carl's genitals while asking if he'd ever committed fornication, sodomy, or masturbated. What the fuck? Why were these pervs running a Christian school asking naked kids if they fucking beat off while they examine their junk? What is wrong with so many people? How do you just not know that's a fucking creepy, weird thing to do? I so often wish I could just lead a vigilante gang like John and his fellow Snowtown murderers from last week, but do it the right way. No money scam. Just get rid of the dirties. The real dirties. The boys of this school, the rock spiders. The boys of the school were taught to say prayers when they woke up and to bless each meal. They received a daily Bible lesson in the evening before nighttime prayers. And they went to Sunday school and church on Sundays. Carl was not able to read well when he first showed up. Sunday school was especially difficult for him. He claimed he would be literally whipped if he didn't learn the material in the time they felt he should learn it. That's a real strong incentive to get to reading and writing, and also hating religion. Carl wrote that he was beaten every Saturday night during his first year, sometimes 3 to 4 times during the week as well for breaking rules. He described a room he and the other kids called the paint shop, where children would be severely abused by staff members. He wrote they had various methods for punishing us for doing wrong and teaching us to do right. The most popular was to take us to the paint shop, so-called because they used to paint our bodies black and blue. Paint shop was a very ingenious contrivance for inflicting the worst punishment where it would do the least harm and the most good. They used to have a large wooden block where we were bent over and tied face down after first being stripped naked. Then a large towel was soaked in salt water and spread on our backs from the shoulders down to the knees. A man then whipped the student with a strap 25 to 30 times, causing blood and blisters, which would sting like hell from the salt water. Carl wrote he was whipped regularly. And when he was too sick to handle the whipping, he was beaten on his palms with a smaller leather strap. Did people actually think back then. Oh, this is a great way to turn these boys into fine, well-adjusted young men and excellent citizens. Or were they thinking something more like, fuck them, fuck these rascals, I hate them, wish we could beat them to death, and not really think beyond that. While the other boys played, Carl was typically given additional Sunday school lessons, had to stand at attention with his arms folded, his back facing a field while he received these lessons. It's a lot of good thinking going on here. Wasn't the only one who was punished. Sometimes up to a dozen boys would be lined up with him. Boys were supposed to attend school for half the day, work the other half, but according to Carl, they deemed him, quote, too dumb to learn anything. So he just worked all day washing dishes and waiting tables in the teacher's dining room. And that gave him an opportunity to get a little revenge on his abusers. Carl claimed he used to literally piss in their soup, piss in their coffee, piss in their tea, and even better, that he would beat off onto their ice cream and desserts and then stand by and watch them eat it. I fucking love it. I hope before he let some of them know what he had done. How'd my piss and cum taste, asshole? You drank and eaten a lot of it the past few years. Every week, Carl was told he was sent to fetch clean linens. Wrote that he was sent to clean. Oh my God. He wrote that he was sent to fetch clean linens. I don't know why that was so hard for me to say. For the dining room and the laundry. And that one day he tried to escape, but he was caught and, quote, damn near beaten to death. Following this incident, he tried to poison his cottage manager, George Mann, by putting rat poison in his rice pudding. He got caught again and severely beaten for that. He was also transferred to band class after this poison attempt, where he said he learned how to play just one note and literally nothing else. Yeah, sounds like he at least learned a little more about music than Yoko Ono ever did, which is pretty cool. Carl plotted an alternative method of revenge by burning down the paint shop building in July of 1905. Based on his writing, it does not seem like he was caught for this, so that had to feel great. Carl described how he did it, writing, I got a long, thick piece of heavy cotton string, wrapped it around and round a long stick, lit one end of it, and hid it in the laundry near some oil-soaked rags. That night, the whole place burned down, and it cost over $100,000. Nice, eh? Fuck yeah, bro. Nice. And again, while he doesn't list any specific examples, he did write that he was raped numerous times at this school. Oof. Late January of 1906, now 14-year-old Carl was granted parole, released to the custody of his mom, who had sold the farm and was now renting a small house within walking distance of the Emmanuel Lutheran Church across the river in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Here's how he was able to get that school release. Some of the boys at school told Carl that if he wanted to get out, he needed to act like a good boy, tell everybody how much he loved Jesus, and that he wanted to stay home, go to school, and become a preacher. And Carl wrote, I done just as they suggested, and I am damned if it didn't work out just as slick as hot grease through a tin horn. That is a great phrase. Slick as hot grease through a tin horn. Carl was called before the parole board, told them the lies they wanted to hear, and was granted his release. He wrote, In that was where I first found how to use religion as a cloak of hypocrisy to cover up my rascalities. How many rascals do that today? Dirty, dirty birds, using the pretense of being one of the faithful so they can exploit and manipulate the actual faithful. According to Carl, his enemy George Mann was dishonorably discharged from his job for committing an immoral act against some of the boys under his care. I wonder if immoral act is code for rape. The head superintendent who fired Mann also later dishonorably discharged for brutal and inhumane treatment of the boys. Maybe that also included rape. The Minnesota State Training School taught Carl how to lie, steal, and hate others more than anything else. When Carl left, he decided that he would rob, burn, destroy, and kill everywhere I went and everybody I could as long as I lived. Carl was discharged with a suit of clothes, $5, and a ticket back home. He quickly spent the $5 on candy and fruit. Of course he did. What kid wouldn't? Once he got home, his suit was exchanged for a pair of overalls. He was back to work. Back working in the fields for mama. Like his schoolmates advised, Carl told his mom he wanted to be a preacher and help save souls. Yeah, they didn't have like a big farm at this time, but like a little bit. Everybody's growing at least some vegetables. And his mom sent him to the German Lutheran Church and School of Grand Forks, North Dakota, where a minister taught German lessons to children in the basement on weekdays. Things were fine for a couple months until the children started to bully Carl, he said, by calling him Reform School when he passed by. And he said he retaliated by, quote, knocking their blocks off whenever he could catch them alone. His beaten classmates would then tell their parents, who would then tell Carl's mom, who would then tell the preacher to punish Carl, and Carl was whipped some more. He said he was whipped often by this preacher and eventually decided to fight back. Unfortunately for Carl, the preacher was bigger and stronger, so he lost and got an even worse beatdown. He wasn't discouraged, though. He was inspired to do what he did next by a line of poetry he read. Like an advertisement. Be a man either great or small in size. Colonel Colt will equalize. Pretty sure that line was written by the cowboy artist Charlie Russell, a.k.a. Kid Russell. Carl now found a kid who had a Colt pistol, which he stole. Wore one of his brother's vests to school, hid the pistol inside. When school opened that day, Carl warned the preacher to lay off or he would, quote, fix him. Well, the preacher responded by getting out his whip, ordering Carl to come to the front for some punishment, and Carl refused. The preacher tried to pull him out of his chair now. He started whipping Carl about the head and shoulders. While he did, the preacher yanked on his coat and vest to try and pull him out of his seat, and that caused the pistol to fall out. And now the preacher was shocked. Carl was angry. He wrote that he jumped up, grabbed the gun, pointed it right at the preacher's head, and pulled the trigger 2 or 3 times. But the gun didn't go off. But that fuckhead preacher was now terrified of Carl, and he would never whip him again. Carl left the school grounds, went home thinking he was a hero, but instead, when he got home, he was beaten upside the head by his older brother. Choked him, demanded to know where he'd hid the gun. Carl told him, and then his brother left the house to look for it. While he looked, Carl said he strongly considered shooting his brother dead when he came back. Instead, that night, he decided he was getting the fuck out. He was leaving Minnesota and heading west. And he did. March 29th, 1906, still 14-year-old Carl runs away from home, makes it to the freight yards in East Grand Forks. Authors Gaddis and Long wrote that hitchhiking did exist at this time for wagon and buggy rides, but if you really wanted to get somewhere far away, you had to hop on a train. And if you didn't have money for a ticket, you had to ride the rails. Travelers learned to hide on passenger trains between the coal tender, a coal car hauled by the train, and the baggage car, or between 2 locked baggage cars. That was called riding the blinds. Carl learned how to ride the blinds and to ride the rods as well, which was hiding underneath the cars. Also learned to just ride the rails by hopping on freight cars, hiding both in and underneath the freight cars. According to Gaddis and Long, one of the main categories of criminals who hitched rides on these trains at the time were called the yeggs. Yeggs were hobos. They made their money mostly by mugging other hobos. Hobo on hobo action. Fucking finally one of these sucks. Carl soon had a violent encounter with some of these yeggs, who he considered, quote, the lowest element of the road traveler. Carl strongly implied in his autobiography that he was raped by a group of these men, a group of dirty yeggs, while traveling via train shortly after leaving home. He said he became skilled at sneaking on the freight trains and passenger trains. He made it all the way to the West Coast, all the way to the Pacific, and was continuing to travel around the West, sleeping in boxcars, barns, sheds, haystacks, begging for food when he needed. Made up stories about being a poor orphan on his way to see a rich uncle. Sometimes worked a day or two for some cash, but mostly he would steal what he needed. One day, Carl was out west, riding in a boxcar alone. Lonely, wanted someone to talk to. Walked over, found an open lumber car where 4 men were inside, 4 yeggs. Told him about the boxcar he had just left, which was clean, had a bunch of straw for warmth. The men asked him to lead him back to his boxcar, and he did. Right, he's still just a kid at this point, still just 14 years old, out alone in the world. Once they arrived and shut the door, the train began to pull out of the station. Once it got going, the men told Carl he was a nice boy, real nice boy. They could make him rich. They could give him some diamond jewelry. First, they needed something from him, his ass. Carl pleaded with the men not to harm him, but he wrote, I left that boxcar a sadder, sicker, but wiser boy than when I entered. Interesting way to find the bright side of being gang raped by a pack of dirty hobos. After this, Carl traveled alone as much as possible. Fuck yeah. And he didn't go seeking other travelers to speak with. He said he had a similar experience in a small western town on a Sunday afternoon. He was broke and hungry. He went into a stable where some men were sitting around drinking. He asked for something to eat, told them his usual sob story. These men offered him alcohol. Carl drank, quickly got drunk on the hooch, and he implied that he was then sexually assaulted by another gang of men, these men, when he lost consciousness. Carl said these lessons taught him that, quote, force and might make right. He was sick of being victimized. He realized he could impose his will on others, be the perpetrator for a change if he just got strong and big enough or clever enough. If someone was going to be held down and fucked in his vicinity, he wanted to be the one doing the holding and the fucking. In the summer of 1906, Carl, now just 15, was arrested for burglary in Butte, Montana. He told the police his real name. Back when Butte was popping, baby. All the mines were going full steam ahead. They had 35 to 40,000 people living there, more than today. Then spent 3 months in the county jail in Butte, where he was tried, sentenced to a full year at the Montana State Reform School, 370 miles east of Miles City. There, he would spend his days working, and when he wasn't working, he would try to escape. He said he was punished often for his escape attempts. All that punishment was making him tough, real tough. Carl was grown up to be big, strong, stubborn. Officers were now warned to watch him closely. There was one officer who went by the name of Bushart, who was an ex-prize fighter from Boston. He tried his best to make Carl miserable, so one night Carl decided he was going to kill that son of a bitch. Every evening, Officer Bushart had one of the boys shine his boots in the schoolroom. And Carl used this opportunity while the man was distracted to sneak up on him from behind, and with a 2-foot-long wooden board with some iron on one end, he swung that board with all his might and connected with that dude in the back of the head. Almost took his fucking head off, but somehow didn't kill him. Fucked him up real good, though, and he stopped messing with Carl. Carl received several beatings for this attempt at murder and was put under stricter supervision. Authorities, some of them wanted to send him to the state prison, but he was deemed too young. Carl said that over the course of the rest of his sentence, he received many more beatings, and that he even had his foreskin surgically removed against his will to prevent him from masturbating. What the fuck? That really was the thing back then. Sometimes in the late 18th century, early 19th century, some doctors believed that by getting rid of a boy's foreskin, they would lose the urge to masturbate. Nope. I have no foreskin, and jerking off, not a problem. Never heard anyone else who's been circumcised talk about just not being able to beat off anymore. You'd have to take off a little more than the foreskin thing. You have to shave it extra close to make that an issue. It's so fucked up they did that to Carl or anybody else. Reminds me of clitoral removal. Man, Americans so fucking worried about sex. Our culture has gotten better, but we're still so weird about it. Lucifina constantly laughing about our puritanical hangups. About a year into his time in the Montana institution, Carl befriended a boy named Jimmy Benson from Butte, and together they made a plan to escape. Jimmy was trusted by prison staff, so he was going to run away first. Go, Jimmy, go! Let's go, Jimmy! And then while all the staff were looking for Jimmy, Carl was going to make his move. They discussed hiding places when the search was over, where they would meet at this location 40 miles away at the first water tank east of the little town of Terry, Montana, and this escape attempt was successful. Carl arrived at their agreed-upon location on the third night after he escaped. Spent the night alone. Jimmy wasn't there yet. It was concerning. Then he woke up, he smelled some food, saw a man in a blue suit with a Stetson hat, had a bag of clothes and food with him. Carl had an iron bar that he'd stolen from prison. He was about to bash that fucking bastard in the head when he realized it was Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy! You made it out, you rascal. Good work. Hip, hip, hooray for Jimmy. Maserati, Bugatti, spaghetti. Maserati, Bugatti, spaghetti. Maserati, Bugatti, spaghetti. Luigi, pizza pie. That was confusing. Don't even worry about it. You missed some episodes. It's fine. Jimmy had brought Carl some food, clothing, even a gun he'd stolen from the homestead. Carl and Jimmy now hoped to find some of the officers who were looking for him so they could shoot and kill him. Then they decided to get their revenge in some other ways. Carl and Jimmy traveled together for about a month. They made their way east. Carl wrote, stealing and burning everything they could. Jimmy showed Carl how to steal from churches. Carl taught Jimmy how to burn down buildings. What a pair. Two agents of mayhem. Made it to Fargo, North Dakota with 2 guns, clothes, about $150 in cash each, as well as watches, rings, other stolen goods. And then they went their separate ways. Jimmy went back to Butte, where he was promptly arrested and sent to the state prison for 10 years. Carl would then reunite with him behind bars years later. After Fargo, Carl went home for a brief visit to see his siblings and his mom before heading west again. Didn't say much about the visit, which speaks to how little his family meant to him at this point. And doesn't seem he will visit his family ever again. December 28, 1906, now 16-year-old Carl is hitching a ride on the rails over the Rockies. Gets off in Helena, Montana because he's hungry. Makes his way into a saloon, spots an Army recruiter from Fort Harrison talking to a group of people. And within a few hours, Carl has joined a group of recruits. He is in the 6th Infantry Regiment. Many of the recruits were under 21, which was the legal age at the time for enlisting. But the attractions of peacetime soldiering in America's rural outback were so few in 1907 that recruiters seldom looked closely at the unshaven cheeks of those who signed the enlistment papers. Carl Sargent and A Company assigned the new recruits to clean the privies. And within just a single hour, Carl was already being brought to the company commander for refusing to work. He didn't want to clean the fucking privies. Given a copy of the Articles of War and told what was expected of him, what would happen if he disobeyed. He was already in trouble. Didn't even last 60 minutes in the military before he was punished. He did something, again, he was, with those Articles of War, had something to say about them, and was ordered to be locked in the guardhouse for a full week. How did he ever think he would do well in the military with his temperament? Then just 2 days after being put in the guardhouse, he gets in more trouble. He's reported by the guardhouse commander for fighting and impertinence, and now he's sentenced to 30 days of just bread and water diet. He's not doing well in the Army. This is never going to work for him. On April 8, 1907, just a little over 3 months after enlisting, Carl has somehow not been court-martialed yet, and he's granted 24-hour leave and tries to sneak off base with 2 stolen coats, a civilian suit, and a pocket full of a bunch of gold collar buttons he had stolen from some of the officers. Gets caught. Now he's court-martialed on April 20th, and he's sentenced to 37 months in military prison. His sentence is approved by Secretary of War William Howard Taft, the future U.S. president. It will pop up later in his timeline. These two fellows began a romantic relationship. Not a lot of serial killers can say that they have fucked a U.S. president. And Carl also can't say that, because I just made that up. But if a serial killer were to have ever fucked a U.S. president, Carl wouldn't be a bad bet. And Taft really will pop up again later in this timeline. Carl will hate Taft for the rest of his days for approving this 3-year sentence. On May 20th, 1907, Carl was transported to Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, with a group of Fort Harrison prisoners. And before we learn about his first stay in Leavenworth, time for today's second of two mid-show sponsor breaks. The big game is almost here, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last football game of the season with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the big game. Prize Picks is also giving away a free pick for the big game, where one of the starting quarterbacks will only need to throw 1 yard to win. If you're correct on at least one more stat projection, you can win real cash. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, and Florida. Join over 10 million members and sign up today. The big game in New Orleans is going to be so big this year. I wish I could be there live for it. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. So many weapons. I'm picking Saquon Barkley for over 113.5 yards rushing. He has been unstoppable this year. And I'm picking Travis Kelce to bounce back from a quiet AFC Championship game and catch for more than 64.5 yards receiving. Who do you have? Download the app today and use code TIMESUCK to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup using code TIMESUCK. Prize Picks. Run your game. Hey, Meat Sacks. I'm talking about language again. As you set resolutions for 2025, consider how learning a new language can enrich your life. Rosetta Stone has been a leader in language education for over 3 decades, with millions of satisfied users worldwide. With courses in 25 languages, including Spanish, French, German, and more, you can choose a language to learn that unlocks new places, connections, and experiences. Rosetta Stone's immersive approach means no English translations. Learn to think in your new language from day one. Lindsay and I have been working on our Spanish. Y estamos mejorando todo el tiempo, emocionado de hablar español en Costa Rica este año. Start the new year off with a resolution you can reach. Today, Time Suck with Dan Cummins listeners can take advantage of Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/timesuck. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life at rosettastone.com/timesuck today. Let's talk about jewelry. Do you like yourself some shinies, as my wife Lindsay likes to call them? There's something magical about gold, silver, and jewels, isn't there? Jewelry has enchanted humanity since long before the written word. So many of us for centuries and centuries have loved the way it makes us feel, the memories it holds, the stories it tells. But when it comes to buying jewelry, stress too often replaces joy. If you want to make buying jewelry feel as good as wearing it, go to BlueNile.com. At Blue Nile, you'll find thousands of independently graded diamonds and fine jewelry pieces at prices below your expectations. Want to learn more about a particular piece? Blue Nile's jewelry experts are ready 24/7 via phone or chat. From tech specs to budget recs, they're here to help you find a piece you'll feel great about, yourself or someone else. A friend of mine recently bought their fiance a diamond pendant necklace, and thanks to Blue Nile's option for lab-grown diamonds and using the chat feature on the website, they were able to get a rock without breaking the bank. She actually cried when she got it. She loved it so much. What a special memory for them both. Experience the ease and convenience of shopping Blue Nile, the original online jeweler. Go to BlueNile.com today. That's BlueNile.com. Thank you for listening to the sponsors. Hope you heard some deals you liked. And now let's learn about Leavenworth. Fort Leavenworth was a military prison that was built a decade after the Civil War. It was a very high control environment, a lot of rules, a lot of punishments, and it held a lot of the nation's most dangerous inmates. New inmates were assigned second grade status and could earn first grade status, which came with extra privileges. They could also be demoted to third grade status, which was the worst inmate status. Third grade came with extra confinement, a mandate of total silence, and certain, quote, exercises. Carl, sweet, sweet baby Carl, would be firmly in the third grade camp for almost the entire duration of his stay. If a man in third grade broke a minor rule, the whole group sometimes had to stand at attention throughout the night. Inmates were beaten, forced to run drills. They were confined in straitjackets so tight they sometimes lost consciousness. If an inmate attempted to escape, they were forced to, quote, carry the baby, a very heavy iron ball chained to their ankle. Carl was assigned to work in the rock quarry shortly after arriving, and he tried to escape just a few days later. He got caught quick, and as punishment, he was shackled to a 50-pound iron ball. 50 pounds, that's the baby. And he had that thing chained to his ankle for the next 6 months. Had to wear it 24 hours a day, sleeping with it, working with it. Inmates in the third grade says they'd have to march a full 3 miles every day to get to a rock quarry. So now Carl had to haul this iron ball plus an 18-pound hammer, a pick, a shovel, and a crowbar, and he pushed all that shit in a wheelbarrow. After an 8.5 hour workday, he would then have to push that wheelbarrow back those 3 miles with all that shit in it. And thanks to all this hard labor, Carl gets fucking strong, like real strong. It was basically like he was, doing weightlifting, like a strength training workout for about 10 hours a day every day. By the age of 20, Carl was 6 feet tall and, quote, 190 pounds of concentrated, hell-fired, man-inspired meanness. Also, more filled with rage than ever before. Carl claimed that while at Leavenworth, once he got that damn ball off him, he caused a lot of destruction by burning all the prison shops, by placing oil-soaked rags inside a gallon can, and then lighting a candle he'd carefully placed inside. He claimed he caused around $100,000 in damages here with his fire, starting ways, and never got in any trouble. No one ever figured out it was him that did it. Carl was discharged from Fort Leavenworth in 1910, but he will return to Fort Leavenworth later. In order to secure his release, Carl told the parole board he loved Jesus. That finally, truly, not fucking joking around this time, not freaking joking around this time, he had truly taken Christ into his heart and was a better man for it after serving time. All this was, of course, a bunch of bullshit manipulation, but it worked. He was angrier, more hell-bent on causing hurt and mayhem than ever. He was given $5, some clothing, and a ticket to Denver, Colorado. He wrote, "Well, I was a pretty rotten egg before I went there. But when I left there, all the good that ever may have been in me had been kicked and beaten out of me long before. All that I had in my mind at that time was a strong determination to raise plenty of hell with anybody and everybody in every way I could and every time and place I could." Just rage personified. Carl was broke when he arrived in Denver, and he took a job at a mule skinner's camp on the edge of town. And you're thinking, wait, what? He was paid to skin mules? I thought that too for a second. That'd be a pretty creepy job. That's not what he did. Mule skinner was a mule driver who could skin, quote unquote, or outsmart a stubborn mule. Basically, he was a 1910 equivalent of a delivery truck driver. And he probably loved it, because he was paid in part to whip the shit out of the mules. Well, he only lasted a few weeks in this job before he was fired for fighting. He got into some altercation that freaked his boss out enough that the boss man forced Carl out of camp at gunpoint. Carl then used a lot of the wages he'd saved up to go into town, buy himself a gun, and then he spent the rest of his money in Denver's red light district. And when he woke up the next afternoon, he had no gun, no money, no coat, no hat, no shoes, and a few nasty bloody lumps on his head. And a week later, a little bonus, diagnosed with gonorrhea, a little cherry on top. Carl wrote that after that, quote, "I began to suspect that the ladies were very good things to leave alone. I have followed that policy pretty closely ever since. Once in a while since then, one would get their claws into me, but not while I was sober or in the daytime where I could see them first." Jesus. Carl, maybe you're just hanging around the wrong ladies. Maybe a brothel, where Johns get mugged wasn't the best place to make an assessment regarding all women. Or maybe you were gay, didn't want to say that because of the times you lived in, and it was easier to blame your lack of interest in women on this one time you got beat up and mugged in a brothel. Carl left Denver, stealing what he needed to get by now, as he made his way to Hutchinson, Kansas, where he would join Colonel Dickey's Circle D Wild West show. What a name. Which was playing with Klein's Carnival Company at the State Fair. His horse riding gig lasted for a week, and then he was fired for, do you want to guess? Yep, fighting again. And also for animal abuse. Guessing he fought some cowboys and his horse. I've never been fired from a job, but if I were to be fired, I think I would like to get fired for fighting, right? Because then you get a great story out of it. And if I had to get fired for fighting, ideally I'd like to get fired for punching the boss in the face. I hope he punched Colonel Dickey himself. I mean, that would be a great story to get to share. So sad the direction that Carl will soon take. It still feels like at this point in the story, he could have turned his life around and done something productive. Like, what if he went to law school, channeled all that rage of his into becoming a prosecutor, who sent people like the people who once beat and raped him to the hangman's noose instead of just hating everybody? Carl's next stop was the State Fair in Sedalia, Missouri. Klein's Carnival Company and the Circle D Wild West show came to that fair, so why would he want to see them again? Well, wouldn't you know it, on their opening night, their horse tent and cook tent were burned down by some scoundrel touching a match to him. And of course, that was Carl. It was an revenge on the people who fired him. Carl then headed to St. Louis, where he took a job as a guard and a strikebreaker, so guard / strikebreaker, for the Chicago and Eastern Illinois Railroad and the Illinois Central Railroad. And he seemed to enjoy his job because it gave him authority to legally beat the shit out of people. Carl was soon transferred to Cairo, Illinois, where after his first payday, he went to town for some drinks and to take a visit to the town's red light district. And Cairo is a strange, sad little town. It was booming back when Carl swung through it. Had about 15,000 people then. Has about 1,500 now. It is becoming a ghost town. I can do a whole suck on Cairo, Illinois. Numerous race riots have happened there. Terrifying lynchings, like all lynchings are terrifying. These were especially terrifying. All the industry abandoned the town. Then when the interstate was built and bypassed it, an already troubled town was dealt a death blow. You can find a lot of videos of people taking walking tours in recent years through Cairo. It looks like something out of the Twilight Zone. Like a lot of the comments are, be careful. Probably want to be careful there. Looks like well over half the buildings have been abandoned. Sorry, I know it has nothing to do with today's story. I was just so shocked when I watched some footage, making sure I was pronouncing the town's name correctly. There wasn't some weird Americanized version of Cairo. In Cairo, Carl met a man who led him to a group of a dozen Union strikers who then proceeded to gang up on him and beat the shit out of him. Carl wrote that he ended up getting arrested for being involved in this brawl, but his boss then bailed him out, gave him a ticket to East St. Louis, Illinois to keep working as a strikebreaker. But then Carl decided he didn't want to do that anymore, and he headed to Chicago instead. And then he changed his mind again and headed to Mexico. He heard there was a war in that country, and he wanted to loot some Mexican churches because he had heard they were full of gold and silver. So they were at one time. Excuse me. Carl made it as far as Jacksonville, Texas, and then he got arrested again. By this point, he was traveling with a young boy. It is unclear what the nature of their relationship was, but I'm going to guess, because this is Carl, there's a decent chance he was fucking this kid. Hopefully he was looking out for him, but probably fucking. He'll do this a few times over the course of the rest of his life and never say why he was able to travel peacefully with some people, but kill most of his travel companions, or want to kill them. A few he had. Carl was stopped by the police in Jacksonville for illegally riding the rails, it seems, and the cops seized his 2 guns. He and his young companion were then sentenced to 40 days working for a county road gang in Rusk, Texas. The sentence ran through the winter of 1910, 1911. Exact dates not specified by Carl. At this time, Carl was going by the alias Jeff Davis, sometimes Jefferson Davis. I'm sure that was after the Confederates. And the boy was using the alias of John H. Clark, the boy with him. Carl was angry because he was separated from, quote, his boy. Ugh. Carl's companion would later claim he was sexually abused by his supervisor with the county road gang in Texas. Carl says when he asked for his freedom after he'd served his full 40 days, his chain gang boss, quote, knocked his block off. Sounds like a scary-ass Texas town. Some scary-ass cops and prison officials. Carl ran away the next day, but was quickly caught and severely whipped. He now worked 20 more days, then asked for his freedom a second time and got beat again and rejected. So he tried to escape again, but was caught once more. Then he made his third escape attempt 5 days later, and this time was successful. Now he walked about 30 miles to Palestine, Texas, where he caught a train to Houston. A lot of the city was on fire at that time. So he went for a little tour, enjoyed watching the destruction, big smile on his face, watching shit burn. Oh, classic Carl. Then traveled to El Paso, crossed the border into Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. Tried to join the Mexican army, but was not accepted for unknown reasons. Not being able to speak a word of Spanish probably didn't help. And he was a hot-headed psycho. Crossed the border again, back into Del Rio, Texas. Traveled with a native man for a couple weeks. In a small town 50 to 75 miles from El Paso, the two met a 25-year-old man. Said he was working in a nearby railroad camp and had $35 on him. Dumb thing to admit. He tricked this guy into walking with him on a wagon road beside the railroad tracks. Once they were out in a remote area with no one else around, Carl and his buddy dragged him off the side of the road and beat the shit out of him and robbed him. They tied him up, but left him alive. Then Carl's friend suggested they go back to make sure he was tied tightly and couldn't escape, so they did. And when they got back there, Carl's like, you know what? I should rape this guy. And he does that. Not sure if his companion knew that was his plan or not. And this seems to be Carl. Might have been Carl's first sexually violent crime. Maybe not. The first one he writes about. Possibly the first time he targeted someone who had never done him any wrong. Which would be a big turning point for him. Possibly the first in 1,000 or more rapes he will later say he committed. Only a few will be specifically called out in the timeline. We can assume from here forward, and possibly even earlier, that just about everybody or everywhere that he went, Carl was tearing somebody's butthole up. Carl and his friend purchased a train ticket back to Del Rio shortly after this, and then they split up. Now he crossed over into Agua Prieta, Mexico, where he enlisted in the Foreign Legion of the Constitutionalist Army of Northern Mexico, the army that was fighting against the Federal Army during the Mexican Revolution. I guess he didn't need to learn Spanish after all to enlist in one of these Mexican armies. He stayed with the army for a month, but then he found himself getting dissatisfied because all the churches they went to had already been robbed. So he was like, what's the fucking point? So he deserted, and he took his military-issued horse and army-issued weapons with him. He then literally rode his horse to death before he got back to the border, and then abandoned his possessions before walking over the border on foot. He now traveled to Yuma, Arizona, and from there to Fresno, California. Along the way, he robbed some folks, burned some chicken coops, barns, other buildings, probably raped a bunch of boys and men. Also enjoyed shooting at random farmhouses just for funsies and cutting ranchers' livestock loose. Not sure if he raped the livestock as well. Never said he fucked any animals, but who knows? He's out there raising hell. While he was riding the trains traveling and he wasn't buying tickets, Carl constantly was checking to see if what other unauthorized travelers with some hobos around him were up to. And if he saw somebody he thought was decently attractive, he would rape them at gunpoint. He wrote, I looked them all over, and whenever I met one who wasn't too rusty looking, I would make him raise his hands and drop his pants. I wasn't very particular either. I rode them, old and young, tall and short, white and black. Made no difference to me at all, except they were human beings. My God, just indiscriminately destroying buttholes all across America. And he must have been destroying them, right? I mean, I highly doubt he was carrying some nice lube and nutty cream with him, out of consideration for the health and well-being of his future victims. By rode him, I have to assume he means he was anally raping dudes on trains, raw dog, no lube. A lot of guys must have walked away from Carl a lot more gingerly than they walked when they got on those trains. A lot of guys who probably didn't have a prolapsed colon or PTSD on their list of shit to worry about when they headed out to the still pretty Wild West. Carl was arrested a few times on his travels around Arizona and Southern California, Central California. But he always made sure to keep his pistol stored away somewhere safe during the daytime so he could come back for his gun later if he got busted. And he would carry a Bible and a list of work history with him so he could recite this information to the police when he was stopped, which got him out of some sticky situations. When he reached Fresno, Carl was sentenced to 120 days for stealing a bike there. And I don't mean he assaulted some lady again when I say bike. Now, this was an actual bicycle. He managed to escape after 30 days, then got back on the train. If you're confused, like why I said that about bicycles, well, that's a little silly joke I've had about bikes. One day, shortly after escaping from Fresno, Carl was riding in an open coal car with two other men when another man entered the car and told them to dig up or unload. This guy fucked up when he did this. This is rough. Carl now pulled out his gun, told him that he was a fellow who went around doing people good. He then asked the man if there was anything the man wanted from him. And then all of a sudden was like, no, never mind. Sorry about what I said a second ago. Oh, I'm good. And then this guy, to try and get in Carl's good graces, he offered to buy all the men in the car food, also handed Carl all of his money, his watch, and his chain. And then Carl not only raped this guy, he also forced the other two men in the car to also rape this guy or be shot. Holy fuck, did that guy end up regretting trying to rob Carl and the two other guys. Man, getting a train ran on him while he was riding on a train. What a world. Carl then proceeded to kick all these guys out when their little orgy was done, even though the train was still moving. He wrote, after our very pleasant and profitable, for me anyway, little trip was all over, the other three got off to walk. They didn't want to, but they did. Carl made it all the way to Seattle on that train, where he spent a short time in jail for what he didn't say. He was arrested. He said his name was Jack Allen now. And it was under that name that he was arrested for highway robbery, assault, and sodomy a short time later in the Dalles, Oregon. Carl would spend 2 to 3 months in jail in the Dalles, very cute little city along the Columbia River, by the way, waiting for a grand jury indictment before he escaped again in 1912. Carl met a safe blower in jail in Oregon named Cal Jordan, who taught him how to break out of his cell. Carl and Cal, then traveled to Spokane, Washington, just 30 minutes from where I sit, and then on to Moscow, Idaho, south of me, about an hour or so. Carl wanted to break Carl out of a jail in Moscow, where he was arrested for robbery. Carl hid some stolen weapons he'd acquired along the way, then broke into the jail in Moscow and was promptly caught. Sentenced to 30 days for petite larceny and assisting prisoners escaping. Seems like a pretty light sentence. He now uses the alias of Jeff Davis again when he's arrested, his favorite alias. Carl wrote that Cal thought he was in love with him and tried to fuck him, but Carl was like, I'm gonna fuck you instead. Based on his writing, it seems like Cal did not consent to being fucked by Carl. Another butthole broken in the Wild West by the prolapse kid. Prolapse kid strikes again. Your draw, kid. Who's getting their cock out quicker? Who's getting this butthole wrecked today? Carl wrote, at the time, he was about 50 years old, this Cal guy, and I was 20 or 21. But I was strong, and he was weak. And he was, pretty fucking sore, I'm guessing. Carl now moved on to Harrison, Idaho, which is a place Lindsay and I go to every year. It's on the other side of Lake Coeur d'Alene from the city of Coeur d'Alene. A very small town now, just about 200 people, and I doubt many of them live there year-round. Back at this time, had about 1,000 residents. Carl's arrested for what he doesn't say here, and he immediately tries to break out by setting the entire jail on fire. He's caught, though, and then he's sent to a more secure jail in the also very adorable town of Wallace, Idaho, under the alias of, again, Jeff Davis. He'll be released a month or so later and head to Montana, and then get arrested in Chinook, Montana for burglary. He'll plead guilty to the charge and will be sentenced to a year in the state prison at Deer Lodge, where he reunites, oh, it feels so good, with his old buddy Jimmy. Jimmy Benson. Still serving that 10 years for robbery. Fucking Jimmy. Oh, man. He actually didn't write a lot about Jimmy. I don't know how close they were. But he did get reunited. Carl was admitted to the prison on April 27th, 1913, and then will escape less than 7 months later, November 13th. And I think that's about the 5th time he's escaped from incarceration, if my math is right. At least the 5th. But within a week, he is arrested for burglary again in Three Forks, Montana, where he now says he's Jeff Rhodes. Carl pleads guilty again, is sentenced to a year in prison, plus another year for his escape. His new alias didn't work, right? They didn't buy it. They knew who he was. He now serves 23 months before being discharged. Carl said he was never assigned a job at the Montana State Prison, and that he spent most of his time sexually assaulting other prisoners. Fucking prolapse kid, baby. Fastest cock in the West. Carl specifically used the term committing sodomy and called himself an experienced wolf. No dude's butthole was safe in the vicinity of the prolapse kid. Carl was released March 3rd, 1915 with a new suit, $5, and a ticket to the next town 6 miles away. Quickly left Montana, and the now 23-year-old Carl soon arrived in Astoria, Oregon, where Goonies was filmed, fun town as well, in mid-April. At the time, Astoria was considered one of the toughest ports in the Northwest. A lot of rough and rugged lumberjacks, sailors, and fishermen. There, Carl would be arrested at a bar called the Louvre, trying to sell a silver watch, which matched the description of an item stolen from the home of C.R. Higgins, the president of the Bank of Astoria. Carl was arrested this time under the name of Jeff Baldwin. He was offered a deal. He said he'd only be sentenced to a county road gang for like a few months, instead of being sent to a prison for years, if he just told the police where they could find all of the stolen goods. Carl had hid the following items in a blanket under the docks: $130 in cash, gold shirt studs, tie pins, a box of silverware, silver pepper shaker, and some gloves. He showed authorities where they were. He pled guilty to the watch theft. His larger indictment for the rest of the goods was dismissed in theory, but then prosecutors did not follow through on their promise of much less time, and Carl was sentenced to 7 years in prison. And he was fucking pissed about it. Before he was sent to prison, he somehow managed to escape from his jail cell. Then he, according to his autobiography, quote, wrecked their damn jail. I tore loose all the radiators, steam pipes, smashed all the electric wiring, took the cook stove, all the dishes, all the food, all the blankets, mattresses, and clothing, all the furniture, benches, tables, chairs, books, and everything that was loose or could be torn loose, and that would burn. And I pile it all up and set it on fire. Fucking he gets pissed off. That's his go-to. It's just to burn everything. After setting the fire to the jail and then escaping, Carl is caught again. Tries to pretend he's insane, but they don't buy it. He gets some doctors to examine him, and they're like, no, he's sane. In June of 1915, Carl is now transported to the Oregon State Penitentiary in Salem, considered one of the worst prisons in the Northwest at the time. Sends him the alias of Jefferson Baldwin. During his admission into prison, Carl swore that he, quote, would never do that 7 years, and I defied the warden and all his officers to make me. Carl claimed he was 30 years old, born in Alabama during his stretch behind bars now, and he listed his occupation during intake as thief. I love it. It's pretty funny. Well, what do you do? A thief. No, but like, what do you do for an actual job? I know what you're in for. What do you do for work? Thief. Okay, but come on. No, I need like how do you make money outside of crime? I don't. Conditions were strict and harsh at this prison, which was run by Warden Harry Minto. 400 prisoners lived in 3 different cell blocks. Just about everything was forbidden inside the prison. Even talking between inmates and breaking the rules usually meant you were beaten, deprived of food, and isolated. Warden Minto also reduced inmate pay from $1 a day previous to his time running the jail or prison to just 25 cents a day. The money that previously went to prisoners' families was also placed in an institution betterment fund. Yeah, prisoners hated this dude. Prison mill was the only place where inmates could earn any money. Only 50 jobs were available, meaning over 300 inmates worked non-paying jobs or were idle. Some men would sell themselves as servants to other prisoners with mill jobs so they could get a few nickels a month. By servant, I'm guessing they meant they were those guys as sex slaves. The deputy warden at the time was a man named Jim Vinegar Cooper, whom the prisoners called the man of the flogs because he loved to whip that shit out of inmates, just fucking whip people left and right. The morning after his registration, I had resignation stuck in my brain. Couldn't switch it out. Carl threw something at an officer for which he received a beating and was sentenced to the dark cell. It was total isolation for a full 30 days. After Carl got out of the hole, he put in a request to work. Instead, he was sent to what was called the Island, which was an isolated section of the yard designated for, quote, idle men. Several weeks later, Deputy Warden Vinegar Cooper was getting a haircut at the prison barbershop when he glanced up, saw Carl in the crawl space, cutting a hole in the roof for a later escape attempt. He was put back in the hole for another month after being flogged. On September 27, 1915, less than 3 months into his 7-year sentence, Carl helped fellow inmate, 21-year-old Otto Hooker, escape the state penitentiary in a violent prison break. And Hooker would fatally shoot Warden Minto about 11:30 p.m. that evening, to Carl's great delight. Carl wrote that he hated Minto so much, he helped other prisoners escape, all the while plotting his own escape for later. Like he was going to hold off on his escape so he'd get these other guys out and hope one of them fucking kill this guy. Part of the escape plot involved Hooker asking for a job on the prison farm. He got it, and then Hooker escaped the farm guards on the morning of the 27th, ran into the woods south of the prison. In the mid-afternoon, City Marshal J.J. Denson spotted Hooker, pulled his gun on him when he tried to cross the South Santiam Bridge. There was a struggle. Denton ended up getting shot instead of Hooker, and he was badly wounded, and Hooker disappeared now with his gun. Warden Minto now joined the manhunt. Late that night, Minto and guard Walter Johnson were stationed in the bushes near the railroad when they heard some footsteps. Warden ordered the man to halt. Minto's shotgun would fire the same time as Hooker's pistol would. Minto would miss, and Hooker would not. Warden Minto was killed instantly by a single bullet to the head. Guard Johnson emptied his gun, firing back at Hooker, who escaped again unharmed. He was later found hiding under a house, though, and was killed on the spot by a patrolman. Harry Minto's brother John Minto now took over the prison, and Johnny didn't care for Carl too much. Carl was punished for helping plan the prison break by being thrown into what was called the bullpen. The bullpen was built in the center of the prison. It held 8 isolation cells surrounded by brick walls with a tiny yard in the middle. Carl would be held there for, with about 6 other inmates. They were forced to walk in a circle all day, could not stop. If one of them stepped out of line, it was considered an escape attempt, and guards were authorized to shoot them. Talking or even looking around was prohibited, so was walking too slowly or too quickly. Inmates here were fed bread and water only, just once a day. Clearly, the prison officials just wanted to shoot these guys, but Carl wouldn't take the bait, wouldn't break the rules, and make it easy for him. John Minto tried to make Carl's life as miserable as possible. Following spring, on May 26, 1916, the prison's flax mill caught on fire, and the fire hose had been cut. Carl was identified as the one who tossed a torch into the storage bin, but no one saw who cut the fire hose. That was Carl as well, right? When people pissed him off and were hard on him, he fucking tried to burn shit. Now he was sent back to the hole for another long stretch of isolation, and he got another good beating. Around this time, the governor of Oregon heard about the brutality going on inside this prison, appointed a commission to study the conditions, and the commission obtained evidence that illegal whips and clubs were being used on the inmates. And while this study was being conducted, tensions were rising inside the OSP. A prisoner in the bullpen allegedly threw a rock at a guard and got shot to death for it. In response, the prison administration did away with the bullpen torture and put a stop to whippings and constant beatings, at least for a moment. Carl now responded to the break-in punishment by banging his bucket on his cell door all night long and cussing out the guards. And when other inmates realized they weren't going to get in trouble for this, they started doing that shit too. And Warden Minto, not amused. He now locked Carl in a dark cell and put him on reduced rations. A few days later, Carl was released, given a job in the kitchen, carrying stove wood. And one day, a short time later, he goes on a fucking axe rampage in the kitchen, where he broke the locks on a row of unused cells with an axe, He got clubbed into submission for this and put back in the bullpen. The bullpen now is back on the table. After not getting killed in the bullpen again, Carl makes friends with a prisoner named Jim Curtis, and they plan some escapes for other inmates, like Carl had previously helped Otto Hooker with. Minto increased security in response to whispers of more escape attempts. Guards patrolled the cell blocks all night, turned on the lights every hour to wake inmates up. By early November, tensions between guards and inmates were so high that a lot of guards were now refusing to go into the yard. They were worried about being killed. Around this time, Carl managed to bust a metal hasp off of his cell door one night, and he started beating the walls and door with it while screaming. The following morning, he was given a new cell. Some guards then found a hacksaw in his old cell, which he was going to basically give to this guy, Jim Curtis, so Jim could escape with it. They didn't find a second hacksaw blade he hid. And on the night of November 11th, 2 inmates were able to saw off their locks in Carl's old cell and use a blanket rope to help scale the main wall and get the fuck out. Carl and Jim Curtis, they were punished in their places. They found out Jim was part of the escape attempt and he didn't get to go when these guys left. They were stripped, chained up, sprayed with a fire hose until the hose had bruised pretty much their entire bodies. And when the governor received word of this punishment, he now forced Warden Minto to resign. Deputy Warden Cooper was now left in charge. And Cooper soon discovered that the inmates were planning a mass escape that involved putting rat poison in the night guard's food and killing every guard on duty that shift. So he resigns. He's scared. No one feels safe in this hellhole. And fucking Carl Panzram is the ringleader of all this chaos. Well, the new warden is now 49-year-old Charles A. Murphy, a former engineer and veteran of the Spanish-American War. Murphy had a few conditions before he accepted the job. And the big one was that he wanted the immediate dismissal of 9 of the most brutal guards there. He also got rid of the worst dark isolation cells, and he emptied out the bullpen. The worst punishment a prisoner could get now was just peeling potatoes. So many inmates would be ordered to peel so many potatoes that the warden would be nicknamed Spud Murphy. And Spud Murphy's gentler ways worked, at least for a little while. Morale improved tremendously with better conditions, no beatings, improved food, tensions decreased. There was little mutinous activity from the incorrigible prisoners like Carl Panzram. Carl would write about this new warden, whom he respected, a man who was different from any other prison official he had met in his life. On March 25th, 1917, Deputy Warden Charles Burns reported that Carl was cutting the bars on his cell, trying to escape, though. And instead of punishing him, Spud Murphy ordered him extra rations, gave him some books and some magazines. Carl now got to talking with the warden about his philosophies, and the warden told Carl he was not the worst man in the prison, even though he had read his record. Warden Murphy told Carl that if he would give him his word that he wouldn't escape, he'd open up the gates, let him go anywhere he wanted during the day, so long as he was back by dinner time. That's insane. Well, Carl agreed to these terms, fully intending on escaping. But then Carl was shocked when the gates were actually open for him, and he didn't try to escape. He just walked around for a little while, then he just sat down until it was time to head back. Warden Murphy asked him, why didn't he escape? And Carl said, I don't know. The other prisoners told Carl he was nuts for not running. Carl even asked a doctor to examine him. He was worried that he was insane for not trying to escape, but the doctor said, no, man, you're of sound mind. And now Carl started to work directly for the warden. Murphy put together a baseball team and a band, told Carl to learn how to play both baseball and an instrument. Carl said he was too dumb to learn music or be the drum major, but he would carry the flag. And he did play baseball. Carl wrote every week after that, the whole band of 30 or 40 men of the baseball team, 10 to 12 men, would load onto trucks or onto the train guard with us, and we would go to towns all over the state of every kind of mongrel, crook, and murderer there was in the prison, some doing life, some 99 years, some 50, some 20, and so on down to 1 or 2 years. The state was in an uproar. The papers all over the country had their eyes on Spud Murphy, and everybody was watching his experiment with interest. Throughout the summer, Carl was given work outside the prison walls, continued to be let out. And while a few men also offered this work would escape, Carl didn't. And things went on like this for 7 to 8 months, but eventually Carl got bored and decided to return to his old ways. There was a hospital near the prison where, according to Carl, some of the nurses wanted to date him. One night he went out with the nurse, got so drunk that he stayed out the whole night the next morning, and then just decided, I'm not going to go back. And he disappeared on September 18th, 1917, which was very embarrassing for Murphy. Spud had trusted him. A week later, Carl is caught again after he stole a bicycle. An actual bicycle again, not a lady. Near the little unincorporated community of Shed, Oregon, and he rode that bike north into a farming community called Tangent, about 33 miles from the prison. Sheriff's posse was already after him. He broke into a house, stole some food, some clothes, and a pistol. Ran off with that. A few hours later in Albany, Oregon, Chief Deputy Sheriff Joseph Frum recognizes Carl and attempts an arrest. Two men get into a gunfight that does end with Carl's capture. During the ride to the station, Carl takes the deputy's gun, tries to shoot him, so now he's trying to shoot two different officers this day. That gun doesn't fire. Carl is then knocked unconscious and returned to the prison in Salem. Murphy now has Carl put in the bullpen. Bullpen's back. Damn it, Carl! And he cuffs him to a cell door for 8 hours a day for the last 3 days of September 1917. Spud's plan to run the prison in a much more gentle way again worked for a little while, and then backfired, and now the prisoners were unruly again. Beatings were back on the table, and chaos had returned. The deputy warden was sending daily reports to the governor, which detailed several escape attempts. A Marion County grand jury now launched an investigation into the prison, another investigation. Murphy addressed a letter to a judge of the Circuit Court of Albany requesting that Carl be brought in chains to the court because, quote, this man is desperate and will undoubtedly try to pull some desperate stunt during the trial. His request is granted. Carl has two trials in one day, one in the morning for assault with intent to kill. He tried to shoot that officer. One in the afternoon for burglary. Not sure why he didn't get two charges for assault there with intent to kill. He pled not guilty, refused to allow an attorney to represent him. He lost. He was convicted. 3 days later, he was sentenced to 8 additional years for assault, 2 more for burglary. Murphy sent a letter to the judge that said, Baldwin's, which is Panzram's, fall has done more to hurt the cause of the honor system than any other one thing that I know of. If he had made good, it seems to me that the rest would have been easy because he was such a notorious criminal. I think this reformation, after all he had gone through and all the grief he had caused other wardens, would have shown there was some good in every man if you could find it. I hardly know what my future course will be regarding Baldwin. I know for certain I will never trust him again. But what steps to take towards reformation, I do not know. I'm inclined to think it's hopeless. Man, he fucking crushed Spud's spirit. God, Carl. Spud tried to be a good guy. You fucking broke him. There's no hope of reforming Carl Panzram. He might behave for a little while, might show signs of hope, but he was always best case, one bad day away from a return to violence and mayhem. Carl was given a kitchen job a few months after returning. Then in late April of 1918, a prison snitch told the deputy warden that Carl and 4 others were plotting an escape. Carl was always plotting an escape. Guards subsequently discovered that a bar had been cut in a window leading to the prison basement. On the other side of the basement was another barred window that led to the prisoner's front lawn. The deputy warden now stationed armed guards a few yards away from that exit while they repaired the first cut bar. Carl caught word of this, waited until the guards had relaxed during their duties, thought the escape attempt was over, and then he carried out his plan alone. Authors Gaddis and Long wrote, sawing his way into the basement, he put on the white uniform of a trusty cook. A bar spreader, a screw jack made from a heavy nut and bolt and a short notched piece of pipe, took care of the bars in front. Panzram then strolled out of gun range before the wall guards opened fire. Carl escaped May 12, 1918, as reported by the United Press. Proper escape number 7, at least. And then he'd also escaped a few other times before being caught within a few hours or days. He hitched a ride now on a freight train heading east, started using the alias John O'Leary, also shaved his stash, made further efforts to change his appearance. Carl wrote, for the next 5 years, or from 1918 to 1923, I was in 31 different countries, had stole and spent thousands of dollars, committed many murders, robberies, and other crimes. Oh yeah, shit's about to get wild. Using the name John O'Leary, Carl registered for the draft in Myersdale, Pennsylvania, as the U.S. had entered World War I the previous spring. I don't know why the fuck he thought he could last in the military again. He didn't think it for long. He changed his mind almost immediately, moved on to Baltimore, where he met another, quote, nice boy, who told him about a hotel they could rob in Frederick, Maryland. He did not remember the boy's name. He used the name John O'Leary to register at that hotel, and the two robbed the clerk at 2 a.m., taking over $1,200. Tremendous amount of money for the time. Carl and his friend then parted ways after that successful venture. Carl now traveled to New York City, obtained a seaman identification card, a document that was used by all professional seafarers for keeping track of their movements and identifying themselves, and he sailed on the steamship James S. Whitney all the way down to Panama. From there, he made his way over to Peru, where he left the ship, traveled to work in the copper mines in Cerro de Pasco, worked there until there was a big labor strike. Then he traveled to Chile, where he worked for the Braden Copper Corporation for a short time. What the hell? If this guy just could have kept from raping and killing, robbing, ideally, this story would be so inspirational. The impoverished immigrant kid from rural Minnesota building one hell of a life for himself after barely receiving an education and being abused in reform school, going on adventures, getting work all over the world. He now headed back to Panama, signed up as a labor foreman, or the Fortification Division of the U.S. government. Incredible all this shit he's doing. Doing this all under various aliases. Then traveled along the coast to an island in the Bocas del Toro province, where he got a supervising job with the Sinclair Oil Company. From there, he was sent to manage workers in the Talamanca Indigenous Territory in Costa Rica. Dude is holding down a lot of actual jobs. Clearly could have turned his life around, but he didn't want to. 1919, Carl is fired again for fighting. And again, he doesn't take this firing well. He decides to burn down the oil rig in Bocas del Toro in retaliation. He wasn't caught, but the people at Sinclair Oil knew he did it and offered a $500 reward now for his capture. But he was gone. He wasn't caught, but the people at Sinclair Oil knew he did it. Carl wanted to learn more about some indigenous people in Latin America. He returned to Panama, where now he decided he wanted to go to the San Blas Islands along the Gunayala Archipelago, composed of 365 islands, 49 of which are inhabited currently. Many of these islands have become places for just tourists in recent years. Hotels built on tiny tropical slices of heaven. Put some videos, holy shit. White sand, crystal clear water, warm temperatures all year round. Man, a number of travel videos about these islands on YouTube. Call them paradise. And they do look like paradise, just beyond peaceful and tranquil. It's lovely. A number of the islands are home to indigenous people. The Guna, they've been living there for centuries after they were pushed out of the Panamanian mainland by Spanish invaders. And Carl wanted to go live with these people. Didn't say what he wanted to do. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to rule them. Maybe he wanted to knock out their buttholes for a while before he bounced. Well, whatever reason, he wanted to get out there, so he needed a boat to do so. So he found a sailor who would help him steal a schooner, find a schooner with 6 men on board, and plot to kill the entire crew so they can take the boat. As written by Carl, the two of us got all ready to do the business, but the other fellow got to drinking. While drunk, he alone went to the schooner, killed all the 6 men. But he was too drunk to handle a schooner, and the consequence was that he got caught. What the hell? Before this guy told the authorities that he plotted to kill the men with Carl, Carl now abandons his island dreams and boards a ship back to the U.S. Once stateside, he gets a job on another ship, an oil tanker called the SS Homa, traveled from New York to Port Arthur, Texas, to Glasgow, Scotland. Carl being Carl, he ended up robbing some other passengers on the ship, and he spent several days in a Glasgow prison now. Gets out, he still has some money stashed away and a Panama passenger's passport. Now he travels to London, and from London he travels to Paris. He was really seeing the world, and probably also leaving so much trauma in his wake. Nearly ran out of money in France, barely could afford a ticket on a ship to Hamburg, Germany. From there he made his way back to the States. Once stateside again, Carl now travels to Bridgeport, Connecticut, where he robs a jewelry store, steals $7,000 worth of jewelry, but after selling it, only ends up with $1,500. Carl then signs on to the SS Manchuria, returns to Hamburg, Germany to do God knows what. 9 days later, he's already broke. I bet he spent a lot of money in brothels or something. He returns to New York in the summer of 1920. I wish I knew exactly what he got up to in Europe. September 16th, 1920, now former President William Howard Taft's home in New Haven, Connecticut was burglarized. I told you he would come up again. He was the president from 1909 to 1913, the 27th president. Carl wrote that he was behind this robbery, claimed he stole $40,000 worth of jewelry, bonds, and Taft's Colt .45 caliber handgun. He wrote that he targeted the mansion because he held a grudge still against Taft for his incarceration at Fort Leavenworth. Luckily for Taft, he was in Canada for the summer. So he
You need phone relief, the ultimate in hands-free phone design. Watch. Simply attach the special double back fastener to any phone. Then attach the phone relief headset. It's that easy. Hands-free, pain-free. You'll wonder how you ever lived without it. It's perfect for remotes. Now talk hands-free anywhere, anytime. Office work is a pain for Mr. Phone in the Net, but you won't miss a beat with hands-free freedom. A must for the entire office. Work goes quicker and easier. The padded headset removes this easily and is fully adjustable. Best of all, phone relief works with your favorite phone. An amazing breakthrough product you'll use every day. Now only $12.95. Call toll-free to order by credit card and make this your last Phone in the Net call.
That would be the reason it shouldn't matter. But
call now 1-800-862-1000. Our operators are giving tremendous discounts on additional units. That's 1-800-862-1000. Or send check or money order to the address on your screen. Sorry, no CODs. Credit card users call now 1-800-862-1000.
Carl used $3,000 in cash he stole.
Damn thing.
about living like this, to where we saw that commercial, we was like, yo, man, I need that, man. The
And he
hands-free.
decides he's going to hire a small group.
That was big future right there, man. That was futuristic. That was the Jetsons. That was Blade Runner
He's going to New York
6.
City and size up some.
Back then, I could be talking on the phone with no hands.
They had some money on them. You would hire them to work on the yacht.
Mind
Good pay, easy work.
I still didn't like
Take
talking.
City Island in the
But that's
Bronx.
neither here
I
nor
never heard
there.
of this island
I
before.
used to talk on the phone, but that was my only option. But now, I can text. But man,
on this island, Carl would
because I used to drop the phone in the cake mix all the time.
You shoot them
all the time.
You throw their bodies overboard. Then you killed 10 people in 3 weeks doing this shit. After these 10 murders, people around City Island were starting to get a little nervous around him, a little suspicious. So he spares the next 2 sailors he hires. Practices a little bit of self-control. He can do that when he needs to. Carl and a small crew now go to Gravesend Bay in Brooklyn, and he robs another yacht. He isn't worried that the sailors he's with see him do this because he's planning on killing them soon. But then he never gets a chance because his yacht wrecks off the coast of Atlantic City, New Jersey, right after this robbery, shortly after. Carl and his crew are rescued on October 6, 1920, after spending the night lashed to the masts. After the rescue, Carl pays the 2 men and never sees them again. Then he gets sick, and a doctor takes him in, gives him some time to recuperate, pays the doctor with stolen jewelry and a gun. Once he recovers, Carl now returns to Connecticut, where he gets arrested again. He gets sentenced to 6 months in prison for burglary. He won't escape this time. He'll serve a sentence that'll wrap up in early 1921. Once he gets back out, he heads to Philadelphia, meets back up with the doctor who had treated him in New Jersey, gets his gun back. Then joins the flying squadron of the Seamen's Union, who are on strike. And just a few days later, gets into a gun battle with police and some sailors. Nothing but constant adventure for this wild man. He's arrested. He's held for aggravated assault, inciting a riot, but he's able to make bail, and he bounces. He now travels to Norfolk, Virginia, gets on a ship bound for Europe. And from Europe, he would then travel to Matadi, a port city in the Democratic Republic of the fucking Congo now. Now he's in Africa. Then he goes to Luanda, the capital of Angola. At the time, the Congo was colonized by Belgium, and Angola was colonized by Portugal. Although there was still a reward out for him at the time, he burned down an oil rig. Of course he does. Why not, take some time in your travels to burn down another oil rig. He burns down one in Bocas del Toro. And then he is able to get another job for Sinclair Oil under a new alias. Now in Africa, Carl decides to do something that makes him even less likable than he already is. The prolapsed kid sinks to a lower low. He decides now he wants to rape a virgin girl. Seriously, I guess it was just something he'd been thinking about. So he finds some poor, impoverished native woman, pays the girl's mother and father 80 escudos, the local currency at the time, which was equivalent to about $8 US, $8, to take their daughter for the night, rape her, and then return her. This girl was either 11 or 12 years old. Her disgusting parents, I don't fucking care how poor they were, sell your own ass for cash before you ever sell a kid. Well, they sell her to this psycho who just decides to go full evil. Carl takes her to a shack, rapes her, then returns her to her father the next night and demands to have his money back. He felt that they lied to him about the girl being a virgin. Well, the girl's parents do not give them his money back. They do something much worse, unfortunately. Incredibly, they now offer him, as an apology, their fucking 8-year-old, right, to make it up to him. He takes the 8-year-old girl, rapes her as well, brings her back the next night, and berates her parents again. Now he's claiming the 8-year-old's not a virgin. And then finally, he at least leaves his family alone. Not sure if they gave his money back or not. Those poor kids, how would that fuck you up? How much that fuck you up to have your own parents, the people who are supposed to protect you, sell you to a rapist as an 8-year-old? Around the same time, Carl also writes that he rapes a waiter. He's fucking raping everybody. Rapes over 1,000 people. And this waiter reported the rape to Carl's boss. And now Carl gets fired. But not arrested, which is weird, right? Mr. Panzram, can I speak with you for a moment? Oh, yeah, boss. What's going on? I have to let you go. Well, what? Why? Well, you raped your waiter yesterday. Yeah, but he doesn't work here, so what do you care? We here at Sinclair Oil, we're not opposed to exploiting the locals. In fact, it's kind of our bread and butter. But we do not sodomize them. We don't rape them. You should know that. It's literally our slogan. Sinclair Oil. We're never going to rape you. Carl now returns to Luanda. Tries to see the U.S. consul there regarding finding new work, but the man had apparently heard all about Carl and his rapey kid rent ways and wants nothing to do with him. So Carl now goes to a nearby park, thinks about, like, what do I do next? While he's contemplating his next move, an 11 or 12-year-old boy comes into the area, and he just thinks, you know what? I should probably rape this kid. So Carl talks this kid into falling into a gravel pit near the main camp of Sinclair Oil, where he does rape him, and then just kills him to blow off some steam. Carl wrote in graphic detail, his brains were coming out of his ears when I left him, and he will never be any deader. Well, Carl now goes into town, purchases a ticket on a Belgian steamer to Lobito, a city in Angola. Oh my God, Angola. It's always this syllabic emphasis. It confuses me when switching back and forth between languages. Once he arrives to the seaside city, he hires a canoe with 6 men on board, goes crocodile hunting. He claims he shot all 6 men with a Luger pistol, then feeds them to the crocodiles. Why? I didn't say. Probably just wanted to see what it would look like to feed somebody to a crocodile, or 6 people. And free canoe. He steals the canoe, returns to town, then has his stolen canoe stolen from him same night. God, he must have been mad. Oh, come on. You know how hard I worked for that thing? I had to fucking feed half a dozen guys to crocodiles. I didn't have to, but I did. Carl then purchases a ticket back to Luanda, returns to the U.S. consul, tries to get a ticket to Europe, but now the consul sends the cops after him. Carl wrote that while fleeing, he ends up in the home of a Spanish sex worker, robs her of 10,000 escudo. She reports him to the police, and now he takes off on foot since he can't get on a train or a ship. And he will stay on foot for a while. He will hike north through the jungle towards the mouth of the Congo River. He's just like a fucking terrifying, rapey Indiana Jones now. Ends up traveling on foot some 300 miles, buggering God knows how many locals during his travels. Then he hires a canoe and paddlers who take him to the little town of Banana. There's actually a town called Banana, a small port along the Democratic Republic of the Congo's Atlantic coast. There, he's finally able to get a ticket on a French ship back to Matadi, where he stays for a month. He then sneaks on a few U.S. ships, traveling as a stowaway, making it all the way to the British province of the Gold Coast, which is now Ghana. And he starts walking again. Walking and robbing some so-called lime juicers. Well, he steals enough off of these poor lime juicers to buy a ticket to Las Palmas, the capital of Spain's Gran Canaria Island, off the coast of Northwest Africa. A place I've wanted to travel to for years. It looks spectacular. The consul there didn't know him, so he was able to give a fake story, a fake name, and secure a proper passenger ticket on a ship to Lisbon, Portugal now. He makes it to Lisbon. Carl goes to see the consul there, try and get a ticket on a ship back to the U.S., but this consul knows of him as well. The director of Sinclair Oil had already been there and informed the consul that this motherfucker is the worst ever. Carl now hides out in the island for a bit before he sneaks onto another ship and travels as a stowaway on an English coal carrier that gets him to Avonmouth, port outside of Bristol, England. A couple days later, he signs onto a U.S. ship as a consul passenger to New York City. Once he's back in New York City, Carl gets a new copy of his license, naming him captain and owner of the Akista, that yacht he used to own that he sank off the coast of Atlantic City. With his new documents in hand, he goes looking for another yacht about the same size as the one he used to have, and he intends to steal it, take the name and number off of it, and put on the name Akista and the number that he just got. Well, while Carl is on the hunt for his new boat, he claims that in July of 1922, when he's now 31, feels like he should be at least 50 with all the shit he's done, he kills an 11 or 12-year-old boy in Salem, Massachusetts by, quote, beating his brains out with a rock after first raping him. He left the boy's body there, headed back to New York, quote, robbing and hell raising as I went. Over the course of the summer and fall, he travels to Philadelphia, Baltimore, does some more raping and killing, buys a boat ticket to Jacksonville, Florida. Once he gets there, he takes another ship up to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Doesn't go to Baton Rouge, though, gets off in New Orleans instead. And there, Carl pretends to be sick, so he can stay at a place called the Marine Hospital for a few months. It's a hospital built to treat ill and disabled seamen in either the Merchant Marines or the Coast Guard. And while he's there, he robs the drug room, a whole bunch of cocaine, takes a bunch of coke, morphine, and opium, and then sells that around the city. Now he's a drug kingpin. Fucking so much mayhem. It's my word of the week. This guy's just a constant menace. He eventually splits town with a whole bunch of drugs and sells them in St. Louis, Missouri, and in New York City. In January or February of 1923, Carl, in the New York area, gets a job as a watchman, a.k.a. security guard. He's in Yonkers, New York, for the Abico Mill Corporation. Yeah, fucking why not? And while working there, he meets a 14 or 15-year-old boy named George. Carl had a sexual relationship with George until he leaves that job in April of 1923. And he doesn't even try to kill him one time. Even though Carl is a fucking pedophile here, a rock spider, I am relieved that at least George didn't end up with his brains getting, his head getting bashed and his brain spilled. Well, Carl's next job was as a watchman and a caretaker of boats. at the New Haven Yacht Club in Connecticut. How's he getting these jobs? Carl writes, I took very good care of their boats, so much so that I robbed one the next night. And in May or June, he steals a yacht in Providence, Rhode Island, and now sails it to New York. He's got his boat back. Picks up a young man, brings him on the yacht for a while, then lets him go to New York. Carl doesn't specify what happened on the yacht, but he did use the phrase, I let him go, so probably murdered him. Probably threw him off in the fucking water to drown. When he's back in Yonkers, he picks that kid George back up, that kid he'd been molesting, takes him to Kingston, New York now, where he paints over the yacht, changes the name and numbers. It's the Akista. What's more? Oh, the prolapse captain. Formerly the prolapse kid is back in business. Carl claimed that he then tried to sell the boat, but the potential buyer tried to rob him, so he had to shoot and kill him. Carl then threw the body overboard, which scared his buddy George, his fucking victim. Now he sails to New York, to Newburgh, New York, and lets George go because George is terrified. Interesting. Girl had a soft spot for George. Wish he would have said why. Despite everything he's done, he's still not completely dead inside. Still terrible, but not completely dead. George now rats Carl out to the police, and the cops will catch Carl in Nyack, where he is arrested and charged with sodomy, burglary, robbery, and attempted escape. Carl hires a lawyer, tells him that his boat is worth $5,000 to $10,000, and that he would give it to him if he could get him out of jail. And the lawyer does get him out of jail. And Carl stays true to his word. He hands over the boat and the papers saying he owns the boat. Then the lawyer, when he goes to register the boat, realizes it was a stolen boat. And the real owner is there to collect it. Fucking Carl. Classic Carl. Got him. Got the lawyer. Now he's off in the wind again. A few days later, Carl turns up in New Haven, Connecticut, where he claims he raped and killed another boy, said he strangled him with his own belt, and then left his body in the bushes. Now he travels back to New York. Clearly loved New York. And got a job as a bathroom steward on the Army Transport USS Grant, which was heading to China. But before he could wreak havoc on yet another continent, which would have been his fifth, he gets fired for being drunk and fighting. And the very next night, he robs an office in Larchmont, New York. He used an axe to pry open a window this time and get into the baggage room of the New Haven, and Hartford Railroad Company. Then on August 26, 1923, John O'Leary is arrested for this crime in Larchmont at a train depot. John, but of course Carl, now sentenced to 5 years for third-degree burglary. He's now transferred to New York State's infamous Sing Sing prison in Ossining. That's a fucking dumb word. Apologies if it's very important to some people. Ossining in the fall of 1923. It's a hard word to say if you have a borderline list. Their authorities learned that Carl was still wanted in Oregon to finish out his lengthy sentence. Oregon put a hold on him so that he could be transferred after 5 years. Carl wouldn't stay long at Sing Sing. Before the end of October, he was transferred to another New York prison, the Clinton Correctional Facility in Dannemora, New York. I like that word. It's easy for me to say. There were strict rules at Dannemora, such as no talking in line, at work, or at mealtimes. Really into the no talking in these prisons back then. No moving around outside a marching unit supervised by a guard. No complaining. That's a rule. And there's more rules. According to authors Gaddis and Long, Dannemora, which is about 50 miles from the Canadian border, was known as the Siberia of America, isolated in the mountainous countryside. Some cells there just 40 inches wide. That's insane. That's 3.5 feet. Oh my God, it'd be so cramped. Food allowance for inmates was 6 cents a meal. The food allowance had now been increased since 1868. Zero fresh fruit or vegetables were ever provided. Sounds like hell. Men who tried to escape or faked insanity were put in a small stone building at the end of the yard where they were beaten and tortured until they begged to return to Genpop. Well, his pyromania would resurface in Dannemora. He wrote, I was there only a few months when I made a time bomb. I love it. I made a time bomb and tried to burn down the shops. The screws found it, but they didn't blame me for it. They put the blame on a couple of other guys. Put those two in isolation. Then tried to murder a con. I snuck up behind him as he was sitting in a chair, and I hit him in the back of the head with a 10-pound club. Didn't kill him, but he was good and sick, and he left me alone after that. Then I was locked up for a few months more. Carl tried to escape after 6 months at Dannemora. Of course he did, but this attempt really backfired. He slipped and fell 30 feet down into some concrete, broke both legs in multiple places, fractured his spine, and ruptured a testicle. Then, because they fucking hated him, he spent only 5 days in the hospital recovering, and then they put him back in his cell with no medical attention, no cast, and no doctor's visits going forward. They wanted him to die, probably. He claimed it took him about 8 months for his bones to heal enough to walk even with crutches. Carl wrote, at the end of 14 months of constant agony, I was taken to the hospital where I was operated on for my rupture and one of my testicles was cut out. This is so Carl. 5 days after my operation, I tried to see if my sexual organs were still in good order. I got caught trying to commit sodomy on another prisoner. For that, I was thrown out of the hospital and dumped into a cell where I suffered more agony for many months. This fucking lunatic. I wonder if my ball still works. I better try and rape some guy. He claimed that for the next several years, his mail was now held up or destroyed. He was not allowed to file complaints without retaliation. Who was fucking mailing him? Who was mailing him at this point? Dear John O'Leary, a.k.a. Carl Panstram, we really need to talk about the matter of my brother's destroyed butthole. It's been 2 years and he still can't walk right. He can't even enjoy going down a water slide without being stuffed to the gills with a dangerous amount of liquid. He can't eat soup. Just falls right out of him. How are you going to make this right? Carl said his sole focus now became finding ways to annoy and punish his enemies. Wasn't that already kind of his focus? But he wrote, that was the frame of mind I was in when my 5 years was up, and I was turned loose to go anywhere I wanted to go. My intention was to rob, rape, and kill everybody I could. Anybody and everybody. Carl even started plotting mass murder events while he waited to get back out. One plan involved traveling to the railroad tunnel between Myersdale, Pennsylvania, and Cumberland, Maryland. He intended to wait until a fast steel train came along. Then he would place a large contact bomb in the tunnel so that when the train hit it, the bomb would explode and block that end of the tunnel. The explosion would burst large glass containers of formaldehyde and other gases and set fire to a few hundred pounds of sulfur. The gas fumes would then kill everyone in the tunnel. And Carl would stay at the rear entrance of the tunnel to shoot anybody who tried to escape. My God. He would then put on protective gear and steal all the valuables from the train he could carry. And to ensure he had enough time to do this, he would set a time bomb 12 to 15 miles out the line, which would explode at the same time as the tunnel explosion. Carl thought he could get $50,000 to $100,000 from this plot. And how many people would die? No, he didn't give a fuck. That didn't factor into his plan. Didn't matter to him. He said he would then hide the loot, go into hiding, then return a couple months later to get all stolen items and sell them for cash. He wrote, with unlimited funds in my hands, I then intended to steal millions of dollars and kill millions of people. And how did he think he was going to kill millions of people? By literally starting a war between England and the U.S. That's what he wanted to do. He wrote, the way I figured on doing this was to work through numerous brokers on Wall Street, playing the stock market ahead of time with the knowledge that I alone would know that England and the U.S. would soon be at war. Forearmed with this knowledge, I would know exactly which stocks would rise and which would fall in value. He was almost an evil mastermind. Carl wrote that he intended to start the war by waiting until there were strained diplomatic relations, then sinking a British battleship in American waters. He would do this with a boat with a bomb on board that he would then send towards the battleship. Carl wrote that he had worked on boats and ships before, and his job with the fortification division gave him experience with explosives. He added, these schemes may sound fantastic, and I've never seen this word before, grandiloquent, but it's a fun word to say, and impossible of accomplishment by one man. But I feel sure that it could be done, and I also feel sure that I could have and would have done just exactly as I planned if circumstance and luck had not been against me. Carl had other plans for mass murder. He also wanted to kill off an entire town just kind of to see if he could do it. He planned to purchase a barrel of arsenic. This is so weird. And then obtain 6 to 8 dogs. Very specific. He would then starve the dogs and then feed them a mixture of flour, water, mash, and arsenic. He would hang them up then by their hind legs with a tub underneath so their saliva and other fluids would drain into the tub. And then he would put this weird fucking dog blood poison stew into several pots, which he would then dump into a creek that flowed into a town reservoir, which would poison the water supply. Why were the dogs needed here? I'm very confused about the dog part of this plan. If you have all the arsenic, why not just dump the arsenic into the creek directly? What am I missing? Why first poison a bunch of dogs? Like, do the dogs intensify the poison? They seem like an unfortunate, unnecessary middleman in the situation. But I've never thought about, poisoning an entire town quite this way.
I'm only listening to the
I don't think I've thought about poisoning.
at this point because I'm hoping that
I say that because
died in an awful,
sometimes am crazy.
painful way.
I don't think I've ever had a weird fantasy about I should poison the town. Carl was discharged from Dannemora on July 6, 1928, and for reasons never explained, he is not put on a train in chains and sent to serve his additional time in Oregon. Now he's just released. And 18 days later, the now 37-year-old master of mayhem begins a string of 6 to 8 burglaries. 2 days after those are done, he commits another murder in Baltimore. 12 days after that, he commits a burglary in Washington, D.C. followed by 2 more burglaries in Baltimore. He is then arrested again in Baltimore, August 10th, 1928. Carl and 3 others are arrested for burglarizing the home of Dr. L.W. Euster, a dentist in Washington, D.C. Carl stole a radio and jewelry from the home, and detectives located Carl with the help of informer Joe Sierwinski, or Sierwinski, some fucking insane Polish name. Way too many consonants. Too many consonants and vowels. Weird consonants stacked together and too many vowels. This Joe guy was caught pawning the stolen radio from the dentist's home. Joe then told the authorities that Carl was staying in a boarding house. He was. And when they entered one of the rooms of this boarding house, they find Carl. He gives them his true name and age. He's like, yeah, I'm 37-year-old Carl Panzram. He admits to stealing the radio and kind of laughs and says he thought that charge was a joke first. When asked why he thought it would be a joke, he said he had killed way too many people to worry about some bullshit burglary. And they thought he was lying. Nope, he wasn't. Seems as if Carl has now finally gotten tired of ping-ponging around the world, lying, stealing, raping, murdering, plotting, fucking weird dog arsenic poison schemes, and just trying to constantly not end up back in prison. It feels like he just wants to get caught. Let's have it all be over. Remember, he doesn't just hate the rest of humanity. He also hates himself. Well, Carl now spoke about his lengthy prison history, mentioned 2 specific dates regarding some murders he committed, but the officers are still skeptical. On August 20th, 1928, Carl now meets 25-year-old Henry Lesser, a prison guard at the D.C. jail. A man we have to thank more than any other person outside of Carl himself for the info we know about him. Lesser was born in 1902 in Fall River, Massachusetts. His father was a Russian immigrant and a door-to-door salesman. He was the youngest of his siblings, struggled for status in his family. So he's some, a familiarity with Carl. They're both the son of an immigrant, both the youngest in the family. He disliked school, dropped out in the 10th grade. He then worked in a clothing store before moving to D.C., where his brothers worked in accounting and law. Lesser continued to work in sales, but his managers just liked him because of his low numbers. Lesser then joined a retail clerks union, which gave him a sense of identity and new friends. However, his efforts to better conditions in his workplace led to a fist fight with his manager, then fired him. So another commonality with Carl, getting fired from fucking punching the boss. Now gets a job as an attendant at St. Elizabeth's Hospital, a psychiatric hospital, and was asking about some juvenile probation work when he found out about a guard position opening up at the district jail. Lesser takes the job, earns the staff's respect quickly, and the prisoners would like him as well, because he would not show excessive force. There was rarely trouble on his wing when he was working. Lesser recalled the moment he laid eyes on Carl. He said there was a kind of stillness around him, how he looked. At first, Carl didn't speak much to Lesser, because prisoners were not supposed to interact with guards. Lesser was curious about Carl. There was something about him that was different from the rest of the prison population. Lesser wanted to know more about what Carl had said one time when he said that he reformed people. So one day Lesser asked him how he reformed people, and Carl smiled and said the only way to reform somebody is to blow out their butthole. No, he didn't say that. He did say the only way to reform somebody is to kill them. And I think here he wasn't just talking about his victims. He was also talking about himself. In early October, prison superintendent W.L. Peet learns that Carl is a dangerous criminal who has already served a lot of time in various jails and prisons all around the world. He wasn't joking when he got arrested. And one evening in early October, Carl is taken to the basement, where he is then cuffed to an iron post with his arms above his head and his toes barely touching the floor. Why? Well, because he had loosened the bars of his cell in yet another escape attempt. So maybe he wasn't quite ready to give up all the mayhem. Maybe he just loved the challenge of a prison break. The prison physician visited him throughout the night to check his heart, make sure he wasn't going to die from the abuse. Carl was stuck in this stretched out position for roughly 12 hours. Lesser wrote, the next time the doctor came to put his stethoscope to his heart, Panzram taunted him with a charge of committing sodomy on his assistant. The doctor was shocked and voiced intense disapproval. Panzram, in his suffering, shrieked and blasphemed, hurling the vilest epithets at the doctor and everyone present, and expressed his desire to kill them all. He cursed his own mother for bringing him into the world and yelled that he would kill her and everything human. Carl was taken back to isolation the following morning. Lesser saw him, felt ashamed that he'd been mistreated in such a manner. He asked if there was anything he could do, but Carl only cursed at him. Well, later that day, Carl saw one of the officers who had taken him to the basement, called him a son of a bitch. He was then knocked unconscious for that insult, and eyewitnesses said he was then kicked and punched by other guards. following being knocked out. He was then taken to the post and tortured again that night. Other prisoners could hear him shouting and screaming throughout the night. The next morning, word got around that Carl spent the night confessing to the murders of 3 boys, which took place in Boston, New Haven, and Philadelphia. This time, the police took him seriously. Superintendent Peake called on the press, and the Washington Post published a story about his admissions. Carl said that one of the murders took place in Philadelphia at a pier on League Island, where Carl had choked an 11-year-old boy to death. Carl said he met the Philadelphia victim at the foot of State Street, hired him to carry his bags as a ruse to lure him away. They got him to a lonely spot a quarter mile away from Pier 96, where he attacked the boy and choked him to death, then disposed of the body. Regarding the New Haven murder, on August 9, 1923, the body of a man in his 20s with a cloth gag in his mouth had been found on the Milford Turnpike in West Haven near the New Haven County home. He had been shot twice in the chest. There was nothing to see to identify him. A man taking a shortcut through the woods found his body, which was extremely decomposed. Although he was shot, the police believed he was strangled by a leather belt that was wrapped tightly around his neck. And he was probably sodomized by Carl. And in Massachusetts, the Salem police said that Carl's confession to a Boston murder fit the details of the 1922 murder of a 12-year-old boy named Henry McMahon, who had been beaten to death with a rock. Henry McMahon's body was found in the Great Pastures on the afternoon of July 21st. He was last seen with a tall, quote, foreign-looking man, July 18, 1922. Carl accurately described the lonely section of Windy Point Meadows near a riverbank where he left the body wrapped in a blanket, also described pieces of a radio set that were wrapped in a blanket. He said he stole the radio set from a yacht anchored in Essington, Pennsylvania, a few miles from where the skeleton was found. The yacht owner would confirm this was indeed a radio had been stolen from him, and this convinced the police that Carl was telling the truth. When Henry Lesser came back to work after these confessions, he asked the prisoner to pass $1 to Carl so he could buy himself some smokes. Carl thought it was a joke, but when he realized the gesture was sincere, literal tears came to his eyes. It's never made totally clear exactly why Lesser treated him with such kindness after hearing about the horrible things he had done, but he did. Carl later thanked him, said that no guard had ever done a favor to him before. Carl said that some reporters had been asking for more of his story, but now Carl refused to see them. But he asked when Lesser was going to question him. And Lesser said that, well, if and when Carl wanted to talk, sure, he'd listen. Carl now told him, I'm going to see to it that you get the story of my life, all of it. Just keep me fixed with pencil and paper. And that was how most of this information came to be publicly known. After that moment, the two men would be friendly. The next day, Lesser smuggled writing materials to Carl. He told him to come every night after midnight to collect his writings. Carl said he wanted to write it all out to explain his side of the story. Philadelphia police now, let's get back to these murders, plan to start criminal action against Carl in November for the murder there. That would never happen for some reason. That same month, Massachusetts detectives would seek an indictment for the murder of Henry McMahon. That also would never happen for some reason. And in the Connecticut case, detectives were still trying to get more details to make sure Carl was not bullshitting them. Carl said the victim was a 16-year-old boy who wore glasses. He said he brought him something to eat and that they went into the woods. After the boy finished eating, he strangled him. For whatever reason, he enjoyed this murder more than any other he was confessing to. Perhaps this is because the boy said he had a relative who was a police officer in Brooklyn. But he won't be charged for that murder either. Carl's burglary trial will start November of 1928. He will ask to represent himself. The prosecutor called multiple witnesses without cross-examining them. The last prosecution witness was that Joe, fucking crazy-ass name, Joe Servadinsky, was caught selling stolen goods and was the man who had implicated Carl. Carl would openly threaten Joe's life in court. He said to him, "Take a good look at me." And then he drew his finger across his throat. "I promise it to you that you'll get it. Now get away from me." All right, good cross-examination. Carl then told the judge he had some things to say. He said, "You people get me here. You people got me here charged with housebreaking and larceny. I'm guilty. I broke in and I stole. What I didn't steal, I smashed. If the owner had come in, I would have knocked his brains out. There's something else you ought to know. While you were trying me here, I was trying you. I found you guilty. Some of you I've executed. If I live, I'll execute some more of you. I hate the whole human race. You think I'm playing crazy, don't you? I'm not. I know right from wrong. No delusions. I don't hear anything you don't hear. My conscience doesn't bother me. I have no conscience. I believe the whole human race should be exterminated. I'll do my best to do it every chance I get." Well, the jury found Carl guilty in approximately 60 seconds. Like I said earlier, he seems done. He seems tired of playing the dangerous games he's been playing. Doesn't seem like he really cares about anything anymore, including getting out of prison. Carl is now sentenced to 25 years at the federal penitentiary back in Leavenworth. And for reasons not made clear, again, he's just not charged for the murders of those boys in Philadelphia, Boston, or Connecticut. On November 12, 1928, before being transferred back to Leavenworth, Carl hands Henry Lesser more pages. Carl gave him a detailed description of crime, how the underworld worked, and descriptions of criminals. In part of his manuscript, he wrote, "A child is very easily led. Any child, properly taught, will live the way he is taught to live. All criminals are merely overgrown children. It is in your hands to make us or break us. We, by our own efforts, are failures in life, simply because we don't know any better. We don't know how to live decent, upright lives. Heredity has very little to do with the shaping of our lives. The main causes of why we are here, or of why we are what we are, is because of our improper teaching, lack of knowledge, and our environments. Every man's philosophy is colored by his environment. If you don't want us to rob, rape, and murder you, then it is your place to see that the mental and moral misfits are properly taught a sufficient amount of useful and sensible knowledge and put into the proper environment where they can be best fitted to exist in life. My own case is very similar to many thousands of others. I was born a normal human being. My parents were ignorant, and through their improper teachings and improper environment, I was gradually led into the wrong way of living, little by little, from bad to worse." While he continued to await his transfer, Henry Lesser was assigned the task of checking Carl's cell bars every day. And one day, Carl told him, "You're the one man in the world I don't want to kill. But I'm so erratic, I'm liable to do anything." For a fucking psycho, he's pretty self-aware, wasn't he? I like that he warned Lesser essentially to never ever trust him. That he didn't trust himself to at some point snap and murder the one guy he didn't think was deserving to die. He was aware that his temperament was extremely volatile, that he truly didn't value life anyone's, not even his own, at the end of the day. Carl was transferred to Leavenworth January 30th, 1929. He promised to write his friend Henry Lesser, and he would. It had been over 20 years since he first stepped foot inside Leavenworth, and now he's back. He was told that he would be working in the laundry room. Right out the gate, he threatened to kill the first man who bothered him there. Fucking classic Carl. Never hesitates to throw some murder into the conversation. The foreman of the prison laundry was a civilian named Robert Warnke, who was called RG, and RG was a real piece of shit. Active in the Leavenworth KKK. Inmates called him a pencil artist, meaning he wrote them up often. Meanwhile, back in Washington, D.C., Henry Lesser's friend Eleanor Trott had now offered to type up copies of Carl's manuscript to submit them to a publisher. March 2nd, 1929, the Jones Law goes into effect, making bootlegging a federal felony, and this will lead to an influx of new prisoners at Leavenworth. As the prison grew more and more crowded, it was more and more difficult than ever for Carl to avoid his fellow inmates, and tensions were rising. Prisoners were put in further and further crowded makeshift housing with little sanitation, and the quality of the food also worsened. Carl began laundering extra handkerchiefs for a few nickels, cigarettes, and extra food. A prisoner warned him not to let Warnke, that dickhead, find out, but Carl didn't care. And Warnke soon got word of Carl's scheme, and he was now reduced to third-grade prisoner status, right? Again, and sent to the hole to spend time in solitary. Third-grade prisoners, as I mentioned when Carl was in Leavenworth earlier, held in a separate section of the prison, subject to the silent system and other exceptionally strict rules. Right? They couldn't use the commissary, couldn't watch a movie, couldn't receive any mail, nothing. Any infraction meant automatic isolation time in the hole. When Carl was released from the hole, he expected to be transferred out of the laundry, but he was sent back. This was not standard procedure. It's possible he was not transferred because he had threatened to kill Warnke, and Warnke didn't want to appear scared or weak, but he should have been scared because Carl was an especially scary motherfucker. Carl now bided his time, waiting to exact some revenge against Warnke, waiting for the chance to strangle or beat him to death. And on June 20th, 1929, Carl got his chance. He ate breakfast, headed to work as usual that morning, but then he hid behind a large steel post near a disassembled washing machine. And nobody noticed he wasn't in his normal post, in his normal place. 47-year-old Robert Warnke was doing his morning checks, was walking past the steel post when Carl popped out, hit him with a 10-pound iron bar, and kept hitting him. Carl now caved Bob's fucking head in with that bar. And when he was satisfied that the man was very dead, he started chasing some other inmates who ran away from him in terror. He ran all the way to the isolation building, ran all around it. He ran over to Deputy Warden Fred Zerp's office. I'm not sure how he got the fuck in there, but he made it to his office with his iron bar, hoping he could kill him too, but he wasn't there. He then entered the mailroom, swung at some of the clerks inside, but missed, then went back to Zerp's office. A convict runner was there, so Carl chased him all the way to the dining room, trying to beat him to death. Then he returned to isolation. He seemed to kind of calm down, and he told a guard Regarding the isolation cell, Dale Ballard, I just killed Warnke. Let me in. Ballard told him he wasn't going to let him in with the iron bar still in his hand. And Carl said, okay, this is my lucky day. He just threw the bar down, and now Ballard did let him walk himself into his cell. 8 days after this murder, on June 28th, Carl wrote Henry Lesser to tell him all was okay and explain his side of things. He wrote, I want to tell you something. You know my letters to you, I've been grousing about my job here. I didn't like it. I wanted to change. Well, I got to change, all right? But I had to kill my boss to get it. That makes either 21 or 22 that I have to my credit. You put that down in your little storybook.
I'm shocked that never.
Carl also wrote that he was greatly looking forward to either sitting in the electric chair or being hanged. Federal investigator J.R. Berger now went to the prison to question Carl. He was not cooperating. He finally asked Carl if he intended to kill Warnke when he hit him with that iron bar. And Carl responded, sure, I intended to kill him. What the hell do you think I hit him for? I love it. I bashed his fucking head in, you moron. What do you think I intended? To give him a mild headache or a massage? In August, capital punishment groups advocated for Carl, arguing that he must have been insane and therefore should not be executed. C.B. Van Horn, a psychiatrist at the Kansas State Training School for Boys, was sent to obtain Carl's mental history, but he couldn't talk to Carl because of all the shouting and cursing from the other inmates. So he settled for photocopies of his prison record and a copy of Carl's will.
In my opinion, the most dangerous serial killers are the ones that utilize bludgeoning.
And he left a curse for
like Ted
mankind.
Bundy.
Literally left a curse.
And this guy.
I love that he wrote that into
There's
his will.
something about
And to
serial
Johnny
killers
Wiscombe, my old friend,
who
now works as a dog
to
catcher.
bludgeon people to death that makes
Please
them
take my body and bury me back where this all began.
unsafe.
As for the rest of mankind, I leave you a curse. I curse you. May you all suffer and die. Sincerely, Carl Panzram, One Man Apocalypse. Guard Dale Ballard shared with the
I'm
psychiatrist
shocked
that Carl
also.
was
I've never
eager to be
heard of
hanged.
this guy ever, and I have heard of a lot
Summarize
of
some of his
serial
claims of
killers,
murder,
even though I hate
which Carl
true
described in
crime.
detail. Authorities once again looked into the truth behind his statements. Extradition proceedings were requested for several of Carl's murders, but he would never face trial for the murders he confessed to. The murder he committed in prison would be enough to get him killed. Meanwhile, Henry Lesser now attended a meeting in D.C. and met a psychiatrist named Benjamin Karpman, who was a leader in the field of penology, the study of the punishment of crime in both its deterrent and reformatory aspects. And Karpman wanted Lesser to ask Carl questions formulated by him to shed light on the sexual basis of violent murder. And on October 6, 1929, Carl wrote to Lesser, "You asked me as to my motives in doing some of the things I have done. Surely you know that I am very impulsive, very vindictive, and absolutely unscrupulous. Those are reasons enough to explain my actions. You also know why I feel and am that way. As for the kick I get out of it, I meant figuratively and not literally. Whatever possessed you to think that me or anyone else ever had a sexual-like feeling when we commit a crime like a murder or arson, that's the bunk. I myself have intelligence enough to know the feeling, but I haven't knowledge enough to explain it so that you could understand it. The only way I know of for you to find out just what sort of kick I get out of all this is for you to do as I have done." Not the insight the doctor was hoping for. You'll never know what it truly feels like unless you do it. Lesser wrote Carl a letter proposing
Maybe
a hypothetical
cursed the
scenario.
dude and that doctor
What would
came
Carl
back
do
and
if he
had
was
to be
pardoned
him.
and received financial and moral support? On November 13th, 1929, Carl wrote back, "Your letter of November 7th reached me this eve. What a kick I got out of reading it. You have it all doped out, eh? You're all wet. Wake up, kid. You're having a nightmare. I can dream better dreams than that myself. If there was even the faintest possibility of your idea ever becoming a fact, then I would be right on the job. I would be the best little yes man you ever saw. You may not believe me, but if I cared to, I could be just as smooth a liar and hypocrite as any would-be Christian you ever saw or heard tell of, and they are all experts. The real truth of the matter is that I haven't the least desire to reform. I would not reform if the front gate was open right now and if I was given $1 million when I stepped out. I have no desire to do good or to be good." Yeah, for Carl, man, stealing wasn't about the money. Not primarily, and maybe rape wasn't either. Maybe it was all about inflicting just harm on the world. He lived to dish out pain. Pain you feel when somebody's broken or burned down some possession you care about. The pain you feel when someone directly assaults you. The pain a family feels when their child has gone missing or turned up dead, and the police tell them the child was raped and strangled or the like. Carl really was a one-man apocalypse of sorts, just mayhem incarnate. Carl did not know that Henry Lesser mailed his confession manuscript to psychiatrist Carl Menninger, the guy we met at the beginning of the episode, at the suggestion of Dr. Benjamin Karpman. Menninger was assembling examples of people whose wish was to destroy themselves. Carl's case will be used in his 1938 book, A Again,
Oh, I don't
reference
think
at the
he wanted
beginning
to
of this episode.
destroy himself. I think he made it
Carl
pretty
was indicted
clear
for
he
first-degree
wanted
murder
to
now, December 5th,
destroy the whole
1929.
world based on
And he
what
had a plan
said.
to ensure his speedy execution.
Well, he's
He would
in the
plead not
Thames water
guilty,
supply,
which would
really?
increase his chance of a death sentence. He would not take a plea deal. He would also set up a conflict with his attorney that
he
would weaken his
said that
defense.
about the arsenic and the dogs.
Then he would do his best to appear sane so that no one could question the death sentence and try and appeal it. His attorney was Ralph O'Neill, and Carl refused to cooperate with him. That made O'Neill think that Carl truly was insane, so he asked Dr. Carl Menninger to now come examine Carl. Carl's trial was to start on April 15th, 1930, just before the date. Carl underwent a 50-minute exam from Carl Menninger. Didn't go well. Carl threatened the doctor's life to start the exam, and then he said, "I want to be hanged, and I don't want nay interference by you or your filthy kind. You know, well, I am no more insane than you are. I just know more about the world and the essential evil nature of man, and don't play the hypocrite. I am proud of having killed off a few, and regret I didn't kill more. I absolutely refuse to permit you to get up and testify about my mental condition and blab a lot of stuff about insanity and irresponsibility. I am saying I am responsible and I am guilty, and the sooner they hang me, the better it will be, and gladder I will be. So don't go trying to interfere with it." That is hardcore.
That's not hardcore.
Menninger would not testify
Hang him.
in Carl's trial. Maybe he was
Hang
scared.
him.
But he did give his impressions of Carl to the judge.
Dude,
At the start of the
if
proceedings,
this
Carl told
guy-
the judge
if
he
I
would never cooperate with his
was
attorney.
alone with this guy, I wouldn't
And then he
even
pled
be
not guilty.
scared because I heard all the
Prosecutor
horrible
Dan
things that
Cowie
he did.
introduced three
But I'll
eyewitnesses
tell you what
to the
I
murder
would
of
do.
Robert Warren
I would
Keith.
have a large,
The
heavy
prosecution
object in
arrested
my
in less
hand,
than
and
an
I
hour.
would just start swinging.
Then,
at
against
his
Carl's
head.
wishes,
Immediately,
defense
he got
attorney
rid
Ralph
of
O'Neill
freaking
asked the court to appoint a sanity commission to examine Carl. The proceedings of the sanity commission were later reported in the press. Carl literally threatened to kill every single one of them, every single member of the commission. Like, that was how the examination began, with Carl telling them he would fucking end them the first chance he got. He then told him, "I'm mad, plenty mad right now. I don't believe there's any good in any man. I'd like to have the opportunity to go away, gain power and brains, and then I'd like to kill off the rest of the world."
Dude,
What the fuck does that mean?
Means
Opportunity
he's
to
the
go away and
super
gain some power and
sadist,
brains.
dude.
Sounds almost like he wanted to go cheat death, maybe come back to this world as a demon, really fuck shit up. I think if Carl would have thought the
And a
devil
lot
was
of
real,
people will be like,
he would
"Oh,
have
he
begged
just
him
he
to
needs
take his
love.
soul and change
Nobody
from
ever
power
loved
just to
him.
kill,
That's why he's
kill, and
so
kill some more.
sadistic." I disagree.
Carl said he
dude.
had zero desire to live.
I
He boasted
disagree.
about committing 21 murders. He said that if his parents were alive, he would kill them too, just for bringing him into the world. The Sanity Commission submitted their report later that day. They found Carl to be of unsound mind, but also declared he knew what he was doing, which meant he could understand the nature of the charge against him and was capable of assisting in his own defense. O'Neill then asked Carl to take the stand in his own defense, but Carl said, "You and the judge wouldn't let me be my lawyer, so go ahead. I got nothing to say." O'Neill now just gave up. And the defense rested their case. And 45 minutes later, the jury had a verdict, but the judge would choose to wait to read it until the following morning. Maybe just doing that to fuck with Carl. Next day, April 16th, 1930, Carl is found guilty of murder, and his execution is scheduled for September 5th, less than 5 months down the road. Carl now calmly told the judge, after appearing happy with his verdict, "I don't want any attorney to file for a new trial or appeal anything. I am satisfied with the verdict." He got his wish. He's going to die. On April 17th, Carl wrote another letter to Henry Lesser, informing him it would likely be the last letter he would write him. It wouldn't, but he thought it would. He asked Lesser to send him some reading material to occupy his mind until his execution, if he could. He ended his letter with, "You are one of the very few men in the world that I know, and who I do not wish harm, and do not wish you any bad luck. But I do wish you all the good luck that you are entitled to. And it is my opinion that you deserve quite a bit of good luck. That is all that I care to tell you now. This will be the end of this letter, and in 89 days from today, it will be the end of me." At this time, Lesser had been invited to work for the Federal Bureau of Prisons and was going by train to Atlanta. In May, a group of anti-death penalty advocates came to visit Carl, asked him to sign a petition for the commutation, of his death sentence by President Herbert Hoover. Carl, in response, roared curses at them when he realized why they were there. Also wrote a letter to the Society for the Abolishment of Capital Punishment on May 23rd, 1930, part of which said, "The findings of the court and the sentence of the judge meet with my approval, and I am perfectly satisfied to have the sentence carried out without any further interference from anyone. I do not wish to have another trial. I do not wish to have the sentence changed in any way. I have been informed that your organization, or at any rate some of the members of it, have made or are making an attempt to change my sentence to life imprisonment, in solitary confinement, in a prison, or in an insane asylum. This you are doing without my consent and absolutely against my will. I shall never willingly grant you my permission to have this done for me. Then, in classic Carl style, he ends his letter with, the only thanks you or your kind will ever get from me for your efforts on my behalf is that I wish you all had one neck and that I could put my hands on it. I would be sure to put you out of your misery, just the same as I have done with numbers of other people. He might be the only prisoner in history awaiting his execution date to literally threaten the lives of a group of people simply trying to save him, trying to get him off a death row. He also might be the only guy ever to threaten the lives of a commission of people trying to find him insane so he wouldn't be killed. He truly just wanted to kill everybody. Even Lesser, he basically told him, right, he'd try and kill him at some point due to his impulsiveness if given the chance. Well, to ensure nothing would interfere with his execution, Carl now wrote a letter to the U.S. president on May 30th, telling him that he was very satisfied with his trial and sentence.
That it's just something that he
On June
desires
5th,
to do.
Carl wrote another letter to Henry Lesser, but decided to save it, being sent until after his execution. Carl thanked him for sending the reading materials he'd requested, again told him that he deserved good luck, happiness, peace, and contentment. He also wrote that he looked forward to his death, which would be easier on him than any of the ways he'd killed his victims. He wrote, as for me, I'll soon be at peace. I have never had the good fortune to find it in life, so I expect to find it in death. This guy is fascinating to me. Carl wrote his second to last letter June 20th. He wrote that he was going to end his life that night instead of waiting for his execution. One of his fellow inmates in the segregated unit had been talking loudly to the guard and one other inmate about how to end one's life, hoping Carl would hear. Carl waited for the guard to end his shift. He plugged up the lock of his cell with wood and cloth, forced himself to eat a rotten plate of beans he'd been hiding. Ugh. And he cut a deep gash in his leg. That's a fucking weird way to try and kill yourself. Then later that night, the guard heard him vomiting, found him in his cell. His stomach was pumped and the cut was treated. Carl's legal limit for an appeal expired on July 16th. Before he died, a man named Austin McCormick, second in command of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, came to Carl's cell for a visit, and Carl asked McCormick to give his letters and documents to Henry Lesser, and McCormick agreed. Lesser read Carl's June letters, which saddened him, made him question if there were some cases that were indeed truly hopeless. Yeah, I think there are, Lesser. I think there are. I believe firmly that some people are just truly unable to be saved. Lost souls that cannot receive redemption, at least not in this life. And the only cure for the misery they continually inflict upon others and the misery they continually feel themselves is their death. And the sooner they receive it, the better. And Carl believed that. Lesser wrote to Carl on August 40th. He wrote to Carl on August 40th, 1930. August 4th. Thanking him for his letters and informing him that he sent his story to Carl Meneker. Carl responded quickly. I've read this letter, and in reply write, there is nothing more that you can do for me. Also that, as far as any financial publication and sale of my autobiography are to go, you are to do with as you see fit. On September 40th, 1930, a group of reporters came to the prison just ahead of Carl's execution. Carl would not answer any of their questions, so they talked to guard Dale Ballard instead. But then when a reporter asked if he had any regrets, Carl did speak up and said, yeah, I regret I won't be able to read the end of this magazine story. It's continued on the next issue. Pretty funny guy for a monster. Carl Panzram was hanged September 5th, 1930. He was 39 years old. It's maybe my favorite detail of the whole episode. Fellow inmate Robert Stroud wrote that Carl paced his cell the entire previous night singing, quote, an original pornographic song.
Oh, man.
God, that made me laugh so hard when I first read that. Just fucking with everyone around him right until the bitter end. Do you want to suck my pecker? Let me be your rectum wrecker. It would be the bee's knees if you grabbed my cock and squeezed. Wouldn't it be the cat's meow?
Can you
if I could
imagine
bubble
sitting on
road
death
and
row
holy
and
cow?
this guy
If
is
someone
gonna
could
be
break
finding
me
a man
out,
that you're scared
I'd make
shitless
your
of,
kids
who is not
scream
gonna
and
listen to this
shout.
guy, and he's singing
Yeah,
this
Mr.
shit
Godman, you with the nice
the night
tan.
before he goes
Have
to the
your
gallows.
boys been fucked by a madman?
What a
Want
nightmare.
to come on your faces and a bunch of other places. I once fucked a family
yeah,
in
and it probably
Angola.
went for like
Was harder
8 to
on
12
Africa
hours.
than Ebola. Come on, Jim, sing along. If they don't kill me tomorrow, I'm still fucking your mothers. My song doesn't always need to rhyme. I'm not holding the correct time. I wish I could get my hands on your spine. I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna fuck your kids. I'm gonna fuck your grandpa and throw him off a train in the pouring rain. Gonna fuck the man till he needs a bedpan. If I don't, my name ain't Pentram. Sing along, goddamn, it's my last engagement. The Carl show stops tomorrow, you worthless fucking scum.
Dude, and the night after he came to death, everybody on that cell block slept so well. The best they'd slept.
He could have met Albert Fish on his travels. You know, they were killing people, doing horrible things around the same time, some of the same places.
What a mind trip.
He stole one of Albert's.
Being a serial killer on death row and your cellmate is some guy that's openly saying he
no,
wants to kill all
it's
of
the
you
best
every day.
when the poop pitch your chest. That's how I come. I'll shoot my seed when your ass starts to bleed. That's how I come.
All right, so I got the happy ending. He hanged to death. He did say something funny before they did.
Have you played High Five Casino yet? High Five Casino.
That he regretted that he wouldn't be able to finish that magazine article because it came out in the next issue. That is funny, and I bet you it's also true. They should have asked him what the article was.
Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. High Five Casino has a giant, massive
chips, dips, sips, and chicken strips.
Late 1962 in the small mountain village of
items only while supplies last. Expires on February 9th.
Welcome to another edition of Time Suck Short Sucks. I'm Dan Cummins, and today I will be sharing the story of Magdalena Solis. Magdalena was a Mexican cult leader and the extremely abnormal, sexually motivated female serial killer. Almost everything about Magdalena's life was abnormal. As a teenager, she was doing sex work on the streets of the city of Monterrey when she was approached by the Hernandez brothers in early 1963. Two men were leading a strange and new little cult they quickly formed in late 1962 in the small mountain village of La Yerba Buena, and they made Magdalena an offer she would accept enthusiastically. They wanted her to play a prominent role in their cult, to appear as an Aztec goddess, reincarnated to the villagers so they could continue their little cult game and continue scamming them for sex and money. Magdalena would do more than just take on this role. In her mind, she would truly become an Aztec goddess, and she would become even more bloodthirsty than the Aztec priests of old who once worshipped this goddess. She quickly became addicted to the newfound power this role gave her, and soon she would be leading the cult she had been recruited to join. She would be the village's new master, a brutal and terrible master. She would abuse, terrify, and sacrifice some of the villagers to maintain control over those who remained. She devised a blood sacrifice ritual where villagers would die by having their hearts literally cut out of their bodies, and then she would drink their blood. This story is perfect for the month of Halloween. A spooky story that a horror movie could easily be based on. The terrible but true story of Magdalena Solis, the high priestess of blood.
You know what I'm talking about, people? The best Indiana Jones film of all time. Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, heart-eating scene. We have this shit. So as a little girl, I thought I was going to be married to Indiana Jones. And this movie was like a National Geographic documentary for me. I thought it was like totally real story. I thought Harrison Ford really
बलि चढ़ोगे बलि मांगती काली माँ मुक्ति देगी काली माँ काली माँ काली माँ काली माँ शक्ति दे बलि चढ़ाओ तेरे आगे अब इसकी जान मेरी मुट्ठी में है 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 Still alive. Om Nam Shiva, 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 Om Nam Shiva.
Anyway, I wonder if she saw that movie before or after she started pulling people's hearts out. Pretty hideous.
Words and ideas can change the world. I hated her, but I wanted to love my mom.
I have a dream.
I'll plead not guilty right now. Your only chance is to leave with us.
Magdalena Solis was most likely born between 1944 and 1946. A variety of newspaper articles published in 1963, the year of her murders, arrest, and imprisonment, list her age as either 17, 18, or 19 years old. And a few sources report that she was born in 1947, which would put her at either 15 or 16 years old when she was arrested. So she was a teenager. Sources for this case are inconsistent with some biographical details, but they all seem to agree on the core and very grisly details of the story. Magdalena was born in the Mexican state of Tamaulipas, located in the northeast and bordered by Nuevo León, San Luis Potosi, and the U.S. state of Texas. She very, very likely grew up in an extremely poor and dysfunctional family. Her parents' names aren't listed in any of the sources used for this research, but we do know that she had a brother named Eleazar, who was a few years older than her. Most sources list him as either 18 or 19 at the time of his arrest. Magdalena started doing sex work when she was a young teen, around the age of 12, which is, of course, so fucking disturbing, and was actually sadly common in this area at this time. Her brother, Eleazar, acted as her pimp. Tells you a lot about her family. You're 12, and your brother, who is probably only 14 or 15 himself, is helping you to sell your body to men 2 or 3 or even 4, 5, and 6 times your age. And you know, old men, old rock spida pedos, are going to be a lot of her customers. Well, your family life has been fucked. Very likely that mom and dad are either both dead, both gone in the wind, having totally abandoned their kids, or one or both of them are super fucked up and abusive, likely very sexually abusive, so much so that living on the street as a sibling pimp and prostitute duo is a better alternative than living at home. We don't know the name of the little village these two grew up in, but eventually they would move to the city of Monterrey, the neighboring state of Nuevo León. And according to the Mammoth Book of More Bizarre Crimes by Robin Odell and Paul Donnelly, Eleazar may have also been a sex worker, in addition to being a pimp. Magdalena would take on primarily female clients because she was attracted to women, and Eleazar was mostly interested in men. And they would work on the streets, and they would work in back alleys at Monterrey for several years as teenage sex workers. And then a very unique opportunity would fall in Magdalena and Eleazar's laps. One night, they would meet the Hernandez brothers, who would come to Monterrey looking to recruit a young female sex worker to help them with a cult they had formed in a rural village some 110 miles southeast of the city, up in the mountains. In December of 1962, Brothers Santos and Cayetano Hernandez, a pair of real rascals and bandidos who roamed around rural Mexico, stealing from and taking advantage of simple farmers, settled in La Yerba Buena, very small farming village of about 50 or 60 people in the state of San Luis Potosi, at the base of the Sierra Madre Oriental mountain range. The village was one of several in the area, and all of them were populated almost exclusively with uneducated and illiterate farmers. And above the villages, up in the mountains, were a series of large limestone caves that will feature prominently in the story. Hernandez brothers were master scammers. We know almost nothing about their backstory, but based on how quickly they tricked the villagers into believing they were the prophets of a powerful and exiled Inca god, guessing they had a lot of experience in trying to bullshit other villagers in the past. Instead of stealing from a few villagers, these two now wanted to take over an entire village, just straight up run a little town, and not just as the equivalent of a corrupt mayor or even a dictator, but as emissaries of a god. They demanded to be worshipped, given monetary and sexual tributes, and the villagers, for the most part, obeyed them. Why? Well, because they promised them something in return, a great and fabled fortune. In exchange for their worship and tributes, they promised the villagers that if they, the god they represented, if they proved themselves worthy of this god, if they did everything that was asked of them of this god, well, the god would soon reveal the location of a great deal of ancient treasure, which, according to local legend, was hidden somewhere inside one of the caves above the village. As I mentioned, the village residents weren't well educated, so they didn't even realize that the Inca were never in Mexico, never came even close to Mexico. The Inca kingdom existed entirely in South America, in land that now belongs to the nations of Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile. Most people think that the brothers were thinking of the ancient Aztecs, who did live in modern Mexico, when they talked about the Inca. And it is darkly funny to me. They were able to pull off scamming these people into thinking they were connected to a powerful and ancient god, even though they picked a god from an entirely different part of the world, about 3,000 miles away. And what Christian God do I represent? Well, why, Muhammad, of course, yes, and the great Christian God Buddha is as well. Don't fucking worry about the details, okay? Just keep worshiping me, just keep fucking me, give me your money, and that's how you get the treasure. That's how you get the treasure. Despite this pretty big mistake, Cayetano and Santos Hernandez still managed to run their cult scheme for months, to get the villagers to clear out a large cave system in the mountainside, convert portions of it into some sort of cult compound / a cult temple, where the brothers were able to conduct their rituals. Inside their mountain cave compound, they would have, to please the gods, of course, or their god. It's unnamed again. Drug-fueled orgies with the villagers were had, some of whom would become their sexual slaves. And I gotta say, I'm pretty surprised they did this in a village of
so not
50 or
all
60
bad. Are you at risk of
not to
having
be
your heart
terribly
ripped
shocked.
out and gobbled up by
But honestly, how many of those 50
but
or 60
there's
villagers
jungle
could
tribal
possibly be sexy
orgies
enough
on
to-
occasion?
I can't be the only one wondering this.
This is another person
Kind
I've
of seems
never
like these
heard
cult
of.
leaders must
This
have not been real picky
podcast,
regarding who they slept
Time
with.
Suck with Dan Cummins.
I mean, let's say there's like 60 villagers.
Sometimes he goes off. Like
How
this
many
guy
of
is
them are gonna
obviously
be
sexually
very old grandmas and
frustrated,
grandpas?
because he's always like when he goes
10 or
off
so?
on tangents.
How
it's
many
always
are very young
sex-related
children?
or
At least
about
another 10
a
or
cop.
so? So maybe 40 tops, or between
But
the
he
ages of say
chooses interesting
16
topics.
and
I've not
50.
heard of this woman.
Out of those roughly 20, maybe, I don't know, or
Magdalena,
20 are going to be
however you
female.
pronounce her
And out of
last
those 20, how many are women that these guys are legitimately attracted to? 5? I don't know, 10 at most. I'm just thinking that maybe those orgies weren't the sexiest orgies. Unless not everyone was invited. Unless it was a small handful of the villagers. And then,
God. And then there's always that one guy that's there at the orgy and he doesn't participate. He's just a freaky voyeur and he starts instructing people. Now you do this. And it's like, dude, you're not the fucking director. We don't even want you in the room.
and the brothers. Otherwise,
He's usually bald with glasses, you know?
it would just be like, okay, all right, who's sucking my dick? Shit, is
Some
Maria here?
Steve Jobs looking
No.
motherfucker. And you're like, why
Isabella?
are you even here, dude?
Valentina? Damn it. All right. Get over here, Pedro.
I'm old, everybody.
Just-
when you're
just
as
don't say
old
anything
as
or touch
me,
like
you'll be
pretend
able
you're
to say
someone
that you've been in some orgies too.
Anyway, the Hernandez brothers, they run their cult scam for a few months, but then around 3 months in, the villagers, well, they're getting pretty tired of paying tributes and literally getting fucked, but having nothing to show for it. Where is the promised treasure? Where are the signs from the gods that the brothers also promised? This cult is about to die in the vine as more and more villagers start to think these two are nothing but scammers. So the brothers start to brainstorm. They know they can't find any gold, but they can find a sign from the gods, so they recruit a teen girl from another nearby village named Selena Salvana to serve as their new priestess, a new hot priestess. And while Selena now spices up the orgies and is regularly purified by Santos Hernandez, i.e. he's fucking her all the time, this new distraction doesn't keep most of the villagers distracted for long. She was not the sign they hoped for, and after a few more weeks, looks like the cult is still going to rebel against the brothers. So now, feeling desperate, the Hernandez brothers decide to travel to Monterey to recruit a female sex worker to participate in their scam. someone they can introduce not just as a prophetess, a priestess, but as a goddess. And this is how they meet young Magdalena Solis and her brother Eleazar. Hernandez brothers explained to Magdalena and Eleazar that everything was going smoothly for a few months until the first seeds of doubt were planted amongst the villagers. They told them they needed a new distraction to keep the faith and the financial and sexual contributions flowing in. Magdalena and Eleazar now returned to La Yerba Buena with the Hernandez brothers. And all the villagers are gathered together inside their cave compound to meet them. And using a smoke screen for theatrical effect, the brothers present Magdalena and Eleazar in the midst of a big ceremony as the promised signs from the gods. Eleazar is presented as the reincarnation of St. Francis of Assisi, the patron saint of Italy, so much more, the founder of the Franciscan religious order. And while some sources say that Magdalena was presented as the reincarnation of El Niño Fidencio, a faith healer and spiritualist who died 2 decades earlier and was revered as a goddess, most sources, and I think this is what happened, say that Magdalena was presented as a reincarnation of the Aztec goddess Coatlicue. And I love this left turn. I love that.
Anybody wondering about the FBI's latest debrief? I'll tell you that it doesn't really pertain to those of us that are in the building right now because it's very specifically directed at everyone that's a member of the bar. Now that they received the addendum/police report of yesterday, which again was written while you guys were perpetrating some more felonies, which haven't been reported yet. I.e., for instance, one guy in Unit 207 was outside stalking me less than 20 minutes ago. He might be out there again. Anyway, the FBI feels that yesterday's addendum/police report has officially scared, i.e., confirmed to the prosecutors who they're excited to go to prison, to send to prison, that absolutely the FBI is involved. And it's funny because as a human, as a mother, as a victim to your crime spree, I personally feel that the February 4th judicial notice and the February 6th addendum are so much more important in my eyes. And yet, the FBI feels that yesterday's, which was largely a bill and orally stating some of the crimes you were guilty of, I am shocked that while I was writing it, you literally added additional felonies for me to report. But that is what it is. Anyway, according to the FBI, though, that third one did the trick for any members of the bar that have been deluding themselves. Isn't that interesting? Because the February 4th and the February 6th are so much more important to me in every regard. But apparently being billed for what they agreed to by perpetrating the acts after being invoiced for said acts numerous times in the last couple of weeks has made any attorneys who were holding on to false hope very much be on notice. And I just think that that's so strange. Because again, I feel like the February 4th and February 6th are so much more important. Anyway, back to this podcast. Oh, Unit 207 is not letting it resume. Let's try again. Play again.
Although they are now blending 3 spiritual belief systems. The Hernandez brothers are connected to some Inca god never named in sources.
And
I mean, for all I know, they just fucking made up a
5:15
name.
a.m.
Now, if
February
the illiterate
8th,
villagers knew anything
2025
about
right
Inca
now,
mythology,
Saturday.
they could have just said whatever they wanted. And now they're throwing a Catholic saint and an Aztec goddess into the mix. You know what? Why not? Get creative. Coatlicue was an earth goddess. Served as the symbol of both the creator and destroyer of life and of the world in general. considered the mother of both gods and mortals to the Aztecs. So she's a big deal. Way, way bigger deal than St. Francis of Assisi, I might add. I mean, he's a very well-known saint, but no Jesus. Why this power discrepancy? I don't know. Maybe because Mexico is a very Catholic nation, was even more so in the 1960s. So maybe the Hernandez brothers knew that if they went too big within Christianity, people might get nervous. You know, claiming to be Jesus might have spooked the villagers or something. But with the Aztecs, you know, with the Aztec god or goddesses, well, I guess they can shoot for the moon. And also maybe they felt more comfortable giving a girl more power than a boy. Maybe they were worried that a boy would let the power go to his head and try and take over the cult, but not a girl. Holy shit, would they be wrong if that was the case. Let me explain now who Magdalena embodied. In art and sculptures, Coatlicue's face was depicted as two serpents. Pretty badass. She also wore a skirt made of snakes. So many snakes. Which symbolized fertility. Very rock and roll. Also wore a necklace made of hands, heart, and a skull. Super rock and roll. Fuck yeah. And that represented how she fed on corpses. The earth consumes everything that dies. So she sounds like a goddess not to fuck with. Coatlicue was also the patron of childbirth and was associated with warfare, governance, and agriculture. In some legends, she gave birth to the moon and the stars. Very big deal. Coatlicue was worshipped by the Aztecs during spring rituals and the fall harvest and hunting festival. In some Aztec rituals, a young woman would dress up as Coatlicue and be sacrificed as a tribute. The Aztecs, been a long time since we covered them, very, very into human sacrifice. According to Aztec mythology, which shares a lot of parallels actually with Greek and Roman mythology, Coatlicue was once a priestess whose job was to maintain a shrine on top of the mountain, Coatepec, meaning Snake Mountain. One day, as she was crying, I don't know why she was crying, who knows, I guess gods sometimes cry, a ball of feathers fell to her from the sky. She tucked it into her belt, and it got her pregnant. What are the odds? It's like some kind of sky rascal, some kind of sky bandito came on those feathers. Jerked off on those feathers before dropping them from the heavens. What a nasty little trick. So the child she then gives birth to is the Aztec god of war, Huitzilopochtli. Coatlicue's other children weren't happy about baby boy. They became jealous, outraged. They headed to the mountain to kill mama, kill their little brother. Oh yeah, the sibling rivalry they felt was real and intense. They went straight to matricide. Their murderous plot failed when one of them changed his mind and decided to warn Huitzilopochtli. Huitzilopochtli, there we go, who emerged from Coatlicue's womb as a fully grown warrior. Or in another version of the legend, he emerged from his mother's severed neck as a fully grown warrior. Hopefully the first version is correct. Push a baby out of your neck. Sounds like a terrible way to have a child, especially if they're full grown. Not that it would feel good to push a full grown warrior out of your front butt. Might sever your puss like it severed her neck. Either way, Huitzilopochtli kills his siblings, offends his goddess mother, and then he throws his siblings' remains down the mountain after decapitating and dismembering them. And that is who Magdalena is, the mother of an incredibly fierce god of war and a very badass goddess with a bunch of fucking snakes in her own right. This is how Magdalena is presented to the villagers. They buy it.
The fact that she's wearing a necklace with a hand on it, a human hand.
The Hernandez brothers were able to sell this bullshit with some ritual and cave theatrics. The villagers believe that Magdalena and Eleazar have been sent from the heavens, that Magdalena is a god in the flesh. Now that their potential uprising is squashed, they continue with their financial and sexual tributes. And before moving forward, I hope in their presentation that Eleazar was presented as a reincarnation of St. Francis of Assisi first, and then Magdalena was presented as Coatlicue. Otherwise, how much did that intro suck for him? Behold,
sounds super
it is
scary.
Coatlicue, goddess of the moon, stars, and the sun, mother of war, the snake woman who feeds on dead human flesh. And also,
if I ever see a woman
is
with
Saint
a hand on her
Francis,
necklace, even if it's a shrunken
the undead
hand, I'm just going to walk the other way. Dude.
monk who would like all to peacefully relinquish their material possessions and live lives, simple Christian piety. He has no interest in wealth or sex. He lives only to worship and be obedient to God, and he will hopefully find us, help us find the treasure, and the orgies, they will continue, even though he will not approve. He does not care for sex nor treasure. And you know what? Let's get him off here. Let's bring Coatlicue back out here on the stage. Oh hell yeah! Look how sexy she is. Way more exciting. Way more on brand. According to those Mammoth Book of More Bizarre Crimes authors, Robin Odell and Paul Donnelly, Elazar and Cayetano Hernandez will continue to accept sexual tributes from both women and men in the village. They're basically fucking them all. Also, Magdalena quickly moves in on the previous priestess, Selena Silvana, who is still steadily hooking up with Santos Hernandez, and they share her for a little while. But then quickly, Magdalena becomes jealous, and she wants Selena all for herself, wants her to stop seeing Santos, and she does. So she just steals his girlfriend. Pretty big power play. And the villagers quickly start to see her as the leader, her as more powerful than either of the Hernandez brothers, definitely is more powerful than her own brother. I mean, St. Francis, I just picture him just, fucking slowly just beating off under his coat robe in the corner of the cave during orgies. Maybe just crying a little bit. Not a great role. The teenage sex worker the Hernandez brothers recruited to keep their scam going is now taking over their scam. And she's not the only problem the Hernandez brothers are dealing with. They're also having a problem with Jesus. Jesus Rubio. I'll pronounce Jesus. Rubio had never fallen for the Hernandez brothers' scam, and he'd eventually gotten them to privately admit that they were full of shit. And in return, the brothers cut him in on their action. Rubio is now acting as a little plant, ratting on his fellow villagers. He's a source of information by monitoring discontent amongst the villagers and reporting what he's heard to the brothers. He also knows that Magdalena and her bro are just playing pretend as well. He's reporting to her now as well. The rest of the villagers don't realize what's going on, though. And then between March and May of 1963, Magdalena becomes the outright leader of the cult and also introduces a whole bunch of human sacrifice to this dangerous little game they're playing. According to psychologists who had examined Magdalena after her arrest, she developed what they called theological psychosis. She began to experience religious delusions of grandeur. Basically, after she took on the role of Coatlicue, she revealed herself to be a method actress. She wasn't just pretending she was a goddess for the scam, and then stepping back out of character when no villagers were around. She went all in. No, she was Coatlicue all the time. She truly seemed to start to believe that she really was an Aztec goddess. She became very power hungry and staying in character. Shit got real bloody. But before things got bloody, Magdalena did try to prevent another rebellion peacefully. She started putting a lot of extra marijuana leaves in the ceremonial tea she was brewing. She would give out during ceremonies to keep everyone stoned and chilled out. Soon that wasn't working anymore. Whipple chill wasn't cutting it. The villagers, they wanted their fucking treasure, right? Enough of the ritual bullshit. Sure, the orgies are fun sometimes, except for when Pedro has to suck our dick. But where's the money? Jesus Rubio, the snitch, told Magdalena that the villagers were tired of being used for sex, tired of giving them what little money they made, tired of feeding their god and conduits to the gods, the little food they had. They wanted the gold that had been initially promised by the Hernandez brothers. They wanted it right now. Well, that same night, Magdalena decides to deal with the villagers' frustration head on. And now things will get bloody. But before we hear what kind of crazy shit Magdalena did, time for today's mid-show sponsor break. If you don't want to hear these ads, you can sign up for our Patreon, become a Space Lizard for $5 a month. Thank you, Space Lizards. Get the entire catalog, ad-free, and more. Hey, Meat Sacks, I'm talking about language again. As you set resolutions for 2025, consider how learning a new language can enrich your life. Rosetta Stone has been a leader in language education for over 3 decades, with millions of satisfied users worldwide. Have loved the way it makes us feel, the memories it holds, the special memory for them both. Experience the ease and convenience that can't be beat. So now it's time to hear about Magdalena Solis going full Coatlicue. Magdalena had all the villagers gather in the main cave and told them that while most of them were faithful, got a problem. There are a few unbelievers amongst you. And these doubters, well, they're ruining everything. They're preventing the gods from revealing the location of the gold. Come on. Before this little gathering, Magdalena had arranged for Jesus Rubio to push 2 men into a candlelit circle drawn on the floor of the cave before her, very occulty. These 2 were identified as the blasphemers, the doubters, shit talkers. Magdalena, the goddess, Coatlicue, now decreed in front of all, they needed to be destroyed immediately. She had these 2 men stoned to death by their fellow villagers, and then she collected their blood to be used in a new ritual ceremony. The blood was passed around in a chalice, and everyone was told to drink from it. No exceptions. It's now very much a vibe of you are with us or against us in this cult. The villagers are told that these 2 murders should show the gods their devotion, and then soon the gold would be theirs. And now life in the cult has taken a decidedly Aztec twist. In Aztec rituals involving human sacrifice, the victim was typically placed upon a stone table, and a high priest would cut open their abdomen, tear out their heart, raise it to the sky as an offering to the god of war and the sun. Right? The old Huitzilopochtli, Magdalena's son, Spanish conquistador Hernan Cortez, and his men wrote about these ceremonies when they arrived in Mexico. They wrote that the victim's still beating heart would be offered to the gods, and that the victim's body would be thrown down the steps of the Aztecs' Templo Mayor, located in present-day Mexico City. They also described witnessing 2 towers made of human skulls, and between these towers was a wooden rack with thousands of additional skulls placed upon it. Historians dismissed these claims as outlandish exaggerations for centuries. But in 2015 and 2018, archaeologists working on an excavation site at the Templo Mayor site found that the skull towers and skull racks were very real. Anthropology professor John Verano has written about how human sacrifice held deep significance to the Aztecs and coincided with important calendar dates. Sacrifice was also used to dedicate temples, to reverse drought and famine, maybe for funsies. The Aztecs believed the universe was unstable, and they were constantly under the threat of death and destruction. The best way to keep most of the people safe and alive was to kill a few. They also believed it was necessary to make sacrifices to the gods for growing crops, a variety of other things. The Aztecs believed that Huitzilopochtli was constantly fighting the darkness and the world would end if he lost the war. And in order to keep the sun moving across the sky, they had to feed this god human hearts and blood. Aztecs also practiced ritual cannibalism. Illustrations from the 16th century show human body parts being cooked in large pots. Archaeologists have also identified butcher marks on the bones of human remains in Aztec sites. Archaeologists have also identified butcher marks. Magdalena, or someone else in charge, must have had some knowledge about the ways of the Aztecs, because as she kills more going forward, the way victims are killed begins to mirror Aztec sacrificial traditions more and more closely. First murder in the cave seems to have fueled, ignited Magdalena's bloodlust. And now she begins to demand more human sacrifices and creates an elaborate blood ritual. The chosen victims are, not surprisingly, almost always individuals who've been talking shit, people who have been identified as doubters, as potential defectors or people who might try and goad the authorities or lead a rebellion. Over and over, we don't know exactly how often this happened. The cult members would gather in their mountain cave lair, and Magdalena would direct everyone who didn't just find out they were being sacrificed to participate in beating, burning, and cutting the sacrificial victim. And then after they'd been badly beaten but were still apparently alive, she would finish them off by cutting out their heart with a sacrificial dagger. Full Aztec. The victim's blood would be collected in a ceremonial chalice where it would be mixed with chicken blood and drugs like marijuana or peyote, a hallucinogenic cactus. I really want to try someday. Give me that mescaline. Magdalena would drink from it before passing it on to the Hernandez brothers, and then her brother and former pimp, Eleazar, the now lowly St. Francis, who was not behaving very St. Francis-like at all. And then the chalice will be passed on to the remaining followers. The villagers were told that the blood was the only food that the gods could ingest, and as a goddess, Magdalena needed to drink it to preserve her eternal youth. And after this, from what it sounds like, an orgy would break out. Sex, drugs, and murder instead of rock and roll. Blood rituals like this one, some that may have involved a more traditional form of cannibalism as well, in which actual flesh was consumed instead of just blood being drank. Rituals where sometimes victims were decapitated and completely dismembered as well. Well, they continue for the next 6 weeks. And at least 6 more people are sacrificed, but possibly a dozen or more died this way. All in order to please the gods, to please Magdalena, so that they could have the location of the treasure be revealed. Few of the villagers, fearing that they would be the next ones chosen for the blood ritual, well, unsurprisingly, they now fled La Yerba Buena. Yeah, I bet they did. I mean, can you imagine continuing to head up to this cave up on the mountain, not knowing every time if it's going to be your time to end up getting killed? Not knowing if you're going to end up participating in a murder and getting high, drinking blood, fucking your neighbor's brains out, or being beaten to death and slashed to death by your neighbors, and then having Magdalena cut out your fucking heart. Jesus Rubio, the man who knew the full truth about what was going on behind the scenes, well, he eventually tells Magdalena, Eleazar, and the Hernandez brothers, in the midst of all these sacrifices, that shit has gone too far. All right, the villagers, they've been pushed way too far, and the scam needs to come to an end, because the deserters have most likely already gone to the police. But Magdalena, not ready to give up being a goddess. She wants to stay. She wants to keep this dark cosplay of hers going. She thought all of the dissent and fear could be fixed with another sacrifice, a dramatic one that would even protect them from the police, from the army. She decided they needed to sacrifice the priestess, her girlfriend, Selena Salvana. And supposedly Selena agreed to be sacrificed. Magdalena seemed to think she really was a goddess, and so did Selena. Selena felt she would be rewarded for this sacrifice. Her soul would be sent to one of the highest levels of the highly stratified Aztec afterlife, and the villagers will be rewarded with so much gold. And on May 28, 1963, Selena was tied to a cross inside the cave, as a teenage girl, which caused her to eventually lose consciousness with her arms held above her head. She couldn't breathe very well. It was a small mercy, a small kindness, because she was then beaten and slashed to death by the villagers, some of whom used machetes to hack away at her. Her heart was then cut out, her blood drained into the chalice, and her body burned. And unbeknownst,
Unit 207, stop the podcast. The FBI has instructed me to add the latest judicial notices of this month to my podcast, which, if you missed it, Unit 207 is responsible for preventing any new episodes from being uploaded to places like Spotify, Audible, and iHeartRadio with their hacking. But the FBI foresaw that, so they had me create a Twitter account just for the podcast, which has all the episodes minus those from this month. And that's that's x.com/mysticgwenpod. Not to be confused with my regular Twitter that has all sorts of evidence that will be used in their prosecution from as far back as December of 2023, which is x.com/TheRealMysticGwen or x.com/RealMysticGwen. There's no the. It's Real Mystic Gwen. I didn't stop the podcast. You're not hearing the podcast because the FBI would like me to make a video recording of what I'm about to record on that podcast directly, as well as the need that I have now because of these imbeciles to have this very live stream running in the background so that I can, at random times, click and see if there is still audio recording, even though we know as of yesterday they've begun doing what? Criminally and illegally shutting off the live streams and magically erasing, in one instance, over an hour of recording.
And her body burned. And unbeknownst,
with their hacking. But the FBI foresaw that, so they had me create a Twitter account just for the podcast, which has all the episodes minus those from this month. And that's that's x.com/mysticgwenpod. Apparently, if you guys prevent the upload of these episodes to Spotify again, I'm to incorporate them into your next invoice and bill. I'm to incorporate them into your next invoice. I'm to incorporate them into your next invoice. Because if you've missed it, whilst I was literally writing the last police report and addendum yesterday, they were busy upstairs perpetrating multiple $40 million criminal counts they'd already been invoiced for, and as a result of them choosing to perpetrate those crimes, have agreed to pay for. This is something all of the attorneys who are going to be federally disbarred are aware of based on just the addendum that they received yesterday. And the FBI feels that's hilarious. So be advised, silly, silly, silly federal felons. You're such a silly bunch. So be advised, silly, silly, silly federal felons. You're such a silly bunch. But it's 5:35 a.m. and I'd like to finish this episode of this podcast that they criminally and illegally stopped, so let me push play.
Unbeknownst to anyone present,
Before I get
someone
to
who was
that.
not a part of this cult witnessed all of this. 14-year-old Sebastian Guerrero, a kid from another local village at the base of the mountains. was out exploring some caves near La Yerba Buena, possibly looking for the fabled hidden treasure, possibly trying to see if an orgy was, going down so he could fucking hide out in the shadows and beat off in the bushes, if not join in, if he didn't get an invite. Or maybe he was just curious what was in the caves, when he stumbled upon the gruesome scene. He saw a beaten, bloody, and mutilated woman tied to a cross. Another woman in robes lighting her dead body on fire. Then he witnessed another murder. As the woman burned, he watched a villager step forward and shout something about not getting their gold. Then he saw the woman in robes call this man an unbeliever and order that he be killed. And then Sebastian watched as other villagers grabbed the man, threw him to the ground, then hacked at him with machetes before the woman in robes cut his heart out as well. Can you imagine stumbling upon a scene like that when you're fucking 14? I mean, it would be beyond shocking at any age, but extra terrifying. As a kid, well, Sebastian had seen enough. He'd seen way more than enough. Terrified, he now runs to the closest police station. He runs 15.5 miles away, the town of Villagrán. By the time he arrives, Sebastian is exhausted and in shock. Of course he is. He tells the officers about everything he saw, and they laughed at him. They didn't believe him. It sounded utterly ridiculous. But because he was so insistent, they agreed to send one officer, Officer Luis Martinez, to the cave the following morning to go check out these supposed vampires, they were calling them. And Sebastian would need to lead the way and show him exactly where the cave was. And Sebastian agrees. Well, the teen and the officer, they set out the next morning. And then they are never seen alive again by anyone who knew them. Sebastian and Officer Martinez are reported missing. And now the other officers begin to think, well, maybe poor Sebastian was telling the truth. Or at least a version of it. At least he witnessed something awful. Worried that they were now dealing with a very dangerous situation, the local police contact the army and police from the state capital to investigate the disappearances. And a raid on the village will now be led by Inspector Abelardo Gomez. On May 31st, 1963, a large group of police and soldiers raid La Yerba Buena. Magdalena and Elazar Solis are found. They're arrested inside a shack. A nearby farm, supposedly there was bloody body parts spread out around the shack. They're both high as shit on weed at the time. Santos Hernandez is killed in the cave compound in a police shootout. Cayetano Hernandez, killed by former cult member, former snitch, Jesus Rubio. Informant, but that felt good for Jesus. Both Hernandez brothers are now dead about 6 months after founding this cult. Other cult members, they flee into the mountains. They barricade themselves inside of various caves, firing at soldiers and officers. Many of them will die when the authorities fire back. And then once everyone in the cult is either dead or has been arrested, an assessment of the carnage is made. The bodies of that poor 14-year-old Sebastian Guerrero and the officer who came with him, Luis Martinez, well, they're found on the farm where Magdalena and Elazar were arrested. Martinez had almost been completely decapitated with machete. His heart had been removed, which indicated, of course, he had been another victim of Magdalena's blood rituals. Sources are not as clear about Guerrero, but I'm assuming he met the same fate, or a very similar one. But for a few days, Magdalena was like, see, I told you, no one can harm us. Even the police will meet their doom if they fuck with the goddess. But then a whole bunch of police showed up, and she was like, oh, shit. Okay, gig's up. June 4th, 1963, the Mexican police report that Magdalena, her brother, and 40 other cult members have been brought in for questioning. Magdalena is described in the papers as an attractive teenage priestess. It's reported up to a dozen people may have been sacrificed because the farmers of La Yerba Buena cannot account for a dozen missing people. Officer Abelardo Gomez would claim that one victim was a woman who had been burned at the stake after she was clubbed to death by villagers that included her 14-year-old son. She had been accused of being a witch. A man named Antonio Saceda was amongst the group who was arrested, and he said he was a slave and earthly worker for Magdalena and her brother, and he expected future glory for serving them. During her interrogation, Magdalena told the police that being involved in the world of prophets, priestesses, and rituals was nothing new to her. She said she'd been conducting rites for 6 years after she joined the so-called Confederation of Spiritualists in Mexico City. She said that she and her brother operated in the border communities and charged her American clients $10 per seance. And it seems as if she was lying here, trying to act like, well, if the police took it easy on her, oh, she could give them names. She could lead them to the real leaders of a much bigger cult that extended around the country. Police wouldn't bite on this. Just a week later, on June 12, 1963, Magdalena, her brother Elazar, and a dozen other cult members go to trial for the murders. Magdalena and her brother Elazar would be both sentenced to 50 years in prison for the murders of Sebastian Guerrero and Officer Luis Martinez. Seems a little unfair for St. Francis. I mean, how involved was he? He just hanging out in the cave. You know, he just beating off in the shadows during the orgies. You know, focusing on trying to be, you know, poor and humble and shit. He wasn't a bloodthirsty goddess. He was a simple monk. The siblings would not be convicted of the other murders due to a lack of evidence. The remaining cult members charged with murders would be given 30-year sentences for their involvements. Jesus Rubio testified that the cult was led by Magdalena and Eleazar Solis. In court, Magdalena and her girlfriend Selena, in court, Magdalena, oh my God, said her girlfriend Selena, there we go, was chosen for sacrifice because she was an unusually good follower of the cult. Man, what a reward for her loyalty. Oh, you could be fucking crucified, chopped up with machetes for being such a good cult member. She said her sacrifice was supposed to reveal where the treasure was buried. Magdalena was still in character. She seemed genuinely surprised that the treasure had not been revealed. After these reports, we lose track of Magdalena Solis and her brother. She served her full 50 years and didn't die in prison. Her release date would have been 2013. However, her current whereabouts or whether or not she is alive is unknown. At least one source said that she reportedly died in prison. But they didn't say when or how or where they got that info. Now, before I finish this tale, a little more info about some other terrible shit this cult seems to have gotten up to that we didn't just learn. We learned about this about 6 years ago. In 2018, a writer, researcher, and professor named Dr. Tony Zavaleta published a blog post about his encounter with a member of the La Yerba Buena cult. Dr. Zavaleta claimed that back in 1963, when he was just 16, he met a teenage girl from La Yerba Buena just weeks before the downfall of the cult. He said he was attending St. Joseph Academy in Brownsville, Texas at the time, which is right on the border. Some of the students at his school came from wealthy Mexican families in Matamoros, a city directly across the border in Tamaulipas. And Zavaleta and his friends sometimes crossed the border to visit the Matamoros red light district, which was on the outskirts of the city. And he said that one day he went to a bar 2 or 3 blocks away from the area that he usually frequented, and he met and befriended a girl named Lupita. And by befriended, he means paid her to have sex with him. He continued coming to the red light district to see her during the spring of 1963, and eventually learned she was from La Yerba Buena, but had been forced to move to Matamoros to do sex work to protect her family, who were being held captive by a religious cult that had taken over the village. And at this point, he begged her to stop talking because what she was saying was really sad. It was making it super hard for him to come. He said that if she kept telling the story, he would have to insist on her handing him his dollar back. JK, no, thank God he doesn't seem like he was that fucking heartless. Now, he said she told him that herself and some other girls from the village had all moved to the border towns, been forced into sex work, which helped the cult earn money. Lupita told him that the village was a communal farm with about 20 families who had moved there from the central state of Guanajuato to develop farms in Tamaulipas. And in La Yerba Buena, the villagers had been left unprotected. The village had no formal government, no law enforcement, no church, no school in 1962 and 1963. Despite this, I mean, I know that kid, ran like, 15.5 miles to find authorities, but they were not monitoring this area. Despite this, she said that their lives were fine until the Hernandez brothers arrived. She was just 14 herself when they showed up, and she was singled out because she was deemed pretty. The brothers convinced her parents that it was the will of the gods for her to go sell her ass. In his blog post, Dr. Zavaleta claims that the papers never covered the fact that the girls were sent to other cities for sex work, and he wasn't sure why. He also wrote that he never saw Lupita again, which is a bummer. Oh, even though those two were just 16 and 14, I was kind of hoping for some kind of pretty woman style ending to their story. Many years later, in the 1980s, still thinking about what the girl had told him when he was just a high school kid, Dr. Zavaleta said he traveled to La Yerba Buena, but no one there was willing to talk to him about what had happened with the cult so many years earlier. That is all we know about Magdalena Solis, the high priestess of blood. Many details of her story have been lost to time, or perhaps were just never translated from Spanish into English sources, or those sources were never digitized. Very hard to find detailed information about this story, but it still fascinates people around the world. And of course it does. In 1963, a small cult based in Aztec sacrificial rituals gathered in a fucking cave in the mountains above a small Mexican village where around a dozen people were sacrificed, where their hearts were cut out, where their blood was drank, where bloody, drug-fueled orgies were held around their dead bodies. I told you the story was right for October. I mean, doesn't it truly sound like something straight out of a horror movie? Except it was real. That's it for this edition of Time Sucks, Short Sucks. If you enjoyed the story, check out the rest of the Bad Magic catalog. Beefier episodes, I can talk sometimes, of Time Suck every Monday at noon Pacific time. New episodes of the now long-running, told you I could talk sometimes, now long-running, come on words, let's go, paranormal podcast, Scared to Death, every Tuesday at midnight, with 2 episodes of Nightmare Fuel, fictional horror thrown into the mix each month. Big thank you to Olivia Lee for doing the initial research on this one. Been wanting to talk about her for a while. And thank you to Logan Keith, polishing up the sound of today's episode and making the cool episode thumbnail art. Please go to badmagicproductions.com for all your bad magic needs. And have yourself a great weekend.
Bad Magic Productions.
Have you played Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. Hi-Fi Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on Hi-Fi Casino. Best of all, it's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours. Ready to have your own high-five moment? Visit high5casino.com. That's the number 5, casino.com. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited by law. Must be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply.
The last thing you want to hear when you need your auto insurance most is a robot with countless irrelevant menu options, which is why with USAA Auto Insurance, you'll get great service that is easy and reliable, all at the touch of a button. Get a quote today. Restrictions apply.
Today we are reminded that you don't have to be in a cult, per se, to be brainwashed. You can be brainwashed by anyone, by your parents, by a politician, or by your local neighborhood pub bartender. Journalist Edward Hunter, the first to bring the term brainwashing into our modern vernacular, once wrote, "The intent of brainwashing is to change a mind radically so that its owner becomes a living puppet, a human robot, without the atrocity being visible from the outside. The aim is to create a mechanism in flesh and blood with new beliefs and new thought processes inserted into a captive body. What that amounts to is a search for a slave race that, unlike the slaves of olden times, can be trusted never to revolt, always to be amenable to orders like an insect to its instincts." In September of 1950, Hunter published an article in the Miami Herald titled, "Brainwashing Tactics Force Chinese into Ranks of Communist Party." He then elaborated on its findings in 1951 with the publication of his book, Brainwashing in Red China, which introduced to the American public what was a novel idea, a supposedly scientific system for dramatically changing people's minds, changing their core identities and personalities, even making them love things that they once hated. Hunter was concerned about the possibility of his fellow countrymen being brainwashed, and he was right to be. Just 2 years later, Colonel Frank Schwabel was the highest-ranking military officer to meet that fate, and by February of 1953, he and other prisoners of war had falsely confessed to the U.S. using germ warfare against the Koreans, and the American public was shocked. And then they grew even more so when 5,000 of the 7,200 POWs either petitioned the U.S. government to end the war or signed confessions of their alleged crimes. The final blow came when 21 American soldiers refused repatriation and did not want to return to the U.S. when given the chance to return home. These were men who had agreed to fight for America abroad, men who believed in protecting all of the values of the United States and fighting against authoritarianism, sacrificing their very lives if necessary. And now they were saying the exact opposite. How? Well, they had literally been brainwashed. For most of us whose circumstances may have varied wildly over our lives, maybe been rich and poor, had good relationships, and very bad ones, our core identity and personality have likely not changed as wildly. The stuff we know about ourselves that makes us who we are, what kind of food we love, what we ideally would like to do for a job, who we have chosen to be friends with, how we like to joke around, how we like to spend our money, what we think of our families, and on and on and on. Most of us probably think that nothing or no one can change our core attributes and identities. No one could take the things that make us, us, and delete them and replace them with something else. Or if that were to happen, It would have to happen in an incredibly extreme situation, some kind of dystopian, authoritarian series of torture sessions, the kind that Frank Schwabel and other POWs faced,
and replace them with something
What if
else.
that wasn't the case?
Or if that were to
It
happen,
could be
it
theoretically
would have to happen in
brainwashed
an incredibly
into some
extreme
random
situation,
civilian,
some kind of
someone
dystopian,
as
authoritarian
innocuous
series of torture
as your
sessions.
local bartender. In early 1992, young Robert Freegard was about to turn 22. He was lost. He didn't seem to really know what he wanted to go in life, where he wanted to go, what he wanted to do. Things hadn't been working out for him. He was working a low-paying, dead-end job. He'd just been charged with theft and the attempted kidnapping of his ex-girlfriend, and he decided to become a bartender in a quiet pub in Newport, Shropshire, England, called the Swan, while he awaited trial. Students from a local agricultural college would gather at the pub to talk about the local news, including the recent bombings committed, or at least claimed to have been committed, by the Irish Republican Army. In the early 1990s, the IRA had intensified their bombing campaign in England, planting 15 bombs in 1990, 36 in 1991, and 57 in 1992. It was a time of terror. Nobody knew where the IRA would strike next. For students John Atkinson, Sarah Smith, and Maria Hendy, they had to balance living in uncertain times with planning for their futures and graduating with their degrees from the nearby agricultural school. They also needed to blow off some steam from time to time and de-stress, and that led them to having more and more pints at the Swan. And it led them to becoming friendly with Robert Freegard. Robert started lying to them. He was already a liar, but now he began pushing his lies further, testing out what he could get away with. What would they believe? He started coming over to their house and regaling them with stories about the many, many careers he had had, but he hadn't had the jobs he spoke of. It was all make-believe. But they seemed to just take him at his word. When he said he was almost 30 instead of 21, they believed him. He seemed so very worldly, like he always knew what he was talking about. So much confidence. The more lies they believed, the more his confidence grew, which in turn led him to telling bigger and bigger lies. Lies they just kept believing. And then one night, Rob told John Atkinson the biggest lie so far by many miles, that he was not just a bartender. No, he was an MI5 secret agent sent to track down IRA terrorist cells at Harper Adams, the agricultural school that John and his friends attended. And he needed John's help to stop the IRA, to keep them from killing more of his fellow students, to keep his friends and fellow countrymen safe. Hopefully, if you heard someone tell you something like that, and you did want to help, you'd ask for proof. Did he have a government ID? And in addition to that ID that he could easily fake, could you meet at some government office of his where you'd be introduced to other, ideally more high-ranking agents, his boss or bosses, where you could get a better sense of the legitimacy or the not regarding what he had told you? Or if you did not want to work as a secret agent, you do something along the lines, hopefully, of nodding your head in agreement, saying some equivalent of, yeah, give me a night to think about that. And then you'd pay your tab, you'd leave, you'd avoid that bartender going forward while also laughing your ass off with some friends at what a delusional twat he was. John didn't do that. John, after taking a few days to think about it, signed on and agreed to help. And soon, John would rope in his friends, Sarah and Maria. And shit would get weirder and weirder as this sad trio steadily got more and more brainwashed by Robert by the day. This was the beginning of nearly 3 decades of Robert Freegard's descent into the madness he would create and the havoc he would wreak in the lives of not just John, Sarah, and Maria, but also in the lives of their poor families and so many other victims. And I don't want to give away any more than that. The strange, how did this really happen? How did a bartender pull off scamming victims for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds for decades and get so many to turn against their friends and families and everything they thought they cared about before they met him in this brainwashing puppet master, true crime, but unlike any true crime story we have covered here before, edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Well, happy Monday and welcome to the Cult of the Curious. I'm Dan Cummins, Suckleberry Finn, a former fraud investigator looking into claims brought against Bob's Bountiful Bonsai Fruit.biz, but now vice president of that potentially very lucrative business. You are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise be to good boy Bojangles, glory be to Triple M. Lindsay and I, important news really quick before we get into it. Lindsay and I running for president and vice president of the United States. You know that? we're a little late jumping into the race. I'll admit that. We have not been invited to any of the debates, as I'm sure you already know. No one is taking our campaign seriously. No media pundits at all will even reply to our emails. But we still have shirts, hats, yard signs, and flags. You can't politic today without flags. So despite the long odds, the New World Order, despite them blocking our ability to get the word out because they're so afraid of my platform, it does include making America the best it has ever been by eliminating over 100 million fellow citizens for reasons I will get into once I am elected. Don't even worry about it right now. Show the world who you support this election year. It's time for critical thinking and crystals. Come on, meat sacks. Or if elections aren't your thing, but you love a good cult, celebrate spooky season this year with our favorite galactic team, Amy Carlson and her crew. Oh, they are dressed to impress. Yippee! Grab a hoodie. Aren't your thing, but you love a good cult. Power celebrate spooky season this year. Show that love our favorite galactic afterlife loves good. Amy Carlson and her crew. Oh, they are dressed to impress. Colloidal silver. Never too much. Always go easy on the colloidal silver. Check out the Time Suck Halloween collection and more at badmagicproductions.com. And then just real quick, I hope all the meat sacks affected by Hurricane Helene are safe and recovering from this devastating storm. One of our researchers, you've heard her name here a lot, Olivia Lee, has been unable to work the past few days, unable to just live a normal life due to the storm, due to no electricity, no Wi-Fi. Many listeners have written in, talked about their homes or towns or both being damaged or destroyed. I know a lot of listeners have been affected, and I hope by the time you hear this, the recovery is going as well as humanly possible and your life is getting back to some semblance of normal. So just thinking of you, Hail Nimrod, and yeah, what a fucking shitstorm. All right, let's tell the story now. Not much setup needed in this episode. I'm going to share a brief intro into brainwashing, but there's not much backstory needed there, as it wasn't like Freegard got to start in any kind of Maoist re-education camp or similar propaganda machine. He's not a trained brainwasher. From what experts can tell, Freegard's grift and pathologically lying ways entirely self-taught, which in a way makes him more terrifying. He made all this shit up on his own. He didn't, from what we understand, have a mentor or any figures he looked up to help guide him. He was like Rick, for any longtime stand-up fans of mine, a guy I made fun of on a Comedy Central special many, many years ago when I looked like a different human being. Here's a little taste of that.
My favorite crazy personality, compulsive liars. How much fun are those people? People who lie even when it's easier to tell the truth. A lot of people get annoyed by this personality because they try and catch them in their lies, which is a losing battle because they'll endlessly invent new lies to cover up the previous lies because reality is not an issue in their heads. The best thing you can do is act like you believe all their lies because it builds their confidence and the lies get better. Ask leading questions to take the lies in directions you'd like them to go. These people are build your own adventure stories come to life.
Well, unfortunately, today's people, you can find that bit on YouTube if you want to hear the rest. There's a few minutes
people are build
there.
their own adventure.
Unfortunately, these people would not just be entertained by the lies of Robert Freegard, their lives would be ruined. His lies, not as outlandish as the lies of Rick in my bit there, somehow more convincing. Seemingly, his only source of inspiration was himself again, the many identities he could create, the layers upon layers of confusing background info and convoluted manipulations he used to play other people off each other with, stealing hundreds of thousands of pounds in the process, destroying countless lives. He just seemed to fucking wing it. You probably met someone like that. I've met many. People who seem to always be kind of testing you with their bullshit. I refer to it as fishing, right? They're just constantly casting out their bullshit bait, waiting to see who chomps down their hook and just try and reel them in. Always looking for a new mark they can reel in. But usually, even when they do hook someone, they don't try to ruin their lives and take everything from them. They just want someone to think that they are really, really fucking cool. You know? No, I'm not unemployed. I'm a secret agent for the government, man. Oh shit, you don't even know I'm a fucking triple Navy SEAL, motherfucker. You know? They just want you to think, oh my God, you're the fucking coolest person I've ever met. Robert Freegard wanted so much more than that. Sadly, he'd get it. Originally, I was going to compare Freegard's tactics to cult leaders. I'm going to compare him to cult leaders who lead with spiritual questioning, like Jim Jones, Father Yo, David Koresh, countless others we've covered. And still more cult leaders like Eugenio Parente of the National Labor Federation, preying on victims' desires just to do good in the world. And there are still more cults whose leaders lean on the basic principle that people love to feel superior than other people for their recruiting. Right now, people in general love to feel like they have inside information on how the world works. They're the ones who make things happen on a cosmic scale even, like Lori and Chad Daybell and their group of demon, zombie, fear, and freaks. All of these comparisons would have been laid out with the intention to show that FreeGuard works not within any of the regular methods people have used to make themselves cult leaders, but on a much more basic principle to get people to do what he wanted. Fear. Just fear. Works pretty well for politicians and news pundits as well. Something so instinctual, so basic that people don't have to read a bunch of twisted religious doctrine, Marxist texts, psychobabble, so on. All they have to do is be afraid for themselves and their families. To be clear, all cult leaders operate by selling some sort of fear. Robert just cut out most of the bullshit around that fear. With this approach, he kept it simple. And like most other cult leaders, FreeGuard was in it mainly for two things, power and money, but he wasn't as sex-focused as the typical cult leader. He did for sure sleep with numerous of his scam victims, but not all. And even with the ones where he did sleep with them, it did not seem to be his primary motivation. Estimates vary, but some say in the years that he had John Atkinson, Sarah Smith, and Maria Hendy completely under his control, he made off with about £2 million of their family's money. Still, saying FreeGuard was a cult leader actually kind of cheapens, in a way, what he did to the students who fell under his sway. After all, most cult leaders don't have to do all the legwork, psychological manipulation themselves. They lean on some basis, some foundation of pre-existing religious doctrine to rope folks in. They attract people at a crossroads in their lives, people who are desperate, people who have big questions and few answers, people who want to be provided a neat solution to all of their problems. But not with Robert, not with his victims. From what it looks like, they were incredibly secure in their lives before they fell into his dangerous orbit. They all knew, for lack of a better term, exactly who they were. They had great relationships with their families. They had very specific goals for the immediate future. Were on a path towards achieving those goals. They were not seeking any great secrets or truths about the universe or their spiritual place within it. And yet he brainwashed them anyway. And for so long. How? How the fuck did he do it? What kind of dark wizard was this motherfucker? Is he? He's still out there. Well, he's
Okay, it's 6:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, February 8th, 2025. I'm ending this live stream and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less.
1959, Hunter boasted that he was the first to discover the technique of mind attack in mainland